Vhumad God Chapter 60:45 to Chapter 61:24. Lin Xian took a deep breath, raised his hand, and struck out a dragon-shaped sword energy. It flew into the lake. This time, there were finally ripples. Great, it was indeed useful. As expected of the great dragon sword soul. The corpse emperor and the others were delighted. However, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The reason for that was because he sensed that the dragon-shaped sword aura had flown into the lake. He felt an extremely mysterious force suppressing it. It was as if it had entered a quagmire and could no longer move. Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to push more power into the lake. The sword energy seemed to have turned into a divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it continued to attack. However, after traveling for a while, it completely disappeared. Lin Xian stood up, frowning. "Husband, how is it?" Xueqi asked. The corpse emperor also said, "Boy, can you do it? We'll give you all our power and activate the great dragon sword soul." Lin Xian shook his head, "I'm afraid not. I tried it just now, but this lake is bottomless. Even if we attack together, I'm afraid we can only split open a part of the space. We can't go any further. We have to find out what's strange about this lake." To be honest, Lin Xian was very surprised. The great dragon sword soul was invincible and successful. It was rare to meet a force that could restrain it. But now, there was someone in this lake who could suppress the power of the great dragon sword soul. Of course, Lin Xian felt that he was still not strong enough. After all, the great dragon sword soul at its peak back then shocked the entire ninth underworld. Even so, it was still very shocking. At least for the great emperor level, this lake had an absolute suppression. "Big brother, the terrain here is so strange." At this moment, Butian spoke. Lin Xian was stunned. The corpse emperor also said, "You're just a little kid. What do you know?" In the corpse emperor's eyes, Butian's cultivation was very high. However, he was like a small ant. However, Lin Xian said, "Senior, don't underestimate him. He's the grandson of the Heavenly Master. Perhaps, he knew something about it." "Oh, Heavenly Master?" The corpse emperor stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. Even the way he looked at Butian had changed. The Heavenly Master knew how to make use of the transcendent power of the world. His strength was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, as far as I know, no Heavenly Master has appeared in the ninth serenity for tens of thousands of years. Which celestial master's descendant was he? Lin Xian shook his head. "We don't know either." He briefly recounted what had happened. That Heavenly Master seemed to be mentally unstable. Furthermore, something had drilled into his body and taken control of him. The corpse emperor sighed, "Heavenly Masters are very scary. Few people can resist them at the same level. In fact, he could even fight against many powerhouses of the same level by himself. However, there was a price to pay. It was said that in the later years of the Heavenly Master's life, red hair would grow on his body. He turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Who would have thought that the legend was true? As for who was the mastermind behind this, the corpse emperor didn't know either. Perhaps no one else knew. "Little guy, look at this place. What's different about it?" The corpse emperor looked at Butian. Lin Xian also said, "Don't be nervous. Tell us as much as you know. No one will blame you if you're wrong." Butian nodded, and his little face relaxed a little. Then, he began to walk around the lake. Xianxia was curious as well. She followed beside him. "Hey, what did you find? Tell me." After circling the entire lake, Butian stopped. He took a deep breath and said, "Big brother, there is an array in this lake. And it's an extremely terrifying array." "Array?" Lin Xian was surprised. The others were also shocked. They were all great emperors. However, they didn't find the existence of the array. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that spirit formation was. The corpse emperor asked, "Is there really an array?" Ben Huang didn't find it either. Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan, but he was also at his wit's end. "Wasn't this formation a little too sinister?" Butian said, "I have also cultivated the tomes of arcane. When I was young, my grandfather once told me that some arrays are formed naturally and are very terrifying. For some powerful formation masters, they would be able to make slight changes to these naturally formed formations to make them even more frightening and mysterious. There is indeed an array here. But I can't tell if it's natural or modified by someone. If my grandfather was here, he would definitely know. Speaking of this, Butian's expression became a little gloomy. He didn't know how his grandfather was. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, your grandfather will be fine. Moreover, you are already very outstanding. So many great emperors didn't find the array, but you can find it at a glance. You will definitely be a great Taoist master in the future." "Is that true?" Butian raised his head, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Xia Jiuyo next to him said, "If it's a natural array, it can only be said that this lake is the creation of heaven and earth." It was extremely mysterious. However, if it was a spirit formation that had been modified by someone, then that person would be too terrifying. It was very likely that it was done by a Taoist master. What on earth was here? There was an array more powerful than the great emperors. What secret was hidden in this lake? Everyone had doubts in their hearts. Knowing that it was an array, they began to surround the lake and began to study it. Were there any clues? Lin Xian also used his Rinnegan with all his strength. One of his eyes bloomed with light, enveloping the entire lake. At first, there was nothing. However, after looking at it for a while, he clearly felt that his soul shook, as if it was being sucked away by something. This gave him a fright. What was going on? In the next moment, he felt that he seemed to have sunk into the lake, and the surrounding light instantly darkened. What the hell? Even though Lin Xian had the battle strength of a great emperor and had experienced hundreds of battles, he was still shocked. But at this moment, his hair stood on end. One must know that this lake could extinguish all the power of a great emperor. Even the great dragon sword soul couldn't use its full strength here. However, Lin Xian found that his soul could swim in it. What's going on? It shouldn't be. Even the sword energy of the law disappeared inside. He couldn't resist at all. However, his soul could swim in it. It was too incredible. Could it be because of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? "Husband, what's wrong with you, husband?" At this moment, Shuiqi began to shake. Lin Xian's body, and an anxious voice sounded. Lin Xian felt that his soul was about to disappear in the lake. In the next moment, he came back to his senses. His body trembled, and he turned his head to look. "What's wrong, husband? What's going on with you just now? Why didn't you respond when I called you, and why was your Rinnegan dim just now? Is it really the Rinnegan?" Lin Xian was stunned. Just now, his soul had entered the lake together with his Rinnegan. Could it be that the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation could break this array? Lin Xian was too surprised. However, he was still not sure. He said, "I was exploring the lake just now, and I didn't pay attention to anything else." "What happened?" Shuiqi said, "There are sounds of fighting over there. Moreover, it's a battle between great emperors. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Lin Xian wasn't sure what had happened when his soul entered the lake. Did he really go in? Or was it just an illusion? So, he didn't say anything. He asked Shuiqi, "What happened?" Shuiqi pointed into the distance and said, "There's a battle between great emperors." Lin Xian sensed it and then frowned. What a terrifying battle. And there's more than one great emperor. Let's go over and take a look. They hid their auras and quietly merged into the void. Then, they flew over. Soon, they saw that there was indeed a battle in front of them. Both sides were great emperors. However, they controlled the laws of immortal chi in their bodies very well. They only covered a small area and didn't expand it. One of the figures in the battle was actually a dragon. The dragon's blue scales were blooming with a cold light. There were 2 strands of immortal chi around the dragon's body. It looked like an immortal dragon from the 9th heaven, which surprised Lin Xian and the others. After the corpse emperor saw it, he said, "He is the torch dragon that I mentioned. Those people opposite him should be from the Yu family." They didn't expect to meet the torch dragon. They were unlucky. The torch dragon was facing a group of about a dozen people. The leader was a tall old man, who also had 2 strands of immortal chi. Next to him was a middle-aged great emperor with a strand of immortal qi. The figures behind him were all quasi-emperors. At this moment, they were all on high alert. The torch dragon snorted. You Xia family people are really reckless. Why are you here again? Fellow Daoist, you've been here for tens of thousands of years, but you still can't get in. Cooperate with the Xia family. We have a way to get into the lake. If your Earth Immortal can come out, it might be possible. But millions of years ago, your Earth Immortal was seriously injured and is still in a deep sleep. Where does the Xia family get the strength to get in? It's none of your business. You just need to turn a blind eye. When we get in, we'll give you a part of the treasures. What do you think? The torch dragon thought for a while and said, okay, I'll trust the Xia family again. After all, the Xia family's foundation is extraordinary. Maybe these people really have a way. After saying that, the torch dragon's figure flashed, turned into the ground, and disappeared. At the next moment, a thunderous sound was heard. From the looks of it, Zhulang should have entered seclusion and begun cultivating. After some time, when the Xia family came again, he would wake up. Great, this guy is finally leaving. The martial monarchs with 2 wisps of immortal qi grinned. Let's go. He waved his hand. This man was a top expert of the Xia clan, named Xianxia. At this moment, he was flying towards the lake with his men. Oh no, they're coming. Let's push them aside. The corpse emperor and the others quickly retreated, still concealing their auras. Xianxia brought his people to the lakeside and landed. Their eyes flickered. Many people were holding blood-colored flags in their hands, and they placed them beside the lake to form a circle. Those blood-colored flags blossomed with a mysterious radiance, and there were laws hanging down. In an instant, the entire lake released a mysterious glow, and the illusion of a formation appeared in the surroundings. There really was a formation. Lin Xian and the others, who were hiding in the dark, exclaimed after seeing it. They didn't expect the Xia clan to also know about the existence of a formation. It wasn't simple. Grandpa, are they from the Xia clan? Xianxia looked ahead curiously. At this moment, Xianxia, who was in front, frowned. He turned his head and shouted coldly, "Who's there? Get out here." Upon hearing this, the powerhouses of the Xia family all made their moves and collected all the blood-colored flags. Then, they took out their swords and sabers, and the laws on their bodies erupted, as if they were facing a great enemy. Is that torch dragon back? Humph, it seems that we've been discovered. Let's go out then. Without the torch dragon, the corpse emperor wasn't afraid of the Xia clan. His figure flashed, and he walked out, followed by Lin Xian and the others. In the next instant, they appeared in the void. It's you, the guy who won't leave. Do you think you can challenge the Xia clan alone? When Xianxia saw the corpse emperor, he snorted coldly. He also knew this person, who had injured the great emperor of his clan before. He had also killed several experts. He didn't expect the other party to follow him here. Since you've seen the secret of the lake, you can go to hell. And these people behind you, none of them will live. Attack. After saying that, he snorted coldly, and a big hand grabbed at the corpse emperor. At the same time, the experts behind him all moved, and they attacked Lin Xian and the others. The battle was about to break out in an instant. The corpse emperor sneered and also made a move. The two collided, and the surroundings were shattered. As for the other experts of the Xia family, they let out miserable shrieks. The great emperor of the Xia clan was sent flying, and he vomited blood. How is this possible? Xianxia's expression changed, and he looked at Lin Xian and the others in surprise. You are? Lin Xian smiled, and a powerful aura was released from his body. Great Emperor. And there was more than one. Damn it, you found help. He stared at the corpse emperor. That's right. The corpse emperor smiled and said, so, this time, you will definitely lose. He turned to Lin Xian and the others and said, don't hold back, we can't let them go back. Otherwise, our news will spread to the Xia clan, and then a large number of experts will come. Understood. Lin Xian and the others nodded, and then they rushed over. The great emperor of the Xia clan stared at Xia Jiuyo and said, I'll kill this old man first. Kill these two young people. Even if the other party was a great emperor, so what? He was the great emperor of the Xia clan, and his strength was far beyond others. So, he rushed over in an instant. An extremely terrifying netherworld aura burst out from his body. The endless great Tao seemed to be able to cut through everything. Xiaojiu roared and performed the 9 Serenities song, which turned into a murderous aura and began to bombard. The great emperor at the front was forced to retreat continuously. He roared crazily. Who are you? Who are you? Why do you know the unique skill of the Xia clan? Damn it, 9 Serenities song. The great emperor of the Xia clan also roared and unleashed his ultimate skill, the Song of the 9 Serenities. The song broke through the 9 heavens, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Xiaojiu shook his head slightly. Your bloodline is not good enough. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes, and this made the great emperor vomit blood in anger. My bloodline is not good enough? He was a great emperor, how could his bloodline not be good enough? Die. Along with the endless mysterious voice, he quickly rushed over. Boom. Boom, boom. The two collided. Xiaojiu performed his 9 Serenities body, and an unparalleled power burst out. Instantly, the great emperor was smashed into pieces. This great emperor was severely injured. He seemed to have discovered something and roared in horror, your bloodline is actually the Xia clan's bloodline. Who are you? Who are you? Xia Quangsha's expression also changed. He turned his head and stared at Xiaojiu. What a pure bloodline aura. He asked coldly, what's your relationship with the Xia clan? What does it matter? Humph, you can guess it yourself. Xiaojiu said coldly. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Xia Quangsha was so angry that his face turned gloomy. He said to the people behind him, use the 9 underworlds formation to attack him. The people behind him moved quickly. With the great emperors taking the lead, some black flags appeared on their bodies and started to flutter non-stop. They formed a super formation. Using the boundless 9 underworlds power, they charged towards Xiaojiu. Qi go and help him. Lin Xian said. He didn't move. Instead, he stared at Xia Quangsha. This was a truly difficult opponent to deal with. He absolutely couldn't let him escape. Xiaojiu's 9 underworlds blade enveloped him. His 9 underworlds body shone brightly again. He swept his attacks in all directions. The formation was shaking non-stop. Xueqi also made her move. Terrifying ice power danced in the air. She also had a super strong body. When the two divine bodies attacked together, the opponent's formation couldn't resist at all. It was shaking non-stop. Those people were all sealed in ice. The great emperor in the lead coughed up blood and retreated. A lot of frost appeared on his body. Even worse, his body was pierced through by Xiaojiu's attack. He let out a miserable cry. At the same time, he cried out in alarm, I know, your bloodline is the 9 underworlds body. You actually have the 9 underworlds body. Just as this voice finished roaring, he was sealed in ice. After Xia Quangsha heard that, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Xiaojiu. You actually have the 9 underworlds body. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Those who possessed such a bloodline should be the legendary physique. But, why are you here? Clearly, all of this was beyond Xia Quangsha's expectations. However, he couldn't care less. He had to suppress his opponent first, bring him back to his clan, and slowly interrogate him. Thinking of this, he roared. His black hair fluttered wildly. 2 strands of black immortal energy flew out of his body and soared into the sky. The entire sky turned into a black ocean. It was as if it was going to suppress heaven and earth. A palm fell from the black sky and struck towards Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu roared. Xueqi also tried her best to block it. However, the two of them were still forced back. He didn't die, as expected of the legendary physique. Xia Quangsha was also shocked. Under normal circumstances, with his 2 strands of immortal qi, it would be very easy for him to kill someone with only 1 strand of immortal qi. However, his opponent managed to block it. When he wanted to attack again, the corpse emperor flew over and cut off heaven and earth. He said, You think I don't exist? After he finished speaking, a metallic glow appeared on his body. Then, he quickly rushed over and fought with Xianxia. Lin Xian also said, "Get rid of him, don't let him escape." When they rushed over together, the pressure on Xianxia immediately increased. Originally, his strength was about the same as that of the Corpse Emperor. Now that Lin Xian was added to the mix, the three of them instantly put him at a disadvantage. "Damn it, you're all courting death." Xianxia roared, "I'll kill you first." He stared at Lin Xian and threw a punch at him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with the immortal slaying sword. A terrifying sword light shrouded heaven and earth, resisting the opponent head-on. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he quickly rushed over again. How could it be? A mere quasi-emperor didn't die. He was even more shocked. Xiaojiu could block it because his opponent had a strand of divine fire and a mysterious physique. However, this kid wasn't a great emperor. How could he block it? Lin Xian said, as expected of a powerhouse with 2 strands of immortal qi. "You're really strong. However, it's impossible for you to kill me." After he finished speaking, he rushed over and merged with Xueqi's 9 yin and 9 yang. The two of them launched a super powerful attack. "Damn it, you also have a divine body." Xianxia went crazy. He found that these 3 people all had super powerful physiques under the starry sky. In addition, there was a great emperor who was not weaker than him. He couldn't fight this battle anymore. "Just wait." He turned around and left. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian and Xueqi flew over and merged with 9 yin and 9 yang to launch an attack. However, they still couldn't stop the other party. The two of them were knocked back. After the Corpse Emperor went up, he wanted to stop them. However, he still couldn't do it. It was very difficult to kill the other party at the same level. It was also very difficult to stop the other party. This was because the immortal qi on Xianxia's body kept erupting and boiling. Obviously, the other party wanted to go all out. Lin Xian transmitted his voice, hit him into the lake. The Corpse Emperor moved quickly after hearing that. His palms were like divine iron. With a light wave, heaven and earth collapsed. He had turned himself into a divine weapon. He hit Xianxia and forced him to retreat. However, Xianxia roared, "It's useless. I've already seen through your little tricks. I won't fall into the lake." "Damn it." The Corpse Emperor's face was cold. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. He merged with Xueqi and launched 9 yin and 9 yang. They hit the other party. "It's useless. You two just wait. After I leave, I'll kill you first." Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. He was so strong. Xueqi furrowed her brows. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't hold back. Use all your trump cards." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a crown appeared, about to swallow the other party. "Get lost." Xianxia punched open the black hole. However, at this moment, the Vajra rings flew over and hit him. His body swayed, and he landed on the ground. How is this possible? How can he have so many magical treasures? Before he finished thinking, Xiaojiu arrived. 9 Nether Song. He used his super powerful bloodline to affect the other party, causing the other party's soul to be somewhat disturbed. At this moment, Xueqi attacked with the 9 Nether Sword. As the sword slashed down, a black sword shadow appeared. It was as if an ancient god had come back to life. Xianxia was sent flying. Although there were no cracks on his body, his qi and blood were still surging. He was dumbfounded. This sword was the legendary 9 Nether Sword. "You even have such a divine weapon? Damn it. Who are you?" He wanted to run away. He was a little scared now. However, Lin Xian roared and took out the great dragon sword soul. He slashed with the sword, and a dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. An invincible power descended. This time, a wound appeared on Xianxia's body. This made him even more shocked. His strength was far superior to the other parties. Logically speaking, even a great emperor with a strand of immortal energy couldn't injure him. However, the other party was able to injure him. It was unbelievable. He attacked again. Lin Xian and the others attacked again. Xianxia was sent flying. At this moment, the corpse emperor suddenly attacked. He arrived behind Xianxia and said coldly, "Goodbye." Boom. He slapped Xianxia's back with his palm. Xianxia fell down like a kite with a broken string. He roared crazily. However, the combined attack of these people was too terrifying. He was sent into the lake. Gurgle. Gurgle. Many bubbles emerged from the lake. Xianxia struggled, trying to escape. However, he was soon enveloped by a mysterious power. He felt that all the strength in his body was disappearing. Then, he sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. In the end, those bubbles disappeared. Lin Xian and the others landed. Their scalps were numb. They had experienced Xianxia's strength. They had so many people and used all their trump cards, but they only managed to injure him. They hadn't killed him yet. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. However, such a person couldn't escape after falling into the lake. Could it be that only Earth immortals could enter the lake? However, the corpse emperor said, "Let's leave here first. This lake is too strange. Moreover, the battle just now would probably alarm the torch dragon." Although he was pessimistic, he still had a part of his soul outside. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the sky-swallowing jar. He covered all the people who were frozen and took them away. The next moment, they rose into the air. Not long after he left, sure enough, a dragon head poked out from the ground. What's going on? Why do I feel that someone is fighting? Puzzled, he looked around him. Zhu Long was very confused. He did feel the aura of a battle. However, the person had disappeared. This was really strange. What were the people of the Xia family doing? After thinking for a while, he stopped paying attention. After all, the Xia family had Xianxia, a great emperor who had cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. It was impossible. What kind of situation would happen? Therefore, Zhu Long took a look around and left. He didn't know that Xianxia, who he trusted, had been beaten into the lake by Lin Xian and the others and had completely sunk. As for the other people of the Xia family, they had also been suppressed and taken away by Lin Xian and the others. They came to another place. Lin Xian and the others released the people of the Xia family. These people were still frozen in the frost. Lin Xian and the others began to collect the souls. Soon, they furrowed their brows tightly. The Xia family was preparing to hold a party to recruit countless top families and sects around. They planned to share the matter of this mysterious lake. That's impossible. This is too strange. Xia Jiuyou frowned. When Xianxia met us, he wanted to kill us to prevent the news from leaking out. But why? Why did he want to share it now? The corpse emperor also said that there must be a demon when things are abnormal. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, it should be related to the array. I guess with the strength of the Xia family, they shouldn't be able to break this array. He wanted to gather the strength of other families and sects to break this array together. Everyone nodded. They felt that this idea was very reliable. Then what should they do next? Lin Xian smiled. Of course, they should go to the Xia family and participate in this party. This way, they could pay close attention to what the Xia family was doing. After making up their minds, they suppressed the people of the Xia family again. Then, they prepared to go to the party. At the same time, an angry roar came from the Xia family. Several young people were holding a soul pagoda. At this moment, the soul pagoda was already dim. This was the pagoda that contained the soul of the great emperor. This soul pagoda was shining, which meant that their great emperor was still alive. At this moment, one of the soul pagoda was extinguished. Furthermore, this was actually Xianxia's soul pagoda. Did this mean that Xianxia was dead? The Xia family could not accept it. Xianxia was an expert with 2 strands of immortal energy. How could he possibly die so easily? No one would be able to kill him. The leader of the Xia family sat in the main hall. He looked down and said coldly, "Who can tell me? What was going on? Where did Xianxia go?" His voice was incomparably cold, causing the surrounding people to tremble. The elders of the Xia family were frowning as well. To be honest, they weren't sure either. Among them, the great elder said, reporting to the clan leader, Xianxia was following orders to go to the lake in the bone forest. Could it be that it was the torch dragon who did it? Damn it, that Zhulong was too arrogant. Did he really think that the Xia family would not dare to touch him? At this moment, the second elder walked out and said, no, it shouldn't be. We have investigated, and the 19th elder's soul is still there. He was also one of the great emperors who went with Xianxia. If it was the torch dragon who did it, they would have been wiped out. Why was it that only Xianxia's soul was extinguished, while the other souls were still there? This meant that the others were still alive. Go, head to the White Bone Forest and investigate what's going on. Did the torch dragon do it? Or did someone else do it secretly? Also, find out what happened to the lake. Report this information to me as soon as possible. Do you hear me? He shouted angrily. The people of the Xia family quickly nodded and headed to the burial ground. The leader of the Xia family raised his head and looked at the great elder. He said in a deep voice, have you sent out the invitations? 10 days later, I want the gathering to be held as scheduled. These things can't delay the gathering. That's because this is our one and only chance. The great elder said, don't worry, clan leader. We have already informed those families and sections. Moreover, with the magic of the creation celestial pool, those families won't refuse. That's good. The creation celestial pool contains a mysterious power that can improve our strength. Maybe we can use it to awaken our ancestor. Speaking of this, they were all excited. Their ancestor was naturally an earth immortal. The great battle millions of years ago had injured their ancestor and made him sleep until now. However, they had to awaken their ancestor and use his power to sweep through the 9 serenities again. Next, they were looking forward to reopening the 9 serenities. They were going to go to the universe again and conquer the world. The news of the Xia family's banquet spread. All the major families and sects received the news. At the same time, they also learned about the creation celestial pool. What? There was a celestial pool that had the power to make a great emperor break through. These top-notch clans all had emperor realm existences within them. They hadn't made a breakthrough for many years. At this moment, how could they not be excited when they heard the news? Therefore, they all went to the Xia family. Lin Xian and the others also went to the Xia family. Among them, the corpse emperor wore a loose black robe that hid his face. Xiaojioyo and Xianxia also hid their bloodlines. Lin Xian even used the heaven-devouring jar to form a black vortex armor that covered their bodies. After all, it would be troublesome if their bloodline resonated with the Xia family this time. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring jar was very mysterious. As long as Xiaojioyo didn't take the initiative to attack, he shouldn't be able to discover it. Soon, they arrived at the Xia family's territory. The place where the Xia family was located was called Emperor Mountain. The name was very domineering. The place was filled with the aura of a great emperor. It was incomparably sacred. Countless people didn't dare to fly when they came here. Instead, they all landed at the foot of the mountain. They wanted to climb the mountain on foot. This was a respect to the Xia family. Who dared to fly here? That was to challenge the Xia family. They would be pierced by the Xia family's peerless experts with an arrow. The Xia family had an extreme weapon called the Eternal Night Bow. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. There was once an arrogant great emperor who flew on Emperor Mountain and challenged the Xia family. In the end, he was pierced by the Xia family's Eternal Night Bow. The great emperor's blood stained the mountain. It was very tragic and shocked the entire 9 serenities. Since then, no one dared to come to Emperor Mountain and behave atrociously. There were many mountains and valleys around Emperor Mountain. There were many palaces and pavilions. These people temporarily stayed here, waiting for the Xia family's banquet to begin. Lin Xian and the others arrived and walked towards the valley ahead. There were many villas there. Lin Xian and the others decided to stay here first. Butian and Xianxia blinked and exclaimed, "It's so scary. There are so many experts here. Grandpa, I can sense the information of the great emperors. They're not worth mentioning." Xiaojioyo also said, "Don't release your bloodline aura. This is the Xia family's territory. We can't expose our identities now." Xianxia nodded. Xiaojiu and the others were also shocked. Indeed, there were many great emperors who came this time. There were even great emperors who cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. However, there were no earth immortals yet. After all, there were too few of them. These people wouldn't appear unless it was the most important moment. In the valley, there was a villa called the Second Villa. It was well decorated and the environment was elegant. It was very suitable for living here. When Lin Xian and the others walked in, the little maid in the villa came to receive them. However, at this moment, a young man frowned and stared at Butian. The next moment, he sneered, "Little thing, I finally found you." A chilling killing intent was released from his body, and it swept towards Butian. Butian was startled. "It's you." His expression changed. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. Butian said, "He's the disciple of the Sword Martial Emperor." The young man in front was called the Storm Sword Saint. His sword energy was terrifying. He looked at Butian and said, "Kid, how dare you steal from my master? You must be tired of living. Hand over the sarcophagus and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead when my master comes." Butian snorted, "That's not yours. I picked it up. You just want to take it. Little thing, I gave you face, but you don't want it, do you? Do I have to personally suppress you before you'll obediently tell me the truth?" The Storm Sword Saint sneered. He flicked his finger and a sword energy flew out. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and shattered the sword energy. The next moment, he said lightly, "That sarcophagus is mine now. Come at me." "You?" The Storm Sword Saint stared at Lin Xian again. He sneered, "Kid, who are you? Don't you know that my master wants the sarcophagus? My master is the Sword Martial Emperor. He's a master of swordsmanship and extremely powerful. He's famous among the great emperors. Do you dare to challenge him? Kneel down and hand over the sarcophagus. I'll spare your life." Is this guy crazy? Lin Xian and the others ignored him and walked into the villa. "Give us a secluded yard." "Who dares?" The Storm Sword Saint snorted and said to the people of the Second Villa, "He's my master's enemy. My master is the Sword Martial Emperor. Do you want to die? Do you dare to let them in?" Hearing this, the manager of the Second Villa walked out and said, "Sorry, please go to another villa." Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. The 9 Serenity Soul also said, "Sword Martial Emperor, who do you think you are? How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Only your master didn't come. If he came, we could kill him with one slap." Now, he did have the arrogance to say these words. Lin Xian and the others were stronger than the Sword Martial Emperor. Not to mention, the Corpse Emperor was here as well. A mere great emperor was nothing in their eyes. "You dare to challenge my master?" The Storm Sword Saint was furious. "Tell me, how do you want to die? Teach him a lesson." Lin Xian said with a frown. The 9 Serenity's spirit rushed over and slapped the Sword Saint of Storm to the ground. He said coldly, "Trash like you dares to block our way?" The Storm Sword Saint's bones were all broken. He fell to the ground and roared, "You're dead. I'll call my master. I want him to destroy all of you." There were still some people in the villa who cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Wasn't this the disciple of the Sword Martial Monarch? Who dared to challenge the Sword Martial Emperor, who was so reckless? He dared to hit the disciple of the great emperor. Another man walked out of the villa. This man's aura was terrifying. He had reached the boundary emperor realm. The sword energy on his body was even more terrifying than the 9 Serenity spirits. He thrust his sword at the 9 Serenity spirit. The 9 Serenity spirit retreated in fear. However, Xueqi made a move at this moment. She waved her hand, and frost filled the sky and froze the sword energy in an instant. Even the swordsman who attacked her was frozen. Everyone exclaimed, "What a terrifying aura! This woman is too powerful. She's so beautiful. Which family does she belong to?" Countless voices of discussion could be heard. Someone was terrified, "Why do I feel that this woman has the aura of a great emperor? Who dares to attack my husband? I'll kill him." Xueqi waved her hand and froze the swordsman who attacked her into an ice sculpture. He was dead. Countless people exclaimed. The Sword Saint of Storm was also dumbfounded. You actually killed my senior brother? You crazy woman, my master will definitely not let you off. The people around also exclaimed, who is that kid? Which family is he from? He married a great emperor. It's unbelievable. The shopkeeper of the second villa was also stunned. He couldn't afford to offend the sword martial emperor. However, he couldn't afford to offend the woman in front of him either. Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do, another massive being suddenly descended from the sky. This gigantic creature was a demonic beast with an extremely terrifying aura. It descended like a demon god. It said coldly, those who have nothing to do with this, get out of here. I've taken a liking to this villa. Its loud voice made everyone's scalp tingle. No one in the villa was so arrogant. They looked outside. In the next moment, they exclaimed, the 9 Serenities Beast. It's a great Emperor level 9 Serenities Beast. This is an extremely terrifying being. We can't afford to offend it. Retreat. Countless people retreated in fear. Some of them even saluted, greetings, Lord 9 Serenities Beast. The 9 Serenities Beast was very satisfied with this scene. He raised his head and said, kneel to the side. The people on both sides made way for him. Seeing this scene, the Storm Sword Saint also exclaimed, it's Lord 9 Serenities Beast. Greetings, Lord 9 Serenities. I'm the disciple of the Sword Martial Emperor. The Sword Martial Emperor? Oh, has that kid's swordsmanship improved recently? The 9 Serenities Beast said like an old man. Although he was young, his status was extraordinary. Even if he faced other great emperors, he would not spare them a glance. The Storm Sword Saint said, Master's swordsmanship has been improving. It's unfathomable. I can only look up to it. However, someone killed my senior brother. I'm sure my master will be angry. Oh, the 9 Serenities Beast was surprised. Who dared to kill the Sword Martial Emperor's disciple? It's her. It's this woman. They all deserve to die. The Storm Sword Saint pointed at Xueqi and the others and gritted his teeth. He really hoped that the 9 Serenities Beast would attack them. Let me see whose courting death has come to Emperor Mountain. The 9 Serenities Beast lowered his head. When he saw Xueqi, he was stunned. When he saw Lin Xian, his expression changed. It's you. Like a frightened cat, he jumped to his feet. It's you. Lin Xian also smiled. This 9 Serenities Beast wasn't someone else. It was the 9 Serenities Beast that the old Heavenly Master had summoned in the 9th peak. They had fought before, but the Heavenly Master was no match for him. He had been beaten until he was scared. It's Lin Gongzi. Long time no see. Greetings, young master. The 9 Serenities Beast bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. The surrounding people were all stunned. The sword in the Storm Sword Saint's hand fell to the ground. He was so scared that his body trembled. How is this possible? The 9 Serenities Beast didn't care about his master at all. Its strength was terrifying. Since when did it bow to anyone? But now, the 9 Serenities Beast was bowing to a young man. And this young man was his enemy. What kind of person did he offend? The other people were also discussing. This young man is indeed extraordinary. How can he be an ordinary person if he can marry a great emperor? Look, even the 9 Serenities Beast bowed to him. Who exactly is he? Is he a young master of the Xia family? No, the Xia family can't be here. Which family does he belong to? Countless guesses were heard. You even bowed to me? I thought you were going to help the Sword Martial Emperor kill me. Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the 9 Serenity Beast shook its head. Why would I do that? Young master, how would I dare to fight you? As for the Sword Martial Emperor? That idiot, what kind of disciple did he teach? The 9 Serenity Beast lowered its head. 2 balls of 9 Serenity fire appeared in its eyes. It flew towards the Storm Sword Saint. The Storm Sword Saint kept kowtowing. Don't kill me. Give my master some face, okay? Please, spare my life. However, the 2 balls of fire didn't turn him into ashes. What was the Sword Martial Emperor? Whoever dared to fight against the young master would die. Even if the sword martial emperor came, he would have to lower his head in front of the young master. The 9 netherworld beasts' voice rang out, causing countless people to be even more shocked. They all looked at Lin Xian and kept guessing. Who is this young man? Young master, please. The 9 serenity beast led the way. Lin Xian and the others walked towards the second villa. The shopkeeper and the others were already trembling in fear. He came to Lin Xian and kept bowing. Young master, I'm sorry. I was blind. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for my negligence. It's okay. The ignorant are not guilty. You can all leave. I want to be alone for a while. Very quickly, the shopkeepers and the young maidservants in the surroundings all left. Lin Xian and the others asked for a quiet courtyard. The 9 serenity beasts' palace was next to it. He said, Young master, are you also here for the Xia family's banquet? The fortune celestial pool was really attractive. Lin Xian heard and asked, What is the fortune celestial pool? The 9 serenity beast was stunned. You don't know? If you don't know, why are you here? Lin Xian said, I saw a lot of people here, so I came over. Hurry up and tell me what the fortune celestial pool is. The 9 serenity beast said. After Lin Xian and the others heard, their eyes flashed. The fortune celestial pool should be that mysterious lake. So that was his name. From the looks of it, this gathering was indeed related to this lake. What exactly was the Xia family planning? The 9 netherworld beast beside him said, Young master, since you don't know about the creation celestial pond, you probably don't have an invitation. But it doesn't matter. You can use mine. When the time comes, we'll go in together. The 9 netherworld beast was very curious about Lin Xian's group. Especially Lin Xian, the 9 netherworld beast did not dare to offend him. This was the descendant of the great dragon. If he was on good terms with him, it would be beneficial to him. Therefore, the 9 netherworld beast was willing to stay by Lin Xian's side. Alright, then we won't stand on ceremony. There was no need to worry about the invitation. The banquet would begin in 3 days. Word of what had happened spread, and soon, countless people were in an uproar. All of the surrounding clans in the valley knew about it. An incredible youth came to the second mountain manor. Even the 9 netherworld beast had to lower its head to him. The 2 disciples of the sword martial emperor were also killed by the other party. When the news reached the sword martial emperor trembled in anger. Originally, he was looking for a few old friends to exchange their cultivation experience. When he heard this, he almost vomited blood. He had just left for a while, and his 2 disciples were killed. Especially his eldest disciple, who had reached the boundary emperor level and was very talented in the sword Dao. He had planned to train him well. Maybe he could break through. But now, all his hopes were gone. His efforts were all in vain. Damn it, who was it? He went to the second mountain manor with a murderous aura. He wanted an explanation. The people inside, get the hell out here. The sword martial emperor came to the outside of the manor. His murderous aura was surging, and the sword chi on his body kept exploding. At this moment, everything in the world was penetrated. The people in the surrounding valley were also surprised. Many of them rushed over. Was the sword martial emperor going to attack someone? Interesting. Who would have thought that he would see a martial monarch throwing a tantrum before the banquet of the Xia clan had even begun? The shopkeeper and maids in the second mountain manor were scared out of their wits. Was the sword martial emperor here? However, at this moment, Butian walked out of the courtyard where Lin Xian was. He looked up at the sky and said, It's you. Big brother told you to get out of here. He doesn't want to attack you. Otherwise, you will regret it. Little thing, it's you. When the sword martial emperor saw Butian, he realized that this must be one of the people he met before. Damn kid, hand over the sarcophagus. He grabbed at Butian with his palm. Butian's face turned pale. After all, he was facing a martial emperor. However, at this moment, endless frost appeared in the courtyard and froze the world. It formed an ice shield and blocked the horrifying palm. The palm kept freezing and turned into an ice sculpture. Xueqi walked out and said to Butian, "Go inside. I will deal with it." Butian nodded, "Big sister, be careful." Then, he retreated into the courtyard. Xueqi walked out and looked up at the sky. "You are a martial emperor. How dare you attack a kid? Shameless. Unforgivable. You again? I am looking for that kid." "What? Does he only dare to hide behind a woman?" The sword martial emperor was talking about Lin Xian. Xueqi shook her head. "You don't deserve my husband's help. Because my husband can kill you instantly." "Humph. I thought it was not easy for you to reach the martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, you are so stubborn. Don't blame me for suppressing you. You are not bad. Go back and be my slave." The sword martial emperor's eyes shone with a horrifying light. Then, he raised his arm and waved it out. At this moment, a beam of sword energy appeared and turned into the only thing in the world. Boundless murderous intent shook the sky. The sword slashed down. The surrounding people exclaimed, "It's here." The sword martial emperor's sword energy. The sword martial emperor was a famous swordsman among the martial emperors. It was originally a representation of attack power, a representation of powerful strength. The sword martial emperor was one of the best among the martial emperors. His swordsmanship was absolutely shocking. Xueqi waved her jade-like hand and unleashed a terrifying frost to fight against the sword energy. The frost had sealed the sword chi. However, the second beam of sword energy came down. Then, hundreds of sword energy came down and shattered the frost in the sky. Xueqi condensed a pair of frost wings. She looked like an ice goddess in a painting, freezing the world. At this moment, everyone was terrified. The blood in their bodies was about to be frozen. The collision of the two martial emperors was earth-shattering. A huge black hole appeared. However, the two of them controlled themselves well. It seemed like they didn't want to alarm the Xia family. Therefore, the black hole quickly disappeared. After the collision, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It was too unbelievable. Someone was able to resist the sword martial emperor's attack. Moreover, it was a young man. Who is this woman? Why do I feel that she is very young? She just became a martial emperor not long ago. The sword martial emperor had been a martial emperor for 30,000 years. His swordsmanship had reached perfection. How could he not defeat this woman? The sword martial emperor's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Kid, you are hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you dare to come out and fight with me? I will let you use one hand." At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from the courtyard. "Do you want to fight? Well, I will let you see my swordsmanship." As the sword slashed out, it lit up the nine-nether starry sky. It was like a bright lamp in the eternal night. This sword attack was too terrifying. The people around Dishan were all shocked. They were all stupefied at their spots. The sword martial emperor's pupils shrank. As a sword Dao great emperor, he knew how terrifying this sword was. "Damn it!" he roared. He would not allow himself to be surpassed in sword Dao. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together and slashed down. Then, he slashed forward. The two sword chis collided, and the sound of mountains collapsing could be heard. However, the sword martial emperor's body was pushed back continuously as his sword was sent flying out of his hands. This sword chi had penetrated his body. He landed in the distance and covered his wound with his left hand. His face looked terrible. His blood turned into countless blood-red swords that danced in the sky. The people around exclaimed. The sword martial emperor was injured. Oh God, he was at a disadvantage in a sword Dao battle. Was there an even more terrifying sword Dao great emperor inside? "Who are you? Do you dare to come out and meet me?" The sword martial emperor gritted his teeth and said. "That sword strike just now was too shocking. You want to meet me?" Lin Xian walked out of the courtyard. His black hair danced in the wind. His handsome face made countless people look up to him. He's so young. It's a young man. This guy, how did he manage to unleash such a terrifying sword attack? Impossible. It's definitely not him. The sword martial emperor snorted. "Kid, it's not you. You can't unleash such a sword technique. Ask the expert behind you to come out." You're so ignorant. Who told you that I can't unleash such a sword technique? Then, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the void. The power of laws gathered in his hand and formed a sword of laws. Then, he slashed out. Boundless power was gathered within this sword. This sword light seemed to be able to sever everything in its path. Boom, the sword martial emperor kept retreating. His forehead was cracked, and his eyes were wide open. This is impossible. That sword chi was really unleashed by him. This aura was really too similar. In that instant earlier, it was as if the other party had transformed into an unparalleled sword god, causing him to feel incomparably terrified. The others were also surprised. Is this the young sword god? Heavens, his sword was too terrifying. A single slash from the sky could cut through all things. Could it be that he was the youth that even the 9 Netherworld beast was afraid of? No wonder the 9 Netherworld beast was so arrogant and untamed. Why would it be afraid of a young man? It turned out that this young man's swordsmanship was too astonishing. Who exactly was he? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. Do you still want to compete with me? Lin Xian's indifferent voice sounded. The sword martial monarch fell silent. His face turned ugly. Lin Xian smiled. You said before that I was only fit to hide behind a woman. Now that I'm out, why don't you dare to do it again? As a swordsman, where's your will? Where's your sword heart? Pick up your sword and fight me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded like thunder, causing everyone's soul to tremble. The sword martial monarch's blood boiled. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth. You've gone too far. Although your swordsmanship is strong, a great emperor will not tolerate humiliation. Today, even if I have to bet my honor, I'll fight you. Kid, you're not a great emperor, so I won't bully you. Today, let's not compete in cultivation, but in swordsmanship. After that, the sword martial monarch snorted coldly. The cracks on his body quickly healed. At the same time, thousands of sword chi appeared on his body. Sword spirit art. Countless people exclaimed. This is the sword martial monarch's strongest sword technique. The sword chi in the sky gathered above the sword martial monarch's head and formed a palm-sized person. He walked with his sword in his arms, and countless rays of sword light circled around him. Then, the little person quickly flew forward. The sword intent on his body was too strong. Even if the sword martial monarch did not use his cultivation, it was still too strong. Even though the sword martial monarch was not a great emperor, his sword technique was not something that anyone below the great emperor could resist. The quasi-emperors were terrified and in despair. Everyone below the great emperor is an ant. They looked at Lin Xian again. I wonder how strong this kid's sword intent is. The previous 2 sword moves had stunned everyone. However, they still wanted to see if Lin Xian had other sword techniques. Sword spirit art? Alright, I'll let you see my sword technique. Lin Xian stretched out his right hand and pressed toward the void. Xiankuan sword technique, everything is a sword. Everyone's eyes widened, but they realized that there was nothing on Lin Xian's body. There was no sharp sword aura. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that he's bluffing? No. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding grass, trees, mountains, and stones all burst out with extremely cold sword chi. As for the martial artists in the other palaces, the weapons in their hands also rose into the air and burst out with extremely cold light. Everything in the world turned into Lin Xian's sword for him to use. Boom. Boom, the tiny person holding the sword clashed with the sword of everything, and a shocking sword chi burst out. The 2 collided and shook the world. One was the sword martial monarch, who condensed his own sword chi to form a tiny person. His swordsmanship could be said to be extremely cold. The other was Lin Xian, who condensed all things in the world to form a sword technique. Their sword Dao theories were polar opposites. Who would be more powerful? The sky full of swords fell and hit the tiny person. The tiny person's body shook and the sword chi on its body dimmed. The sword martial monarch roared, I won't be defeated. Using myself as a sword is the most powerful. His tiny sword Dao figure swept through everything, cleaving apart all the swords in the world. Great, is the sword martial monarch going to win? However, Lin Xian shook his head. The show has just begun. He closed his fingers and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Suddenly, the sword martial monarch's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his body seemed to be out of control. The sword intent in his body was controlled by his opponent. This feeling was truly too frightening. The tiny sword chi figure was also affected and quickly dimmed. He hurried back to the sword martial monarch's side in shock. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Is the sword martial monarch injured? Lin Xian said, when you're strong to the extreme, you will also become my sword. What a profound sword skill. What a terrifying sword intent. Did this guy treat the martial sword emperor as a sword and use it as a weapon? This is really crazy. I've lost. The sword martial monarch put away his sword spirit and sighed. In an instant, he seemed to have aged tens of thousands of years. Someone had actually surpassed him in sword Dao. This was a blow to his self-esteem. He didn't expect that there would always be someone better. Young man, can you tell me your name? My name is Lin Wudi. Everyone exclaimed, Lin Wudi, what an arrogant name. The sword martial monarch's eyes flickered. I'll remember this name. I'll cultivate in seclusion. When my sword technique has another breakthrough, I'll come back and fight with you. Anytime. Lin Xian said lightly. Then, the sword martial monarch turned and left. He said in a deep voice, tell the Xia family that I won't attend this banquet. It seemed that he was going to cultivate in seclusion immediately. He was going to cultivate his sword technique again. After defeating the sword martial emperor, Lin Xian also returned to the courtyard. He was also in seclusion here. These days, he was waiting for the banquet while comprehending the origin of the immortal qi. He came here to help the corpse emperor. But now, Lin Xian was here for himself. He must enter the creation celestial pool. It definitely contained the secret of the immortal qi. Elder Xia had already broken through. He felt that he was not far from breaking through and becoming an emperor. As long as he could find a way to perfectly fuse the immortal qi and the divine fire, it would be enough. Attaining the Tao in the universe, Lin Xian knew that it was more than 10 times more difficult than here. Not only was there the shackles of the heavenly Tao, but there were also countless people eyeing him covetously. The Nirvana realm and the Supreme Palace would probably not let him get what he wanted. But, so what, even if the road ahead is dangerous, even if millions of people block my way, I will bravely advance with one sword. This was Lin Xian's Tao. The news here spread again. The young man who made the 9 netherworld beast bow its head defeated the sword martial emperor again. His sword Tao was so terrifying. Countless exclamations sounded. Was there a genius who would rise like a comet one day? Such a person was so powerful. Which family was he from? They had never heard of such a young emperor. They all thought that Lin Xian was already a great emperor. However, they did not know that Lin Xian was only a quasi-emperor. Once he became a great emperor, his strength would increase exponentially. In the Xiao family's ancient palace, the Xiao family's patriarch asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Is there any news from the burial ground?" 3 figures knelt below. They cupped their fists and said, "Patriarch, we found traces of battle around the creation celestial pool. There was the aura of our Xia family, but we did not find anyone. The torch dragon also disappeared. We did not find it." Hearing this, the first elder asked, "Patriarch, what should we do?" Tomorrow was the day of the banquet. There was no other way. They could only continue to send people to look for the crazy shark. As for the banquet, it began as scheduled. If we want to break the array, we have to borrow the strength of these people. Go and prepare. When the sun rises tomorrow, let those people climb the mountain. Yes. The great elder went to make preparations. The others left as well. Only the Xiao family clan leader was left in the ancient hall. He stood up with a cold expression on his face. No matter who it is, whoever dares to go against the Xiao family will be destroyed. After a moment of silence, he snorted coldly, "If everything goes well, these people should still be following the Xiao family." He headed towards the creation celestial pool. At that time, with their help, I will be able to open the fortune celestial pool. Then, I will be able to obtain everything I want. The Xiao clan. When he thought of this, his body became a little excited. He was also an expert who had managed to cultivate 2 strands of immortal energy. Not only that, he felt that he had already reached the peak. If he took another step forward, he would have the 3rd strand of immortal chi, which would make him an earth immortal. However, even after cultivating for 100,000 years, he still hadn't managed to cultivate this strand of immortal chi. Because of this, he felt despair. Was this the end of his road? However, the appearance of the Fortune Celestial Pool had given him new hope. Perhaps he could use the power of the Fortune Celestial Pool to condense the 3rd strand of celestial chi to become a new land immortal. In that way, he would reach a new height. His lifespan would be extended again. His strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. That was the immortal in everyone's eyes. Even the other great emperors would have to crawl at his feet. Therefore, this plan had to succeed. The next day, just as the sun rose, a passage was opened in the defensive array of Emperor Mountain. The people at the foot of the mountain went up one after another. They handed over their invitations and were invited in by the Xia family. Lin Xian and the others also followed the 9 netherworld beasts up the mountain and climbed up the Emperor Mountain. They felt a vast and spectacular sight. The entire Emperor Mountain possessed a mysterious power. This surprised Butian greatly. He said, "Big brother, the power of heaven and earth on this mountain is too terrifying. It surpasses everything." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and observed with his Rinnegan. He was also surprised. Indeed, with his Rinnegan, he saw many arrays hidden under this mountain. Moreover, he saw many intertwined dragon veins and spirit veins. This was an extremely terrifying treasure land. However, thinking about it, the Xia family was a family that had lasted for millions of years. They were powerful and had a deep foundation that far surpassed everything. Xia Jiuyo was also excited. Was this their family? It was indeed very strong. What would happen if he went against such a family? However, he was not afraid. Although his surname was Xia, he was no longer a member of the Xia family. He belonged to the God realm. He had more important things to do. After climbing halfway up the mountain, there was a very wide space. All kinds of buildings and palaces were densely covered in clouds. It was like an immortal palace. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, they were incomparably surprised. There were more people here than at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, these were the true experts. The 9 netherworld beasts said, "There are many people here. Young master, let me introduce you. Over there are the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families." There were also some other families, such as the Ghost Clan, the Nether Cloud Clan, and the Green Tail Clan. These families all had great emperors. They had existed for 100,000 to hundreds of thousands of years. It seemed that they had all encountered difficulties in cultivation and urgently needed a fortune to improve themselves. It seemed that they were all eyeing the Fortune Celestial Pool. Xueqi's beautiful eyes flickered. At this moment, a loud voice was heard. The Xia clan had arrived. Everyone in the room stood up at once. Lin Xian and the others also took a deep breath. The most crucial moment had arrived. They wondered if Xia Jiuyo and the others would be discovered. A group of people flew over from afar. The auras of these people were incomparably strong. There was more than one great emperor. Walking at the front was a man. His aura was even more terrifying. He was the Xia clan's patriarch, Xia Qianyu. His strength had reached the realm of 2 strands of immortal qi. Moreover, he seemed even more terrifying than Xia Guangsha. "Greetings, patriarch." The surrounding people bowed one after another in a very courteous manner. In front of their subordinates, no one dared to be arrogant. Xia Qianyu also smiled and nodded. He replied, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Soon, he arrived at the throne in front. He looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, there was a trace of nostalgia. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Lin Xian. This made Lin Xian and the others' hearts skip a beat. Could it be that we have been discovered? Xia Jiuyo took a deep breath. The aura on his body wavered. Lin Xian said, "Don't act rashly. Let's wait and see." Xia Jiuyo nodded. At this moment, Xia Qianyu said, "This young master should be the young sword god who fought with the sword martial emperor at the foot of the Emperor Mountain." Now that I have seen him, he is indeed extraordinary. I thought that you were already a great emperor since you defeated the sword martial emperor. I didn't expect you to only be a quasi-emperor. Your swordsmanship is really exquisite. Hearing this, the surrounding people all turned their heads and looked at Lin Xian. This was the young man in the legends. He wasn't a great emperor yet, but he defeated the sword martial emperor in swordsmanship. It was unbelievable. Xia clan leader, you are too polite. Lin Xian smiled. At the same time, they were all relieved. It turned out that he had not discovered Xiaojiu, but was paying attention to Lin Xian. At this moment, someone snorted. A quasi-emperor with slightly better sword skills is nothing to be afraid of. Xia clan leader, let's just ignore him and talk about the creation celestial pool. I want to know if the creation celestial pool is real. Those who spoke all had a frightening cold aura around them. There was also the power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. They were from the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families. The others also looked at Xia clan leader. Xia Qinyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I originally wanted to treat everyone to a meal and then talk about this. However, since everyone wants to know, fine, I'll tell you directly. The creation celestial pool does exist, and we have already found its location." Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. This time, the one who spoke had a green tail on its back. They were from the Qingwei clan. Xia clan leader shook his head. How can it be so simple? Although we have found the creation celestial pool, we cannot enter it. Because there is a huge formation around the creation celestial pool. Even with the power of my Xia clan, we cannot break this formation. Therefore, I have gathered everyone here, hoping that we can work together to break the formation. No problem. The experts of the surrounding clans nodded. They also knew that if the Xia clan could break the formation by themselves, they would have nothing to do. Therefore, working together was the best way. A branch family member said, "Xia clan leader, I don't think we need to eat. Let's go directly." Yes, I am not in the mood to do anything else. I just want to see the creation celestial pool. Alright, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's not delay. Let's go. Xia clan leader also stood up. He waved his hand and said, "First elder, you lead the people there." This time, Xia clan leader did not go. He wanted to stay in the Xia clan. However, the first elder was also a great emperor-level expert. He led the people of the Xia clan and set off with the others. In the next moment, these people rose into the air and flew into the distance. Let's go too. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xiaojiu and the others. They followed suit. A team headed towards the bone-burying forest. When the people of the surrounding families saw this, they exclaimed, "Is the creation celestial pool in the bone-burying forest?" That's right. The great elder said, "In the depths of the bone-burying forest." So this was the case. The bone-burying forest was extremely bizarre and terrifying. It was said that there were even martial emperor-level beasts in there. There were even martial emperors who were injured inside. That was why no one had investigated it all this time. Who would have thought that such a mysterious fortune would be hidden there? The group of people entered the bone-burying forest. They landed and moved forward. The demonic beasts they encountered along the way were all easily slain by them. However, after about half an hour, the first elder at the front said, "We'll be in the depths of bone-burying forest soon." The demonic beasts here were even more terrifying. Furthermore, there are also some extremely terrifying poisonous creatures and dangerous powers. Everyone, be careful. When the others heard this, they all took a deep breath as the laws revolved around their bodies. They did not dare to be careless. The bone-burying forest was an ancient battlefield. Millions of years ago, a top-level battle took place here. There were more than one martial emperor who had fallen. It could be said that this place was extremely dangerous. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they still had to be careful. Lin Xian and the others were rather relaxed. After all, this was not the first time they had been here. However, this time, the route they took was different from theirs. Therefore, they still revolved around their armor and followed silently. Boom, suddenly, a black wind appeared in front of him. It was like two black dragons roaring towards them. Therefore, it was as if they had been slashed by a knife. Many people's armor was beaten until it was dim. Some people were even sent flying. What a terrifying aura. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. This path was obviously more difficult. Logically speaking, they should not have died. The Xia family should have been able to find a safer path. Why would they choose such a difficult path? However, after this gust of wind, they calmed down. Because there was no more danger. Finally, they came to the front. The field of vision ahead was vast, and there was only a lake embedded in the ground. The first elder stopped, pointed at the lake in front of them, and said, "That is the creation celestial pool." What? Was that the lake water? Many people were ready to rush over. However, the first elder said, "Everyone, please be careful. This lake water is abnormally terrifying and has the power of silence. Once you enter, you will probably sink into the lake." Is it that magical? I don't believe it. A member of the Wind clan did not believe it. He sent out a clone and instantly rushed in. The terrifying storm was like a blade, tearing everything apart. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He could not sense it. He found that his clone was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was so magical. The powerhouses of the other families all tried. Even a few martial emperors made a move. However, without exception, all the power they sent out disappeared as soon as it entered the lake. At this moment, a martial emperor said, "This should be that extremely terrifying array. How do we open it? Should we join forces?" The first elder nodded and said, "That's right." With a wave of his hand, countless blood-colored flags flew around the lake and connected into a circle. He said, "Everyone, please stand in the corresponding position. Next, we will begin to break the array." After witnessing the miraculous nature of the lake, the surrounding people all believed what the Xia family had said. Therefore, they did not have any doubts. They all stood around the lake. "Let's do it too," the corpse emperor said. However, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He kept feeling that something was amiss. He said, "Everyone, be careful. I have a feeling that there is something wrong with the Xia clan." Indeed, the surrounding families all began to move. However, the Xia clan remained standing in the void, as if they had no intention of moving. The others stood in the corresponding positions and said, "Okay, what should we do next?" The first elder said, "Wait, I will move soon." He formed a seal with his palm. Suddenly, the blood-colored flag swayed and condensed into many blood-colored chains that surrounded these people. What's going on? How dare you seal me? Immediately, some people were angry. Everyone, don't worry. Do you think the Xia clan would lie to you? This is just the process of opening the array. As soon as the words came out, the others were skeptical but did not resist. Those blood-colored chains wrapped around more and more people. There were 9 blood-colored chains on each person's body, making clattering sounds. A monstrous blood aura condensed. After doing all this, the first elder waved his hand again, and a law disappeared into the ground in the distance. He said, "Fellow Daoist Torch Dragon, you can come out now." The earth began to rumble. Then, a dragon head poked out. It was a dragon, a torch dragon. The surrounding people exclaimed when they saw this scene. After the torch dragon came out, he said, "Oh, is your Xia family ready?" "That's right." The great elder nodded and said, "We need your frosty power." That was not a problem. The torch dragon opened his mouth and spat out his dragon pearl. It was a pitch-black bead that emitted a terrifying power of ice. The immortal chi on it enveloped the surrounding people. In the next moment, they felt their bodies stiffen. At the same time, those blood-colored chains began to pierce into their bodies and absorb their blood. What was going on? Damn it, are you trying to harm us? Immediately, some great emperors roared crazily. They wanted to resist. However, this was carefully prepared by the Xia family. Coupled with the torch dragon's dragon pearl, those great emperors could not resist at all. They could only watch as their blood was absorbed. Xia family, are you crazy? Although you're strong, you've offended so many families at the same time. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Hurry up and let us go, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, if all our families join forces, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Countless roars could be heard. Xiao and the others' expressions changed. Not good, there was indeed a trap. They actually wanted to suck blood. The corpse emperor also frowned. He snorted coldly and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, the great elder said, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. We're not trying to harm you, but we need some of your bloodline power." What? You need our bloodline? Why did you say so earlier? Why did you use such a method? That's right, don't try to lie to us. We won't be fooled by you again. They roared crazily and began to fight back. The great elder said loudly, "Do you know what the array formation in this creation celestial pool is? I can tell you, it's called the bloodthirsty sky ceiling array. Back then, it was set up by 5 heavenly masters. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even if one cultivated 2 strands of immortal chi, they could do nothing about it. Unless a real earth immortal came, he would be able to break it with tyrannical power. Of course, there was another way. That was to gather countless powerful blood and fuse it into this array formation. This array formation could be dissolved. Is there really such a thing? Someone from the Yufeng clan asked. The people of the Netherfire race also said, "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" The great elder shook his head. They definitely wouldn't believe him and might even leave. Therefore, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, we decided to act first. Then I'll explain it to you. Some people fell silent because they had indeed discovered that a blood-red array had appeared around the lake. It was extremely terrifying. Above it, bloody light overflowed into the heavens. It was truly shocking. Could it be true? The surrounding people were shocked. The corpse emperor snorted coldly and thought, "Idiot. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I can't let him suck my blood." That's right, Xueqi also said. Even if it was true, his power would suffer a great loss if most of his bloodline was absorbed. Even if he could enter the celestial creation pool, he would not be a match for the Xia clan. Furthermore, not a single person from the Xia family contributed. What a good plan, look at me. Lin Xian secretly used the power of the great dragon sword soul to break all the blood-colored chains. It would be difficult for other people to succeed, but with the great dragon sword soul's indestructible power, it would not be difficult to break it. Moreover, there was Butian, the little guy who had cultivated the heavenly book. He could also point out some weaknesses. Lin Xian and the others moved quietly. They did not leave after breaking the chains. Instead, they pretended to be in great pain. 3 days passed like this. After 3 days, the faces of the surrounding people turned pale. More than half of their bloodline had been sucked away. Their power had been greatly reduced. Some of the great emperors became frightened. If this continued, they would be sucked dry. At that time, his body and soul might even be destroyed. Damn it, is it not done yet? Damn it, everyone, let's fight back. This was a trap. These people could not wait any longer. However, at this moment, the array around them started to shake violently. Then, a cracking sound could be heard as a crack appeared. Great, it was a success. The great elder's face lit up with joy when he saw this scene. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to panic. Look, the array is already cracking, and it will break soon. Damn it, just hold on for a while longer. These people had already been sucked for 3 days, and they were unwilling to give up halfway. Just like this, another day passed. Finally, a few cracks appeared on the array. It seemed that the array would break at any moment. The great elder took out a spatial array and transmitted his voice. Not long after, several figures walked out from inside. The one in the lead was the Xia family's patriarch, Xianxia. After Xianxia arrived, he looked down at the lake below with a smile. Very good. Boom, not long after, the bloodthirsty sky ceiling array was completely broken with a boom. The surrounding blood-colored flags also disappeared. The chains were also broken. The torch dragon took back the arcanine dragon pearl, and the others broke out of the ground. They roared at the sky. Damn it, Xia family, you are too despicable. Give me an explanation. Everyone, let's work together. Many people rushed toward the Xia family. Xianxia snorted coldly, and 2 bursts of immortal energy erupted from his body. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to attack the Xia family? The torch dragon beside him also flew over. He also released 2 bursts of immortal energy. The 2 super great emperors stood there, suppressing all directions. The people of the surrounding families all stopped, their faces ashen. Damn it, this is really too damn it. This is so infuriating, Xia Qianyu said. Everyone spent a lot of effort to break the array. Don't you want to go down and take a look? The Fortune Celestial Pond was inside. This time, you went first, and the people of the surrounding families also learned their lesson. They definitely wouldn't work for others anymore. They wanted to follow behind and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Okay, no problem. Xia Qianyu sneered, waved his hand, and tore open the surface of the lake, rushing in. Without the bloodthirsty sky-sealing array, the power of silence also disappeared. Xia Qianyu waved his hand, Xia family, follow me. Immediately, the Great Elder and the others entered one after another. The torch dragon also swung its tail and rushed in. It seems that there is no danger. Let's go in. The surrounding families and sects also followed in one after another. Lin Xian and the others also said, let's go. The group of people entered the lake. After entering, a gloomy and cold power spread over. They found that the lake was very vast and incomparably cold. They all used their laws to resist. After a while, they were stunned. Below, there seemed to be a huge monster, and a black shadow shrouded all directions. What is that? Let's go down and take a look. They quickly rushed over. When they arrived at the place where the black shadow was and saw the scene ahead, they were all stunned. The huge shadow below was none other than a city. It was an extremely ancient city. The city walls were desolate and full of cracks. There were knife wounds and sword holes. In short, it seemed to have experienced an endless battle. There was actually an ancient city here. The surrounding people were all shocked. Even the Xia family was surprised. Could it be that the creation immortal pool was in this ancient city? Go in. They quickly descended and found the gate of the city. There was brown blood on the 2 pitch-black gates. Obviously, it was left behind from the battle back then. Open it. A great emperor of the Netherfire clan struck out with both palms. 2 big flaming palms blotted out the sky and the earth and slapped forward. However, the blood on the black gate burst out with a blood-red light. It formed a blood-red sword energy and flew over. The Netherfire Great Emperor felt the impact and kept retreating. The others also turned pale. No way. Even after so many years, the blood was still so powerful. What kind of battle happened back then? The Netherwater Great Emperor said. Could it be that battle a million years ago? Thinking of that battle, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. Xia Qianyu walked out and said, let's attack together. The other people nodded. A few great emperors joined forces and blasted out a vast amount of energy, sending it flying forward. Endless immortal chi and divine fire turned into a dazzling light. Like a sky, it landed in front of them and finally opened the gate of the ancient city. Rushing out, a primitive aura and a mysterious power swept through the ancient city. It was a little gray inside, as if it was shrouded in a desolate power. Go in. The Xiao family walked in front, and the others followed. Lin Xian used his rinnegan to observe. He said, be careful, everyone. I'm afraid it's very dangerous in this ancient city. Xia Jiuyo, Xue Qi, and the others nodded. Even the corpse emperor looked serious. After entering the ancient city, they saw many corpses on the ground. They were wearing ancient clothes. Some had turned into white bones. Fragments of various weapons were scattered on the ground. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were also shattered and turned into ruins. Back then, a world-destroying war had indeed taken place here. At this moment, another gust of wind blew up in front of them. It was a black cloud that flew over. It was actually capable of devouring a human soul. Many people felt their souls trembling as if they were about to be sucked away. Get out of my sight. The Deep Fire Emperor punched out. The ghost wind great emperor struck out with a blade of water, severing heaven and earth. The others frantically retreated to avoid the black fog. They were terrified. They had just arrived and they had already encountered such a dangerous force. This ancient city was too terrifying. At this moment, Xianxia said, "Guys, since the ancient city is so big, why don't we split up?" As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the others flickered. There were indeed some people who wanted to act alone. Perhaps this place really did contain some heaven-shaking treasure, however, there were also some people whose faces were pale. It was so dangerous here. If they split up, they might die. Immediately, someone laughed and said, "Xia clan leader, if you don't mind, we are willing to follow the Xia clan and contribute some strength." Naturally, he welcomed it. Xia Qianyu smiled. Recruiting some people was also beneficial to them. For example, when there was danger, they could let these people take the risk and watch from the back. The Xia clan was strong, so they had gathered many people. Of course, there were also some who were prepared to act separately. For example, the Wind, Fire, Thunder and Lightning clans. Therefore, the 4 clans were prepared to act alone. Lin Xian was also prepared to lead the Xia clan. After all, he had Xia Jiuyou and Xia Xingchen by his side. Once they encountered danger, Xia Jiuyou would probably be recognized if she used her strength. There was also the Corpse Emperor, the enemy of the Xia clan. Once he was recognized, a shocking battle would be unavoidable. Now that the situation in the ancient city was unclear, it was better to preserve their strength. Thus, the group of people prepared to walk into the distance. However, at this moment, Xia Qianyu said in a deep voice, "Wait." Lin Xian and the others halted in their tracks as their hearts skipped a beat. Lin Xian turned around and said, "Oh, Xia clan leader, is there anything else?" "Lin Gongzi, the people beside you have been covered in black robes. Can you let me see their real faces?" While speaking, he stared at 2 figures. One was the Corpse Emperor, and the other was Xia Jiuyou. For some reason, he felt that these 2 people were very strange. "That's not necessary. My 2 friends don't like to be disturbed." Lin Xian shook his head and said. The first elder walked out, "Humph, calling you Lin Gongzi is giving you face. When has anyone dared to refuse the Xia clan's work?" "What if I don't agree?" Lin Xian said coldly. The surrounding people were surprised. This young man dared to challenge the Xia clan. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge us. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of the Xia clan just because you defeated a great emperor. You're not qualified." The first elder stared at Lin Xian, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Then, he pointed at one of the black-robed men and said, "Let me see who he is. After that, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The figure he pointed at was naturally Xia Jiuyou. Obviously, he also noticed that there was something unusual about the other party. It couldn't be helped. Xia Jiuyou had the legendary Jiuyou body, which was an extremely special physique in the Xia clan. Now that they were in close contact, how could the Xia clan's experts not sense it? However, Xia Jiuyou hid it especially well, and with the power of the sky-swallowing jar, the Xia clan's experts couldn't sense it. Therefore, the Xia clan's people weren't very confident. Hearing this, Xia Jiuyou was ready to attack at any time. Even the Corpse Emperor snorted coldly. It seemed that he couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Xian smiled, "The Xia clan is really arrogant. Previously, you trapped us in the formation and absorbed our blood to break the formation. But you're unharmed. Now, you want to bully me, a young junior. Who are you going to bully next time? The Wind, Fire, Thunder and Lightning clan, or the Green Tail clan? Those people didn't look good. Fellow Daoist, you're right. The Xia clan is too arrogant. A lot of my blood was absorbed by him." The other people were also angry. The Xia clan can't go too far. If it had been before, they would have watched the show. But now, it was different. They had all been tricked by the Xia clan before. Therefore, they were very disgusted with the Xia clan. Now, the Xia clan wanted to bully them again. Naturally, they were annoyed. "Young man, I only have one request. Release the black vortex on him and let me feel his aura. That's all." We won't do anything to you. There's no room for discussion. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for attacking you. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian snorted coldly and took a step forward. Xueqi also released a strong force. Xia Jiuyo and the Corpse Emperor also prepared to attack. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. A great battle was about to break out. The others also gasped. We haven't even seen the treasure yet, but we're going to have a big battle in advance. However, at this moment, Torch Dragon said, well, we're here to find the celestial pool of creation. Now, we haven't even seen its shadow, and we're going to fight in advance. It's not too late to find the celestial pool of creation first. After saying this, he gave Lin Xian a meaningful look. The members of the Xia family were shocked. Even Xia Qianyu was stunned. You want to help them? He really didn't understand why Torch Dragon would speak up for these young people. Although the other party was a great emperor. They only had a wisp of immortal qi, so they didn't take it seriously. Torch Dragon said, this ancient city is so dangerous. If the battle causes something unexpected, it will be troublesome. Who knows if there are mysterious arrays in this city? Hearing this, Xia Qianyu was silent. Soon, he nodded. Okay, then I'll give Brother Torch Dragon face. Boy, you're very lucky. I'll spare you this time. Next time we meet, don't blame me for being ruthless. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he snorted and turned to leave. The members of the Xia family laughed coldly and followed the clan leader. Let's go too. The other clans all chose a direction and quickly moved forward. After all, the ancient city was very big. No one knew where the celestial pool of creation was. They could only rely on luck. It was too dangerous. After these people left, Xia Jiuyo breathed a sigh of relief. The Corpse Emperor also snorted. Xia family, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Let's move too. Lin Xian said to Butian while using his Rinnegan to look around. You use your heavenly book to see if there are any clues. Butian nodded and said, Big brother, I can only try my best. However, I only cultivated a little bit of the heavenly book. By the way, I have this thing. Then, he waved his hand and took out a black ruler. What is this? Xiaoxingchen next to him blinked and asked curiously. Butian said, this is called the sky measuring ruler. It's my grandfather's. He left it to me. After saying that, Butian began to use the heaven measuring ruler to determine the direction. The sky measuring ruler kept spinning in Butian's palm. Finally, he stopped and pointed in one of the directions. Butian said, come, let's go in this direction. This was the east of the city. The group quickly set off. Along the way, they walked cautiously. The reason for that was because danger was present everywhere in the city. There were all kinds of clouds and mists. There were black clouds and red clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Once they were enveloped by it, a massacre would ensue. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others had been careful along the way, and they had not encountered any danger. After half a day, they finally stopped. Let's rest for a while. Even though it was only half a day, it was more dangerous than fighting for 10 years. Everyone was a little tired. They found a relatively safe place and sat down to rest. Not long after, another team arrived. At first, Xueqi and the others were startled. This was because these were also black clouds with red eyes on them. They thought that it was the same kind of fog from before that had come again. However, Lin Xian realized that it was not the case. The aura was not right. The Corpse Emperor beside him said, they are from the Dark Cloud tribe. The Black Cloud clan was also a top-notch clan. Although they were not as strong as the Xia clan, they were not as strong. Although the Dark Cloud tribe was not as strong as the Dark Cloud tribe, it was much stronger than the Yu family. At this moment, the Dark Cloud tribe had arrived and saw Lin Xian and the others. They did not go forward. Instead, they landed on the other side. However, these blood-red eyes kept falling on Lin Xian and the others. Finally, one of the stormy clouds flew over and turned into a figure. It was a man in black armor. He was handsome and had blood-red eyes. On his back, he carried a long black sword. He strode forward, and as he neared, he looked over at Lin Xian. He said, "Are you the young swordsman who defeated the sword martial emperor? I heard that your swordsmanship is very strong. I wonder if you can compare notes with me? Let me see if you defeated the martial emperor with your true ability." There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Obviously, he was challenging Lin Xian. The 9 netherworld beast said, "Do you want to fight? I will accompany you." He walked out. However, the man in black armor said, "I won't fight with you. You don't know swordsmanship. I will fight with him. What do you think? Kid, do you dare? I heard that you are called invincible? What right do you have to call yourself invincible?" Obviously, Lin Xian's title and powerful swordsmanship had angered some people. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to attack him. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Are you sure you want to fight? I am afraid that if you lose, your family will not follow the rules and attack me." The man in black armor snorted. "I, Wu Yunhe, am not such a shameless person. I swear in the name of the martial emperor that we will fight one-on-one without involving any family or sect. If I lose, I am not as good as you." Behind him, those from the Wu Yunhe family sneered. Because they did not think that Wu Yunhe would lose. In their opinion, the sword martial emperor was defeated because he was careless and was sneak attacked. The same thing would never happen to a martial monarch again. "Come on, kid, I will give you a chance. I will let you fight first." Wu Yunhe waved his hand confidently. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword. He said, "Then I will not be polite." In the next moment, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. The murderous aura on the immortal slaying sword was extremely fast. Not good. The people from the Wu Yunhe family were shocked. There is something wrong with this sword. Wu Yunhe's pupils shrank. He wanted to draw out the sword, but it was too late. In a hurry, he could only throw out a punch. With a boom, one of his arms was injured, and even the bones were visible. He retreated to the back. His expression turned extremely ugly. Lin Xian laughed. "Is that all you have? You are too weak. Do you still want to fight?" When the 9 netherworld beasts saw this scene, it laughed heartily. "Wu Yunhe, you are too weak. You can't even block Lin Gongzi's sword? You are useless. You are courting death. How dare you sneak attack me? Damn it." Wu Yunhe roared. He pulled out the black sword on his back. He quickly slashed it. This sword turned into a black lightning. It was dazzling as if it could pierce through everything. Lin Xian attacked with his sword. The two collided. Not long after, Wu Yunhe was at a disadvantage again. "Damn it, this is impossible. He has surpassed me in swordsmanship. I want you to die." Extremely cold murderous aura burst out from his eyes. He would not allow such a person to exist. In the next moment, he stopped suppressing his martial emperor cultivation. A monstrous immortal chi swept out in all directions. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of war. The black sword in his hand released a terrifying aura. It was as if it could split the sky and earth. "Go to hell." The sword slashed down, enveloping Lin Xian. The members of the Wu Yun family laughed when they saw this scene. It seemed that the Wu Yun family was really angry. Once he used the power of a great emperor, the kid would not be able to resist. After all, everyone below the great emperor was like an ant. Xueqi and the others shook their heads and sneered when they saw this. Wu Yun, he was really courting death. Did he really think that Lin Xian could not defeat a great emperor? In the next moment, the two sword energies collided again. The black cloud crane was sent flying. Not only that, he was pierced through by the sword, and a transparent bloody hole appeared on his body. He let out a miserable cry, "This is impossible." The members of the Wu Yun family were stunned when they saw this scene. Wu Yunhe, who used the power of a great emperor, was even more seriously injured. What was going on? This kid's power was too terrifying. Wu Yunhe looked ferocious. "You have the combat power of a great emperor. Damn it, men, let's kill him together." He mobilized the power of the Wu Yun family. The members of the family behind quickly rushed over. The 9 netherworld beasts snorted when it saw the scene. You are despicable. You said that you would not use your family's power. Wuyun, he said, anyway, there is no third family here. Who will know if I kill you? Wuyun, he showed a ferocious expression. He wanted to capture Lin Xian and make his life a living hell. Lin Xian and the others were also angry. Let's fight, who is afraid of who? The Corpse Emperor and the others also wanted to attack. However, at this moment, the ground cracked open, and some black insects flew out. Each of these insects was the size of a palm. When they flew up, they covered the sky, and there were millions of them. Where did these insects come from? Get out of my way. The members of the Wuyun family roared and attacked the insects with their hands. They wanted to kill these insects. However, in the next moment, they screamed. Some of the young geniuses' hands were bitten off. The other people also turned pale. They found that when they hit the insects, it was as if they hit divine iron. There was something wrong with these insects. Lin Xian frowned and waved his long sword to hit away some of the insects. Xueqi, who was next to him, also said, let's fight together. However, the zombie emperor said, oh no, these are ghouls. Retreat, hurry up and leave. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Let's go. Lin Xian didn't hesitate either. The Corpse Emperor was a super great emperor with 2 divine fires. If even he was so terrified, one could imagine how terrifying those ghouls were. They retreated into the distance. However, there were still some insects that flew over, and Xueqi used ice to block them. These insects were sealed in ice. However, not long after, the ice cracked and they quickly rushed over. 9 divine palm. Xueqi unleashed another ice attack. Lin Xian also unleashed his heaven-swallowing jar, swallowing the heavens and the earth. At the same time, he unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul to slash apart heaven and earth. It formed a huge crack in the space. Only then did he manage to block the insects. They let out a sigh of relief. Xiaojiuyo asked, Ghoul? What's that? Was he very powerful? The Corpse Emperor said, very terrifying. Ghoul is the name of these insects. Some of them are strong, and some of them are weak. Some of them are very dangerous. However, you have seen the situation in this ancient city. Many experts have died. Among them, there was more than one great emperor. Their corpses were eaten by these insects. Only the heavens knew how terrifying these insects were. So, don't be surrounded by them. Otherwise, we'll be finished. Were they that powerful? Xiaojiuyo, Xueqi, and the others didn't believe it. However, at this moment, a miserable cry came from afar. No, save me. Everyone was able to tell that it was the cry of the black-cloud crane from before. They turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that half of the black-cloud crane's body had been bitten into bones. It was very miserable. It can't be, right? This is a great emperor. Even he can't stop these ghouls. Let's go quickly. Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb, and they quickly retreated. Not long after, the ground below split open again, and more ghouls rushed out. This time, there were more than 10 million of them. Lin Xian and the others quickly counterattacked. They focused on retreating and didn't fight head-on. In fact, it wasn't just them. The other places here also encountered ghouls. For example, the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families also encountered ghouls. The Xia family also encountered ghouls. They all retreated frantically. 2 days later, they retreated to a safe place. This was already the core area of the ancient city. It was different from the other places outside. The experts who had died here were even more powerful. However, they didn't see any ghouls. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and the others were fine, but the other families suffered heavy losses. For example, the black-cloud crane from before had died. The fall of a living great emperor in this place was definitely an earth-shattering event. In addition to the black-cloud family, the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families also suffered losses. The Xia clan had also lost powerful cultivators. However, the black-cloud crane was probably the only great emperor who died. One had to admit that the Black Cloud Crane was very unlucky. Previously, he was injured by Lin Xian. In addition to his carelessness, he was completely surrounded by the ghouls that had just come out. Therefore, the other people above were also incomparably terrified. This ancient city was too strange. Some insects that rushed out could bite a great emperor to death. Who knew? Would there be something more terrifying next? Let's continue. After entering the core area, they continued to set off. However, when they arrived at the core area, they found that they couldn't fly in this area. This wasn't the first time they had encountered this. Previously, when they were in the Black Desert, Lin Xian and the others couldn't fly. At that time, only the Corpse Emperor and the others with 2 divine fires could fly. Now it seemed that it was the same. Indeed, the Corpse Emperor could still fly. However, he said, this core area is also very big. If we continue to go forward, I'm afraid that I won't be able to fly. Let's go. I'm more and more interested in this ancient city. What era was this ancient city from? Lin Xian and the others set off again. After half a day, Butian stopped. The sky measuring ruler in his hand kept spinning. At the same time, a few mysterious runes appeared. Butian said, Big brother, there seems to be something ahead. After hearing this, Lin Xian activated his rune again and looked ahead. Sure enough, he found a figure in the sky. It was a statue-like existence. It had the body of a human, the head of a demonic beast, and a pair of wings on its back. It could actually float in the void. At the same time, Lin Xian also found that there were many people in front of him. They should be the people of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families. At this moment, the people of the 4 families also discovered the existence in the sky. The people of the Yufeng clan exclaimed, Is this the legendary Blue Sparrow? Yes, it was indeed the Blue Sparrow. The people of the Netherfire family were also delighted, this thing can fly here. If we catch it, then we can fly. I see that there seems to be a lot of mysterious power in the sky. After absorbing it, it can increase the power of our immortal chi seeds. After hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, the power in the sky? However, he couldn't fly now. He couldn't capture this kind of power. It seemed that he had to snatch the Blue Sparrow. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said something to Shui Qi and the others. Everyone was surprised. The Corpse Emperor said, Why don't we just snatch it? However, Lin Xian said, No, we have to conserve our strength. If we encounter ghouls again, we'll be in trouble. So, we can't act rashly. I've thought of a way to snatch it without any effort. Lin Xian took out Little White. He said, Little guy, you've been too relaxed these days. Help me get a treasure. Little White was taking an afternoon nap. At this moment, he opened his big eyes and nodded when he heard Lin Xian's words. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder with his little paw and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. No problem. His voice was very young and tender. Butian and Xiaxingchen smiled. What a cute little monkey. The 2 of them ran over. Lin Xian said, Wait for the opportunity. Catch the Blue Sparrow in front of us. Then, Lin Xian and the others began to hide and wait. The Blue Sparrow in front of them was still floating in the void. It seemed to only have the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. However, it didn't seem to be enough in front of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families. How to snatch it was the problem. Although the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families had joined forces, they were still different families. Among them, someone from the wind family said, How about this? Send out people below the great emperor of our family to have a competition. The winner can subdue the Blue Sparrow. Of course, the 4 families can use it together. No problem. The people of the other 3 families also nodded. In other words, the winner could control the Blue Sparrow. The others could only ride it and didn't have the power to control it. Alright, each clan will send out 3 people to compete with each other. The people of the 4 families began to fight. Lin Xian sneered. Stupid things. He looked at Little White and said, Little guy, it's up to you. No problem. Little White flew out quietly with the treasure bowl on its head. The battle in front of them began. The genius disciples of the 4 families were also very powerful. They used all kinds of laws, supernatural powers, and unique skills. The fight was very exciting. These youngsters from the 4 great clans are not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. We are old, and the future belongs to them. These people complimented each other. They did not notice that a little white monkey had appeared nearby. After Xiaobai arrived, she raised the treasure basin and waved it gently at the sky. Although flying was prohibited here, and Lin Xian and the rest couldn't fly, there were no restrictions for Little White. When he got close, the treasure bowl enlarged and enveloped the blue sparrow. In the next instant, he quickly fled. The blue sky sparrow let out a mournful cry. A little monkey dared to attack him. It wanted to fight back, but the power of cornucopia directly enveloped it. The next moment, it fainted. Who was it? The 4 great clans below were still sparring when they suddenly realized that the blue sparrow had disappeared. This was taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. Someone dared to make a move in secret. Damn it, who was it? They quickly investigated and found that it was actually a little monkey. Go to hell. A great emperor struck out a palm and grabbed down from the air. The void shattered, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, Little White suddenly sped up and dodged in an instant. Damn it, what a strange little monkey. Go after it. The masters of the 4 great clans chased after it in an overwhelming manner. Let's do it. Lin Xian and the others said. At the same time, he said to the zombie emperor, Senior, don't make a move first. You are our trump card. The zombie emperor nodded. Indeed, there was an expert with 2 divine fires hiding on their side. No one knew about it. At that time, a surprise attack would definitely have an unexpected effect. Lin Xian took out the sky-devouring jar and waved it forward. A black vortex covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the people of the 4 great clans. Get lost. The Yufeng family opened their mouths and cast out a dark storm. The black storm swept across the sky, blooming with unparalleled power. In the sky, there were tens of thousands of meters of black saber light. They tore the sky and the earth apart, fighting against the black vortex. Not only that, there were flames, lightning, and all kinds of strange phenomena. At this time, Xueqi also made a move. Ice danced in the sky. Xia Jiuyo and the Jiuyo beast also made a move. Their power was extremely terrifying. They collided with the people of the 4 great clans. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless exclamations sounded. There was more than one great emperor. Damn it, who was it? Which family was it? How dare they fight against them? After the 4 great clans joined forces, they didn't seem to be afraid of anyone except the Xia family. Logically speaking, no one dared to fight against them. In the next moment, Little White came to Lin Xian's side and said, I caught him. Well done. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and said, let's go. These people couldn't fly. They could only shuttle under the ground. They were like lightning. Behind them, the people of the Yufeng family formed 2 dark wings. They took the crowd and glided quickly on the ground. Their speed was very fast. When they saw them, there were only a few of them. Damn it, it's that young swordsman, Lin Wudi. Damn it, those people. Look at me. A great emperor of the Yufeng family roared angrily. He emitted a terrifying thunder, which made the void tremble. It seemed that he couldn't bear this power at all. Thunder fell. With a roar, thunder fell from the sky, forming a chain of lightning. It spread out in front of him. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Get lost. Lin Xian split the sky with his sword, splitting the thunder in the sky. Go. The snow chest was covered with ice. He used the cold air to slow down the opponent's speed. At the same time, they quickly left. Damn it, did they let them escape? Behind them, the people of the 4 great clans were stunned. These people were not ordinary people. Humph, damn it. Catch them. We can't let them escape. They continued to chase after him. Look at the power of our Yufeng family. The powerhouses and great emperors of the Yufeng family took action one after another. They formed a terrifying earth array. The whole ground was covered by lightning. Lin Xian and the others were naturally also covered. Not good. Lin Xian and the others' faces changed. Because after being touched by this lightning, their bodies began to change. This power was different from the previous thunder. The thunder was destructive, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. But the lightning had a paralyzing effect. Their originally smooth movements actually stopped after they became numb. This could be said to be fatal in a battle between great emperors. These clans were indeed not ordinary. In an instant, the people behind them were close. Go to hell. The people of the 4 great clans attacked crazily. At this time, the corpse emperor made his move. He stretched out his palms. His zombie-like palms covered the sky and earth, sending many people flying. The people of the 4 great clans vomited blood. Damn it, what was going on? There was an even more terrifying expert. They didn't know before. So, many people were seriously injured with this attack. That's great. The unexpected attack was indeed effective. Lin Xian laughed. The dragon's soul in his body erupted, letting out a terrifying roar. The Qianquan sword technique, all things as swords. On the surrounding ground, the fragments of the weapons from the battle back then were all controlled. They rose into the air, turning into one peerless sword light after another. They flew forward. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded in all directions. The people of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families were so shocked that their blood was boiling. Their eyes widened. Where did the dragon's roar come from? Not only them, but the other explorers in the entire ancient city were also stunned. They all turned their heads and looked into the distance. What a terrifying dragon's roar. Could it be that some ancient dragon had appeared in this ancient city? The people of the Xia family also stopped. The Xia clan head frowned slightly. He could also feel an extremely sharp force. Beside him, the torch dragon's eyes burst out with a trace of cold light. This aura, could it be? It seemed that his guess was right. A figure appeared in his mind. He snorted coldly. Could it really be that thing? A dragon's roar shocked everyone. However, at this moment, another dragon's roar came from the ruins around Lin Xian. Then, a white light soared into the sky. It turned into a huge monster in the air. Oh my god, what was that? The 9 netherworld beast was shocked. He also felt a sense of horror. Everyone turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they were stunned. They found that this white light had turned into a white dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon scales on its body were like sword chi, flickering non-stop. A dragon, a real dragon had appeared. The people of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families were surprised. Even Lin Xian was stunned. It was not a real dragon, but a dragon's soul. Moreover, it seemed to be an ancient dragon's soul. Could it be a dragon expert who had fallen in the great battle back then? The white dragon's soul floated in the void. It stared at Lin Xian, and an old voice sounded. I can sense the formidable power of the Tao of Dragons from you. Use your soul to help me be reborn. He roared and rushed towards Lin Xian. Great, this kid, wait for death. The people of the 4 great families sneered. They wanted to rush over and kill him secretly. However, this was the white dragon's tail. Like a heavenly knife, it sent the people of the 4 great families flying. Stupid thing, get out of here. A cold voice sounded. The people of the 4 great clans were so angry that they vomited blood. You're already dead and only a remnant soul is left. What's there to be proud of? I'll let the 2 of you fight first. When both of you are injured, I will kill all of you. They gritted their teeth. As for the white dragon's soul, it was already charging towards Lin Xian. Although its body was huge, its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Xian. At the same time, its claws reached for Lin Xian's forehead. From the looks of it, he wanted to devour Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to release a beam of sword chi. The sword chi of the dragon god flew out and slashed at the dragon claw with an incomparably sharp aura. When the 2 collided, a thunderous sound was heard. The white dragon claw was actually sent flying. The white dragon was also rolling in the sky. It rolled into the distance. How could this be? To think that your strength would be so strong. Who are you? The white dragon was extremely surprised. Lin Xian snorted coldly, I'll let you see my dragon soul. After saying that, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light that enveloped the white dragon. The white dragon's body trembled. It saw a strange scene in Lin Xian's eyes. It was a dragon-shaped long sword that stood between heaven and earth. The power on it was enough to destroy everything. This was a great dragon. An invincible power. The white dragon was completely stunned. Its body began to tremble. Greetings, ancestor. Its enormous body actually began to kowtow. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the 4 great clans were about to have their eyes fall out. Damn it, what did I just see? The remnant soul of the ancient white dragon was actually kowtowing to a young man and calling him ancestor. This was impossible. Those powerhouses roared. This white dragon was very likely to have fallen in an ancient battle millions of years ago. How old was this young man? How could he be the other party's ancestor? It seemed that this white dragon's brain must have been flooded with water. There must be something wrong with its mental state. The people of the 4 great clans gritted their teeth and said. Lin Xian said, since you've already recognized me, do you still dare to attack me? No, I won't dare to anymore. The white dragon shook its head frantically, please, ancestor, spare my life. The power of the great dragon was not something it could resist. Back then, it was no match for it at its peak. Not to mention that it only had some remnant souls left. Lin Xian said, okay. However, do one thing for me. The 4 great clans opposite are my enemies. Go and attack them. No problem, it's my honor to work for you, ancestor. After saying that, the white dragon's soul turned and charged toward the 4 great clans. The aura of the path of dragon on his body kept erupting. Every time, it was earth-shattering and destructive. Boom. Boom, the people of the 4 great clans were instantly impacted. Damn it. These people roared madly. Some of them were directly sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Quickly counterattack. The people from the 4 great clans also made their moves. Although the white dragon was a remnant soul from a great battle a million years ago, it was still a white dragon. However, the situation of the 4 great clans was not good either because they were not in peak condition. Previously, in order to decipher the formation, he had been duped by the Xia clan, resulting in him losing half of his bloodline ability. Thus, at this moment, they could only clench their teeth and resist. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was extremely intense. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose. Let's go. This time, without the pursuit of the 4 great clans, they quickly left this place and arrived at a safe place. Lin Xian took out the blue sparrow. The blue sparrow's true body grew larger. Everyone jumped onto its back. Take off. Lin Xian said. He controlled the blue sparrow. The blue sparrow spread its wings and danced in the air. Lin Xian said, fly higher. He felt that there was indeed the power of the immortal chi fragments in the sky. He could absorb them to improve his immortal chi seed. In the following time, Lin Xian began to frantically collect these immortal chi fragments. The immortal chi seed in his left eye was becoming more and more mysterious. Soon, he would be able to reach the peak after absorbing a little more. At that time, he would not be far from breaking through. On the other hand, Lin Xian was happily collecting energy to improve himself. On the other hand, the people from the 4 great clans were in a miserable state. In the end, they joined forces and attacked with the power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. A destructive light appeared and sent the white dragon flying. The white dragon roared and was also injured. However, it did not escape. He said, I will never allow you to hurt the ancestor. Damn it, this guy is crazy. Don't fight with him. Let's go somewhere else. The next time we meet that kid, we'll deal with him. The people from the 4 great clans knew that it was impossible for them to pursue Lin Xian now. They could only give up. Sure enough, when they took another path, the white dragon did not kill them. Instead, it stayed in the void. It looked into the distance. This time, it helped the ancestor. In the future, when the ancestor recovers to his peak, perhaps he will help me. It's also good to be reborn. The white dragon had hope in its heart. In the next moment, it turned into a ray of light. It returned to the ruins. On Linxian's side, they continued on their way. A rainbow vortex appeared in the sky in front of him. The light there was very dazzling. Clearly, there was something extremely good in the vortex. The immortal chi seed in Linxian's left eye started to twitch. He felt a huge amount of immortal chi power. Let's go over there and take a look. Linxian controlled the blue sparrow and flew towards that place. Soon, he arrived near the rainbow vortex. In the rainbow vortex, he found a flower, the immortal spirit flower. After the zombie emperor saw it, he was extremely surprised. He said, "Kid, can you give me half?" This immortal spirit flower had 7 petals. No problem, everyone who saw it would have a share. Linxian gave a petal to the people around him, except for Butian and Xianxia, who were not strong enough to use it. Everyone else had a share. After all, these people had followed Linxian all the way. They had worked together to get to where they were today. "Thank you," the zombie emperor said. The 9 netherworld beast and the others were also happy. It was indeed the right decision for Linxian to be so generous as to follow the other party around. Linxian took out a petal of the immortal spirit flower and placed it in his left eye. Immediately, the immortal chi seed shook violently and began to absorb the immortal chi power on it. The great Tao patterns on the immortal chi seed became even more mysterious. At this moment, there were already 8 mysterious lines. Each and every one of them contained an astonishing amount of power. This was great. This time, I might be able to raise the immortal chi seed to the same level as the divine fire seed. "Kid, hand over what you got." At this moment, a roar suddenly came from below. The few of them looked down. There was a group of people below. These people had extremely terrifying phantoms of the sea. They were from the ghastly water tribe. "Pfft, you want us to go down just because you want us to? Come up if you can." The 9 netherworld beast sneered. "If you can't come up, come and bite me." He was very smug. After all, this place forbade flying. Those people below, even great emperors, probably couldn't fly up. "Humph, do you think we don't have a way?" Although the people from the Serene Water tribe didn't come up, they took out something. It was a broken bottle that was covered with cracks. However, when the martial monarchs poured their immortal aura into the bottle began to tremble. Immediately, the bottle began to emit a terrifying radiance. Several black balls of light flew out and headed straight for Linxian and the others. "Damn it, how is this possible?" The 9 netherworld beast and the others were all stunned. After all, not only was flying prohibited in this place, but even the power of laws could not reach the sky. But now, the other party had done it. What was going on? Linxian and the others controlled the blue sparrow to dodge quickly. He dodged a few terrifying balls of light. Their faces were cold. The corpse emperor said, "It's very likely that they picked up this weapon in the ruins of the ancient city." After all, a heaven-shaking battle had taken place here in the past. It was a weapon left behind by an unparalleled expert. So that's how it is. Damn it, no wonder they were so arrogant. The people from the Serene Water tribe below saw the scene and laughed. "What do you think? Although we can't go up, we can beat you down. Be good and hand over the treasure you got." They also saw the rainbow vortex and could feel the shocking aura coming from it. They were thinking of a way to get the treasure inside when they saw a group of people flying over from afar. These people could fly. The people from the Serene Water tribe were extremely envious. In this place, whoever could fly would have an innate advantage. Thus, the next thing they saw was those people taking out a flower that resembled an immortal flower blooming in the immortal realm. Then, these people divided the flower among themselves. The people below were naturally incomparably furious. That was why the scene before had occurred. "Kid, you must be the genius youth. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? If I win, hand over your things. Give us this demon beast and we'll let you leave alive. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." One-on-one, Linxian glanced at them and said, "You're not even a great emperor. Where did you get the courage to fight me one-on-one? Let a great emperor come out." If I win, you'll give me your treasured bottle. How about that? Kid, you're asking for too much. The people from the Serene Water tribe gritted their teeth. Lin Xian sneered, don't you want this flying demon beast too? How about it? Do you dare? Swear with your Dao hearts. Okay. The people from the Serene Water tribe discussed for a while and nodded in agreement. They decided to send out a powerful great emperor. We won't bully you. We'll choose a 10,000-year-old great emperor to deal with you. After speaking, a figure walked out. Deep Blue Great Emperor. He wore blue armor and even his hair was blue. His aura was extremely terrifying. When he walked out, there was actually an endless amount of seawater swirling in his eyes. He stared at Lin Xian in the sky and said coldly, Kid, come down and fight with me. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body swayed and he jumped down from the sky. The moment Lin Xian came down, Deep Blue Great Emperor attacked. He threw out a punch. An extremely terrifying immortal chi appeared on his fist. This was the true power of a great emperor. The punch seemed to have transformed into an ocean of immortal islands, shrouding the entire sky. Everyone felt a heavy power. The seawater was too heavy. It was more terrifying than 100,000 mountains. In an instant, the seawater covered Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the people from the Serene Water tribe all laughed. This kid will definitely die if he's covered by the deep blue water. Yes, after a great emperor is covered, it won't take long for him to melt into a pool of blood. Not to mention that this kid isn't even a great emperor. He'll die in an instant. This demon beast is ours. With it, we can collect the resources and treasures in the sky. The people from the Serene Water tribe were very happy. After seeing this, Deep Blue Great Emperor snorted, Trash, I thought you were some kind of genius. You can't even block one of my punches. Lin Xian was covered by the deep blue water. He felt an endless power bombarding his body as if to tear him into pieces. However, Lin Xian's body didn't shatter. Instead, he looked at the surrounding seawater curiously. It's so heavy. But it can't hurt me. With a wave of his hand, he sent a wave of seawater flying. Then, he walked on the surface of the seawater. How is this possible? The Deep Blue Emperor was dumbfounded when he saw this. Great emperors of the same level couldn't move at all. They would feel extremely uncomfortable and their bodies would crack. However, this kid's body was completely fine. Damn it, how can this be? The people from the Serene Water tribe were also stunned. Could it be that Deep Blue Great Emperor is holding back? Great Emperor, please kill him with all your strength. Some young people roared crazily. I know. Deep Blue Great Emperor roared and punched out 2 more times. Suddenly, a terrifying blue phantom appeared above and around him. It was like a cage. It firmly locked Lin Xian. Kid, let's see how you're going to die this time. The Deep Blue Emperor roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. Really? He stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly. The power of the great dragon sword soul in his body burst out. Divine power, sword flicking finger. A streak of sword energy flew out from his fingertip. Like a divine dragon, it rushed forward instantly. It tore apart the dark blue seawater in the sky. Not only that, after rushing out of the dark blue seawater, this streak of sword energy didn't disappear. Instead, it went straight for the Deep Blue Emperor. The Deep Blue Emperor's expression changed. He quickly dodged, but his shoulder was still pierced through and turned into a bloody mist. Ah! He let out a scream and covered his wound with his hand. Behind him, a few young geniuses didn't escape. They were directly pierced through and killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. What's going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The other party only flicked his finger lightly, and their great emperor was injured. Moreover, a few other geniuses were also affected and died directly. Damn it, this brat's strength was too strong. Your great emperor is too weak. He can't even resist a finger of mine? Lin Xian shook his head. You've lost. Hand over your treasure bottle. You. The Deep Blue Emperor trembled with anger. I'll fight you to the death. He wanted to go up and fight with his life. However, an elder behind him said, Stop. You've lost. Give it to him and let's go. The one who spoke was the leader of the ghastly water clan. At this moment, his face was terrifyingly dark. However, he was smart enough to know that fighting with his life wouldn't make up for the loss. Kid, this is for you. But you have to be alive to enjoy it. The next time we meet, we'll take it back with interest. After saying that, he left with his people. Lin Xian took the treasure bottle and felt it. He was instantly delighted. With this thing, they could fly in the sky and sweep the ground. Let's go. The group of people quickly left on the Blue Sparrow. These people were very happy. For example, after Shuiqi and Xiaojiu got the petals of the immortal spirit flower, they felt a sense of relief. He could also sense that the immortal qi in his body had become stronger than before. Even the corpse emperor was beaming with joy. Let me see where the treasures are. This kind of cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than outside. Lin Xian's gains were the greatest. His immortal qi seed had become extremely mysterious. A day later, they stopped again. This time, they saw something else. It was an item floating in midair. It was a palm-sized jade slip. It was actually immortal jade. When the corpse emperor saw this, he exclaimed. The 9 netherworld beasts said, "Hurry up and rush over. I can feel the immortal qi above that is even stronger than the immortal flower." They increased their speed. However, when they arrived, they saw that there were already quite a few clans in the vicinity. They started a great battle and began to fight for the celestial jades. Among them, the Xia clan was the strongest. The great elder led the experts of the Xia family and swept through all 4 directions. Against the power of a great emperor, all of you, scram. This is something that the Xia clan has taken a liking to. The Xia clan was very powerful. In the end, they defeated the people around them. The first elder led his men towards the immortal jade. He reached out his big hand and was about to grab it. However, at this moment, a terrifying roar came from the sky. Immediately after, a few black balls of light descended. Like meteorites and meteors, they carried a powerful force and covered the sky and earth as they charged towards the first elder. The first elder's expression changed. Feeling the power above, he didn't resist it. His body swayed and he quickly dodged. At the same time, he roared, "Who is it? How dare you stop me? Do you only want to be enemies with the Xia clan?" The others were also surprised. The attack came from the sky. Wasn't flying forbidden? Who could go to the sky? They all raised their heads and looked over. The next moment, they saw a demonic beast flying in the sky. On the back of the demonic beast stood a few figures. At the front was a handsome young man. At this moment, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was in high spirits. It was the young sword god. His name was Lin Wudi. He actually dared to challenge the Xia clan. When the first elder saw this, his face darkened again. "It's you again." Last time, Lin Xian refused their orders, which made them very unhappy. At that time, they wanted to make a move. However, Zhu Long said that finding the celestial pool was the most important thing, so he didn't make a move. They didn't expect that this time, the other party would dare to snatch the treasure they wanted. This was unforgivable. "Kid, do you want to die?" The first elder said coldly. "Does this treasure belong to your clan? This is an ownerless item. Whoever is stronger will get it. Don't be too overbearing. Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to your clan? Take your people and get lost. I'll spare your lives." Lin Xian stood in the sky, his voice extremely arrogant. "Spare our lives? I think you don't know what's good for you." The first elder was angry. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the sky. Lin Xian stood there, not moving at all. The reason for that was because the palm was sealed by a mysterious power when it arrived in midair. "It's useless. Don't you know that the sky forbids all power? Of course, we are an exception." The first elder gritted his teeth. The other people were also discussing, how did this kid get up there? That's right. Not only her, but all of them also went up. There's something wrong with that demonic beast of his. Countless voices of discussion could be heard. The first elder said to the people around him, "Ignore him. Take this immortal jade first. The mysterious aura on it could increase their immortal chi. Therefore, they wouldn't give up. The people of the Xia family were ready to make a move on the immortal jade. In the sky, Lin Xian took out the treasure bottle. He injected the power of the laws into it. Shui Qi, Xia Jiuyo, and the others also injected the power of immortal qi into it. Suddenly, the treasure bottle shone. Countless black balls of light flew over again. This time, there were more than 100 of them. They carried with them ancient power and fell crazily. The void was in a complete uproar. Endless cracks appeared as if the world was about to be destroyed. The terrifying black balls of light could sweep everything away. All of them rushed toward the people of the Xia family. At this moment, the people of the Xia family were stunned. What is this? Hurry up and run. They ran crazily. However, they were still affected by the impact. The first elder was sent flying. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. He was so angry that he went crazy. Ah, little brat, I'm going to kill you. I will never forgive you. Kill you. Old thing, you're in high spirits, aren't you? Lin Xian specifically aimed at the first elder. The black balls of light kept falling. The first elder kept dodging, but he still couldn't avoid them. He was hit by some of the black balls of light. He was knocked back and vomited blood. The injuries on his body became even worse. This was a passive attack. Lin Xian could injure the other party. However, the other party couldn't fly up, and they couldn't hit the sky. They could only keep dodging. It was so frustrating. Little brat, come down and fight me if you have the guts. The first elder was so angry that he went crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Aren't you very powerful? Isn't the Xia family high and mighty? Come up and fight. The surrounding people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The Xia family, they were so arrogant and high above everyone else. They had never been at a disadvantage like now. And the one who suppressed the Xia family was not another powerful family or sect. It was just a young man. This world was crazy. How could young people be so powerful? Apart from the first elder, the Xia family had 2 other emperors. How could they be beaten so badly that they could not even fight back? The first elder and the others gritted their teeth and cursed. However, Lin Xian did not go down. Not only that, he used the bottle to attack while letting the blue sparrow land near the immortal jade. Then, he waved his hand and kept the immortal jade. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others soared into the sky. Damn it, the first elder and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. Were they going to watch the treasure be taken away just like that? And there was nothing they could do. However, at this moment, a huge palm came from afar. It covered the sky and went straight for the 9 heavens. The sky was shattered. A vast power swept through everything. It was an expert with 2 strands of immortal qi. It was the Xia family's clan leader. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. That's great. The first elder and the others laughed. Kid, wait for your death. Their clan leader was extremely powerful. It was definitely not something the other party could imagine. This attack was too sudden. Even Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Light surrounded the palm as if it was a star map. Xia Jiuyo exclaimed. This seemed to be starlight illuminating the 9 underworlds. It was an extremely terrifying technique. Let me do it. At this moment, he made his move. He was also someone who had cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. He did not fight back directly. Instead, he waved his hand and hit the void, forming a force that pushed them back. They dodged the palm by a hair's breadth. Where could they go? After the Xia family's clan leader arrived, he led the Xia family to chase after them. Let's go and follow them. The rest of the people followed suit. Lin Xian and the others flew quickly in the sky, dodging constantly. When the people of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning clans saw this scene, they all roared. Damn it, it's that brat. Let's go, kill him and avenge our great emperor. Before them, a martial monarch had fallen because of this kid. Even now, their hearts were still bleeding. He had to kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Not long after, the people of the Serene Water clan also came. they roared, despicable brat, hand over our bottle. Oh heavens, the others exclaimed, how many families has this kid offended? 6 clans and sections. Among them was the Xia family, a silent overlord. How many lives does he have? So reckless. They all chased after him. They wanted to see what kind of fate Lin Wudi would have in the end. Xia Tianyu attacked again, but with the help of the corpse emperor, he dodged. The 9 netherworld beast looked back and laughed heartily. How was it? They can't catch up with us, can they? There was no way around it. It was just that powerful. You can't beat me. La 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 la. The 9 netherworld beast was so cocky. It winked anxiously and taunted him crazily. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded. The people of the Xia family were so angry that they vomited blood. The martial monarchs' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Especially the patriarch, Xia Tianyu, who attacked crazily. He slapped out 3 more times. His goal was to kill the 9 netherworld beast. The 9 netherworld beast was startled. Senior, hurry up and do it, he said secretly. The corpse emperor merged his hands into the void and tore a few cracks in the void, dodging the attacks. The 9 netherworld beast heaved a sigh of relief and laughed proudly again. All of you can come at me together. I'm not afraid. Everyone was speechless. This guy was too naughty. Even Lin Xian and the others had strange expressions. These words would probably anger the Xia family to death. As expected, the first elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. His voice was hoarse. Since when had the Xia family ever suffered such grievances? The patriarch of the Xia family roared, 9 netherworld beast, I'll remember this. Just you wait. I won't let you go. Io, I'm so scared. The 9 netherworld beast looked scared. Then, he said to the people below, fellow Taoists, I'm in trouble. I'm being chased by a group of mad dogs. Please, tell me what to do. The people around them all laughed. This guy was too naughty. Lin Xian was also amused. Aren't you afraid that the Xia family will settle the score? The 9 netherworld beast clan can't run away. The 9 netherworld beast said, of course I'm afraid of him. Our 9 netherworld beast clan is very powerful, okay? No matter how powerful the Xia family was, they couldn't sweep the entire 9 netherworld continent. He could only act arrogantly in one of the regions. We're not afraid of him at all. After saying that, the 9 netherworld beast mocked again. In short, the members of the Xia family were infuriated. This time, the patriarch of the Xia family was completely provoked. He roared, and the 2 strands of immortal chi on his body burned. He was going to kill the 9 netherworld beast at all costs. Damn it. The 9 netherworld beast was scared this time. He quickly jumped back and said, hurry, hurry, run. Xia Jiuyo and the others were speechless. Who told you to be naughty again? This time, the other party will fight you to the death, right? The corpse emperor said, there's a palace ahead. Let's go in. There was a black palace there. It was unknown what sort of metal it was made of. Go in and hide. Xia Qianyu, who was behind them, was really angry. They'd better hide for the time being. Therefore, in an instant, they rushed into the black palace below. You can't run away. I'll kill you even if you're at the end of the world. I'll catch you and tear you to pieces. Xia Qianyu also rushed in. The people of the Xia family followed, and the others also followed in. However, in the next moment, after entering, they were stunned. Damn it, why is it so dark? Who put the law here? Get out of here, or I'll be angry. The first elder of the Xia family roared. The strong masters who followed behind were also stunned. If it's not the Xia family, then who is it? The emperor of the Netherfire clan said, isn't it simple? The Netherfire burned the 9 heavens. He snapped his fingers, and immediately, terrifying flames spread out in all directions. Not to mention a palace, even a world could be enveloped by it in an instant. Everyone could hear the rumbling sound of the raging flames burning the void. There was also an aura that was so hot that their bodies were about to crack. However, it was still pitch black in front of them. they couldn't even see their fingers. The people of the Netherfire clan frowned. What emperor? You're too weak. You can't even make a fire. Let me show you the deep-sea pearl of our Netherfire clan. The deep blue martial monarch waved his hand and took out a blue orb. This was a pearl they had obtained from the endless sea. It was a shell that had lived for 30,000 years. What it spat out was definitely a treasure. As soon as it appeared, it should bring with it a brilliant blue light. However, the deep blue emperor was dumbfounded. There was no light around. It was pitch black, as if someone had covered his eyes. What was going on? Could it be that the pearl from 30,000 years ago was broken? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The mysterious palace, the boundless darkness, and the eerie atmosphere made everyone's hair stand on end. The great emperors were all stunned. They had never seen such an outrageous thing. They couldn't even see their own fingers here. The Xia family was the most furious. They had come here to kill Lin Xian. But now, they couldn't see him at all. The great elder roared, "Boy, come and fight me if you have the guts." However, no one responded. To be honest, Lin Xian and the others were also very surprised. After they came in, they also encountered darkness. But now, they couldn't see anything. Lin Xian had the 9 Suns' divine flame, but he still couldn't do anything. What a strange place. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Even the corpse emperor said, "I can feel that my power is also being suppressed." This palace wasn't ordinary. It was very likely that there had been an earth immortal in the past. He tried using his soul. Lin Xian released his soul. The others also did the same. Xueqi said, "No, the suppression is too strong. I can only see things around me. I can't see anything further." Lin Xian had the Rinnegan, so he was a little better than them. He could see 2 or 3 times further than them. However, that was all. More importantly, they had just come in. Who knew what would happen if they went further inside? Boom! At this moment, the palace's door closed with a bang. The others were all stunned. Damn it, who closed the door? Damn it, open it! They attacked the door madly. However, no matter how hard they attacked, the surroundings were still pitch black. Not good, we are trapped here. Everyone, stay together. Don't separate. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, Xueqi shot out some ice chains and wrapped them around everyone's wrists. Although they couldn't see anything, they wouldn't be separated. Since there was no way back, they could only go forward. They were also very curious. What kind of existence was inside this palace? They hadn't found the celestial pool of creation. Could it be here? They all became excited when they thought of this possibility. So, they slowly walked forward. Lin Xian and the others walked at the front. Next, it was the Xia family, and then the other families. However, after entering, everyone moved very slowly. Therefore, the formation gradually changed. Lin Xian has Rinnegan, so he can perceive several times more than others. Therefore, he was prepared to make a move now to take revenge on the other party. He deliberately slowed down and arrived beside the first elder. Then, he slapped the first elder. With a slap, the first elder was slapped in the face. Immediately, he roared madly, "Damn it, who dares to sneak attack me? Which kid was it?" He roared angrily and quickly counterattacked. Extremely terrifying black lightning circled around him. He was like the god of thunder, possessing the power of destruction. He charged in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian had already left. And that place became the place where the fire demon race resided. Thus, in the next instant, the fire demon clan's clan chief roared crazily. "Damn it, are you crazy? How dare you sneak attack me? Get lost!" He slapped out terrifying flames with both hands, blooming with scorching light. Although he couldn't see the light, he could feel the terrifying aura. The two collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. The first elder was injured again. The Xiao family's clan chief roared angrily, "No one can see clearly in the darkness. It's not a good time to start a war." The fire demon clan's clan chief snorted coldly. The first elder also gritted his teeth. But not long after, he was slapped again. The first elder roared crazily, "Damn kid, come out if you have the guts." this wasn't the end. Next, the other elders of the Xia family were also affected. Everyone was slapped in the face, however, they couldn't find Lin Xian's position at all. How is this possible? In the darkness, we can't see anything clearly. He is just a young boy. How can he see clearly? Everyone was stunned. Those great emperors felt their hair stand on end. Someone said, could it be that kid? Could there be something else in the hall? Thinking of this, everyone was even more shocked. If it was Lin Xian, it would be fine. If it was something else, then it would be troublesome. But then, they denied it. It must be Lin Xian. Because other than the Xia family, the great emperors of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families, as well as the dark clouds and the ghastly water clan, were all slapped in the face. That's right, it was Lin Xian who did it. Lin Xian's Rinnegan had an advantage over others here. So, he attacked crazily. Those people were so angry that they vomited blood. They couldn't fight back at all. Instead, the other party was very despicable. He specialized in slapping faces, he made them lose face. For a time, in the darkness, all kinds of slaps sounded. When the 9 netherworld beast and the others learned of the situation, they were all gloating. However, no one dared to make a sound. They were also afraid of being sneak attacked. After slapping a circle of faces, Lin Xian returned and said, "It's about time. Let's continue forward." They set off quickly. However, in the darkness, they didn't go first. Instead, they lagged behind. After all, the dangers ahead were unknown. That decision was truly the correct one. What happened next shocked all of them. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of them. Then, a terrifying aura erupted. It was like a vast sea that swept through the 9 heavens. What's going on? Who's attacking us? The ghastly water clan roared crazily. The Xiao family's first elder said, "It's that Lin Wudi. Damn it, I won't forgive him." The deep blue emperor let out a resentful voice. However, in the next moment, he screamed again. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Oh no, is the deep blue emperor going to die? The others also felt their blood run cold. The ghastly water clan roared, "Lin Wudi, I won't let you go. Our family will hunt you down forever." "What's going on?" Shuiqi asked telepathically. "Husband, did you attack again?" Lin Xian shook his head, "It wasn't me." "Damn it, someone attacked secretly. Does he want me to take the blame? Who is it? Could it be the Xiao family?" Lin Xian frowned. "The Xiao family's first elder probably has the strength to frame me." However, at this moment, the deep blue emperor suddenly said in a weak voice, "This thing wants to take me away. Patriarch, save me." Before he could finish his words, he was pulled into the distance by something. The friction between the body and the ground created a thunderous sound. They started to chase. The ghastly water clan's first elder roared. He would never allow the great emperor of his family to die. "Damn Lin Wudi, we won't forgive him. We'll chase him too." These people had been slapped in the face by Lin Xian before, so they were also furious. They all chased after him. Lin Xian followed. He wanted to see who was framing him. They followed him all the way, surrounded by darkness. They didn't know how long they had been walking. Finally, they stopped. Shock appeared in their eyes. Because there was light in front. A ball of white flame floated in the air, emitting a pale light. Although it was scary, it was better than darkness. The surrounding families all laughed, "Great, there's finally a flame." If they found Lin Wudi, he would definitely die. They looked around and soon saw Lin Xian and the others. "Kid, go to hell." In an instant, many great emperors attacked Lin Xian together. Lin Xian and the others' faces changed. There are so many people, the situation is really bad. However, at the critical moment, the zombie emperor made a move. He slapped out, and the great emperors of the surrounding families were all shocked. These great emperors were all knocked back. How is it possible? Who is this person? He must have cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. This kid has such an expert by his side. The people of the Xia family were also shocked. The Xiao family's first elder's eyes burst with an extremely cold light as he stared at the zombie emperor. He frowned and asked, "Sir, you attacked my Xiao family before, right?" "That's right." The zombie emperor didn't deny it. "I do have a grudge against the Xiao family, but we didn't do the ghastly water clan." "Who else could it be?" "You've slapped us in the face before." The ghastly water clan leader roared crazily. Lin Xian also snorted, "If we attacked, we would have killed him in one blow." The Deep Blue Emperor didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. How could he have given him a chance to report? The ghastly water emperor trembled with anger. Was he looking down on the great emperor of his family? The Xiao family leader also roared, "Don't be fooled by this kid. Let's attack together and kill him." So what if Qin Wendian had two experts with immortal qi beside him? They also had one on their side, and more than one. In addition to the Xia family leader, Xia Qianyu, Zhulong also had two great emperors with immortal qi. However, Zhulong frowned and said, "Don't move. Look at what that is." With that, he waved his dragon claw and grabbed forward. A gust of wind blew, and the white flame in the air kept shaking. Then, the crowd saw an inconceivable scene. One of the Deep Blue Emperor's arms was grabbed by a pair of black hands, then broken and eaten. Someone was gnawing on the great emperor's bones. What was that? It wasn't Lin Wudi. The people of the other families also exclaimed. It was an unknown creature. There was indeed something in the mysterious palace. "Get out of here!" The ghastly water clan leader roared and charged forward. The black figure dodged the attack with a sway of his body. He let out two low growls and disappeared into the darkness. "Are you okay?" The others also rushed over and looked at the Deep Blue Emperor. "You're a great emperor. Can't you beat him? Why didn't you fight back?" The Deep Blue Emperor said weakly, "I can't move. Take the cloth off me." Only then did everyone realize that there was a layer of black cloth covering the Deep Blue Emperor's body. "Get out of here." The ghastly water clan leader reached out to grab the black cloth. However, Zhulong said, "Don't move." But it was too late. The ghastly water clan leader had already caught it. The next moment, he let out a miserable shriek. His palm had completely rotted away. Ah! He let out a painful groan, smashed his palm, and grew a new one. His face was extremely pale. What was that? Just now, I actually felt my entire body go numb. Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. This black cloth was too strange. It could make a great emperor lose his battle prowess. "Do you know what it is?" The members of the Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning families shook their heads. The faces of the Dark Clouds tribe members turned ugly as well. Even the members of the Xia family were frowning. They had no idea. At this time, the great dragon sword spirit was surprised. There was actually a shroud here. Lin Xian was stunned. He said, "Daolong, you know?" Daolong nodded. The shroud is a terrifying existence. They had once enveloped an extremely ancient and mysterious expert. Therefore, he had some special abilities. Once covered by the shroud, it was very likely that one would rot and become a corpse. Even great emperors were not spared. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. The next moment, he stood out and said, "Now you know it wasn't me, right?" The Ghost Water tribe leader gritted his teeth. The members of the Xia family also snorted. There was no danger for the time being. Lin Xian said, "This thing is called a shroud. It had once enveloped the bodies of countless experts. It has a mysterious power. If you want to save him, come and beg me." "What? A shroud?" The people around were surprised. The eyes of the Xia family leader and the candle dragon burst out with a cold light. Obviously, they had heard of this thing, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. The Ghost Water tribe leader had no choice but to come to Lin Xian's side. "Lin Gongzi, I've offended you before. I apologize to you. Please help me, Lin Gongzi." As a supreme great emperor and the leader of a tribe, the Nether Water tribe leader was so lofty and arrogant. But at this moment, he had to lower his head and submit to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I saved his life." Although he said it was to save the Deep Blue Emperor, Lin Xian actually wanted this shroud. This thing was so terrifying. It was a super-killing weapon in his hand. If he didn't like anyone, he could directly wrap them up and turn them into bones. Don't beg him. I'll do it. Xianxia walked out. He wouldn't give such a good thing to others. So, he stretched out a hand. On his palm, there was an extremely terrifying black light emerging. It was like a dark star. It hit the shroud. The shroud shook, emitting a black light, as if to corrode the other's palm. The two were in a stalemate, and the surrounding void was shattered. Xianxia was stunned. So powerful, the power of this shroud was beyond his imagination. He wanted to make another move. However, at this moment, a long sword slashed across, picked up the shroud, and then floated into the distance. How was it possible? Who was it? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Who could take away the shroud so easily? He looked in the direction of the long sword and found that it was Lin Xian who made the move. This kid wasn't even a great emperor. Where did he get this power? He didn't know that Lin Xian's sword was the immortal slaying sword, which had once killed an earth immortal. And the sword chi he used was the dragon-shaped sword chi of the great dragon sword soul, which had an indestructible power. With the combination of the two, taking away the shroud was not a problem at all. Good stuff. Lin Xian looked at the shroud in front of him and exclaimed. Then, he raised his head and looked around. The other great emperors felt their hair stand on end. Lin Gongzi, I think we had a misunderstanding before. The people of the Wuyun clan hurriedly smiled apologetically. The people of the Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning clans also said, Lin Gongzi, we were sorry before. We apologize to you here. The great emperors of these clans all apologized. They had no choice. If Lin Xian didn't like someone, he could throw this thing at them. No one could take it. The people of the Xia clan didn't apologize, but they were all facing a great enemy. Even the first elder was so scared that he took 3 steps back. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and carefully put away the shroud. He shot out a lot of sharp sword chi and surrounded it. Then he said, now that we are in this mysterious palace, we can't fight among ourselves. Let's work together. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Gongzi was right. The Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning clans hurriedly nodded. They all secretly let out a sigh of relief. No matter how unhappy they were with Lin Xian, they didn't dare to do anything in this palace. The reason why Lin Xian didn't immediately fall out with these people was also because he was worried. The unknown creature that gnawed on the bone just now should be a ghoul. They had seen such things before. However, this single one was even more terrifying than the hundreds of thousands of them outside. Back then, ghouls had appeared in groups. Who knew how many ghouls there were in this palace? Once they encountered a group of ghouls, they really needed everyone to work together. So, before they saw the creation celestial pool, they shouldn't fight. The Gloomwater clan leader also asked, Lin Gongzi, what do you think we should do next? He had saved the Deep Blue Emperor, so he was very grateful at this moment. Hearing this, the first elder of the Xia clan was furious. What does a young kid know? Why don't you ask the Xia clan? These people had been led by the Xia clan, but now they were on Lin Xian's side. He was furious. Xia Tianyu's face also darkened. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes, enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, the scalps of the other families went numb. They were in a dilemma. On the one hand, they were afraid of the Xia family. At the same time, they were also afraid of the shroud in Lin Xian's hand. However, at this moment, Lin Xian smiled. If you don't listen to me, do you think I'll listen to you? You don't even know what the shroud is. Do you know what to do next? Of course, they had to walk forward. The first elder snorted. Lin Xian shook his head. Nonsense, but there's darkness ahead. Can you walk? What's the big deal? Isn't there a flame? As he spoke, the first elder reached out to grab the flame in the air. However, the flame seemed to have become transparent. His palm passed through the flame. How is that possible? He couldn't catch it. The others were also surprised. They all tried to catch the flame and found that they could only see it, but they couldn't catch it. Lin Xian sneered. You can't even catch this flame. Why should others listen to you? The first elder gritted his teeth. Damn kid, can you catch it? Of course. Lin Xian said, this flame is called the ghost bone fire. It was a flame formed by the bones of a strong man after his death. So it has such a origin. The surrounding great emperors were surprised. The first elder snorted. Nonsense. So many of them didn't know the origin of this flame. How could this kid know? Lin Xian ignored him. This information was naturally given to him by Dalong. Dalong was an existence that swept across the ninth underworld. Naturally, he knew a lot of things. He even knew how to collect the ghost bone fire. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and summoned the white bone palm in the Sun Valley. Then, the white bone palm waved, and the ghost bone fire in the sky fell into the palm of his hand. It was over. He could summon it with a gentle wave of his hand. The surrounding great emperors were dumbfounded. Even Xianxia furrowed her brows. Let's go. Lin Xian led the way with the bone specter fire, and the others followed. What these people didn't know was that the ghost bone fire could only be fused with bones. Flesh and blood couldn't be touched. This was also the reason why so many martial monarchs were unable to find anything. Flesh and blood could not bear it. The other great emperors from the other families followed Lin Xian. It was as if he was following the other party's lead. Instead, they had left the Xia family in the cold. Many members of the Xia family gritted their teeth. Xia Qianyu snorted coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes couldn't be contained. Next to him, Torch Dragon smiled. This little guy is a little interesting. He then turned to Xia Qianyu and said, why are you in such a hurry? The most important thing now was to find the creation celestial pool. Previously, we searched many places in the ancient city but didn't find anything. I think since this palace is so mysterious, maybe the celestial lake of creation is inside. Let them explore in front of us. Xia Tianyu nodded. Alright, then let him live a little longer. When I find the celestial creation pool, I'll be the first to kill him. He led the members of the Xia family and followed. After the period it took an incense to burn, Lin Xian and the others came to a stop once again. Because another ghost bone flame appeared in front of him. It was also suspended in midair. The others were overjoyed. This is great. After they obtained the second flame, they would have a certain amount of power and could act alone. Many people tried to make a move. Kid, make a move quickly. Don't let these people snatch it away. The 9 netherworld beasts said. Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan. He frowned slightly and didn't make a move. Because he could see that there seemed to be unknown danger ahead. Someone next to him laughed and said, Lin Gongzi, we'll take this flame. You don't mind, do you? Lin Xian smiled. It's okay. Do whatever you want. Great. The members of the Hidden Thunder family quickly made a move. The others also scrambled for it. But at this moment, a roar came from the darkness in the distance. Then, it turned into a black storm and rushed over. Damn it, what's that? Not good, it's the monster that gnawed on the great emperor's bone. Retreat quickly. These people were frightened and retreated frantically. They retreated, their faces pale. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. It's here again. Under the illumination of the ghost bone flame, everyone could see clearly what it was. It was a ghoul. The people of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families exclaimed. The others also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had seen this thing in the ancient city before. It was very terrifying and specialized in gnawing on human bodies. A ghoul was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone planned to end the battle quickly. However, at this moment, many black shadows appeared around them, overlapping. They also let out a low roar. Not good, there's more than one. Damn it, I knew it. Ghouls appear in groups. We're in danger. Why don't we leave quickly? Some people were terrified. Even the great emperor had the intention to retreat now. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. A cold voice sounded, making people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian and the others were all surprised. Someone is talking. Who is it? Everyone turned their gazes to the front. They saw a person walking over. This figure was holding an ancient white lamp in his hand. There was a ghost bone flame jumping in it. This person was wearing ancient armor and looked very serious, like a zombie. There was a strange black light in his eyes. His voice was also very deep. It was as if two metal pieces were constantly colliding. Someone, in this place, there was someone else besides them. Who was it? Did someone arrive before them? The people of the Xia family were shocked. The people of the other families were also on guard. Why doesn't this guy look like someone from our era? Could he be someone who stayed behind after the world-shaking battle? That was a battle 1,000,000 years ago. How terrifying must he be to survive until now? Who are you? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Me? The withered man smiled. I'm from the Immortal Sect. My name is Immortal Water. Immortal Sect? After hearing this, everyone frowned. I've never heard of such a sect. Xianxia snorted. What Immortal Sect? You're just pretending to be mysterious. Immortal Water was also angry. That's because you're ignorant. You don't even know about the Immortal Sect. You people, kneel on the ground obediently. How dare you disturb my master's rest? How dare you? Who is your master? How dare you make us kneel? The people of the Dark Cloud tribe also roared. The great emperors of the other families also snorted coldly. Even if they faced Xianxia, they didn't need to kneel. No one could make them kneel. Immortal Water looked up to the sky and laughed. Stupid, my master is naturally the leader of the Immortal Sect, which is immortal. How dare you be disrespectful to Immortal? I think you don't want to live anymore. Immortal? Everyone was surprised. Could it be an Earth Immortal? There was an Earth Immortal here. Everyone was terrified. Even Xiaoqianyu's face changed drastically. Zhulong could no longer remain calm. Although they were powerful, they were no match for him. Although they were powerful, they were not enough to deal with an Earth Immortal. The other party could kill them with a single finger. Impossible, how could it be here? What about an Earth Immortal? Stupid, it seems that you don't know how powerful our Immortal Sect is. He waved his hand. The surrounding ghouls rushed up. You can actually command ghouls. The surrounding great emperors were all stunned. Can these things be controlled by humans? Immortal Water snorted coldly. This is the method of our Gate of Immortality. We raised these ghouls. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. Does the Gate of Immortality really have an Earth Immortal? Otherwise, why would they have such a magical method? Get lost. Patriarch Netherfire roared angrily. Terrifying flames surrounded his body. The terrifying power changed the color of the sky and earth. The wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families also attacked. They roared angrily like war gods. Powerful immortal energy and terrifying laws were displayed to the extreme. They wanted to fight against these ghouls. The battle broke out in an instant. It was very fierce. These ghouls had eaten countless experts to grow up. They were very terrifying. Their bodies were extremely hard. When the great emperors hit them, they made a clanging sound. It was very difficult to break them. On the contrary, these ghouls could eat the bodies of the great emperors. Therefore, this battle made everyone's hair stand on end. Lin Xian and the others were also attacked. Xueqi shot out ice, and Xiao Jiuyo and the others also attacked. The number of ghouls was more than they had imagined. Therefore, they retreated as they fought. However, some ghouls also appeared behind them. They blocked their way. During this process, Lin Xian was surprised because he found that unless he took the initiative to attack, these ghouls wouldn't pay attention to him. Instead, they attacked Xueqi and Xiao Jiuyo crazily. This stunned Lin Xian. Why? Is it because I don't have the cultivation of a great emperor? But that shouldn't be the case. The people of the other families who didn't have the cultivation of a great emperor were even more miserable. They were directly pierced through and had their hearts grabbed. Why wasn't he attacked? Dalong said, because you're not from the netherworld, and you don't have that kind of cold aura. You have the aura of the purest yang, so they won't attack you. They might even be afraid of you. So that's the reason. Lin Xian understood. In that case, he would be able to restrain these ghouls. However, De Long said, "No, it's useless to restrain these ghouls. With the immortal sex methods, I'm afraid they've cultivated a lot of ghouls. Therefore, there would be no result if they continued fighting like this. You have to control that immortal water first." There was something wrong with the white bone lamp in that guy's hand. Not only would he be able to create spirit bones, but he would also be able to control these ghouls. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Lin Xian's eyes flickered coldly as he prepared to attack the immortal water. At this moment, the surroundings of the immortal water were extremely silent. Holding the lantern, he stood there with the corners of his mouth raised. How could these idiots understand the power of the immortal sex? Let them all become nourishment for the ghouls. Immortal water was not surprised by those outsiders. Evidently, there had been others that had come here before. However, they had all fallen. Although there were several experts with 2 strands of immortal chi among the people that had come this time around, they were all experts with 2 strands of immortal chi. His strength far surpassed those people from before. However, they would definitely fall in the end. Just as he was feeling smug, a beam of light suddenly appeared in front of him and rushed towards him. How could this be? Could someone break through the attacks of the ghouls? It was too unbelievable. Could it be a super great emperor with 2 strands of immortal chi? Thinking of this, his expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. However, it was still too late. With a slash of his sword, the white bone lamp in his hand was actually cut in half. The white bones scattered all over the ground. The bone specter fire also dimmed. Damn it! Immortal Water shouted angrily. Was this guy a coincidence? Or was he specifically attacking this white bone lamp? The lantern was the key to controlling the ghouls. Otherwise, these ghouls would lose control. He would not be able to explain himself when he returned. With a furious roar, he reached out his palm and grabbed one of the bones. However, at this moment, a sword chi hit his hand again. It sent him flying. Damn it! Immortal Water raised his head. When he saw that the person who attacked was actually a quasi-emperor, he was stunned. He wasn't even a great emperor, yet he dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Kid, you must be tired of living. Although I don't know how you broke through the ghouls' attack line. However, with your cultivation level, you dare to come and be arrogant in front of me? I will tear you to pieces. After regaining his composure, Immortal Water was full of murderous intent. Endless laws appeared beside him. Kill, with a furious roar, he quickly charged over. In his opinion, a mere quasi-emperor would be killed in a single move. However, Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. The peerless sharpness tore through the void and instantly split his opponent's palm. Immortal Water covered his hand and screamed. He kept roaring, "No, this is impossible, how can you have such a powerful attack?" Immortal Water was not afraid even when facing a great emperor. He could fight. Unless it was a powerhouse with 2 strands of immortal chi, he would be afraid. However, a mere half-martial emperor had managed to injure him. This was too unbelievable. Immortal Water roared and summoned the 3 ghouls around him to attack Lin Xian. Let's see how you die. These ghouls were very terrifying. Their claws could easily shatter the void and tear apart the body of a great emperor. However, when those ghouls approached Lin Xian, they let out an uneasy roar. They stopped and quickly retreated. They did not attack. What was going on? Even the ghouls did not dare to attack. This was impossible. Immortal Water was completely stunned. Who are you? Who exactly are you? I am a god, a high and mighty god, an existence that you can't imagine. Lin Xian sneered. He flicked his finger, and a sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Immortal Water was sent flying. There was a sword hole on Immortal Water's body. He kept vomiting blood. Fear appeared in his eyes. The other party had injured him with a sword chi. This was much stronger than an ordinary great emperor. This guy could fight above his level. And he could fight above many levels. Also, the aura on the other party was not the aura of the netherworld at all. Damn it, you are from outside the netherworld. Immortal Water seemed to have discovered something. He roared crazily. No wonder this kid was so strange. Even the ghouls did not dare to attack him. Not only was he from outside the netherworld, but he also had the power of the purest yang. This was a power that was completely opposite to their netherworld. Damn it, how did you get in? Had these families already joined forces with the powerhouses from the outside? He was really crazy. The families that were fighting with the ghouls were also shocked. Outside the netherworld? How was that possible? Did this Lin Wudi really come from the outside universe? At this moment, they also could not believe it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It seems that you are not stupid. Since you know that I can restrain you, why don't you obediently kneel down and submit? Tell me all the details of the immortal sect. Don't even think about it. Immortal Water roared. He took out a broken saber. There were endless cracks on it. However, it was extremely sharp. This was a broken weapon left behind from the war back then. However, its power exceeded that of ordinary extreme weapons. The slash was strong enough to slice a martial monarch in half. Lin Xian smiled. He waved his hand and took out the shroud. The black cloth fluttered in the air. You can actually subdue this kind of thing. After Immortal Water finished looking, he turned around and ran. The Immortal Water was really too shocking. First of all, the power of the purest yang was something that the 9 serenities didn't have. The other party's appearance here had already surprised him. However, he was still able to rely on his own trump card to defend himself. After all, he was from the immortal sect. However, when the other party took out the shroud, he had no choice. He couldn't resist this thing. Therefore, he ran away like a madman. Exerting his power to the extreme, he broke through the void. However, he was still a step too late. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the shroud flew out, covering the sky and earth in front of him. In an instant, it enveloped the immortal water. At the most critical moment, the immortal water decisively gave up on his body. In that instant, his soul escaped and merged into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. He only left one sentence, "Kid, just you wait, the immortal sect won't let you go." He ran away. It was really strange. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The shroud could easily seal even a great emperor. This guy's soul could escape. However, the other party was decisive. He should know the power of the shroud. Therefore, he bravely gave up his body. After he ran away, the ghouls around also quickly retreated and all left. Finally, they left. The fighting families and sects all breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them cried. Because in such a short time, many people had already died. Their bodies were torn apart, and their bones were swallowed. Even a few great emperors were seriously injured. Although they didn't die, the situation was very critical. Lin Gongzi saved us again. These people looked at Lin Xian with incomparable gratitude. If Lin Xian hadn't beaten this person away, perhaps more great emperors would have died. The people of the Xia family were also shocked. Especially the patriarch, Xianxia, who stared at Lin Xian as if he wanted to see through him. He didn't even know how to break it. How did this kid know? He said, "Who are you? You're not from the 9 serenities. How did you come in? How do you know about the shroud? How do you know about the ghost bone fire? What's your relationship with this place? Don't you know what kind of conspiracy it is?" A series of angry roars could be heard. The others were also shocked. Yes, this young man is really too mysterious. Lin Xian smiled. There are many things in this world that you don't know. I know. Is this a scheme? What a joke. Your heart is too narrow-minded. Can't you admit that others are better and stronger than you? What a stupid thing. Lin Xian's sarcastic remarks made Xianxia tremble with rage. If this was a land immortal, it would be fine if he taught him a lesson. Indeed, his skills were not as good as others. However, you are just a puny quasi-emperor. What right do you have to lecture me? I am a great emperor who has cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. I am an expert who has made a name for myself since hundreds of thousands of years ago. When I swept through the world, you weren't even born yet. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate it. What a sharp-tongued thing. I want to see what you have to resist me. Xianxia couldn't hold it in any longer. Previously, he had planned to kill the other party when he found the Fortune Celestial Pool. But now, he had to suppress the other party first. Do you want to fight? Lin Xian took out the immortal killing sword. The corpse emperor also walked over. But at this moment, the Netherwater clan leader said, "Clan leader Xia, please give me face first." The people of the other clans also said, "Yes, clan leader Xia, Lin Gongzi saved us this time. We can't repay evil with good. Yes, we still need Lin Gongzi to continue to lead the way for us." At this moment, the people of these clans actually stood beside Lin Xian. "You, damn it. Are you going to go against the Xia clan?" Xia Qianyu's face darkened. Torch Dragon also came over to persuade, "Fellow Daoist, calm down and be patient." "Okay, I'll be patient." Xia Qianyu withdrew his power. He left. With the support of these people, Lin Xian was not afraid of the Xia clan at all. He continued to lead the way. In the white bone palm, there were 2 balls of ghost bone fire jumping, and the light was brighter than before. It could also illuminate further places. This time, there were no ghouls on the road. However, they did not dare to be careless. Just as they continued to move forward, on the other side, the soul of Immortal Water fled in panic. He fled to the depths of the palace. There was endless light here. There were many ghost bone fire around, forming lanterns and hanging on the wall. The area in front of them was brightly lit. Not only that, if one looked carefully, they would find that this was simply an immortal palace. It was completely different from the cold darkness around. On the magnificent gate, 2 words were written in flamboyant calligraphy, "Immortal Gate." On it, the multicolored light was extraordinary, as if it could ascend at any time. There were also some people in the Immortal Gate. These people were thin and wore ancient robes. At this moment, 2 people suddenly looked up. "Who is it?" they shouted coldly. In the darkness in front of them, a soul suddenly rushed out. "Senior brothers, save me. You are Immortal Water. What's going on? Where is your body?" The 2 figures rushed over and asked in astonishment. "You are injured." "Who injured you? Did the people outside come in?" "It's faster than we thought." Obviously, these people had calculated that someone would come in the near future, but the time was a little earlier. Immortal Water said, "Not only did they come in, but someone also injured me. One of them is a guy from outside the 9th Serenity. I don't know, how did he get in? But he is very strange. I must kill him. Senior brother, please avenge me." "What? Someone from outside the 9th Serenity? Could it be that the 9th Serenity has reopened?" These people were also extremely surprised. Someone said, "Who cares? I want to see who dares to go against our Immortal Gate. That is, catch him, suppress him, and everything will be clear." These people were ready to set off. But at this moment, an old voice came from the depths of the Immortal Gate. "Stop." After the disciples below heard it, their bodies trembled. The next moment, they turned their heads and exclaimed, "It's the Immortal has woken up." They quickly ran over and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Immortal." The ancient voice was heard once again. Then, it formed an illusory eye and directly enveloped Immortal Water's soul. Immortal Water trembled in fear, but soon, the illusory eye disappeared. The people around knew that it was the Immortal who was probing their souls. Sure enough, in the next moment, the old voice sounded again. "It actually has the power of the purest yang. It seems that my chance has come. Go and bring those people here. Don't do anything to them. Be polite to them." "Polite?" Everyone was stunned. Immortal Water also said, "Immortal, he injured me and suppressed my body. I'm not reconciled." "Shut up, it's just a body. I'll help you rebuild it. They are my hope. Especially that man with the purest yang energy. You must bring him here." In the end, there was a trace of excitement in the voice. "Go quickly. Do you dare to disobey my order?" Hearing this, the surrounding disciples all shook their heads. "Immortal, don't be angry. We'll go now." Although they didn't understand what the Immortal meant, however, they did not dare to resist at all. In the boundless darkness, there was only one lamp that flickered with a faint light. Behind this lamp was a group of people. These people were Lin Xian and the others. At this moment, they were still walking in the darkness. They didn't know what was at the end of this hall. Is there anything they want in there? Some people had already begun to hesitate. Let's walk for another half a day. If we can't see the end after half a day, let's leave this place. Yes, this place was too strange. If those ghouls were to attack again, there might really be a martial monarch who would fall. Everyone agreed one after another. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly appeared in front of him. And there was more than one. Oh no, could it be that the people from the immortal sect have returned? Damn it, run. These people turned around and wanted to escape. However, the people from the immortal sect came faster than they had imagined. In an instant, they arrived in front of them. Lin Xian also frowned. It's indeed the people from the immortal sect. He saw the soul of the immortal water. He snorted coldly and took out the immortal slaying sword. Everyone, it's useless to run. Only by fighting can we have a chance of survival. Lin Xian's body was full of fighting spirit. Humph, kid, you're very lucky. We immortals want to see you. Come with us. The immortal water in front did not make a move. Instead, she said coldly. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. The others also cried out in alarm. The immortal wants to see us? Could it be the sect master of the immortal sect? No way, he's really still alive. Is that a land immortal? These people were extremely nervous. The immortal water said, Kid, what's wrong? You don't dare? Junior brother, shut up. Another figure walked out from the crowd. It was a burly man. He said in a deep voice, The immortal invites you over. I hope you cooperate obediently. Don't force us to make a move. Should we go over? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The other party didn't make a move immediately, which meant that there was still a chance of survival. Perhaps there would be an unexpected opportunity. Therefore, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Please. The people from the immortal sect led the way. Lin Xian and the others followed. The people from the clans and sects behind said, Should we go over? It was too dangerous. If it's really a land immortal who set up a trap, we'll definitely die. Even the members of the Xia family were in a heated discussion. Xia Qianyu's eyes flickered as she walked over. If that brat dared to go over, why wouldn't he dare? Torch Dragon followed suit. Let's go too. The others followed suit. This time, their speed was much faster. It didn't take long for them to see a brightly lit area ahead of them. There's light. Heavens, is this a celestial mountain? Countless people were stunned. Even the martial monarchs were stunned by the sudden appearance of such a mystical place in the boundless darkness. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins with no knowledge. This is our immortal sect, a sect founded by immortals. Why aren't you kneeling down to express your respect? Immortal Water said proudly from the side. Lin Xian sneered. What is this? I've seen places that are even more miraculous than this. Why do I have to kneel? After that, he walked straight over. This brat was too arrogant. The people of the immortal sect also looked gloomy. If the immortal hadn't asked them to invite him over, they would have already attacked. What right did a quasi-emperor have to be so arrogant in front of them? After entering, everyone was surprised. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used his Rinnegan to search everywhere. The people of the immortal sect were even angrier. How dare you? Who allowed you to be so presumptuous in the land of the immortal sect? However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was still searching. Suddenly, he froze. That place, he rushed over. Xia Qianyu and Torch Dragon also followed. Because they found that there was indeed a pool of water in front of them. Above the pool, there were endless rays of light surrounding it. It was crystal clear, like a celestial pool. This should be the celestial pool of creation, what they had been looking for. You're not allowed to go over. The people of the immortal sect were completely furious. They gathered together, pulled out their swords, and shouted coldly, The celestial pool is the sacred place of our immortal sect. You're not allowed to cross it. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. They were very powerful, and there was more than one great emperor. This immortal sect was indeed terrifying. The people from the other clans all stopped in their tracks. Even Lin Xian and the others stopped in their tracks. However, their eyes didn't leave. Lin Xian said, "Didn't you say that your immortal wanted to see me? Where is he? Let him come out." "Boy, you're too reckless. How can you challenge an immortal? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." The burly man leading the group also walked forward. His body was surrounded by an extremely frightening destructive power. The great emperor's faces all changed. This man was so powerful. Was this the master of the immortal sect? Lin Xian was not afraid. He was even eager to try. "Well, I'll see what's so magical about your immortal sect." The sword chi on his body became even colder. However, at this moment, a voice came from the direction of the celestial pool. "Stop." Then, everyone saw the water in the celestial pool boiling. A figure walked out of the celestial pool. It was an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. His body was spotless and surrounded by endless light, as if he was a holy spirit. "Greetings, immortal." When the people of the immortal sect saw this old man, they all knelt down and kowtowed. The leading man shouted coldly, "Why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to the immortal?" Many people of the families and sects were so scared that their legs went weak and they directly knelt on the ground. However, there were also some people who didn't kneel down. For example, Torch Dragon, Xianxia, and the Corpse Emperor. They were all super great emperors who had cultivated 2 strands of immortal chi, so they wouldn't kneel down casually. Although the other great emperors didn't kneel down, their bodies were also trembling. The reason for that was because they were able to sense an unfathomable power from that old man. Was he really an immortal on earth? "Get up." The old man waved his sleeve, and suddenly, thousands of rays of light danced in the air. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena appeared, and an earth-shattering power swept over. The martial monarchs began to tremble. This power was too strong. "Greetings, immortal on earth." The great emperors were high and mighty. However, in front of a real immortal, they could only bow their heads and kowtow. It was really the power of an immortal on earth. Xia Qianyu's body trembled. Torch Dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. The Corpse Emperor was facing a great enemy. However, Lin Xian stood tall and straight. This was the immortal sect. At the level of an immortal on earth, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He could feel an extremely powerful force. It was as if a big hand wanted to hold him down and make him kneel down. However, the sword energy in his body resonated and soared into the sky. "In my life, I only kneel to my parents and my master. You are not qualified to make me kneel. It's over, this kid is dead for sure." The people of the surrounding families and sects also felt their scalps go numb. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than an immortal on earth. This was an immortal who surpassed everything. He was high and mighty, a legendary figure. Legend had it that a real immortal could turn a great emperor into ashes with a wave of his hand. The Xia family once had such an immortal on earth. That was why the Xia family was so powerful and swept through the 8 wastelands. Although the immortal on earth of the Xia family had been sleeping for millions of years. However, no one dared to challenge the Xia family. This was the terror of an immortal. Now, Lin Xian, as a mere quasi-emperor, was challenging an immortal. Was he tired of living? "Good boy, you have courage." The elder in front smiled and said, "You are indeed the one I look forward to." After he finished speaking, he looked at his surroundings again. The eyes of the surrounding martial monarchs flickered with excitement. Obviously, they all wanted to enter the creation immortal pool. At this moment, Xia Qianyu walked out and said, "Senior, how should I address you? Is the creation immortal pool ahead?" "I am the demonic immortal. This is indeed the creation immortal pool." Hearing this, the people around were even more excited. This was the legendary immortal opportunity. "Senior demonic immortal, can we enter the immortal flower pool?" Zhu Long also walked over and asked nervously. The other great emperors also cupped their fists and said, "Please help us. It's not impossible to enter the creation immortal pool, but you have to pass a test to see if you have the immortal opportunity." "Test?" The great emperors were stunned. The demonic immortal pointed at an inconspicuous stone tablet in the distance and said, "Who can break that stone tablet? Whoever can enter the creation immortal pool." "How difficult is that?" "I'll do it." A great emperor from the Hidden Thunder family roared. He stomped his foot and rushed out like a meteor. He punched out with world-destroying thunder. The terrifying power hit the stone tablet, causing an earth-shaking boom. However, the stone tablet didn't move. Instead, the great emperor was forced to retreat. His blood was boiling. How is this possible? The hidden thunder great emperor was stunned. The others were also shocked. The inconspicuous stone tablet had such power. I don't believe it. The hidden thunder great emperor roared and took out his extreme weapon. It was a thunder saber surrounded by lightning. It had the power to split the sky and earth. The saber slashed down and pierced through the 9 heavens. It could even split open several worlds. However, the stone tablet still didn't move. Instead, the light on the extreme weapon dimmed. After this attack, the hidden thunder great emperor was completely stunned. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. This stone tablet is too mysterious. I'll do it. The great emperors from other families all tried. Then, the wind, fire, thunder, lightning families, black clouds, and Yushui families all tried. The great emperors from each family all tried. However, without exception, they all failed. Those below the great emperor level were even more desperate. Even the great emperor didn't have a chance, let alone them. What kind of material was the stone tablet made of? Was it even more terrifying than an extreme weapon, with so many martial monarchs attacking one after another? Even an extreme weapon would be shattered by now. Why wasn't there even the slightest crack on this rock, a bunch of trash? The corpse emperor snorted coldly and walked out. He had come for the fortune immortal pond. Therefore, there was no need for him to hide anything. As he walked out, 2 streams of immortal chi surged out from his body. The black robe was torn to shreds, revealing his true appearance. It's you. The emperor of the Xia family was enraged after reading it. Wasn't this the mysterious expert who had ambushed them earlier? Damn it. Xianxia and the others looked gloomy, but they didn't make a move. However, the corpse emperor roared towards the sky. His body emitted a metallic light. Because he had the strongest physique. At this moment, his hands danced as if they had merged with heaven and earth. He released a powerful force and charged forward. The attack was a lot stronger than the attacks of the martial monarchs before. After all, the corpse emperor was a super great emperor. With a boom, heaven and earth cracked. The surrounding great emperors felt their blood boil. Those below the great emperor level were so scared that they prostrated themselves on the ground. The people of the Xia family exclaimed, "This person is so strong." Xia Qianyu's face was also gloomy. One had to admit that the corpse emperor was really strong. He could suppress everything with a raise of his hand and shatter the 9 heavens with a single palm. However, even with such strength, he still couldn't break this stone tablet. This caused countless people to fall into despair. Could this stone tablet be unbreakable? Was it an immortal stone tablet? How could it be? The corpse emperor's brows were tightly knitted. He didn't hold back in that attack. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, the result surprised him. It can't be, right? Xia Jiuyo, Shuiqi, and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. If the other great emperors couldn't break it, it could be understood that they weren't strong enough. But the corpse emperor was a super great emperor. Even he couldn't break it, the 9 netherworld beast also whispered, "This old man is playing with us, right?" At this moment, the dragon in his body said, "Boy, there's something wrong with this stone tablet. There's also something wrong with this demonic immortal." Lin Xian was taken aback. His expression didn't change, but he secretly asked through voice transmission, "What's the problem? This old man is trapped here. The stone tablet is the key to the array that trapped him." What? Lin Xian was stunned. This old man is a demonic immortal. Who can trap an earth immortal? Then this array is too heaven-defying. Even a few heavenly masters can't do it. The dragon shook his head, "I don't know the details. However, he is indeed trapped in this celestial pool and can't come out. The key is probably the celestial pool. Be careful when you attack later." Okay. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes flickered as he began to think about his next move. The corpse emperor in front was unwilling to give up. He attacked again, and an earth-shattering power erupted. Fortunately, this place was extremely mysterious. Otherwise, it would have been broken. But even so, it still made people's scalp tingle. The result was even more shocking. The stone tablet was still intact. When Xianxia saw this scene, he sneered, "Trash, I think you're just SOSO. What did you say?" The corpse emperor was angry. He turned his head and attacked Xianxia with a palm. Xianxia raised his hand and punched. The two collided. A black hole quickly appeared, swallowing all directions. He sneered, "I said you're trash. Step back and see how I break it. I want to see what you can do." The corpse emperor didn't believe it. Even he couldn't break it. What could the other party do? Xianxia walked out. He took a deep breath, and the aura of the netherworld emerged on his body. A vast and powerful force suppressed all directions. At this moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. Everyone felt frightened. This was the patriarch of the Xia family, extremely powerful. The next moment, Xianxia attacked. However, he didn't attack the stone tablet. Instead, he attacked Lin Xian. An extremely cold and sinister energy enveloped Lin Xian like a poisonous snake. Lin Xian felt it and his hair stood on end. His expression changed drastically. "Oh no. This guy wants to kill me first." That was right. Xianxia did have this idea. He had planned to kill Lin Xian after seeing the celestial creation pool. Because Lin Xian was too arrogant and challenged him several times. He wouldn't allow such a genius to appear. So at this moment, he attacked ruthlessly. This palm was called the Netherworld Soul-Capturing Palm. Under this palm, the opponent's soul would be shattered, and there would be no possibility of resurrection. "Husband, be careful." The expressions of Shuiqi and the others also changed drastically. They wanted to attack, but it was too late. They could only feel an extremely vast power pressing down on them. It was as if the hand of a deity was pressing down on them, causing their bodies to tremble. As for the others, they were all stunned. They didn't expect Xiaoqianyu's killing intent to be so strong. At this critical moment, the demonic immortal behind him snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a mysterious dharma appeared. Immediately, the 9 netherworld soul extinguishing palm was blocked. With a boom, the palm shattered. Xiaoqianyu was also knocked back. He even shattered the void. His chi and blood were tumbling, and his face was stunned. It was blocked, and the one who did it was the demonic immortal. Why did Senior care about the business of a little ant? He didn't understand. The demonic immortal snorted coldly. "Who allowed you to fight in front of me, Humph?" His cold snort fell on Xiaoqianyu like a divine thunder. Xiaoqianyu cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. The great emperors of the Xia family were even more frightened. They all ran over, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xiaoqianyu waved his hand and stopped these people. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, "Senior is right. I will remember and won't fight again. Since you are from the Xia family, I will spare you this time. If there is a next time, I will destroy your heart and soul." The demonic immortal's cold voice came. Everyone's hair stood on end. Was this an immortal? Too powerful. Just a voice injured the Xia family patriarch. What kind of power was this? This was a power that surpassed everything. The zombie emperor, torch dragon, and the others were also creeped out. Under this power, they didn't dare to do anything. Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. Was this an immortal? Moreover, it was a sealed immortal. How strong would he be in his peak state? The Nirvana realm had more than one earth immortal. Was he going to face such a super strong master in the future? Power, he needed more power. He felt a sense of crisis. This time, he must enter the creation immortal pool and improve the immortal chi seed to the extreme. Next, he had to prove his Tao and become an emperor as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he met the earth immortal of the Nirvana realm in the future, Lin Xian felt that he would most likely die. Boy, pay attention. This demonic immortal seems to pay special attention to you. His eyes are always on you. At this moment, Daolong spoke again. Lin Xian was stunned. Is there such a thing? Could it be because he came from outside the 9 underworlds? Thinking of this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he could take a gamble when the time came. Off to the side, Xianxia took out 2 medicinal pills and swallowed them. Magical laws and immortal qi swirled around her. He recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he said, "Senior, I won't attack anymore. Can you let me continue to try and break this stone tablet?" "Sure." The monster immortal nodded. Xianxia took a deep breath and took a step forward. Endless immortal light erupted from his body, forming an extremely terrifying storm. Then, he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it forward. 9 Serenity Starlight Seal. This was an extremely terrifying palm technique. At this moment, once it was used, its power was boundless. Everyone was looking forward to it. This palm strike should be able to succeed. The black handprint, with a mysterious starlight, landed on the stone tablet and set off a huge wave. Dozens of black holes appeared in front of them, swallowing everything. Everyone was waiting. However, at this time, Xianxia exclaimed, "This is impossible." This was because he discovered that the stone tablet was still intact. What's going on? Xianxia was stunned. The great emperor of the Xia family also shook his head crazily. Even the patriarch doesn't have a chance? The others were even more desperate. The corpse emperor sneered, "You said I'm useless? I think you're the useless one. Aren't you the same? Can't you open it? What right do you have to laugh at others?" "You." Xianxia trembled with anger and wanted to attack again. However, thinking of what had happened before, he restrained himself. In front of this monster immortal, he couldn't be presumptuous. "I don't believe it." Xianxia attacked again. In the end, he even took out an extreme weapon. However, he still couldn't break the stone tablet. He couldn't even leave a crack on it. In the end, he could only give up helplessly. Then, the torch dragon also tried, but it also failed. Lin Xian said to Xueqi, Xia Zhouyo, and the others, "You guys should also try. Perhaps what you need to break this stone tablet is not strength but opportunity." So, Xueqi, Xia Zhouyo, and the 9 netherworld beasts all tried. However, they still failed. In the end, even the quasi-emperors below the great emperor level tried. However, no one succeeded. In the end, almost everyone had made a move. They were all desperate and stunned. Could it be that no one could enter the creation celestial pool? Then this time, didn't they come in vain? How much had they experienced? Previously, half of their bloodline was sucked away by the bloodthirsty array. Then, they encountered ghouls and even great emperors fell. It wasn't easy to come here, but in the end, they could only watch and couldn't enter. How could they be satisfied? However, no one dared to be presumptuous. After all, there was a monster immortal in front of them. The monster immortal in front of them was expressionless. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. His eyes turned and fell on Lin Xian. He said, "Young man, you haven't made a move yet." "Yes." The Gloomwater clan leader also exclaimed, "Lin Gongzi hasn't made a move yet. He might have a chance." The Dark Clouds clan leader shook his head, "Impossible." Even the Xia clan leader, the Torch Dragon, a super great emperor, failed. "No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid he won't succeed. I think he might not have a chance." All kinds of discussions came. The people of the Xia clan sneered, "He will never succeed." "That's right, who does he think he is? Even our clan leader failed. He has no chance." Even Xueqi, the zombie emperor, and the others looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I can make a move, but you have to let me enter the creation celestial pool first." Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Is this guy crazy? How dare he negotiate with the monster immortal? Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death by the monster immortal? Xianxia also sneered, "Stupid thing." It seemed that the monster immortal could kill him without him making a move. Even the monster immortal was stunned. "Oh, are you making a request of me? Young man, do you know what kind of existence you are facing?" The monster immortal snorted, and endless starlight suddenly bloomed in his eyes. An unimaginable power burst out and enveloped the world. Everyone trembled, and their faces were filled with despair. What kind of power is this? They couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian was also facing a great enemy. He clenched his fists and exerted his physique to the extreme. Then he said, "You can't kill me, and I don't think you will kill me. If you want me to make a move, it's very simple. Let me enter the creation celestial pool first. When I get the opportunity, I will save you. Otherwise, I would rather give up the creation celestial pool than make a move." To be honest, Lin Xian was also very nervous now. He gambled again. He gambled that the other party was waiting for him. Perhaps he was the key to breaking the array. Those people exclaimed, "This kid is too arrogant. Lin Gongzi, don't you want to live anymore?" The people of the Xia clan all sneered, "He's dead. He's definitely dead." They gloated. They wanted to see with their own eyes how the other party died. What a pity. Zhu Long also sighed. Originally, he had some ideas about Lin Xian. But now, his plan was probably in vain. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had caused a big trouble. If he offended an Earth Immortal, he would be slapped to death. However, the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The Earth Immortal was silent and didn't make a move. How was this possible? The people of the Xia family went crazy. Would the Earth Immortal spare him? Xia Qianyu's face was also ugly. Previously, he was injured by the Earth Immortal when he made a move. Now, the Earth Immortal directly challenged him, and his ending should be worse than death. Why didn't he make a move? Damn it, this brat's luck is too good. Xueqi and the others were also uneasy. As long as the other party made a move, they would do everything they could to protect Lin Xian. "Young man, you are very bold." At this moment, the demonic immortal spoke. As soon as his voice came out, the terrifying pressure that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet. Sure enough, the demonic immortal said, "You can come in, but you have to swear. Swear with your Tao heart that after entering the creation immortal pool, you must break the stone tablet." No problem. Lin Xian knew that this was his only chance. As an immortal, it was already incredible that he had made such a concession. "Kid, are you sure you want to save him?" Dalong said. Lin Xian sighed. "I have no choice. Otherwise, I can't even enter the creation immortal pool." Wealth came from danger. He could only take one step at a time. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to release the sealed Earth Immortal. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked towards the creation celestial pool before him. The surrounding people all exclaimed, "Oh my God, he succeeded. He could really enter the creation immortal pool. Why? Why didn't I make such a request? I could have gone in first and then made a move." Many great emperors were extremely regretful. Xia Qianyu, Zhu Long, and the others were trembling with anger. "Senior, why? Senior, please give us a chance. After we enter the creation immortal pool, our strength will increase greatly, and we will definitely be able to break the stone tablet." "You don't have the ability," the demonic immortal said coldly. He directly refused. "Damn it, why?" The first elder and the others asked, "Patriarch, should we make a move? We can join forces now, all the emperors." Xia Qianyu's heart skipped a beat, but after thinking about it, he still didn't dare to make a move. Land immortals were too terrifying. If they joined forces with others to make a move, they would be completely offending the other party. That was a falling out. If they failed, everyone would die. It had been extremely difficult for him to reach his current level of cultivation. He did not wish to take such a risk. Therefore, he could only send a telepathic message, "Don't do it. Wait a little longer." No one dared to make a move. They could only watch as Lin Xian walked towards the creation celestial pool. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he arrived at the creation immortal pond. He could feel the boundless power within the pond. In the next moment, he walked in. Endless laws and immortal chi surrounded him. Lin Xian sighed softly. What a terrifying place. Even a great emperor would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits by cultivating here. Next, he began to cultivate with all his might. He had completely entered the fortune immortal pond. The immortal chi seed in his left eye was like a whirlpool, crazily absorbing the surrounding energy. Lin Xian felt very comfortable. His body was filled with power. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. The monster immortal stood on the surface of the lake. His eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Xueqi and the others were also waiting nervously. The angriest ones were the Xia family and the other great emperors. Now, they could only watch helplessly. They were unwilling to accept this. They were really unwilling to accept this. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lin Xian didn't seem to have any intention of waking up. Damn it. The great elder gritted his teeth. Could it be that we have to wait here while he cultivates for 10 years? The other great emperors were also dissatisfied. After all, no one could remain calm in front of such a heavenly treasure. The monster immortal snorted coldly. No one asked you to wait. If you're not satisfied, you can leave. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell. Hearing this, no one dared to say anything. If they left, they wouldn't. Because if they stayed here, they might still have a chance. But if they left, they would have nothing. The monster immortal was very calm. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. This was because he knew that although the creation celestial pool had a mysterious power that could improve the cultivation of great emperors, but the power of this place couldn't be absorbed forever. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to take it. With Lin Xian's cultivation, he was only the 10-crown king. He wouldn't be able to stay here for long. 1 month should be his limit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and he still hadn't come out. This surprised the monster immortal. Did he misjudge? Who would have thought that his limit was even longer than I had imagined? Interesting. He's a genius who hasn't been born yet. To be praised by an immortal, one could imagine how powerful Lin Xian's talent was. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a limit. In the monster immortal's opinion, it would be 2 months at most. However, even after 3 months, Lin Xian still didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. The monster immortal couldn't stay calm anymore. He snorted coldly. I want to see how long you can stay here. Even a great emperor couldn't stay here for 3 months. He had indeed underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had too many trump cards. Therefore, Lin Xian could stay in the creation celestial pool for a longer period of time. However, on the 5th month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. This was already his limit. His immortal qi seed had reached the peak. If it was outside, under normal circumstances, he might not reach the peak even after cultivating for 500 years. But now, 5 months was greatly shortened. The immortal qi seed was saturated and couldn't absorb any more. The next step was to prove his Tao and break through. However, Lin Xian wouldn't do this step for the time being. Therefore, he didn't absorb the power of the creation celestial pool. His current strength had become much stronger than before. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Was he going to go out? His eyes flashed. How could he crack the stone tablet after going out? To be honest, he wasn't very confident. However, at this moment, Daolong said, "Kid, wait. There seems to be something else in the creation celestial pool. I feel an unusual aura." Lin Xian froze when he heard this. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he opened his rinnegan and carefully examined it. He even flew towards the bottom of the creation celestial pool. This creation celestial pool was very deep and seemed to have no end. With his strong physique, Lin Xian kept going down. Finally, he saw something. At this moment, Lin Xian was completely stunned. There was a pagoda below. It was only a meter tall and exquisite. And above the pagoda, the immortal qi was extremely terrifying. What was this thing? Immortal pagoda? There was such a mysterious pagoda under the creation celestial pool. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Take it away. This was his first thought. Because he felt that this thing seemed to be even more mysterious than the creation celestial pool. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. He grabbed towards the immortal pagoda below. Lin Xian's palm blossomed with a piercing light, as if it was the hand of a war god, grabbing downwards. But just as he approached the immortal tower, his palm was blocked. Not only that, there was a super strong force above the immortal tower that blasted over, shattering his palm. His expression changed, and he quickly retracted his palm. His brows furrowed. He frowned. What's going on? This immortal tower was too terrifying. DeLong said, Kid, you have to be careful. The immortal chi above this immortal tower is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid this is something incredible. In fact, Lin Xian could feel the terrifying aura on it even without DeLong's warning. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to get close. DeLong's sword soul flew out like a dragon shadow, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A pair of dragon eyes fell on the immortal tower below. Then, it exclaimed, could it be that thing? What is this? DeLong, do you know? Lin Xian was surprised. DeLong nodded. This was an incredible thing. This was an immortal artifact. I only saw it once back then, and it was said that its whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect it to appear here. Is this thing very powerful? Lin Xian was surprised. Immortal artifact, that's something even more terrifying than an extreme Dao weapon, right? Could it be the weapon of an earth immortal? It's very powerful, and can be said to be extremely terrifying. DeLong's eyes flickered. It seemed to recall some ancient battles. It said, this is the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, which can subdue all demons and ghosts. No wonder the demonic immortals were suppressed here. It was because of this pagoda. Lin Xian also understood, but his brows furrowed even tighter. Can I open an immortal artifact? Others may not be able to, but you might. DeLong said, do you still remember the universe ring you dug out from the ancient land? With that thing, you can mobilize some of the power above the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although it can't be completely opened, it's enough to crack the stone tablet. Really? Lin Xian was overjoyed. In this way, could he also use it to threaten the demonic immortals? That's right. DeLong nodded. With the power of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the demonic immortals won't dare to attack you. Moreover, there was one more thing. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda had appeared. If it could appear again, the mysterious yellow pagoda of the heaven and earth would also appear. You might really be able to fuse with the power of an immortal. Really? Lin Xian was even more shocked now. This was the most troublesome thing for him right now. Tell me in detail. DeLong said, the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth is an extremely terrifying divine artifact. It is as famous as the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. One was an immortal artifact, and the other was a divine artifact. They both possessed the power of gods and immortals. You also cultivated Taiji. Taiji could manifest all things, and naturally, it could contain the power of gods and immortals. This is your only chance. Although no one has done it before and I don't know the success rate, at least there are more chances than you blindly fusing. That's great, I finally know a path. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had been cultivating the Taiji diagram all this time. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was right in front of him. Next, he just needed to find the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Another 3 days passed. Lin Xian said, okay, I'm ready to go out. The power of the immortal chi seed had reached its peak. Next, Lin Xian didn't need to stay here. He was going to leave and look for the black-yellow pagoda. The people outside were getting impatient. Even the demonic immortals were frowning. It had been almost half a year, and the other party still hadn't come out. Could he have died inside, because he didn't believe that a person could absorb for half a year inside? How much power did you have to absorb? Even the great emperor couldn't stay for so long. He had once calculated that if he wanted to go out, he had to wait for someone outside the Nine Serenities. Only then could he save him. Now, Lin Xian was that person. He wouldn't allow the other party to die. His figure flickered, and he was about to enter the immortal pool to look for the other party. But at this moment, the water in the immortal pool boiled. Then, it parted to both sides, and a passage appeared. Lin Xian walked out of the immortal pool. The 9 netherworld beast exclaimed. Xueqi and the others all looked up. The other great emperors also did the same. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. Her husband's aura had become stronger. Xueqi was overjoyed. The corpse emperor was incomparably envious. As for Xianxia and the other members of the Xia family, they were clenching their teeth so hard that they almost broke. The surrounding people were also exclaiming, "Half a year, this is comparable to the amount of bitter cultivation outside. No, why do I feel that he's still a quasi-emperor? He doesn't show any signs of breaking through to the great emperor realm." Xianxia snorted coldly, "What a waste. After absorbing the immortal pool for half a year, he still hasn't broken through to the great emperor realm. How trashy is his talent." The great elder also sighed, "If it was given to you, you might be able to break through and become an earth immortal." They were very unwilling. How could they know that it wasn't that Lin Xian hadn't broken through to the great emperor realm? Lin Xian wanted to walk a path that no one had ever walked before. If it was a single breakthrough, he would have been able to use the power of the divine fire to break through. This time, he could also use the power of the immortal energy seed to break through. However, he didn't do so. Because he wanted to walk the path of an immortal. He wanted to have the divine fire and immortal energy at the same time. He wanted to be the only one and surpass everything. Only in this way could he be qualified to compete with the Nirvana realm. There was no other way. The Nirvana realm was too powerful. The powerhouses of the Nirvana realm had lived for countless years. Their foundation and accumulation were not something that he could compare with. Only by fusing with the power of an immortal could he have the power to fight. "You finally came out," the monster immortal said in surprise. He didn't care whether Lin Xian could break through or not. What he cared about was that Lin Xian was going to help him break the stone tablet. Although he was also very confused, how was he going to break the stone tablet? Lin Xian smiled, "Senior, I've made you wait for a long time. Senior, don't worry, I'll break the seal and help you out." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The monster immortal's pupils constricted. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. "Young man, what are you talking about?" Lin Xian said, "Senior, aren't you sealed here? Of course I'm going to save you." "What? Sealed?" Xia Qianyu jumped up. "Who can seal a land immortal?" This was impossible. He roared crazily. Torch Dragon was also dumbfounded. The other great emperors were also listening to a book from heaven. "How did you know?" A hint of coldness appeared in the monster immortal's eyes. Even the great emperors with 2 strands of immortal energy couldn't find it. "How did the other party know?" Lin Xian smiled. "I saw the immortal tower under the creation immortal pool." "Senior, you were suppressed by the immortal tower, right?" The monster immortal was completely stunned. This immortal tower, he also found it. That place was definitely not something a quasi-emperor could reach. Xia Qianyu and Torch Dragon exclaimed, "There are treasures in the creation immortal pool. Is the immortal tower a weapon of an immortal?" It was unbelievable. Their eyes were red. They really wanted to go down and find out. "Young man, you've really surprised me. It's been 500,000 years. In the past 500,000 years, people from the outside have come in 36 times. Among them, there was no lack of great emperors with 2 strands of immortal qi. However, no one could help me leave. They couldn't even find the immortal pagoda. Only you found it. Do it. As long as you can save me, what do you want?" "I can promise you anything. I can give you endless glory and wealth. I can give you heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I can even let you become a great emperor immediately. I can also help you conquer the world and make you the Lord of 9 serenities." Every word of the immortal monster made people's blood boil. Even the great emperors were excited. These things were also what they had dreamed of. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "Senior, I don't want any of these. I want a promise from you. You're not allowed to attack me or my companions." "Why?" "Young man, don't you trust me?" A strange light bloomed in the immortal monster's eyes. Lin Xian said, "I just want a guarantee. This way, I can better break the seal for you." "Okay." The immortal monster nodded. "I can swear that I won't attack you or your companions." Hearing this oath, the 9 serenities beast, Xia Jiuyo, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian also smiled. "Senior, please wait a moment. I'll break the seal for you." Speaking of this, Lin Xian entered the Fortune Immortal pool again. Everyone was looking forward to it. How was Lin Wuti going to break the seal? So many great emperors had failed. What could he do? However, they couldn't see clearly. The Fortune Immortal pool had endless power. Even the great emperor's eyes were blocked. They could only wait. The immortal monster's eyes bloomed like a sharp sword, piercing through the Fortune Immortal pool. He wanted to see everything clearly. However, at this moment, the water in the Fortune Immortal pool boiled violently. At the same time, Lin Xian's voice sounded. "Senior, can you give me some privacy?" "No problem." Hearing this, the immortal monster immediately looked away. As for this kid's secret, he had plenty of opportunities to explore it in the future. Now, he'd better wait and break the seal. He had been sealed here for 500,000 years and had had enough. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to leave. He had a lot of things to do. When Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the celestial lake of good fortune, he took a deep breath. He took out the universe ring. Would it work? Lin Xian activated the power of the universe ring. Since this item was dug out from the ancient land, it was definitely a treasure. But whose weapon was it? I don't know. Why was the universe ring connected to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Lin Xian was even more confused. This might be a primordial secret, or even a primordial secret. As expected, as soon as the universe ring appeared, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda below began to shake. The immortal chi above it spun continuously and swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. Every single strand of immortal chi was equivalent to the power of a great emperor. With so many people attacking at the same time, even if it was him, if he was hit, he would die without a doubt. But fortunately, the immortal chi did not attack him. It only circled around the universe ring. It was really effective. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the universe ring flew into the distance. In the next moment, he left the celestial lake of good fortune and flew towards the stone tablet in the distance. It hit the stone tablet. The universe ring was already incomparably hard. In addition, it was surrounded by several strands of immortal chi. In an instant, it immediately shattered the stone tablet. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light. Then, an earth-shattering roar sounded, and countless gravel danced in the air. A terrifying black hole appeared between heaven and earth. The vast power made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Was it really shattered? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Zhu Long also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too unbelievable. The great emperors were even more stunned. He did it, Lin Wuti really did it. What exactly was that golden light? They were extremely puzzled. But they did not have time to think too much because an earth-shattering roar sounded. Above the celestial lake of good fortune, the demon immortal who had been holding his hands behind his back suddenly roared into the sky. A powerful force swept out in all directions with him as the center. Retreat quickly. At this moment, all the major families in the 9th underworld frantically retreated. Even the Xia family was running away in a frenzy. They did not dare to stay at all. Everyone left. The whole place fell apart. An endless storm also set off in the celestial lake of good fortune. It was as if a god had descended. This terrifying aura lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. When this power disappeared, everyone looked up at the sky. A figure walked out of the void. It was the old man from before. However, the aura on his body was completely different. Before this, he had the demeanor of an immortal and amiable. But now, his body was filled with a biting cold aura. His eyes were like a peerless immortal sword. Even the great emperors did not dare to look him in the eye. He was so powerful that he was invincible, this was the thought in everyone's mind. Whether it was the corpse emperor, Zhu Long, or Xianxia. At this moment, in front of the other party, they all lowered their heads deeply. The demon immortal waved his finger, and a sword chi fell, splitting the celestial lake of good fortune in half. Under the celestial lake of good fortune, everyone saw a young figure emerge. It was Lin Wuti. At this moment, Lin Wuti also frowned. The other party's aura was too strong. With a wave of his hand, he held the universe ring in his hand. He rose into the air and came to the sky. He said, Senior, I helped you break the seal. You're out, we don't owe each other anything. Goodbye. After that, Lin Xian wanted to leave. Wait. At this moment, the demon immortal spoke in a deep voice. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His heart thumped. He said, Senior, is there anything else? Young man, you helped me out. This is a great favor to me. How can I bear to let you leave like this? Stay by my side for a while. I'll teach you some immortal techniques and give you some heavenly treasures to repay your kindness to me. Hearing this, countless people were envious. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No need, Senior. It's already a great opportunity for me to enter the celestial lake of good fortune. I don't dare to ask for anything else. Goodbye. Lin Xian didn't dare to be with such an old monster. What kind of joke was this? This guy had been sealed before, so he was afraid. Now that the seal was gone, who could suppress him? It was better to leave first. Buzz. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he wanted to leave. However, in the next moment, the void in front of him broke open, and the demon immortal walked out again. It was so fast. Lin Xian was stunned. He had never seen this kind of speed. Even the Rinnegan couldn't see it. After all, the difference in cultivation level between the two sides was too great. Not to mention him, even Xianxia and the others couldn't keep up with this kind of speed. Below the Great Emperor, everyone was an ant. However, in front of the immortal, the Great Emperor was also an ant. The demon immortal smiled. He stared at Lin Xian and said, Young man, don't refuse my kindness. You'd better come with me. There was a commanding tone in his voice. Everyone was shocked by the scene. The demonic immortal wanted to take Lin Xian away, unbelievable, Xueqi and the others frowned. As for Xianxia and the others, they laughed. Humph, it seems that this kid is finished. They knew that the demonic immortal had set his eyes on him. Being targeted by an earth immortal, it would be difficult for him to escape in this lifetime. What do you want? Just say it. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Young man, you are very smart. I want to know your secret. How did you use the power of the immortal tower? Even I can't use that kind of power. Tell me, and I will spare your life. What if I don't tell you? Lin Xian shook his head. If you don't tell me, then don't blame me for being rude. A biting cold killing intent appeared on the demonic immortal's body. This aura made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an abyss. Even the corpse emperor's expression changed drastically. The people of the Xia family were ecstatic. Great, this kid is really dead. Lin Xian frowned. He said, You swore that you wouldn't attack me. Are you going to break your oath? Even if you are an earth immortal, this oath still has restrictions on you. Yes, I did swear that I wouldn't attack you and your companions. But I can move my feet. At this moment, the demonic immortal smiled very slyly. Not to mention moving my feet, even if I move my head or my eyes, except for my hands, any power in my body is enough to kill you. What do you have to compete with me? Heavens, I didn't know it could be like this. The surrounding great emperors were all stunned. He didn't attack because he didn't want him to attack. They found that this demonic immortal seemed to be very shameless. Sure enough, Lin Xian's face darkened. Old thing, you are too shameless. Immortals can't be humiliated. A biting cold immortal light burst out from the demonic immortal's eyes. It rushed forward and directly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. It was too powerful. The earth immortal was far stronger than him. He didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his body to the extreme. In an instant, he took out the sky-swallowing jar. Countless vortexes were created. At the same time, dragon-shaped sword chi covered his body. Just as he finished doing all this, the immortal light shot over. Lin Xian was sent flying. The black vortex was penetrated and cracks appeared on its body. Even some of the sword chi was shattered. Boom! A huge crack appeared and swallowed Lin Wuti. Not good. Xueqi and the others cried out in alarm, and they wanted to rush over. However, they were obstructed by the corpse emperor. Don't attack. Do you all want to die? damn it. Xiaojiu gritted his teeth. Was he dead? The others were even more shocked. How miraculous was this young man? He could even shatter the stone tablet. But so what, he still couldn't block the move of an earth immortal. In fact, a single glance from him was enough to kill a person. Haha, that's great, he's dead. The grand elder of the Xia family and the others laughed. Xia Qianyu snorted coldly. How can you provoke an earth immortal? The demonic immortal said, I only moved my eyes, I didn't do anything. I didn't break the oath. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, Soul, come. In his opinion, Lin Xian was already dead. He wanted to summon the remaining soul of the other party. Between heaven and earth, demonic clouds filled the air. It was extremely terrifying as it surged towards the space cracks. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the space cracks. Old thing, it's not that easy for you to kill me. Still alive, the demonic immortal was stunned, and so were the others. The smile on the grand elder of the Xia family froze. Impossible, they roared. How could he still be alive after being hit by an earth immortal? Even a great emperor couldn't do it. The demonic immortal waved his hand and tore the world in half. Then, everyone saw a figure covered in blood appear in front of them. Husband. Xueqi rose into the air and came to Lin Xian's side. Are you okay, husband? Let's fuse the 9 yin and 9 yang. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, Qi. I won't die yet. You go down and watch the battle first. The 9 yin and 9 yang can't do anything to him. However, I have a way to restrain him. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. Indeed, their 9 yin and 9 yang could instantly shatter a great emperor. However, the enemy in front of him was an earth immortal. He was an immortal. He had surpassed the great emperor. His strength was terrifying and unimaginable. If it were any other situation, Lin Xian wouldn't dare to fight with him. However, in this place, he was fearless. Because he had the power of the immortal tower. This was something he had already thought about before he made his move. He had also thought of this scene. What if the other party went back on his word? Then he would use the power of the immortal tower. Lin Xian waved his hand, took out the universe ring, and held it in his hand. Husband, be careful. Xueqi retreated into the distance. Xiaojiu said, do you really not need us to join forces? The corpse emperor shook his head. If this kid isn't stupid, he should run away immediately. Otherwise, even if all of us join forces, we won't be a match for him. If he wants to fight now, I think he should have some trump cards, right? The other great emperors were also surprised. How did he survive? You and I can't resist the gaze of an immortal. How could he resist it? What trump card does this kid have? The demon immortal's gaze also darkened. Kid, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be alive. Did you know? Even a great emperor with 2 strands of immortal chi would be seriously injured by my gaze. I'm getting more and more interested in you. I want to see what your trump card is. Old thing, you're too conceited. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you're an earth immortal? Before saving you, I thought of this possibility. I have a countermeasure. Lin Xian took a deep breath and activated the universe ring. The demon immortal shook his head. You're too ignorant. All your trump cards are vulnerable in front of me. Today, I'll let you know what an immortal is. The demon immortal still didn't make a move. Because he had made an oath. However, when he took a step forward, the immortal chi on his body suddenly erupted. It was 3 strands of immortal chi that surrounded him, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble violently. At this moment, a vast amount of energy surged forth. Retreat. The zombie emperor's expression changed drastically. The other great emperors also retreated. In front of this absolute power, no one could resist it. Lin Xian's sword chi soared into the sky as if he had turned into a sword god. However, in front of this absolute power, he kept swaying. He was like a small boat in a storm that would capsize at any time. However, at this moment, the universe ring in his hand shone brightly. At the same time, in the creation immortal pool below, there was also a stormy wave. The immortal pagoda in the creation immortal pool shook again, and immortal chi surged out. They tore the immortal pool apart and flew into the void. Each strand of immortal chi was incomparably thick and terrifying. They surrounded the universe ring, blooming with bright light. What is this? What a terrifying power! In the distance, the great emperors exclaimed when they saw this scene. The people of the Xia family were even more shocked. Xia Qianyu's eyes were like fire as he stared at that thing. This is power that surpasses the great emperors. How can this kid have it? This is the power of the immortal pagoda. The demon immortal also exclaimed. There was an extremely terrifying demonic fire in his eyes that was jumping. He smiled. His smile was very happy. I understand now. Your secret must be this weapon. He looked at the universe ring and said, if I get this weapon, I can also use the power of the immortal pagoda. Now, I can kill you without any scruples. The demon immortal's eyes flickered with a cold light. It was a kind of arrogance and indifference that looked down on the common people. Previously, he didn't kill Lin Xian because Lin Xian was useful to him. Now that the other party had become a useless person, he wouldn't have any regrets. It was over. The demon immortal opened his mouth and spat out a stream of immortal chi, which turned into an immortal river that danced in the wind. It was as if it had transformed into a water dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he didn't say a word. He clenched the universe ring and waved it fiercely. The universe ring carried the power of the immortal tower and surged forward. The two collided, making an earth-shattering sound of destruction. The void shattered, like a divine drum shaking, shocking people's souls. Lin Xian kept retreating. However, this time, he blocked the other party's attack. So what if it was an earth immortal? Lin Xian laughed. You're just SOSO. How is this possible? The great emperors in the distance were all stunned. Even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't dare to compete with this demon immortal. But now, a young man below the great emperor actually blocked the attack of an earth immortal. It was incredible. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. The first elder exclaimed, is this guy going to defy the heavens? Xia Qianyu also gritted her teeth. Impossible. Just watch, the means of an earth immortal are far beyond our expectations. This kid absolutely can't survive. The demon immortal's face was also cold. The power of the immortal tower could actually allow a quasi-emperor to contend with him. If he got it, how terrifying would it be? No one in the 9 serenities would be his match. He could even leave the 9 serenities and go to a wider universe. To conquer all the worlds in the universe. Thinking of this, he became excited. In the next moment, he attacked again. With his hands behind his back, his hair suddenly grew long, as if it had turned into a black waterfall, sweeping forward. Every strand of hair that fell down could injure a great emperor. Countless black hair danced together, which was really terrifying. Lin Xian waved the universe ring to block it. He was shaken and kept retreating, his blood and chi tumbling. He could feel that some of the bones in his body were broken. There was nothing he could do about it. Even though he had the universe ring and the power of the immortal pagoda, he had no choice. However, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. It was already a heaven-defying feat for Lin Xian to be able to block it. It would be very difficult for him to win. The demon immortal was overjoyed. He continued to use his hair to attack his opponent. He said, "Kid, it's useless. Your strength is not enough to support the immortal tower. You can only mobilize 1/10,000th of the immortal pagoda's power. Therefore, you won't be able to hold on for long. When I catch you, I'll let you know the consequences of going against me." His smile was so sinister that it made people's scalps tingle. Everyone knew that Lin Wudi was finished. The 9 netherworld beast was so scared that its face turned pale. He said, "Why don't we run away now? Otherwise, we won't be able to escape later." "Shut up." Xueqi snorted coldly, "My husband won't lose. My husband has never lost before." That was in the past. The 9 netherworld beast shook its head. "How can you not lose in this world? Besides, you're facing an immortal. It's not shameful to lose to an immortal." Every time they collided in the sky, a terrifying black hole would appear. Lin Xian felt that if this continued, his situation would be very bad. It seemed that he had to find a way to leave this place first. With the Immortal Tower's power, he wouldn't die. However, it would be very difficult for him to defeat his opponent. The demon immortal was right. The gap between the two of them was very big. He had to leave this place and think of a way to reach the Dao validation realm. Once he succeeded in confirming his Dao, Lin Xian's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Now, his immortal qi seed had reached its peak, and he had achieved his goal. Therefore, he couldn't fight for a long time. Lin Xian quickly retreated. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Xueqi and the others, asking them to leave first. Xueqi and the others retreated. The demon immortal saw their actions and sneered, "Where do you think you're going?" Demonic qi spread out from his body and enveloped the whole world. "Today, none of you will be able to leave." Not good. At this moment, not only the 9 netherworld beast, but also Xueqi and the others had ugly expressions. The other great emperors were also in despair. Were they also being targeted? "Senior, we don't dare to go against you." Some people even knelt down and said, "Senior, please show mercy and let us go." The demon immortal didn't care about the others. In his eyes, there was only Lin Xian, a small ant. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. This made him feel very ashamed. He was a demon immortal, a high and mighty demon immortal. How could he not kill an ant? His hair continued to spiral, turning into a black canopy that pressed down mercilessly. The light on the universe ring dimmed, and several bones in Lin Xian's body were broken. Lin Xian raised his head and roared angrily. Sword qi surged out of his body. At the same time, he took out another item. It was a stone coffin. It was very simple and unadorned. There was a mysterious pattern on it. Although it didn't emit any light, it had a great power. One could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary item. "It's useless, kid. Apart from the Immortal Tower's power, nothing else can affect me." The demon immortal sneered, and the black curtain pressed down on the stone coffin. The stone coffin shook and then fell apart. Sure enough, everyone shook their heads. Lin Wudi was no longer able to hold on. After the stone coffin was broken, the other party would definitely die. However, the situation changed again. A bone emerged from the stone coffin. This bone was extremely white, and there was a mysterious light flickering on it. It blocked the black curtain. This was impossible. How could a bone possess such power? Whose bone was this? Everyone was stunned. Bution exclaimed, "This is the stone coffin I gave Big Brother." The others were also surprised. They didn't understand. Whose bone could have such power? The demon immortal snorted coldly. "A mere dead man's bone dares to be arrogant in front of me? Suppress it." He spat out a mouthful of innate demon qi, which turned into a cage and slapped directly on the white bone. At the same time, the black hair turned into a curtain that shrouded down. He threw the white bone into the creation immortal pool. It formed countless seals. "You're just an ant. How can you compete with me?" Although this process was short, Lin Xian had already taken this opportunity to go far away. Looking at this scene, his eyes flickered. Was the bone suppressed? This was not a good thing. However, he soon smiled. "I can use this opportunity to fight back." He said, "Do you know whose bone this is? Hurry up and hand it over obediently, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, you're dead." "You want me to kneel down and apologize with this bone?" The demon immortal laughed. "Young man, are you scared out of your wits? What in the world can make me afraid? Even if it's the bone of God, I'm not afraid." "Is that so?" Lin Xian smiled. "Then let me tell you, this bone is not the bone of God. It's the bone of the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Dizun. How dare you insult his bone and seal it? You've already offended the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Wait to bear the anger of the Yuhua immortal dynasty." Lin Xian's voice rang out, shocking everyone once again. Was this the bone of the Dizun? The founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Heavens, these great emperors were all stunned. Even the faces of the Xia family changed drastically. How could this kid have such a treasure? How could they not know about the Yuhua immortal dynasty? That was a terrifying existence that wanted to ascend together with them back then. Although they failed later on, however, this bold idea surpassed everything. Until now, no one dared to be the second Yuhua immortal dynasty. As for the Dizun, he was even more terrifying back then. He founded the immortal dynasty and wanted everyone in the immortal dynasty to become immortals. What kind of method was this? This meant that the other party was probably already at the level of an Earth immortal. Moreover, he wanted everyone to become an Earth immortal. Others might not know, but Xianxia knew very well that their Xia family had an Earth immortal. Back then, when their Xia family was at its peak, this Earth immortal was at his peak. Back then, the Earth immortal led their Xia family out of the 9 nether and fought in the myriad worlds, wanting to sweep everything and become the overlord. Back then, the goal of the Earth immortal was only to become the overlord, while the goal of the Dizun was for everyone to become immortals. The gap between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. One could imagine how powerful this Dizun was. He was definitely far stronger than their patriarch. The demon immortal's face became even more ugly. As if he had eaten a dead fly, he couldn't speak of his bitterness. Damn brat, how dare you trick me? He was so angry that his whole body trembled. To be honest, swearing not to kill the other party was nothing in the eyes of the demon immortal. However, offending the Yuhua immortal dynasty made him feel uneasy. Especially when he offended the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, the Dizun. How about it? Are you afraid? Lin Xian smiled. If you are afraid, then kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. You are courting death, brat. I won't let you go. The demon immortal was completely enraged. The killing intent on his body continued to spread. This time, he was going to use his ultimate technique. Run. The faces of the other great emperors also changed drastically. Under this attack, everything around them would probably turn into ashes. Old thing, I won't play with you anymore. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He threw out the heaven and earth ring and hit the immortal pagoda, causing it to shake violently. Countless streams of immortal chi flew out from within, piercing through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire space began to crumble. As for Lin Xian, he took the opportunity to quickly escape. He waved his hand and received the universe ring. Then, he flew into the distance. Then, he said to Xueqi and the others, "Don't worry about me." Now, there was no way to meet up at all, because the surroundings were collapsing, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The few great emperors were too slow, and their bodies were instantly torn apart as they coughed out blood. As for those below the great emperor realm, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. It was too scary. These immortal pagodas were struck with destructive power. Even the demon immortals had to dodge continuously. Damn it, be suppressed, he went crazy and began to seal the fortune immortal pond. If the immortal pagoda ran away, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he no longer cared about killing Lin Xian and the others. He looked into the distance and said, "Kid, I'll remember you. You can't escape. Soon, I'll come out and rule the 9 Serenities continent. I'll find you and destroy your soul." Seal. The demon immortal began to seal the entire world with his own power. Oh no, we can't escape. We can't get out. Some of the great emperors were terrified. The Xia family members were also in despair. After Xia Qianyu finished his exercise, he said, "Break." He crazily tore apart the void. On the other side, Xueqi and the others also felt a sealing power pressing down from the sky. They tried their best to resist, but the power was too strong. Fortunately, Lin Xian arrived at this moment. He activated the power of the great dragon sword with all his might, making it invincible. He tore open the void and took them away. Boom, in the land of buried bones, a lake was stirred up. Then, the lake broke open. A beam of sword energy shot into the sky like a sword god. It was Lin Xian and the others. After they came out, they streaked across the sky like a beam of light and disappeared into the distance. Lin Xian and the others didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they left the land of buried bones. Fortunately, the demon immortal didn't chase them. They weren't in danger for the time being. However, they couldn't be careless. The demon immortal was now forced by the immortal pagoda's power. Once it completely stabilized, it could really sweep across the 9 Serenities continent. At that time, they would be in danger. Lin Xian said, "It's time to go back." He had achieved 2 goals in coming to the 9 Serenities continent. First, Xiaojiuyo had become a great emperor. Second, his immortal qi seed had reached the peak, so he could go back. He could open the 9 Serenities continent and let others in. He was really going to open it, the corpse emperor gasped when he heard this. No one had been able to open the 9 Serenities continent for millions of years. Now, was it finally going to open again? This time, countless experts from all over the heavens and realms would arrive at the heavens and earth. A storm would rise, and countless battles would break out. Xiaojiuyo and the others were excited. Just as they were preparing, Lin Xian's expression changed. He said, "Oh no, let's go. Someone is coming." They quickly left. Not long after they left, many figures appeared, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Among them, there were many great emperors. They spread out in all directions and began to search. If Lin Xian were here, he would be shocked. Because there were people from the Xia clan, the Dark Cloud clan, the Wind, Fire, Thunder and Lightning clans, and the Netherwater clan. These were the great emperors from the clans who explored the creation immortal pool with him. But now, they were frantically searching for him. Were they searching for him? Lin Xian didn't know that after he left, the creation immortal pool changed again. Apart from a few who managed to escape, the rest were all sealed by the sealing power of the demonic immortal. Among them, the Xia clan's grand elder didn't escape. The other great emperors didn't escape either. But Zhulong, Xia Qianyu, and the others escaped. The great emperors were terrified. They looked at the demon immortal and said, "Senior, please spare us. Senior, we don't know that kid. What he did has nothing to do with us." The demon immortal's face was ferocious. He was angry now. How could he be kind? He said, "You dare to have the idea of building the immortal pool? You deserve to die. Senior, please spare us. We are willing to serve you. Senior, aren't you going to the 9th underworld to rule the world? We are willing to follow you." The great emperors had no choice. Although they were high and mighty and stood above everything, they were still no match for the demon immortals. It was easy for the demon immortal to kill them. He could even destroy their souls. It wasn't easy for these great emperors to cultivate until now. No one wanted to die. "Follow me? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." The demon immortal waved his sleeve and shot out countless demon Dao runes. They poured into these people's foreheads. Not only the great emperors, but also the sects and clans below the great emperors. These people had painful expressions on their faces. Soon, their souls were being controlled. "Greetings, demon immortal." These people all knelt on the ground with respectful expressions. Go find that kid. Find him and bring him back. I will reward you." These people were all controlled by the demonic immortal to chase after Lin Xian. The demonic immortal swore that he would not let Lin Xian escape. As for him, he stayed here to stabilize the creation celestial pool. Next, he was going to reappear. Very soon, the 9th underworld would become his possession. Lin Xian and the others were carefully hiding, afraid that they would be discovered by the demonic immortal. At the same time, they were preparing to find a place to settle down. Then, they would open the 9 Nether and let the people outside in. It had been some time since Lin Xian and the others entered the 9 Nether. When they entered, they had attacked the Xia family's branch. Not only that, Xueqi also sent 2 people from the 9 Nether flying. Later, these 2 people also stayed on the 18th level of hell. This matter also spread out. Not long after, the people from the Permitha realm came. When the emperors from the Permitha realm learned about the situation, they were shocked. The 9 Nether had opened? How was that possible? The people from the Supreme Palace also came. They couldn't believe it either. It opened and closed in an instant. Damn it, what was going on? No, they had to investigate carefully. They all sent out emperors to investigate. However, they found that they couldn't find the reason. It seemed that they could only invite more powerful people. The Permitha realm went back to report to the Essence Immortal and Master Rashi. They wanted to invite the Land Immortal to help. The people from the Supreme Palace also prepared to ask the Grim Reaper to help. After the Land Immortal learned about it, he prepared to come and investigate. On the Divine Realm side, Lin Zhan and the others were attacking Xianxia City and couldn't divert their attention. Therefore, they asked the people from the Heavenly Court to investigate the situation. Why hadn't there been any news from Lin Xian and the others for so long? The Heavenly Court's Black Mountain and the North Demon led a group of people to investigate. After learning about the situation, they were also surprised. What was going on? Lin Xian had entered the Nine Nether, but why couldn't the others enter? Damn it. The Prometha Realm and the Supreme Palace were going to send Land Immortals to investigate. The situation was not good. The North Demon said, "Master, what should we do? Land Immortals, we can't resist them." "Don't worry, disciple." Black Mountain's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Do you really think that we don't have Earth Immortals? Let's go. I'll go get someone." No, it was to invite God. We also have Land Immortals on our side. Northern Demon was stunned. In the next moment, he followed Black Mountain and flew into the distance. Black Mountain brought him to the Extreme Dao world. This was a world formed by Extreme Dao weapons. Lin Xian and the others had been there before. After entering the Extreme Dao world, the North Demon was surprised. "There's a Land Immortal here." "Of course there was," Black Mountain said. Then, they quickly flew to the Three Stars Cave. In the Cave of the Slanting Moon and Three Stars, there was a group of spirit monkeys. When they saw Northern Demon and Black Mountain, they looked as though they were facing a great enemy. The auras of these two people were too powerful. Black Mountain said, "Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. We are here to see a senior." After saying that, he took out a treasure box and carefully opened it. Inside the treasure box was actually a strand of monkey hair. This monkey hair possessed an incomparably mysterious power. It caused the surrounding spirit monkeys in the Cave of the Slanting Moon and Three Stars to prostrate themselves. It was the aura of the old ancestor. These people were here to meet the old ancestor. "Please." They respectfully invited Black Mountain and the North Demon into the Cave of the Slanting Moon and Three Stars. The Cave of the Slanting Moon and Three Stars was extremely mysterious. Lin Xian had also been here before. There was a Bodhi tree here, and under the tree was a stone monkey. And further inside, there was a dragon mountain formed by a giant dragon. On the mountain was a man in white sleeping soundly. After Lin Xian left, someone else had come to this place, and that was Sun Qitian. At this moment, Sun Qitian was still cultivating here. Hearing that someone had come, Sun Qitian opened his eyes and shouted coldly, "Who is it?" The next moment, he saw Black Mountain and the North Demon walk in. "It's you." Sun Qitian was surprised. He naturally recognized them. These were all Lin Xian's friends. Black Mountain said, "We are here to invite the fighting god." "You are looking for my father." Sun Qitian was also very surprised. "What's the matter?" "My father is cultivating." Black Mountain sighed. The matter was extremely urgent. The 9 Serenities was about to open. Moreover, some Land Immortals were about to come out. "So, we want to invite the fighting god." Next, he told them about the matter. After hearing this, Sun Qitian exclaimed, "Lin Xian, that kid, has entered the 9 Serenities. Well, it seems that this matter can only be handled by my father." Sun Qitian looked ahead. Black Mountain and the North Demon also took a deep breath and walked over. They bowed respectfully, "Greetings, fighting god." In front of them, the stone monkey that had been sleeping was the fighting god. In the battle back then, the fighting god had once fought with Master Rashi of the Nirvana realm and seriously injured him. The other party had been sleeping for countless years and had only recently woken up. Now, Master Rashi and his group were preparing to go to the 9 Serenities. Thinking of this, Black Mountain took out the monkey hair and said, "This matter is urgent. Senior, please take action." The monkey hair floated up and bloomed in the air. Finally, the stone monkey in front of them shook, and endless dust flew. The stone monkey slowly opened its eyes. It was a pair of golden eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. At this moment, everyone in the heavens and the underworld were terrified. On the hidden Emperor star, countless people from the families and sects felt their hair stand on end. What's going on? Why do I feel that my soul seems to be seen through? Heavens, has someone incredible appeared? Thunder rumbled in the 9 serenities, and ghosts and gods were shocked. The fighting god's gaze created countless illusions. In the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, Sun Qitian also exclaimed, "Father, you're awake. Is it time to fight again?" The fighting god was indeed born for battle. As soon as he opened his eyes, his words were shocking. "Don't worry, I will only take action." "Thank you, Senior." Black Mountain and the North Demon thanked him and then turned to leave. Although the fighting god had awakened, he had no intention of taking action. He was still sitting there cross-legged. Only a pair of golden eyes were flickering like divine flames. His gaze looked into the distance, enveloping several worlds. He flew out of the hidden Emperor star and looked at all the worlds in the universe. He saw the deity ground, the 18 levels of hell, and even the heavenly land. At a glance, all the worlds in the universe were in his eyes. Who can be immortal in this vast world? The fighting god sighed. Sun Qitian was puzzled. "Father, why are you sighing like this? You are already a supreme god. Your lifespan is infinite. You have long been immortal. No, you still don't understand. It's easy to live forever, but difficult to not die." A sigh sounded in the ears of countless creatures. Sun Qitian was also stunned. He recalled his father's words, but now, he still didn't understand. Perhaps it wasn't until he experienced endless battles that he finally understood these words. After leaving the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, the North Demon breathed a sigh of relief. However, Black Mountain shook his head. "No, I'm still worried. The fighting god was breaking through to a new realm. He probably couldn't fight with all his strength. We still have to look for other land immortals. This time, we're going to the Moon God Palace." Above the universe, in the deity ground, there was a mysterious moon palace. Lin Xian had been to this place before. There was the moon god immortal and the moon god inside. He was almost killed by the moon god. However, he was saved by the moon god immortal later. After Black Mountain and the North Demon arrived at the moon palace, they felt a chill down their spines. There were ancient figures, terrifying shadows, and terrifying remnant souls here. The two didn't dare to be presumptuous. Black Mountain took out a letter and said respectfully, "Please see the moon god immortal." A cold voice came from the moon palace. "So you're from the heavenly court. Come in." After saying that, a 7-colored immortal chi appeared in the sky and surrounded He Shan and his companion. The next moment, the world spun. Black Mountain and the Demon Lord found themselves in a new space. Their surroundings were chaotic, like a small lake in the moon. In front of them was an island in the lake, and there was a beautiful figure standing there. She was dressed in white and looked like she would ascend to heaven at any moment. "Greetings, Moon Immortal." Black Mountain and the Demon Lord bowed and told him what had happened. Moon Immortal said, "Don't worry, I'll do it." "Is that Lin Xian you're talking about him?" At this moment, Moon Immortal waved his hand and a young figure appeared in the void. It was a portrait. Black Mountain looked at it and said, "Yes, it's him." "Does his father know about this?" Moon Immortal asked again. "Yes, but the War Emperor is attacking Upper Qingqing and can't go." "Upper Qingqing?" Moon Immortal sighed. "He's too stubborn and won't listen to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. He wouldn't have to live another life. Maybe he's already an Earth Immortal. Let's not talk about him. I promise you that I'll go." "Thank you, Moon Immortal." Black Mountain heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Just as they were about to leave the Moon Palace, a figure appeared in front of him. The North Demon felt cold all over. He was a quasi-emperor now, but he couldn't fight back in front of this figure. He was dumbfounded. Could it be that Moon Immortal wanted to kill them? Black Mountain's pupils constricted and he showed an expression worse than crying. "Greetings, Moon Goddess. You came to the Moon Palace to beg another woman. Are you looking down on me?" The Moon Goddess was wearing a green mask that covered half of her face. However, one could still see that she was a peerless beauty. However, the murderous intent on her was too cold. She was like a killing god. This gave Black Mountain a headache. He could only say, I know that the moon goddess has been cultivating and I dare not disturb her. Humph, you dare not. The moon goddess's eyes flashed. She asked, what's the matter? Xian had no choice but to explain everything. The moon goddess was surprised. Is the ninth serenity about to open? After being sealed for 1,000,000 years, it was finally reopened. I remember that there are many good places in the ninth underworld where many treasures are buried. This time, some people will definitely not be able to resist going there. Let me ask you, does the old devil know? You're talking about the demon emperor, aren't you? He knows about it too, but he's currently attacking Upper Azure City. That old thing was still in the high heavens land? Could he succeed this time? When the moon goddess heard the words demon emperor, a cold look appeared in her eyes. Then, she waved her hand impatiently. You two can leave. Yes, Black Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Being with the moon goddess was a huge pressure. Wait, at this moment, the moon goddess started again. Black Mountain was on the verge of tears. Moon goddess, do you have any other orders? The moon goddess said, I'll take care of the ninth serenity as well. Thank you. Black Mountain was overjoyed. Moon goddess snorted, I'm not helping you. I just don't like hell. How could the assassin organization of the Supreme Palace be more powerful than the human world? Today, I have to show them who's better. Of course, they're no match for you. Black Mountain said from the side. Heavenly Court, hell, and the human world. The human world should be the main force. After leaving the moon goddess, Black Mountain was drenched in sweat, and the North Demon's face was also pale. He said, Master, who on earth is this person? It's too scary. Is she the moon goddess or the killing god? She was both the moon goddess and the killing god. Black Mountain and the North Demon didn't let out a sigh of relief until they had completely left the moon palace and the deity ground. Seeing the North Demon's confusion, he said, in all the worlds, there are 3 holy lands of assassins. Heavenly Court, Hell, and the human world. Heavenly Court is referring to us. Hell was referring to the assassins in the 18 levels of Hell. The human world was established by the moon goddess. How could her murderous aura not be powerful? What? The human world was established by the moon goddess. The North Demon was stunned. No wonder the murderous aura on her was so strong. But why was she called the killing god? Why was she called the moon goddess? Black Mountain sighed. Because her mother was the moon goddess. She had inherited this title. So that's how it is. The North Demon was excited. At the same time, he said, that Guanghan immortal, is she also from the divine realm? Why do I feel that she is very familiar with the Battle Emperor? Black Mountain smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about this. Don't, Master, tell me. The North Demon was very curious. Black Mountain pulled a long face and said, Are you very free? Hurry up and cultivate. Once the 9 Nether opens, there will definitely be countless battles. At that time, our Heavenly Court will also participate. A few days ago, I opened a passage in the Golden Lion Palace. Why don't you go in and train? No, why don't you go to another palace to train? That fearless lion is too scary. After hearing this, the North Demon's face turned pale. Black Mountain was in a good mood. Let's go. This time, we've invited 3 land immortals. It's enough to fight against everything. Not only Black Mountain, but the Supreme Palace of the Nirvana realm also began to move. Some land immortals woke up one after another and prepared to go to the 9 Nether. 1,000,000 years ago, there was a great battle in the 9 Nether, and many people died. At the same time, they also unearthed some treasures. However, the battle back then ended too suddenly. The 9 Nether was even sealed for 1,000,000 years. Some of the good things were sealed before they could even take them away. Some of the treasures in their hands even fell inside. Now, after waiting for more than 1,000,000 years, they could finally take them back. Xian didn't know that these land immortals had already started to have ideas about the 9 Nether. Right now, he was quickly shuttling through the 9 Nether, avoiding the pursuit of these people. However, in the end, he was still discovered by someone. The people who discovered them were from the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families. The 4 great emperors of the 4 families joined forces. The area they covered was very vast. Therefore, they discovered Lin Xian and the others. The wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families sealed off this area. The four great emperors laughed proudly. Great, I finally found you. Kid, come back with me obediently. You have to know what the consequences of offending a land immortal are. I can only say that you are too stupid. Now, the corpse emperor is not with you, and the 9 nether beast has also left. The 3 of you are no match for us. Indeed, Lin Xian's team was much smaller than before. After they escaped from the creation celestial pool, the corpse emperor had left. He cooperated with Lin Xian because he wanted to enter the creation celestial pool. Now that he couldn't achieve this goal, he could only leave. The 9 nether beast was also scared and ran back to its family. Only Xueqi, Xiaozhouyo, Xiaxingchen, and Butian were left by Lin Xian's side. Therefore, the people of the 4 families were not afraid of the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning families. Lin Xian also smiled. Only the 4 families. I thought that the demonic immortal had come. If the demonic immortal didn't come, the 4 of you are no match for us. Elder Xia, do it and teach them a lesson. Although the enemy was the 4 great emperors, Lin Xian and the others were not afraid at all. They were really ignorant ants. The 4 great emperors snorted coldly. Attack. Immortal chi erupted from their bodies, forming a light screen that shrouded the sky and earth. This attack was extremely terrifying. The entire ground instantly cracked, and countless mountains and rivers were shattered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He flicked his finger, and a sword chi flew out. The sword chi was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to tear the universe apart. This sword slashed directly at the 2 great emperors. He wanted to fight against the 2 of them alone. The 2 great emperors were furious. You're courting death. Extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from their eyes. Was the other party looking down on them? Unforgivable, they let out an earth-shattering roar. The 2 of them decided to kill him in one blow. Immortal technique, sky hunting. Immortal technique, wind city. The 2 attacks were extremely terrifying. Great emperors of the same realm could not withstand them at all. After seeing them, they had to retreat to save their lives. However, Lin Xian did not escape at all. He waved his hand, and the immortal slaying sword appeared in his hand. The longsword hummed, and the man and the sword charged forward. A blinding ray of light, extremely dazzling, flew forward like a divine dragon swinging its tail. Then, it collided with the 2 immortal techniques. It was an earth-shattering attack. The 2 immortal techniques were torn apart by the sword. The 2 great emperors also retreated. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. They did not expect that they would be injured as soon as they exchanged blows with the other party. The other party was only a quasi-emperor. Why, the 2 of them could not believe it. There was something wrong with his sword. Yes, that's right, use our extreme weapons. The 2 great emperors took out their weapons and charged over again. There was something wrong with the sword? Stupid. Lin Xian sneered and let the longsword float in the sky. Then, he stretched out his hands. On his left hand, the immortal chi seed spread out. On his right hand, the power of the divine fire seed jumped. Immortal technique, graceful sword. Divine ability, apocalyptic punch. Lin Xian drew the sword with his left hand and punched with his right hand. 2 earth-shattering forces erupted. The 2 emperors went crazy when they saw this scene. How is this possible? You have both the seed of immortal energy and the seed of divine fire. How could you possibly cultivate 2 types of power? This had completely surpassed their understanding of the world. With a boom, the 2 of them were sent flying. The body of the person on the left was split in half. The great emperor on the right was smashed into pieces. Shock, incomparable shock. Was the other party's immortal seed even more powerful than their immortal seed? Damn it. The 2 of them were furious, igniting their immortal energy. The immortal chi on their bodies burst out like a brilliant flame. The 2 martial monarchs attacked once again. Lin Xian waved his hand and grasped the immortal extermination sword. It's over. A single sword strike shocked the heavens. Like a blazing sun, it cracked open between heaven and earth. After one sword strike, 2 great emperors had fallen. How could this be? The other two great emperors were fighting Xiaojiu and Xueqi. They hadn't expected that their companions would perish. Damn it. How did this kid do it? Even if he couldn't win against great emperors of the same level, he could still run away. How could they know? The immortal extermination sword had killed immortals before, and this sword strike was Lin Xian's all-out attack. The great dragon sword soul's indestructible power directly extinguished the vitality of the great emperors. After one sword strike, Lin Xian's face turned pale. The great dragon sword soul needed some time to recover and replenish its power. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to let the other two go. He said, "Qi." After hearing this, Xueqi nodded. She soared into the sky and came to Lin Xian's side. 9 yin and 9 yang fused together. Boom, they attacked the third great emperor. The third great emperor roared, "Kill!" He had a long spear in his hand, and at this moment, he stabbed it into the sky. This spear strike was so powerful that it caused the void to shatter continuously, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. The cultivators in the distance were also terrified. The attack of a great emperor was so terrifying. However, under the fusion of the 9 yin and 9 yang, the opponent turned into ashes. He died again. The fourth great emperor was stunned. The first three great emperors died in an instant. This strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Is he an earth immortal? Damn it, how can he be so strong? As for the 9 underworlds, 3 thunderous roars rang out from it. A terrifying crack appeared in the sky, as if the sky was torn open. A rain of blood poured down. At this moment, the cultivators in the 9th underworld looked up in horror. Heavens, what happened? Who was the culprit behind the fall of the great emperor? In a certain valley, Xia Qianyu and Zhu Long's scalp went numb when they saw this scene. Could it be that the earth immortal from the fortune celestial pool did it? Otherwise, why would so many great emperors die? There was a loud boom. At this moment, another thunderous sound came, and the fourth rain of blood fell. Another great emperor died. Countless living beings, cultivators, and warriors in the 9th underworld all prostrated themselves on the ground. Millions of families and sects knelt down. Even the great emperors in those families were trembling in fear. After becoming a great emperor, their lifespan would be very long. Although it was not absolute immortality, in the eyes of ordinary people, they had infinite life. It could be said that it was immortality in the eyes of ordinary people. But now, a great emperor had died. And it was the death of 4 great emperors. This was really too much of a challenge to their nerves. In a certain mountain gate, an old man sighed. There was also a trace of immortal qi on his body. He was also a great emperor. However, at this moment, his expression was incomparably lonely. He said, "It's easy to live forever, but difficult to not die." Behind him, a little boy carrying a lantern walked over and said, "Master, it's time for you to take your medicine." The old man coughed twice and then sighed, "Disciple, do you see? Even great emperors don't have true immortality. There are still people who can kill them." The little boy looked up and asked, "Sure Fu, then how can I live forever?" The old man also stood up and sighed to the sky, "Who in the world can live forever?" Difficult, difficult, difficult. The old man's expression was incomparably lonely. Finally, he sighed, "Disciple, tomorrow morning, you go down the mountain and don't come back for 800 years. Master." The little boy cried. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Was he not good enough? The old man looked at this scene with heartache, but he still didn't say anything. He had to let this little disciple leave. Because he felt that a crisis was coming, and a storm was coming. This storm was going to sweep across the 9 Serenities continent. They, the great emperors of the 9 Serenities continent, might not be able to escape. Would they live or die by then? Who knew? If his disciple stayed by his side, he would most likely die. Rather than that, it was better to be cruel and let him leave. Although there were also all kinds of dangers outside, it was much safer than facing that supreme existence. In fact, it wasn't just this old man who had this idea. The other great emperors above the 9 Serenities great emperor seemed to have the same idea. Among them, in the 9 Serenities land, there was a huge canyon that was bottomless. There was a black palace here, and in the palace, there was a middle-aged man in black armor. He also had immortal qi floating on his body. He was also a great emperor. In front of him, there was a black mirror. At this moment, the black-armored Great Emperor formed a seal with both hands, as if he was deducing something. In the next moment, a crack appeared on the mirror. The Great Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Father. Two figures behind him supported him. They were a man and a woman. They were the prince and princess. No matter where and when they would enjoy endless glory. However, at this moment, the black-armored Great Emperor said, I deduced that a crisis is coming, and I don't have the ability to protect you. How could it be? The prince and princess were stunned. Their father was a great emperor, a high and mighty great emperor that countless people looked up to. How could such a person feel defeated and powerless? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, the great emperor shook his head. He looked at his two children and said, I prepared 2 godly sources for you. It's enough for you to sleep for 10,000 years. Wake up 10,000 years later. Perhaps you can avoid this storm. In front of Lin Xian and the others, the 4 great emperors had already fallen. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Let's continue on the road and find a place to rest and recover from our injuries. They continued on their journey. 3 days later, they stopped again because they met another team. This time, it was the Xia family. The leader was the Xia family's first elder. The first elder's eyes turned red when he saw Lin Xian. Kid, I finally found you. Come back with me obediently and wait for the demonic immortal's judgment. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. You? Lin Xian sneered. You are not qualified to make me do it. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back and had no intention to make a move. Xia Jiuyo walked out and said, Let me fight this battle. You? The first elder of the Xia family looked at Xia Jiuyo and frowned. A black-robed man is playing tricks. He waved his hand and grabbed at the front. Behind him, the people who followed him sneered. They knew the first elder's strength very well. How could a black-robed man compare to him? Xia Jiuyo roared and punched out. The two collided and shook the sky and the earth. The expressions of the people at the back changed greatly after they saw it. Their eyes were filled with shock. Is this possible? The first elder's strength was amazing, but he was blocked by the opponent. How terrifying is this person? An expert of the Xia family said, Don't worry, first elder. It was just a casual attack. Next, the first elder will be serious. That guy will definitely die. Yes. The people around nodded. No one was optimistic about the black-robed man. After all, the first elder had been famous for a long time. Interesting. It seems that you are also a great emperor. But you are not my opponent at all. The first elder shouted coldly. He formed a seal with his hands and his white hair fluttered. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god. He raised his hand and a big seal flew out. The Jiuyo seal. The people behind him cheered when they saw the Xia family's unique skill. They knew that this battle was over. No one could resist the Jiuyo seal. Seeing this, Xia Jiuyo snorted coldly, the Jiuyo seal is not as practical as you. He unleashed his 9 underworlds body and also formed hand seals with his palms. Then, he slapped out. A black handprint was formed in front of him, and an incomparably terrifying aura burst forth from it. Everywhere it passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the stars in the 9 heavens shook. Then, the two of them collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. With a boom, the Grand Elder was forced back, his blood and chi roiling. He was dumbfounded. The next moment, he roared, Impossible. How can you have the 9 nether seal? Who are you? You actually dared to steal my Xia family's secret technique. He had really gone crazy. The people behind him were also dumbfounded. No way. The Great Elder was actually forced to retreat. It was too unbelievable. Damn it, who exactly is this black-robed man? Why was it so strange? On the other side, Lin Xian's lips curled up as he watched this scene. Let's fight. The people of the Xia family would soon be shocked. Because Xia Jiuyo had already become a great emperor. Coupled with the 9 underworlds body, this kind of secret technique in the starry sky, his strength far surpassed everything. It was not something the Xiao family could imagine. At least, Lin Xian could see that the Xiao family's grand elder was no match for him. You're just SOSO. In front of him, Xiao Jiuyo said coldly. You're courting death. 9 Underworld Song. The great elder roared as he activated another of the Xiao clan's ultimate techniques. A terrifying sound seemed to come from the 9 Underworld's hell. It was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, making one's scalp tingle. The surrounding people trembled in fear. Even the soul of a great emperor would not be able to withstand such an attack. The black-robed man in front of them was doomed this time. But soon, they were dumbfounded. Because the black-robed man in front of them also roared, 9 Underworld Song. A vortex door seemed to have opened on his body. From inside, an even more terrifying sound came out. It was like the sigh of a ghost. The 9 Underworld Song fought against the 9 Underworld Song. The two collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The Grand Elder was forced to retreat again. He was going crazy. You know the 9 Underworld Song too, who are you? You're from the Xiao family. He seemed to have thought of something. Because he found that not only did the other party know the Xiao family's secret technique, but the power was also stronger than his. Impossible, although the Grand Elder was not the strongest in the Xiao family, he was still at the top. Apart from the patriarch Xia Chenyu, he could be ranked in the top 5 among these elders. There were not many who could defeat him. However, this black-robed man was stronger than him. Who was he? He really couldn't figure it out. Because there was no such person in the family. Fine, I'll let you know who I am. Xiao Jiuyo took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Then, he activated the 9 Underworld Song to the extreme. The whole universe was trembling, and endless cracks spread. Everyone was terrified. They felt that the power of the entire 9 Underworld Song was boiling. It gathered toward the other party. What was going on? What kind of bloodline did this guy have? Everyone went crazy. As for the Grand Elder, he was even more dumbfounded. His body trembled. You are, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Was this that physique? Why did it appear here? Wasn't this physique said to be in the outside universe? You have the 9 Underworld's physique. Finally, he roared, how did you enter the 9 Underworld Song? Hearing this, the people behind him sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 Nether Physique. Legend had it that the Xia family had a very terrifying physique. It was a super strong physique in all the worlds. It was called the 9 Underworld's physique. Every 9 Underworld's physique was extremely terrifying. It was said that the Earth Immortal of the Xiao family back then had the 9 Underworld's physique. In addition, there had been a few 9 Underworld's physiques in the Xiao family. However, a few of them had fallen in the battle. Now, another one had appeared. And as soon as it appeared, it was a great emperor. It was too unbelievable. What was even more shocking was that this 9 Underworld's physique was actually hostile to the Xiao family. That's right. Xiao Jiuyo tore open his black robe and said, I have the 9 Underworld's physique. I didn't expect it to really be you. The Great Elder roared crazily, everyone, attack together and catch him. This was really an unexpected surprise. Not only could they catch Lin Xian, but they could also catch the 9 Underworld's physique. If they caught him, the Xiao family would have new hope. After hearing this, the people behind them all attacked. In addition to Xiao Jiuyo, there were 2 other great emperors who had been watching the battle. At this moment, they also rushed over recklessly. Let's go. Lin Xian and Xueqi joined forces, fusing the 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Since Xiao Jiuyo had revealed the 9 Underworld's physique, it meant that the battle was about to begin. They wouldn't let anyone escape, including the Great Elder of the Xiao family. The great battle broke out in an instant. It was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. Xiao Jiuyo was still fighting one-on-one with the Great Elder. A black hole appeared between the two of them. The others couldn't get close at all. Lin Xian and Xueqi joined forces and punched out. Instantly, the enemies fell in droves. They were crazy. They were too powerful. Stop them. The 2 of them joined forces. The 2 great emperors rushed over crazily. Cold and sharp battle suits appeared on their bodies. The two battle suits were extremely powerful. They could actually block some of the power of the 9 yin and 9 yang. These two battle suits should be extreme-grade weapons. They had extremely strong defense. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and took out a fragment. This fragment was only the size of a palm, but there were extremely terrifying patterns on it, as if it was a fragment of a weapon. Lin Xian's right eye, Rinnegan, opened, blooming with light, and a cold voice sounded. He summoned the reincarnation sword. That's right, this fragment was the fragment of the reincarnation sword. Previously, Lin Xian's Rinnegan could already summon the phantom of the Thunder Soul sword. Coupled with the fragment of the reincarnation sword, the power was even more terrifying. Between heaven and earth, a sword shadow that reached the sky appeared. There was the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation floating above the sky. Everyone looked up in horror. They were dumbfounded. No, what kind of power was this? 6 paths of reincarnation, he actually had this kind of power. Damn it, run. Countless exclamations sounded. Some people even roared, could it be the legendary reincarnation sword? Damn it, one of the 5 swords in the world. Who was he? How did he get these things? Many people recognized the sword shadow and were scared out of their wits. Even the 2 martial monarchs turned around and fled in terror. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword fell. The fragment of the reincarnation sword merged with the phantom, and a sword reincarnated. The front was completely covered by the sword shadow, and the 6 worlds were connected. Countless miserable screams rang out. These people's souls were sucked in and completely disappeared. After a single sword strike, those people all dissipated. One great emperor fell, and the other great emperor's armor was broken, and he vomited blood. He fell to the ground. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. It was impossible for him to escape. Who are you? Who are you? This great emperor looked at Lin Xian and kept roaring. Lin Xian pulled out the immortal slaying sword and said coldly, I am Lin Wudi. As soon as his voice fell, the long sword stabbed out, and the great emperor fell, his pupils dilated. 2 great emperors fell, and the vision of heaven and earth appeared again. Blood rain fell, covering Joyo. On the other side, the great elder who was fighting with Xia Joyo felt his scalp tingle. This person actually had the Rinnegan. Not good, run. He turned and fled. Chi help Elder Xia. Don't let the enemy leave. Understood. Xueqi nodded. She waved her hand, and the 9 nether sword appeared in her hand. She also unleashed her 9 body to its pinnacle. Lin Xian knew that Xia Joyo was powerful and could defeat the first elder. However, it would not be easy to kill the first elder. After all, killing a great emperor at the same level required an extremely powerful trump card. Xueqi still had the 9 nether sword in her hands, and if she cooperated with the 2 of them, she could kill the great elder. Sure enough, when the 9 nether sword appeared, head elder's soul scattered. In the end, he shouted in despair, you even have the 9 nether sword? These people are too terrifying. The great dragon sword, the samsara sword, and the 9 nether sword all had the terrifying starry sky body. With such a group of people gathered together, even if an expert with 2 strands of immortal chi were to appear, the other party would still have nothing to fear. A third rain of blood fell from the torn hole in the sky. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and said, we must open the 9 serenities as soon as possible. By now, they had already killed 7 great emperors. Above the 9 underworlds, strange phenomena could be seen everywhere. If they did not leave now, their own experts might not be able to take it anymore. They might chase after them crazily. They had to borrow the power of the outside world again. At the thought of this, Lin Xian and the others quickly left. Butian said, let's go to the 9th summit. My grandfather set up the Heavenly Master Array there back then. It should still be usable. Alright, let's go to the 9th summit. Lin Xian and the others changed their direction and headed to the 9th summit. In the 9 serenities, countless people knelt down again. Heavens, a few days ago, 4 great emperors had fallen, and strange phenomena could be seen everywhere. Before they could react, another 3 great emperors had fallen. In just a month, 7 great emperors had fallen, it was really unbelievable. One had to know that 7 great emperors might not have fallen in 100,000 years. But in a month it had happened one after another. What was going on? Was a peerless killing god coming? Were they all dead? In the creation celestial pool, the demonic immortal frowned. He could feel that 7 of the demonic Dao runes he had left in the bodies of those great emperors had disappeared. What a bunch of trash. Come here. The demonic immortal formed a seal with his palm and stretched out his hand. A figure half knelt on the ground. He said, "Greetings, demonic immortal." The demonic immortal's eyes shone with a cold light. He said, "Make your move. You're a powerhouse with 2 strands of immortal chi. You won't die. You must bring that kid to me. Do you hear me?" The figure stood up, turned around, and soared into the sky. There were 2 strands of immortal chi on him. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely recognize him. This person was Xianxia. He was also the powerhouse of the Xia family who had been beaten into the lake by them. When he entered the lake, he didn't die. He was just shrouded by the power of silence and fell to the bottom of the lake. Then, he was discovered by the demonic immortal. Then, the demonic immortal controlled him. This was an extremely powerful great emperor. After all, 2 strands of immortal chi far surpassed everything. It was far from what the great elder and the others could compare to. Xianxia left the creation celestial pool and set off quickly. He came to the place where the great elder and the others were killed. His expression was extremely cold. With a wave of his hand, he began to collect the auras of Lin Xian and the others. Then, he looked into the distance and sensed it. He tore open the void and continued to chase. After Lin Xian and the others returned to the 9th summit, they began to set up the array formation. Butian entered the palace of the 9th summit and began to search. Soon, he activated the array formation. The entire 9th summit shook violently. A terrifying array formation appeared in the surroundings. Clouds and mist filled the air, forming a sea of clouds. Great, the array formation was activated. Butian heaved a sigh of relief. The array formation was set up by his grandfather back then. His grandfather was a heavenly master. Although he became delirious later on, when he was awake back then, he had also set up a great array formation. The Sea of Clouds Array. Lin Xian and the others felt the power of the Sea of Clouds Array and heaved a sigh of relief. With this array formation, even if a super great emperor with 2 strands of immortal chi came, it would be able to resist for a while. There's no time to lose. Elder Xia, let's move. Xia Jiuyo nodded and said, I need Xueqi's help. You have to send me back to the universe first. Why? Lin Xian said, can't you open it here? Xia Jiuyo said, no. The moment I became a great emperor, I sensed that with my physique, I could open the 9 underworlds. However, it must be opened from the outside. Husband, don't worry. My 9 underworld sword can send Elder Xia out. Lin Xian nodded. It was really dangerous. If they didn't have the 9 underworld sword, they really wouldn't be able to open the 9 underworlds. Alright, let's begin. Xueqi took out the 9 underworld sword. Her eyes became sharp as she unleashed her power to the extreme. She stabbed the sword into the void, and a spatial passageway immediately appeared. Alright, Elder Xia, you can go. Xia Jiuyo nodded and dashed outside with a flash of his body. Grandpa! Xia Xingchen exclaimed. Lin Xian said, Xingchen, you stay here. I'll go out with Elder Xia. I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, husband. After saying that, Lin Xian's figure flashed and entered the spatial passageway. In the next moment, the sky and earth spun. Lin Xian discovered that he had arrived at the 17th level of hell. The 17th level of hell, where the Xia family's branch was located. On this day, a black vortex appeared in the sky again. 2 figures walked out of the vortex. Seeing this scene, the Xia family's branch was shocked. The other 2 were also dumbfounded. These 2 came out of the Jiuyo land. Last time, when they escaped, they had experienced such a whirlpool. Now that such a vortex had appeared again, how could they not be excited? Great, it appeared again. We can finally go back. Kill our way back. These people roared crazily. Disregarding everything else, they soared into the sky and directly flew toward the enormous vortex. Get lost, two thunderous voices sounded. Then, a sword light cut through the sky and earth. There was also a terrifying black palm, covering the sky and earth. The two experts who were flying over were sent flying. These two people's blood stained the sky. One of them was split in half, and the other was beaten into a bloody mist. Ah, miserable cries sounded, and the two souls retreated crazily. The Xiao family's branch was also shocked. Heavens, are these two gods descending? How could they be so terrifying? One should know that the ones who were sent flying were two great emperors. Damn it, who is it? The two injured great emperors recovered their bodies, and their faces became extremely ugly. The people of hell also looked up. In the next moment, when they saw the two figures, they were stunned. It's you, you're the kid from before. And you have the Joyo body. The two great emperors roared. The experts of the Xia family's branch were also roaring non-stop. These two people had left from this place before. Had they returned now, Xia Joyo, you've become a great emperor? The Xia family's people felt Xia Joyo's aura and were dumbfounded. How long has it been? He's already become a great emperor? That's right, I become a great emperor. So, you're no match for me at all. Xia Joyo said coldly. The Xia family's branch sneered. That's not necessarily true. This time, it's not just us, there are other Taoists as well. Go and invite the people from the other side. You're courting death. Lin Xian's expression changed. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, instantly killing a powerhouse from the Xia clan. Blood stained the sky. The members of the Xia family retreated in fear. How dare he team up with Higan? Damn it! Lin Xian made a powerful move and punched out. The terrifying Nine-Yang divine body erupted. The Nine Suns' godly fist pierced through the heavens and earth, turning many of the Xia clan members into ashes. Run! This is a demon, fellow Taoist of the Permitha realm, please save us. All sorts of blood-curdling screams could be heard as the Xia family members fled one after another. Lin Xian punched again. It was as if a sun had descended upon the mortal world. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Then, a terrifying amount of immortal chi condensed into a shield, blocking Lin Xian's fist. With a loud boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The shield shook, but Lin Xian's fist was still blocked. Lin Wudi was too arrogant. A cold voice came from the sky. Then, a behemoth appeared. It was a figure, but it had two wings. It covered the sky and the earth. The feathers on its body were like sharp swords, shining with a cold light. Baiyu land. Lin Xian saw it and sneered. You're no match for me. Is that so? If he's no match for you, then what about us? After Baiyu the Great, a few more figures arrived. There were 7 figures standing between heaven and earth. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura that swept across the area. They were dazzling and high above like immortal kings, looking down on all directions. These 7 figures were all great emperors. Moreover, they were all powerhouses of the Permitha realm. And us. On the other side, the Nether Venerable had also arrived. He snorted coldly and also brought 5 people with him. These 5 people were all supremes. The aura on their bodies was extremely cold. The majestic power seemed to have opened the gates of hell. Ha 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 ha. The people of the Xia family branch laughed. Kid, let's see how you're going to die this time. Fellow Taoist, he's Lin Wudi. Kill him. And that old man is Xia Joyo. If you control him, you'll have a chance to open the Joyo land. Is that so? After hearing this, the eyes of the people of the Permitha realm burst out with a cold light. You're Xia Joyo, right? I'll give you a chance. Join the Permitha realm and I'll let you enjoy endless cultivation resources. You might even be able to go further. I refuse. Xia Joyo shook his head. Baiyu the Great snorted coldly. Stupid thing, do you know that you've missed a great opportunity? Going against the Permitha realm is a fate worse than death. Is that so? A fate worse than death? Not necessarily, right? Lin Xian also walked out. He snorted coldly and instantly summoned the great dragon sword soul. The biting cold sword light bloomed between heaven and earth. The incomparably sharp aura made the great emperors frown. This is the great dragon sword, right? Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, it was indeed extraordinary. But, so what? He only used the sword soul. Moreover, how much power could a quasi-emperor exert? The great emperors of the Permitha realm sneered. Is that so? Then feel it. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword in his hand and slashed out. The monster sword energy slashed down like a divine sword and hit the sky. With a boom, the great emperor who had mocked him before was sent flying and vomited blood. He was seriously injured. His body was cut in half and couldn't heal. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? He roared crazily. The other people also sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the great dragon sword was so strong that it shocked them. A mere quasi-emperor could seriously injure them. So what? Nether Prime shouted coldly. This time, we have more than a dozen great emperors. Can't we kill him? No matter how strong he is, he can't resist. Hearing this, Lin Xian waved his hand, and another sword energy fragment appeared. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation swept out. Those supremes were terrified. This is the power of reincarnation. Don't let your soul be surrounded by it. Lin Xian used the reincarnation sword fragment to strike out the reincarnation sword and slashed forward. After Nether Prime was injured, he almost lost half of his life. He was so scared that he trembled all over. Lin Xian laughed. You think you can defeat me? Come at me together. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with extreme madness. The great dragon sword soul in his right hand and the reincarnation sword qi in his left hand. 2 of the 5 swords of the world appeared on his body at the same time. This scene was extremely shocking. The surrounding great emperors were all silent. Their expressions turned incomparably ugly. Great Emperor Baiyu said, "Don't fight him head-on. This kid is very strange. Ancestor, please make a move." That's right. Another great emperor also nodded. In order to avoid trouble, let's hurry up and ask the ancestor. After that, the people of the other side bowed respectfully. Ancestor, please make a move. Has the target discovered it? An old voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, a figure cut through the void of the universe. Everyone in the universe could sense the arrival of a terrifying aura. Those powerhouses in the universe all knelt on the ground. What a terrifying power. Is this the arrival of an immortal? There are really immortals in the world. Countless people looked up. They saw a behemoth crossing the universe. Hell. In the incomparably cold starry sky, countless white-bone resentful spirits were crawling on the ground at this moment. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? They saw that the surrounding earth was cracking, the sky was shattering, and a figure that looked like an ancient mountain was descending. They had seen an immortal before. Some of the great emperors in hell bowed. When the others heard this, they gasped. An immortal, had a character of such a level descended? Was this an existence in myths and legends? The terrifying power was still spreading, from the first level of hell all the way down. Not long after, they arrived at the 17th level of hell. On the 17th level, the void was completely shattered, turning into nothingness. More than a dozen great emperors bowed respectfully to the void. The people of the Xia family's branch felt their scalps go numb as they knelt on the ground. They didn't dare to offend such a figure at all. Xia Jirio's expression changed. Oh no, it's an immortal, an earth immortal. Previously, when they were in the creation celestial pool, they had met a demonic immortal whose strength was terrifying and unparalleled. Killing a great emperor was as easy as snapping a finger. They couldn't resist such a person at all. Even if they risked their lives, they weren't qualified. Lin Xian's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as well. He could also sense the impending danger. Was another immortal descending upon them? It was really a headache. Last time, he relied on the power of the immortal tower to escape the pursuit of the demonic immortal. What about this time? He clenched his fists and quickly probed the things inside the sword world. There was also an emperor bone and the longevity lamp. It seemed that he could only risk his life. Lin Xian clenched the great dragon sword soul tightly. The behemoth in the sky descended. Only then did everyone realize that it was a tortoise. It had a huge body and an old face. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years it had lived. It was Master Rashi of the Permitha realm. After he arrived, he lowered his head and looked down. Soon, he stared at Lin Xian. Great Dragon Sword, Reincarnation Sword. You're the young man who went against the Permitha realm, right? You're really talented. You can actually get 2 of the 5 swords in the world. But unfortunately, they're all broken. What's more, you're just a quasi-emperor. Kneel down and hand the 2 items to Higan. Then, I'll give you a quick death. Lin Wudi, kneel down and greet the immortal. Immortal is not someone you can offend. So what if he was an immortal? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I even walked out of the immortal realm alive. Why couldn't he offend him? The other emperors sneered after hearing that. You survived from immortal? Are you kidding me? Immortal, 1 look is enough to kill you. Master Rashi also snorted coldly. He's really arrogant. After saying that, he exhaled. A wisp of immortal chi lunged forward like a peerless killing intent. Xiaojiu felt as if he was struck by lightning. Lin Xian's face was also pale. His body was about to crack. It had to be said that Master Rashi was really terrifying. A single breath of his seemed to be able to kill countless great emperors. At this critical moment, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword spirit circled around his body, emitting a peerless aura. At the same time, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out a skeleton and floated in front of him. The skeleton was obtained from the Soul Emperor. This skeleton was different from the one in the stone coffin. The one in the stone coffin was very quiet. However, this skeleton emitted a trace of light. He blocked this wisp of immortal chi. Even on the skeleton, a mysterious pattern erupted and spread all over the surroundings. He actually blocked it. The surrounding great emperors were dumbfounded. It was too unbelievable. How did the other party do it? Even if the other party had the great dragon sword spirit, he might not be able to block it, right, because the other party was only a quasi-emperor. He could not unleash the full power of the great dragon sword spirit. The immortal was also stunned. He realized that it was not the power of the great dragon sword spirit, nor the power of the reincarnation sword. It was a bone. A small bone could block his breath of immortal chi. His face darkened. It seemed that it should be the bone of a supreme expert. It blocked this attack. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the ancient Emperor Zun. However, the crisis was not resolved. It only blocked the other party's breath. If the other party moved his claws, they probably wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Xian said to Xia Jiuyo, Elder Xia, find a chance to escape. Follow me closely. If you really can't, I'll take you to a strange place. Yes. Xia Jiuyo nodded, his face incomparably cold. He didn't expect to meet an earth immortal as soon as he came out. It seemed that he had no choice but to run away. At this moment, a spatial door appeared in the sky. Soon after, 2 figures walked out from inside. Who came at this time? Could it be that the people from the God realm had come? The people from the otherworld heavenly king frowned. The God realm was their archenemy. Great, there was hope. Lin Xian and the others were also happy. Everyone looked at the spatial door. However, when they saw the 2 figures, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Black Mountain and the North Demon. That's right, it was these 2 who had come. After Black Mountain came, he said with a smile, Boy, it seems that I'm not late. What are you 2 doing here? Hurry up and leave. You're no match for them. Go and call Lord Jiu and my father. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Mountain had already arrived. Not only did he not escape, but he came to Lin Xian's side and said, Your father and the others are very busy. They don't have time now. I'll help you. You? Xia Jiuyo was also stunned. On the other side, Great Emperor Baiyu laughed out loud. I'm dying of laughter. Is there no one else in the God realm? They actually sent 2 quasi-emperors here. That's right, whether it was Black Mountain or the North Demon, they were only quasi-emperors. They weren't even great emperors. How could they compete with them, not to mention, they had Master Rashi on their side. Two little ants? I'm not interested anymore. I'll kill you directly. Master Rashi raised his claws and slapped forward. Not good, retreat quickly. Xiaojiu exclaimed. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He controlled the emperor bone tightly and quickly retreated with the others. At the same time, he said, Are you here to die? Black Mountain smiled. Don't worry, I'm here with reinforcements. After that, he bowed with both hands. Fairy, please help. Is there anyone else? Seeing Black Mountain's action, the surrounding great emperors were all stunned. Master Rashi snorted coldly, pretending to be mysterious. Who can save them? Was there anyone who could be compared to him, even if the other party had a magical bone in his hand? So what, even if the other party had the dragon sword soul and the reincarnation sword fragment? So what, in the face of absolute strength, these things were not enough. Although he couldn't shatter the dragon sword soul or destroy the bone. However, killing these ants was as easy as flipping one's hand. Great, it's over. Great Emperor Baiyu, Nether Venerable, and the others all sneered when they saw this scene. In their opinion, no one could resist Master Rashi's attack. Xiaojiu was also in despair. Am I going to die? He had just become a great emperor. He was unwilling to accept this. In the nick of time, the void was torn apart as a pure white palm tore through the sky. It attacked Master Rashi in front of it. With a boom, it collided with Master Rashi's claws. In the sky, a white jade palm suddenly appeared and collided with Master Rashi's claws. In an instant, countless terrifying cracks appeared in the sky. There were even countless stars that were shattered into pieces. The attack was so powerful that it tore a rift in the 18 hells. Many of the creatures inside had been reduced to ashes. Xiaojiu opened her eyes and exclaimed, Not dead? Lin Xian was also surprised. This palm is so terrifying. Is another Earth Immortal coming? Who is it? He looked at Black Mountain. Black Mountain smiled. You're finally here. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to fight against me? Master Rashi let out an angry roar. He had attacked twice but failed to kill a few little ants. He was ashamed. He roared crazily, and another stream of immortal energy surged and turned into a bolt of lightning. It could even split the sky open. He charged over. However, in the sky, a 7-colored light hung down and turned into a sky curtain, blocking the lightning. So what if you're an immortal? A cold voice sounded, and a white-cloaked figure appeared between heaven and earth. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her body carried an ethereal aura as if she would become an immortal at any time. It was her. When Lin Xian saw this figure, he was stunned. He knew this person. The surrounding great emperors felt their scalps go numb because this newly appeared woman in white also carried an extremely terrifying aura. It was an aura that surpassed the great emperors and was similar to Master Rashi's aura. This was an immortal. Has another Earth Immortal appeared? It was unbelievable. Damn it, is she from the divine realm? They gritted their teeth. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, an expert from the divine realm would come. After Master Rashi saw it, his pupils constricted and his face darkened. Guanghan Immortal, it's you. You actually want to help them. Do you know that they are from the divine realm? I know. I'm here to save their lives. Leave. With me here, you can't kill them. The Guanghan Immortal came to Lin Xian and the others and said indifferently. Lin Xian and the others also bowed. Greetings, Senior. The Moon Immortal turned to look at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Little guy, we meet again. That's great. Lin Xian and the rest laughed. With this land immortal around, their lives were no longer in danger. Master Rashi's face turned ugly. He roared angrily, Do you know what you're talking about? Do you want to go against Higan? The Guanghan Immortal shook his head. To be honest, I don't want to be your enemy, but I can't let you hurt them. Wishful thinking. Master Rashi roared and attacked again. His massive body came crashing down, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hell had been torn apart, and the Xia clan had long since fled. Those that did not manage to escape were reduced to a bloody mist by this power. It wasn't just the people in the 17th level of hell who were fleeing. There was nothing he could do about it. Two immortals were fighting, and the destruction they caused was too terrifying. At this moment, even the great emperors had fled. Only the Higan immortal and the Supreme Palace were still there. Facing Master Rashi's attack, the Guanghan immortal sighed and waved her hand. A treasure tree that shone with 7-colored light appeared in her hand. With a gentle sweep, the 7-colored immortal light swept across the 9 heavens. The two fought fiercely. It's useless. Master Rashi, we're in the same realm. It's very difficult to determine the winner. You can't keep me here, and you can't hurt them. Stop, don't waste your strength. Damn it. Master Rashi gritted his teeth. Indeed, he couldn't defeat the Guanghan immortal in a short period of time. However, how could he let the other party leave? This time, he had come under orders. If he left like this, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said to the people of the Supreme Palace, "What? Don't tell me the Supreme Palace doesn't plan to make a move. Where's the Grim Reaper? Tell him to get over here." Netherworld Sovereign and the others were so scared that their scalps went numb. They hurriedly sent a message. A crack appeared on their backs. A death scythe appeared. Following it, a figure surrounded by a deathly aura walked out. This figure was extremely tall. As soon as he appeared, the aura of death spread in all directions. It turned everything into azure hell. He was the Grim Reaper. "Greetings, Lord Grim Reaper." Netherworld Sovereign and the others quickly knelt down and bowed. After the Grim Reaper arrived, they stared ahead. He said in a deep voice, "Guanghan immortal, long time no see. Are you going to go against us? You're so beautiful. It would be a pity if you were killed. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." The Guanghan immortal snorted coldly. "Is that so? My power is not something you can imagine." The Grim Reaper waved his hand, and the death scythe flew out. A black light streaked across the 9 heavens and slashed down. This was an aura that could destroy the world. Lin Xian and the others felt their hair stand on end. They hurriedly used the great dragon sword chi to block this destructive power. Otherwise, even if they weren't hit, the remaining power of this power could turn them into white bones. An Earth Immortal level figure was too powerful. The Guanghan Immortal took out the rainbow treasure tree and used it to block everything. A sonorous sound rang out. But at this moment, Master Rashi made his move. He punched out and directly pushed the Guanghan Immortal back. The Guanghan Immortal frowned slightly. Not good. Xiaojiu was worried. 2 against 1, the situation is really not good. Lin Xian said, "Senior, in this situation, it's not good to fight for a long time. Take us away first. We'll come back later. Don't worry, they can't hurt you." After the Guanghan Immortal finished speaking, she looked at the void. She said, "Since you're here, make your move." "Is there anyone else?" Lin Xian and the others were stunned. Black Mountain was also excited. "Are you here?" In the sky, a cold voice sounded again. "I'm indeed here, but don't flatter yourself. I'm not here to help you. I just don't like hell. I don't like the Grim Reaper. I want to see who's better today." As soon as the voice fell, the void was cut into pieces by endless saber light. Then, a figure wearing a mask walked in. This figure was surrounded by endless murderous intent, and there was an illusion of the moon behind her. She was peerless and made people look up to her. However, the murderous intent on her body was terrifying. So scary. Xiaojiu's scalp went numb. Lin Xian was shocked. "It's her." He remembered that this was another kind of powerhouse he saw in the Moon Palace. Back then, he saw 2 mysterious people in the Moon Palace. One was the Guanghan Immortal, and the other was a woman called the Moon Goddess. That woman wanted to kill him back then. It seemed that it was because he had the power of the Demon Emperor. Now, the other party came to help him. What was going on? He looked at Black Mountain. Black Mountain said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later." This new figure made countless people raise their heads to look up at him. Great Emperor Baiyu, Netherworld Sovereign, and the others were also terrified. The murderous intent on the other party was too terrifying. It was not weaker than the Grim Reaper at all. The Grim Reaper also frowned. He said coldly, "Moon Goddess, you're still alive." The Moon Goddess snorted. "You're not dead. How can I die? Are you here to help them? Do you want to become enemies with the Supreme Palace?" The Grim Reaper's voice was emotionless. The Moon Goddess said, "No, I'm here to compete with you. I just want to know if the hell you built is more powerful, or the human world I built is more powerful." The Moon God's voice was extremely cold and filled with endless killing intent. After Lin Xian heard this, he was completely stunned. What? The human world was actually created by him, it was unbelievable. One had to know that he had been hunted down by the human world before. Not only that, he had also been hunted down by the people of hell. Could it be that hell was created by the god of death? Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that behind these killer palaces was an earth immortal. No wonder it had been passed down for so long. What about the heavenly court, which was equally famous as these two? The heavenly court also had an extremely terrifying killer palace. Who created it? It must be an earth immortal. Lin Xian was very curious about this, but now, he didn't have time to ask Black Mountain. Because he was afraid that an extremely terrifying divine battle would happen next. Do you want to know who is stronger between hell and the human world? Very well, you'll know after a battle. The black sickle blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slashed forward. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Moon God snorted coldly and waved her hand. Endless weapon fragments condensed in her hand, forming a scimitar. The full moon scimitar slashed out, shattering heaven and earth. With a clang, the two weapons collided. These were two divine artifacts. After one strike, the power was extremely terrifying. The 18th level of hell was split in half. Then, the two of them retreated. When the god of death saw this scene, his face was extremely cold. The 18th level of hell was the source of his collection of geniuses. If this place was destroyed, then his territory would be gone as well. He gritted his teeth and said, "Control your power. Do you dare to compete with me?" "No problem." The Moon God snorted coldly, killing of the moon. Although the law immortal energy this time was terrifying, the range of its attack had been controlled to a certain area. It couldn't threaten anyone else. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. This was an earth immortal. His control over his power was extremely precise. The two of them fought, and the divine battle completely broke out. Lin Xian and the others were dazzled. This strength had completely surpassed the Great Emperor. Sure enough, the surrounding Great Emperors were also trembling in fear. Master Rashi lowered his gaze again and stared at Lin Xian and the others. However, the Guang Hanxian walked over and the two of them started fighting again. These two were fighting immortals, the two of them also controlled their power so that it did not affect anything else. The martial monarchs let out a relieved sigh. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape once the four earth immortals attacked. He would probably be reduced to ashes by the remaining power of this energy. Too powerful. Lin Xian, Xia Zhouyo, and the others felt their blood boil. On the other side, martial monarch Baiyu, netherworld supremacy, and the others were having a discussion too. Should he make a move now? Let's take down Lin Xian together. However, Master Rashi sent a voice transmission to Great Emperor Baiyu, saying, "Don't attack first. I have my own plan." As long as the opponent's Earth Immortal was defeated, that kid would not be able to escape. Yes. Great Emperor Baiyu was stunned when she heard this. He naturally did not dare to destroy Master Rashi's plan. Thus, he could only shake his head at the Netherworld Sovereign. Let's wait for the battle of the Immortals to come to an end. Master Rashi kept attacking. His defense was very terrifying. The seven-colored immortal light hit his turtle shell, making an earth-shattering sound. However, it did not hurt him. He said coldly, "It's useless. No one can break my defense." "Is that so? Then you can't break my seven-colored immortal light either." The Seven Wonders tree in the Guanghan Immortal's hand was also very mysterious. Although the battle between the two was shocking, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. That might not be the case. Master Rashi suddenly laughed strangely. The Guanghan immortal frowned. Why is this guy laughing so sinisterly? Could it be a trap? Thinking of this, she quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the void shattered, and a long sword slashed down from the sky. The sword energy carried endless killing intent, making everyone's hair stand on end. Want to leave? It was too late. Not good. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Why is there another earth-shattering power? Earth Immortal. Another Earth Immortal had arrived, the great emperors roared in horror. The people of the Supreme Hall were dumbfounded. Great Emperor Baiyu and the others from the other side cheered. It's the Essence Immortal. That's great. No wonder Master Rashi didn't let them make a move. It turned out that the Essence Immortal was hiding in the dark. At the critical moment, he made a killing move. Lin Xian was also shocked. He exclaimed, I recognize this sword. It's the dragon-slaying sword. Damn it, could it be that Essence Immortal? Not good, senior, retreat. Lin Xian roared angrily. At the same time, he roared into the sky. The immortal slaying sword and the great dragon sword merged and were thrown out by him. It turned into a ray of holy light and charged towards the dragon-slaying sword. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was like the roar of thousands of soldiers and horses. The dragon-slaying sword shook slightly, but in the next moment, it sent the immortal slaying sword flying. The immortal slaying sword flew backward. It did not seem to affect the dragon-slaying sword. The Essence Immortal's eyes were like two lanterns in the immortal world. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Little ant, you have a divine artifact, but so what, you still can't fight against a real land immortal. The immortal light in his eyes suddenly erupted as he charged towards Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He gritted his teeth and took out the heaven-swallowing jar, creating an endless vortex. He placed another emperor bone in front of him. However, he was still beaten until he vomited blood. He felt that all the bones in his body had cracked and his soul was about to be extinguished. At the critical moment, the seven-colored immortal energy came in front of him and blocked the sword. At the same time, the Guanghan Immortal's voice sounded, hurry up and leave, you are not his match. Guanghan Immortal, are you still in the mood to care about others? The Essence Immortal sneered as the dragon-slaying sword slashed over again. Master Rashi also attacked. 2 against 1. Moreover, they were 2 land immortals, causing the Guanghan Immortal to be in extreme danger. Xiaojiao and the others were in despair. Lin Xian also roared. He was prepared to open the sword world and activate the great dragon sword soul without caring about anything else. However, at this moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of black holes appeared in the 9 heavens. Then, a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas struck the dragon-slaying sword. With a clang, the dragon-slaying sword was shaken by the impact. Endless sword energy pierced through all directions. In the end, the dragon-slaying sword was sent flying. How was this possible? The Essence Immortal was stunned. Master Rashi was also shocked and stood there in a daze. He didn't make a move. Who was it? Had another existence that wasn't weaker than them appeared, the Guanghan Immortal also suddenly raised his head and looked at the endless black holes. This, she exclaimed. On the other side, the Death God and the Moon God who were fighting also stopped. They stood on both sides. Boundless killing intent filled the air. The entire atmosphere was extremely oppressive. But at this moment, no one dared to make a move. The reason for that was because they could sense an extremely frightening power coming from the sky. Another Earth Immortal level person, is he here? Lin Xian also raised his head. He used his Rinnegan. However, he realized that his Rinnegan couldn't see through it at all. In the sky, there were countless clouds and mist that filled the air, covering everything. However, since the other party had saved the Guanghan Immortal, they should be on their side. Was it a land immortal from the divine realm? Suddenly, thousands of black holes appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Even the few Earth Immortals furrowed their brows. Master Rashi snorted coldly. Who is it? Come out and pretend to be a ghost. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, two rays of light suddenly appeared in the countless black holes. They were two golden flames, like small suns, jumping and spinning. Then, wherever they looked, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that the two flames were eyes. Two golden eyes. Lin Xian's Rinnegan also kept jumping. He was really shocked. What kind of eyes were these? They seemed to be even more terrifying than the Rinnegan. The arrogant Master Rashi also looked as if he had seen a ghost. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? Before he could finish his words, the golden eyes cut through the sky and landed on him. Boom, Master Rashi's huge body flew backward, and he even coughed out a mouthful of blood. The world shattered. Everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible, right? Great Emperor Baiyu and the others went crazy. Previously, Master Rashi and Guanghan Immortal had fought for so long, and the two of them were evenly matched and had not been injured. This was because Master Rashi was known for his defense. His turtle shell seemed to be able to resist all attacks. Innates were invincible. But now, a single gaze from the sky had injured Master Rashi. How terrifying was this person? The other great emperors were also dumbfounded. When they looked at the pair of golden eyes, they suddenly screamed in agony. Their eyes were stinging, and even some great emperors were bleeding. Netherworld Sovereign covered his eyes, and blood tears flowed from his eyes. There was nothing he could do. It was too painful. The other party's eyes were filled with incomparable flames, making them unable to look directly at him. Apart from them, Higan was the same. Even Xiaojiuyo, Black Mountain, and the others lowered their heads, not daring to look. Apart from a few Earth Immortals, it seemed that only Lin Xian could use his Rinnegan to investigate. However, that was all. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Who on earth was this person? The Guanghan Immortal took a deep breath. Fiery eyes of truth. I didn't expect him to be here too. After saying that, she smiled. Don't worry, we'll definitely win this time. Who was this person? To think that the Guanghan Immortal would say something so confident. On the other side, Master Rashi also got up. He looked up at the sky and roared madly, Battle God. You're awake too? That's impossible, humph, a voice came from the sky. It was like a clap of thunder piercing through the 9 heavens, causing everyone's bodies to split apart. Then, a figure appeared behind the pair of golden eyes. Countless clouds filled the air, carrying him. Amidst the auspicious clouds, a figure sat cross-legged. It was a stone monkey. He sat upright in the clouds, like a god above the 9 heavens. Damn it, it's really him. The virtual immortal's expression was also extremely ugly. On the other side, the moon goddess's eyes flickered. Even the fighting god had appeared. The Grim Reaper didn't make a move either. He was also facing a great enemy. That was because this name was too unusual. His opponents break the universe. Break the heavens, it was a myth. In the sky, the fighting god looked down. The radiance of his fiery golden eyes was restrained, and the flames in his eyes kept spinning. He stared at Master Rashi and said coldly, You turtle, how dare you come out to stir up trouble? Aren't you afraid that I'll suppress you again? His loud voice was like the roar of a god. Master Rashi was so scared that he trembled. Because he thought of his past. Back then, he had fought with the other party, but he was seriously injured and even fell into a deep sleep for hundreds of thousands of years. He was no match for the other party. The virtual immortal beside him snorted coldly. Don't be arrogant. There are many experts in the Nirvana realm. There are even grand elders who stand above the 9 heavens. Do you think you can withstand it? Is that so? Then why can't they come out? The fighting god shook his head. You. The virtual immortal trembled in anger. Indeed, there were many experts in the Nirvana realm, but so what if they couldn't come out? The fighting god ignored them and looked at Lin Xian and Xiaojiuyo. The two of them bowed. Lin Xian said, Greetings, senior. He now understood who it was. It was the stone monkey in the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. Back then, he had gone to the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars and obtained the Bodhi fruit there. There was a stone monkey under the Bodhi tree. Not only that, there was another world in the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. There was a man sleeping on the Dragon Mountain. This stone monkey was actually so terrifying. It was a land immortal. Who was that man, in the sky? The fighting god said, "Follow me." He didn't do anything. He just looked down. Clouds filled the air around Lin Xian and Xiaojiu, forming two auspicious clouds. He brought them into the sky. "How dare you?" the virtual immortal roared. The Grim Reaper also snorted coldly. "Do you think we don't exist?" They had been fighting for so long. Wasn't it just to fight for Xiaojiu? The people of the Nirvana realm even wanted to kill Lin Xian. But now, these two important people were taken away by the other party. "Do you want to fight?" The fighting god snorted coldly. The golden light in his eyes was originally restrained, but it suddenly bloomed. The entire sky was completely enveloped by this flame, constantly shattering. At a glance, it burned the world. Those great emperors were so scared that they prostrated on the ground. It was too terrifying. What kind of power was this? It was as if he could kill all of them with just a glance. The land immortal on the other side fell silent. Master Rashi gritted his teeth. This damn monkey's aura was too strong. They couldn't fight. The virtual immortal didn't dare to make a move. If it was 3 against 1, they would definitely attack without hesitation. But now, it was 3 against 3. If they really wanted to fight, Master Rashi wasn't a match. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Then, he would be facing the fighting god. Facing a legendary figure, the virtual immortal was also under a lot of pressure. He felt that his chances of winning were only 30%. It wasn't even certain. That was because no one knew what level the battle god had reached. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the death god. The death god also shook his head slightly and said through voice transmission, "We can't fight unless 2 more land immortals come." Land immortals weren't cabbages. Moreover, in the previous battle, countless people were injured. A large number of great emperors fell, and even the land immortals were seriously injured. The better ones were like the virtual immortals, who were recovering silently. The worse ones were like Master Rashi, who had been sleeping for millions of years. There were also some who hadn't woken up yet. Therefore, they couldn't bring out such a lineup at the moment. It seemed that they could only retreat. At this moment, the fighting god in the sky spoke again. "The 9 Netherland will be opened by the divine realm. You can only enter after 3 years. 3 years, damn it," the virtual immortal and the others gritted their teeth. 3 years was enough for too many things to happen. The divine realm entered first and set up the trap first. After they entered, they would be quite passive. Even some of the treasures in the 9 Netherland would be snatched by the divine realm first. Damn it. They had calculated everything, but they didn't expect the fighting god to wake up. The people of the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall left. The surroundings were a mess, as if the chaos had just begun. This was the scene left behind after the battle between the land immortals. This was because they had controlled their power. Otherwise, with one blow, the 18 levels of hell would have been reduced to ashes. They were finally gone. Black Mountain and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous just now. The battle between the gods and the immortals was so far away from them. However, it happened in front of them at this moment. Lin Xian and Xiaojiu were also pale. This was especially so for Lin Xian, who clenched his fists tightly. Strength. This was absolute strength, a supreme existence. When would he be able to reach this step, Lin Xian? A resounding voice came from behind the battle god. Lin Xian was stunned and turned his head. "It's you, Sun Qitian. You're here too." Sun Qitian smiled. "Long time no see. I came with my father." "Your father?" Lin Xian was completely stunned. This fighting god was Sun Qitian's father. It was incredible. "Little guy, I see that your strength has reached the peak of the quasi-emperor. You should be breaking through to the emperor realm soon." As soon as he said that, Sun Qitian was also surprised. "So fast. Lin Xian, are you going to take the divine path? Or the immortal path?" Before Lin Xian could speak, the fighting god said, "The divine fire seed has reached the peak, and the immortal chi seed has reached perfection." It seems that you don't want to give up either of them. That's right, Senior, I want to take the immortal path. No way? Sun Chitin was startled. Guanghan Immortal also frowned. Even the moon goddess snorted coldly. You're too greedy. Even the demon emperor, that old ghost, doesn't dare to take such a path. If you continue like this, your body and soul will be destroyed. The loss outweighs the gain. Not necessarily. Lin Xian said, there's still a chance. I cultivate the Taiji painting. It can fuse yin and yang. In addition, I found an immortal pagoda in the 9 serenities. It seems to be called the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Dalong said that if he could find the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, he might be able to open a path to the immortal path. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moon God was shocked. The fighting god said, Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang. If you use the Tai Chi diagram as the foundation, you might really be able to do it. However, no one has done it before, so I can't say for sure what the chances of success are. Guanghan Immortal beside him said, yeah, the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth is even harder to find. What if you can't find it? Lin Xian was stunned. He had never thought about this before, because in his knowledge, there was nothing he couldn't find. Beside him, the battle god also raised his head to look at the sky. The golden light in his eyes suddenly pierced through the 9 heavens as he looked at the endless void. What's wrong? The Guanghan Immortal was nervous. Did the people of the Nirvana realm make a comeback? The moon goddess snorted and said, then let's kill them all. A murderous aura instantly erupted from her body. Even Lin Xian and the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Was another great battle coming? However, the war god shook his head slightly. No, it wasn't someone from the otherworld realm, nor was it someone from the Supreme Palace. I sensed an aura. The others were puzzled. What aura? It could make the war god so surprised. The war god didn't say anything. After watching for half an hour, he withdrew his gaze. Then, he actually smiled. Haha, little guy, you're so lucky. I sensed that the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth has appeared. Really? Lin Xian was overjoyed. The moon goddess and the Guanghan Immortal also felt incredible. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth appeared one after another. It should be known that in the endless years, it was already heaven-defying to have one appear. But now, they appeared at the same time. Moreover, it was on the eve of Lin Xian's Tao validation. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to walk the Tao of Immortals, Senior? Where is the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth? Lin Xian asked anxiously. He must find it because it was his hope of Tao validation. The war god said, little guy, don't panic. That thing can't run away. Besides, it won't be obtained by outsiders. Let's open the 9th underworld first. Oh. Lin Xian froze, then nodded. That's right, how could something that had been targeted by the battle god run away? He thought that the war god was extremely confident that he could snatch the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth under the siege of the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Palace. However, he later realized that he was wrong. The war god didn't mean that. Of course, he didn't know yet. The most important thing now was to open the 9th underworld. Lin Xian must get the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda inside. Xia Jiuyo took a deep breath and used his 9 underworld physique to the extreme. Lin Xian also waved his hand and took out 2 wordless heavenly steels. There was another wordless heavenly steel in hell. At this moment, it flew out automatically after being sensed. The 3 wordless heavenly steels stood in 3 directions, representing heaven, earth, and man. Then, they used the 9 underworld physique as the key to open the 9th underworld. Crack, crack, crack. An ancient sound rang between heaven and earth, as if a new time and space had been restarted. At this moment, a mysterious and primitive aura came from the void. Everyone was shocked. The people in hell were shocked. What is this? Has the ancient world been opened? I felt a strong, yin power. Great, I'm going to break through, a new world has arrived. It's incredible, the people in hell all roared crazily. Not only hell, but all the worlds in the universe also sensed it. What has appeared, oh heavens, is another land of immortals descending upon us? No, I feel that this aura is even more terrifying than the deity ground. It's more than 10 times stronger. The people in the universe also went crazy. Some people who cultivated the Yin power were trembling with excitement. If they could get this power, they could advance by leaps and bounds. Great, as expected of the Golden Age. They knelt down and cheered. The people in the deity ground also felt it. Many people felt their hair stand on end. They looked at the universe from afar, shocked. This universe was too mysterious. There were endless secrets in all the worlds in the universe. In the beginning, when the deity ground descended, these people looked down on the universe. They thought that it was an inferior world. It was just a small universe that could be destroyed easily. However, the more they came into contact with it, the more shocked they were. Because endless secrets were buried in the universe. As a matter of fact, a new power had appeared. The Divine Union, the Yi family, the Gu family, the Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan, these great emperor families, and the remote antiquity families. At this moment, all of them were shocked. It could be said that all the living beings in the universe and all the worlds in the universe were shocked. At this moment, everyone in the 9 serenities was panicking. It seemed that something incredible was about to happen. In the 9 serenities, some of these families had many great emperors. Some even cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. At this moment, they felt their eyelids twitching and their souls trembling. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. What is going to happen? Why am I so uneasy? In an ancient palace, a white-haired great emperor sighed. It's here. It's finally here. He was the great emperor who had chased away his little disciple. In the endless abyss, a great emperor in black armor also took a deep breath. This feeling of the unknown, was it hope or destruction? Previously, he had personally put his 2 children to sleep, waiting for them to wake up after 10,000 years. This was because he didn't know what would happen when the experts outside arrived. Would it be the same as millions of years ago? Terrified and miserable screams echoed throughout the 9 serenities continent. Even the lofty great emperors were shocked at this moment. The 9th summit. There was a mysterious summit surrounded by clouds and mist. It looked like a mountain in a sea of clouds. Inside, Butian's face was pale. He said, "What is this aura? Why do I feel so uncomfortable?" Xueqi walked over and said, "Don't be afraid. This is the aura outside. My husband and the others have succeeded. The 9 serenities is opening." The aura outside? Butian's face was blank. Xueqi shot out a law and surrounded him. Then, she said, "The 9 serenities is full of cold and dark aura all year round. You've lived here for many years, so you haven't seen the outside. The outside world not only has the power of Yin, but also the power of Yang. This might be the first time you've come into contact with the power of Yang. But you'll get used to it." Butian nodded. "Big sister, don't worry. I'll get used to it." There was a loud boom. Right at this moment, the sea of clouds rolled, and countless mists filled the air. Butian's face changed. "Oh no, someone is attacking the array." Xianxia said, "Could it be that the enemy is here?" Xueqi said, "You two, stay inside. I'll go and take a look." After saying that, she walked forward. Her eyes shone with a cold light. Xueqi's soul covered the front. Then, she frowned. There was indeed someone attacking them. Moreover, the person who came was someone she knew. Xianxia. Wasn't this person beaten to the bottom of the mysterious lake by them? Why did he come out again? Yes, the person who came was Xianxia. The power of Yang from the outside gradually surged in, making everyone on the 9 serenities continent feel numb. Even Xianxia felt the same. He was very uneasy. Therefore, he sped up. Finally, he arrived at the 9th summit. When he saw the clouds outside, he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was so cold that it split the sky and the earth. However, when it hit the clouds, it only made them roll. What a strange thing. How could a mere sea of clouds block his attack? He circled the 9th summit once. He found that the entire 9th summit was wrapped in a sea of clouds. He frowned when he felt the power contained in the sea of clouds. This was an extremely powerful formation. But, so what, he was a super martial monarch who possessed 2 strands of immortal qi. Upon having this thought, he harumphed coldly and waved his hand. A terrifying tornado began to spin in his palm. The flying sand and pebbles carried an incomparably sharp force. Even if a great emperor was hit by it, he would be instantly split apart. Boom! The attack flew out of the palm and grew in size, transforming into a tornado that whistled through the air. After the wind passed, nothing could stop it. When it entered the sea of clouds, it tore a crack in the sea of clouds. Not good. When Xueqi witnessed this, her expression changed drastically. Xianxia's strength had exceeded her expectations. Although the cloud sea formation was terrifying and could stop a martial emperor, it was still too weak. However, Xianxia possessed 2 strands of immortal qi. He was far stronger than ordinary great emperors. Although the opponent's attack couldn't tear the sea of clouds apart, if this continued, the sea of clouds would be torn apart in 3 days. What followed next was a bitter battle. Xueqi took a deep breath, and a cold light shone in her eyes. She raised her head to look at the sky and felt that the power of the sun outside was increasing. She said, "Husband, you must hurry up and come here. Although this formation is powerful, it can't stop me. Give me 2 days, and I will be able to break it." A cold light shone in Xianxia's eyes. He waved his hand, and 2 strands of immortal qi spread out, absorbing the cold power between heaven and earth. They turned into gusts of wind and flew forward. The sea of clouds churned, and the formation was continuously attacked. This was because the formation set up by a heavenly master was extremely powerful. Otherwise, any great emperor-level formation would be instantly torn apart by Xianxia's attack. However, even if it was set up by a heavenly master, it wouldn't be able to last for long. Only 2 days, on the 9th peak, Butian and Xiaxingqian's faces were pale. They said, "We won't be killed by him, right? Why haven't grandfather and the others come back yet?" "Don't worry, they will be back soon." Xueqi held the 9 nether sword tightly. She wouldn't let anyone harm Butian and Xiaxingqian. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and half of the cloud sea formation had been destroyed. Xianxia was getting closer and closer to them. He was less than 100 meters away. Xianxia could already see Xueqi and the others on the 9th peak laughing. "Just you wait. When I tear the formation apart, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." He continued to wave his hand, and sand and stones flew all over the sky. Together with the immortal qi, it was extremely terrifying. Half a day later, he advanced another 50 meters. "It's over." Butian's face was cold. "I can already feel that the formation won't be able to hold on for much longer. In an hour, at most an hour, our formation will be destroyed." Xueqi stood up and took a deep breath. "I will stop them and send you away." Her eyes shone with a cold light. Her 9 nether sword technique could open a spatial tunnel and send them outside. However, every time she used it, she had to wait for a long time. Last time, she sent 9 nether and Xian out. Now, she couldn't open a spatial tunnel again for the time being. However, she swore that she wouldn't let him succeed even if she had to risk her life. "You want to run? None of you will be able to escape. When I catch you, I will slowly torture you to death." Xianxia laughed. He advanced another 30 meters. There were only 20 meters left. Soon, there were only 10 meters left. Everyone could feel the violent power on Xianxia's body. There was only one more attack, and you would definitely die. Xianxia waved his hand, and the wind in his hand was vast and mighty. At this moment, heaven and earth rumbled, and the 9 nether was suddenly enveloped by sunlight. This scene was really too strange. One had to know that the 9 nether was the power of Yin. It was as if they were living in hell. Even if there was a sun, the light was still gray. Dark clouds covered the sky. They had long been used to the darkness. However, at this moment, it was as if someone had torn a big hole in the sky. Endless light poured down. That sunlight shone on everyone, making their bodies hot. "Damn it, what is this? Ah? My eyes, I can't open them. Why? I feel as if my body is about to melt." At this moment, everyone in the 9 nether screamed crazily. It couldn't be helped. Could you imagine when a person saw the sunlight for the first time after staying in the dark for a long time? they had stayed in the Nine Nether for millions of years, they had long forgotten what the sun outside looked like, so now, they seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire. Ah! Butian also cried out in surprise. He could feel a scorching aura. Xianxia hurried to protect him and said, "Don't be afraid. You will get used to it soon." Xianxia, who was attacking, also stopped. Many spots appeared on his body. Then, his body actually began to melt. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! What kind of power is this? He screamed under the sunlight. Damn it, what's going on? Xianxia was terrified. He had never seen this kind of light before. He felt as if he was about to be turned into ashes. He used the power of the netherworld to revolve around him. Xueqi, on the other hand, was overjoyed. This is great. The netherworld has been opened. My husband and the others have succeeded. She looked ahead and said in a deep voice, "This is the power of the sun, the sun?" Stop joking. Xianxia roared. I'd blown up no less than 5 small suns. None of them could block my punch. How is this sunlight? Indeed, there was once when he was drunk and looked at the sun in the sky, so he punched through it. After all, he was a great emperor who had cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. So, a mere sun was nothing to him. Xueqi sneered. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You're talking about the sun of the netherworld. Now, it's the sun of all the realms, the sun of the universe. This kind of sunlight is the purest. It's something you've never seen in your life. The sun of all the realms, the sun of the universe? Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to come back to his senses. He roared in horror, "Are you saying that the netherworld has been opened? How is this possible?" For millions of years, the netherworld had never been opened. They had long gotten used to it. But now, the other party was telling him that the netherworld had been opened just like this. The Xia family's plan hadn't succeeded yet. He was a member of the Xia family, and the Xia family had always had a plan, which was to open the netherworld. However, they needed to find the body of the netherworld first. Now, the plan hadn't even started, but someone had already opened the netherworld? Damn it! What's going on? He had to finish the battle quickly. Xianxia roared. He formed the netherworld armor and attacked again. Even if the netherworld had been opened, so what, he had to catch that boy and bring him to the monster immortal. Otherwise, the runes that the monster immortal had planted in his body would split open. He would be turned into ashes. As he thought of this, he endured the pain and attacked again. However, at this moment, several figures descended from the sky. We're back. Upon hearing this voice, Xueqi looked up at the sky excitedly. It's my husband. She waved her hand, "Husband, we are here." A beam of light descended. Lin Xian had arrived. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Xueqi said, it was too dangerous. He was only 10 meters away from breaking the formation. When Lin Xian heard this, he frowned and turned to look. When he saw Xianxia, his eyes lit up. You actually came out alive. Kid, it's you. Xianxia coldly snorted when he saw Lin Xian. This was the target he wanted to capture. Previously, he was also ambushed by the other party and fell into the lake. Now, the 2 grudges would be avenged together. Go to hell. His large hand swept through the air and mercilessly slapped down. Husband, be careful. Xueqi shouted. However, Lin Xian said, it doesn't matter. The 9th serenity has been opened. Their strength has been greatly suppressed. As for my divine body, its strength will increase exponentially. Stupid thing. Xianxia sneered. Even if my strength is suppressed, it's still 2 strands of divine energy. It's not something a puny quasi-emperor like you can resist. As his voice fell, his palm became even more terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated his 9 yang divine body and unleashed the power of extreme yang. 9 suns revolved around him, and an extremely powerful flame swept out in all directions. When that large black hand approached, white smoke came out of it. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. Damn it, Xianxia screamed and withdrew his palm. He was bewildered, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. How did your physique become so much stronger? He was dumbfounded. His opponent's realm hadn't increased, but why was the might of this flame much stronger than before? Lin Xian laughed heartily. The ninth serenity hadn't been opened before. When I was here, even my divine body was somewhat suppressed. But now, the power of all the realms in the universe has rushed in. I represent the power of the yang divine body. All the suns in the universe are under my control. I can restrain you, damn it, Xianxia roared. The other party's luck was too good. As a member of the Xia family, he knew the history of their family. Millions of years ago, their family's land immortal led them to kill their way out. They could also fight in all directions in the universe. They weren't afraid of the sun. It was just that they hadn't seen the sun for millions of years. Therefore, after seeing it for the first time, they were greatly suppressed. They would probably be able to adapt after some time. But now, he didn't have time. He had to catch the other party quickly. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The 2 strands of immortal qi on his body actually burned. He still had to risk his life to suppress the other party with lightning speed. Go to hell, kid. He quickly rushed over, revealing a ferocious smile. However, just as he approached Lin Xian, a 7-colored light suddenly fell from the sky and hit his body. It directly sent him flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was broken, and he was on the verge of death. How could this be? He was stunned. This 7-colored immortal light directly caused him to suffer heavy injuries. This power was not something he could resist at all. It even caused his soul to tremble. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Who was it, Humph? Who allowed you to make a move on him? A cold voice was heard from the sky. Immediately after, a white-clothed woman descended from the sky like a fairy. She had 7-colored immortal light on her body, and she had the 7 Wonders treasure tree in her hand. That golden light was shot out by her. A fairy from the outside world. Xianxia raised his head and glanced at the other party. He screamed in pain, his eyes bleeding. There was nothing he could do. The other party's aura was too powerful. Just like that demonic immortal, she was a land immortal. This kid actually found a land immortal. Xianxia wanted to die. This was a super iron plate. He actually kicked such an iron plate. Senior, please spare my life. I don't dare. It's just that there's also a land immortal behind me who wants this kid. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the moonlight flickered and a saber slashed over. Xianxia was split in half. For a moment, he felt that he was about to die. But at this time, the 7-colored immortal light saved his life. He came back from the gates of hell. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground, and he let out a miserable cry. He looked with the last bit of his soul. He saw that another woman had descended. This woman was wearing green clothes and a green mask. She was peerlessly beautiful. However, the murderous aura on her body was really too strong. Just a glance was enough to tear his soul into pieces. The scimitar in her hand bloomed with a biting cold light. It was that scimitar that split him in half. Another land immortal. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to split him in half so easily. He was completely scared out of his wits. Behind a quasi-emperor stood 2 land immortals. God, was the universe outside so terrifying? Now, he was extremely regretful. What kind of plan did his family have? The universe outside was too dangerous. Wasn't it good to survive in the 9 serenities? Back then, their ancestor was at the peak of his power and became a land immortal. But wasn't he still seriously injured? It was because he left the 9 serenities and came to the universe. Now, in Xianxia's eyes, the universe outside was a prehistoric beast. He absolutely couldn't go there. You were too cruel. You almost killed him. The Guanghan immortal frowned. Fortunately, I saved his life. Otherwise, we wouldn't know who the immortal behind him is. The moon goddess snorted coldly. He wouldn't have died even if you hadn't done anything. I knew what I was doing. If I wanted him to live, he would live. If I wanted him to die, he would die. The 2 immortal-like figures were talking here. They didn't take Xianxia seriously at all. When Xueqi saw this scene, she also felt dizzy. Previously, when she faced Xianxia, she was sure that she would die. She planned to die together with him. However, in the eyes of the two Earth immortals, Xianxia was just a small ant that could be suppressed with a wave of their hand. The gap between them was really too big. She was also envious. When could she be like these two fairies? Chi, come here. I'll introduce you to the two seniors. Lin Xian pulled Xueqi over and introduced them to each other. Greetings, seniors. Xueqi, Butian, and Xiaoxingchen quickly saluted. Xiaoxingchen even shouted, Brother Lin, where's my grandfather? Don't worry, your grandfather is fine. He's still opening the passage to the 9 serenities. When the passage is completely opened, your grandfather will be able to come back. Great. Hearing this, Xiaoxingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there were more and more big cracks in the sky. At first, it seemed to be torn apart by someone. However, in the end, endless cracks appeared on the 9 serenities. The whole sky was completely opened by someone. Endless light sprinkled down, and all kinds of auras from outside the universe poured in. The power of the 9 serenities also poured out and intertwined with each other. The cold power of the 9 serenities terrified the people of the infernal realm. The 18 layers of hell were cut in half by the moon goddess and the death god. Many people had already died. However, under the power of the 9 underworlds, those dead skeletons actually turned into living skeletons. They came back to life with another kind of life. In the 9 serenities, some experts also made breakthroughs. It couldn't be helped. They had originally cultivated this kind of power. At this moment, with the power of the 9 serenities, their strength immediately doubled. This made them wild with joy. Furthermore, this power not only enveloped hell, but it also swept out rapidly into the universe. In the universe, some people felt this aura and their bodies trembled. Many people felt that their souls were about to be frozen. What a terrifying aura. Who opened hell? In an instant, countless people fled one after another. The starry sky had become a completely uninhabited region. As for the people of the 9th underworld, their situation was not good either. For the first time in a million years, they saw the real sun. Thus, in an instant, smoke began to rise from the bodies of many people. Some of the weaker ones actually turned into ashes under the sun. Those who were stronger were also pierced by the sunlight and many wounds appeared on their bodies. Countless clans felt their scalps go numb. They said, quickly tear open the earth. Let's go underground and let the earth protect us. There were even people who set up formations and gathered the power of the underworld to resist. The end of the world is coming. The people of the 9th serenity were in despair. This kind of power could restrain them. In an ancient temple, half of the white-haired martial monarch's body turned into ashes under the sunlight. He looked up and roared, Am I going to die? His eyes were filled with horror. In the boundless darkness, there was a big crack in a canyon. The darkness melted like ice and snow. The martial monarch in black armor looked even more weathered. Like a candle, he was about to melt. Was this sunlight the source of his fear? Damn it. He felt that the divine crystals he carefully prepared were about to melt into water. At this moment, the martial monarchs of the 9th underworld were also terrified. In a certain valley, Torch Dragon roared crazily. His body kept rolling, and a lot of dragon scales had fallen off. Damn it, am I going to die? No, why? I don't want to die. Xia Qianyu's face was also pale. Several wounds appeared on his body. His body was about to crack. He was also trembling. However, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't be afraid. You won't die. This is the power from the outside. The 9th underworld was opened by someone. This is the sunlight from the outside. Millions of years ago, our Xia family once went out of the 9th underworld. We can live under the sunlight. However, we are not used to it now. Let's find a place to hide first. With our strength, we can adapt in less than a month. At that time, we can come out. We can leave the 9th underworld and go to other places. Ha 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 ha. He laughed proudly. Although he was surprised that the 9th underworld was about to open. However, no matter what the process was, it had opened. he could finally go outside. As for the outside world, he had only heard about it from the elders in his family when he was young. The outside world was very good. It had all kinds of power and countless mysterious laws. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. The crack in the sky was still getting bigger. Once the sky was torn open, the sunlight sprinkled down. The entire process continued until the 9th day, when it finally stopped. At this moment, the 9 Serenities land had been completely opened, connecting with the universe and the myriad of worlds outside. The power of each other was more perfect. Amidst the initial panic, the people on the continent of the 9th nether gradually sensed that something was amiss. There seemed to be a new kind of power on their land. A power that they had never seen before. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Some martial monarchs were also excited. I see the hope of going further. I can actually go out and take a look at the legendary outside world in my lifetime. The white-haired martial monarch burst into tears. The black-armored martial monarch with half of his body also roared to the sky. At this moment, everyone was excited. Although they were still hiding, they had already seen hope. In the celestial creation pool, the demonic immortal looked up at the sky. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The 9 Netherland had actually opened. It's so fast. Damn it, I have to hide for a while. He turned his head to look at the celestial creation pool, extremely unhappy. The pool water didn't matter. The immortal pagoda under the celestial creation pool was incomparably precious. However, with his strength, he couldn't take it away. Once the 9th underworld opened, those people outside would come. He knew that there were many Earth immortals in the Tao universe. Who knew how many of them could wake up? If a few Earth immortals came and took the immortal pagoda away, it would be bad. First, I'll set up a formation to hide this place. The 9th underworld is so big and vast. Even Earth immortals can't see the end of it. I don't believe that they can find this place in an instant. The demonic immortal formed a seal with his palms, forming the strange lake again. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come close. Then, his figure flashed and he left temporarily. On the other side, Lin Xian had already set off with the moon god and Guanghan immortal. They flew toward the celestial creation pool with Xianxia. This time, they were going to take the immortal pagoda. With 2 land immortals leading the way, they moved very quickly. Soon, they arrived at the creation immortal pool. There was an unusual aura here, the Guanghan immortal said. The moon goddess was also extremely surprised. She split the creation immortal pool with one slash. The entire pool was split into 2 halves, revealing the scene below. What was this? They saw a pagoda below. The pagoda was extremely exquisite and shone with a mysterious light. Was this the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? The Guanghan immortal was surprised. The moon goddess also waved her hand, and a ray of moonlight grabbed downward. However, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda shook slightly and shattered the moon goddess's attack. It's amazing that I can't catch it. Seniors, do you know the origin of this pagoda? Lin Xian asked. The moon goddess glared at him and said, Am I very old? Senior? Call me sister. Lin Xian was speechless. The Guanghan immortal shook her head. I don't know. The origin of this pagoda is very mysterious. We can't explain it clearly. Also, you call her sister, but don't call me sister. I'm older than you. I'm the same generation as your father. You can call me Auntie you. No, then I'm a generation younger than you. Don't call me sister. Just call me the moon goddess. Okay. Facing these 2 land immortals, Lin Xian also had a headache. Xianxia, who was suppressed next to him, also looked around. He was looking for the demonic immortal. Perhaps the demonic immortal could save him. However, after looking around, he sighed. There was no sign of the demonic immortal. Could it be that the other party had left? Then wouldn't he be suppressed for the rest of his life? No. He was in despair. In fact, he wasn't the only one looking for it. Lin Xian was also looking for it. He frowned and said, Damn that guy, he's not here. What are you looking for? The Guanghan immortal asked. Lin Xian said, There was a demonic immortal here before, who was trapped here by the pagoda. I saved him, yet that guy actually bit the hand that fed him and tried to attack me. It seems that he has left. The Guanghan immortal's eyes flickered, and the colorful immortal chi on her body fluttered. She said, I did feel the information of another land immortal. And it seems that he just left. Humph, the moon goddess snorted coldly. Good thing he left quickly. Otherwise, I would have sent him to the underworld. At the moment, Lin Xian and the others had no idea that there was a mirror hidden beneath the ground. This mirror was left behind by the demon immortal. Through the mirror, the immortal monster was able to see everything that was happening in the Fortune Immortal Pond. When he saw Lin Xian and the others return, he immediately gritted his teeth. That damn brat, he actually came back. However, when he saw the two land immortals, his hair stood on end. Damn it. That kid actually managed to find two Earth immortals. The situation was really not good. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, he would end up in a miserable state. After all, he could still fight one-on-one if they were at the same level. If it was 2 against 1, not to mention him, any Earth immortal would not be able to withstand it. After all, every land immortal was a figure with extraordinary means. How was he going to collect this pagoda? Lin Xian frowned. He realized that he couldn't take the moon goddess away, and neither could the moon immortal. Even the two of them couldn't do anything. It seemed that he could only let the war god take action. The moon immortal said. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The moon immortal also transmitted his voice. Not long after, clouds filled the sky, and a figure broke through the space. The war god's gaze fell. His fiery eyes of truth saw through everything. First, he saw the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The war god also nodded slightly. That's right, it's this pagoda. Who would have thought that it would appear again? I'll get it for you. Thank you, senior. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The strength of the war god was unparalleled. If he took action, there would be absolutely no mistakes. But at this time, the war god was surprised. Someone dared to observe us secretly. His fiery eyes of truth suddenly erupted, and a ray of piercing cold light shattered the ground. A mirror fell down. Who was it? The moon goddess grabbed the mirror in an instant and probed it with her soul. On the other side, the demon immortal was shocked. Heavens, what is that? Those golden eyes, why does it feel like they can burn the world? Damn it, it's too terrifying. Who the hell is this kid? Why does he have such a terrifying master by his side? He was so scared that he hurriedly fled and shattered the other mirror in his hand. At the same time, in the creation celestial pool, the mirror in the moon goddess's hand also shattered. It split into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. The moon goddess snorted coldly. Did he escape? Damn it. Lin Xian said, it must be that demon immortal. Senior, can you find him? The war god's gaze swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He shook his head slightly. The 9th underworld was too vast. If he fled into the distance, he wouldn't be found in a short time. Besides, there was no need to find him. He would take the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda first. After saying that, clouds filled the sky. This time, not only the fiery eyes of truth, but the war god's true body also descended. He sat on an auspicious cloud and slowly descended. Although the war god's true body had arrived, however, he was still sitting there cross-legged, without any movement on his body. From Lin Xian's direction, the war god's body seemed to have turned into a stone statue. Lin Xian was surprised. I wonder what kind of cultivation method he is practicing. The war god didn't move. His true body just landed beside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Then he said, follow me. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda actually rose into the air and followed beside the war god. Is this enough? Lin Xian was surprised. The Guanghan immortal was also amazed. As expected of the war god, his power is indeed boundless. The war god said, little guy, I'll take the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with me first. In this way, no one from the Nirvana realm or the Supreme Palace can take it away. When you need it, come to me to get it. Thank you, senior. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, if he stayed by his side, it would probably cause countless jealous masters to attack him. However, it was different if he stayed by the war god's side. Who would dare to attack the war god? Great, he found one. Next was the Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Pagoda. He asked again, Senior, where is the Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Pagoda? This is exactly what I want to say. The 9 Serenities has been completely opened. Next, I will leave here and go to the Heavenly Land. Why do you want to go to the Heavenly Land? Lin Xian was puzzled. The Moon Goddess even said, I say, monkey, did you cultivate until you became stupid? The 9 Serenities has just opened. There are countless treasures waiting for us to grab. Why do you want to go to the Heavenly Land? What's so good about that place? The war god shook his head slightly. Girl, you don't understand. I'm going to help them. Besides, the Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Pagoda is in the Heavenly Land. I've already felt a trace of its aura before. It turned out to be like this. Lin Xian was shocked. The Heavenly Land had the Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Pagoda. Could it be related to his father, Lord Alcohol, and the others? As if reading Lin Xian's thoughts, the war god said, Little guy, don't go. Work hard and improve yourself. You can't help in the battle in the Heavenly Land now. After saying that, he looked at the Moon Goddess and the Moon Goddess. Do you two want to go with me? Were they ignored? Lin Xian was speechless. He also looked at the Moon Goddess and the Moon Goddess. He was excited. If the two of them went together, they would be 3 Earth Immortals. No matter how difficult it was in the Heavenly Land, they should be able to settle it. Lin Xian originally thought that the 3 Earth Immortals would go to the Heavenly Land together. However, the Moon Goddess said, I'm not going. I don't want to see the old demon. Guanghan Immortal also shook his head. It's not convenient for me to go now. I haven't figured out how to see him. Lin Xian, what was going on? Neither of them were going. Was the battle god the only one going? However, it seemed like the battle god was very calm. It seemed like he had already expected this outcome. He said, okay, I'll go alone. After that, he looked at Lin Xian and the others and said, you don't have to worry about the situation in the 9th Serenity. Within 3 years, only people from the Divine Realm can enter. The people from the Nirvana Realm and the Supreme Palace can't enter yet. I will set up a sea-stabilizing divine needle in the 9th Serenity. After that, he looked up at the sky. His fiery eyes of truth could see through heaven and earth. In the distance, Sun Qitian, who was with Xia Jiuyo, saw this scene and hurriedly threw out the iron rod in his hand. The iron rod turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of the war god. Freeze, the war god shouted in a low voice, and the iron rod stood on the ground. Then, it kept growing bigger and bigger. Lin Xian and the others hurriedly retreated. Between heaven and earth, the iron rod seemed to have turned into a mountain, standing indomitable between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out from it. What was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. Guanghan Immortal said, this is the weapon of the war god, the sea-stabilizing divine needle. With him here, he could stabilize the world. In this way, even the people from the Nirvana Realm and the Supreme Palace couldn't enter. I'm going. After doing this, the war god rose into the air and left on a cloud. Kid, you're on your own. The Moon Goddess also left. Guanghan Immortal said, the 9th Serenity is very mysterious. A shocking battle once happened here and many treasures were dropped. Some of them should still be here. We're going to take a look. The 2 Earth Immortals also left. Lin Xian, where are you going next? Why don't we go together? Sun Qitian didn't leave. Lin Xian said, I still have something to do. What is it? I was targeted by an Earth Immortal. I originally thought that this time, I could use your father and the others to get rid of the other party. However, that guy was very cunning and actually ran away. I can't let such a potential scourge target me. I need to get him in trouble. What should he do? Should I invite those 2 land immortals over? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I have another way. That guy offended the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. I am prepared to go to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty and invite their people over. Lin Xian had his own ideas. For the past 3 years, only those from the domain of the gods had been able to enter. However, 3 years later, the Prometha realm and the Paragon Palace would definitely make a comeback. He had come to understand that the god domain had more than one enemy. In addition to the Prometha, there was also the Paragon Temple. Although these two forces might not completely join hands, it would be troublesome if they really joined hands. Therefore, Lin Xian had to pull in another faction that could stand up to the Paragon Hall. It should be the legendary Yuhua immortal dynasty of the past. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go. Alright, I will go look for treasures first. When the time comes, I will leave you with the spatial coordinates. You can come and find me. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Sun Qitian also left. Lin Xian and the others left the 9 underworlds. He asked Xueqi to return to the Divine Union. He gathered the people of the Divine Union and headed to the 9 underworlds together. These 3 years were a good opportunity. Therefore, he planned to let the people of the Divine Union go in. As for him, he went to the quintessential world. Middle ground, under the ground of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Lin Xian held the longevity lamp. When he arrived, he met the Emperor's imprint again. He recounted what had happened and said, "Senior, it was not easy for me to collect a piece of the Emperor's bone. In the end, it was suppressed by that demonic immortal." What demonic immortal? A mere demonic immortal dares to challenge the Yuhua immortal dynasty, he even dares to be disrespectful to the Emperor's bone. He deserves to die. The Emperor's imprint was furious. His body swayed and a terrifying aura spread out. The flame immortal, a low roar. A voice sounded in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Then, a figure rushed over like a meteor. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the Emperor's imprint. What a terrifying flame aura. Lin Xian's hair stood on end, even though he had the 9 yang divine body. Although he had a 9 underworlds body, the light on his body was suppressed and dimmed in front of this figure. The person in front of him was a tall man. The flame aura on his body was extremely terrifying. It seemed like he had reached the level of an earth immortal. The Yuhua immortal dynasty was indeed extraordinary. Go to the 9 underworlds to kill the demonic immortal and take back the Emperor's bone. Yes. The flame immortal nodded. Then, he turned around and pressed a finger between Lin Xian's eyebrows. Lin Xian was stunned. However, in the next moment, the flame immortal retracted his hand. Lin Xian understood that the flame immortal was looking for the demonic immortal. Sure enough, after receiving the demonic immortal's information, the flame immortal's body swayed and rushed into the sky, disappearing. Then, Lin Xian also left and returned to the Divine Union. The people of the Divine Union were all ready. They were extremely excited. They could go to the 9 underworlds continent. It was said that there were endless treasures there. They were just waiting for Lin Xian to come back and set off. On this day, when Lin Xian came back, they all cheered. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad rushed over. "Kid, we're waiting for you to pull us away." Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others also walked over. The 2 of them were also extremely excited. Lin Xian took their hands and said, "Let's go to the 9 underworlds." The people of the Divine Union set off. In fact, they were not the only ones. The other families and sects also wanted to go. After all, it was a new and mysterious place. They naturally had to go and explore it. However, they found that they could not enter at all. There was a sea-calming divine needle there. How could this be? Countless people were in despair. Could they not enter? The news came from the Divine Union. 3 years. You can enter after 3 years. 3 years? Alright, we'll wait. The Yi family, the Gu family, and other great emperor families began to wait for 3 years. To them, it was not a long time. However, some people could not wait, such as the people of the Permitha. They gritted their teeth. Despicable, this is really despicable. This time, they had mobilized 2 Earth Immortals but they had not succeeded. Countless people of the Permitha were terrified. Has the Divine Union become so powerful? The Grand Supreme was also furious. However, he did not make a move because this was not the crucial moment of the decisive battle. He could not leave so easily while he was cultivating. Wasn't it just 3 years? They had waited for so long. However, they would not let the Divine Union have an easy time. The Grand Supreme waved his hand and the sky punishment sword in the sky kept spinning. Then, it condensed into 2 extremely terrifying sword shadows. He summoned the virtual immortals and Master Rashi and said to them, "Take these two immortal swords and head to the Azure Land. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Don't worry, Grand Supreme, we understand." The two Earth immortals took the sword shadows and took a deep breath. They were extremely excited. Although it was only the two sword shadows of the Sky Punishment Sword, their power was already extremely terrifying. That was because their Heavenly Punishment Sword was complete and undamaged. Let's go. The virtual immortals and Master Rashi left. They headed to the Azure Land. The Heavenly Land was completely different from the Ninth Underworld. The Ninth Underworld was extremely cold. On the other hand, the Heavenly Land was a vast expanse of sky and earth. Xianxia City was a very ancient city in the Heavenly Land. Moreover, it was an extremely important ancient city. Half of Xianxia City had already been opened. Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, the Empress, and the others were all inside. These great emperors' faces were pale. This battle was not easy for them. At this moment, the number of people around Lin Zhan and the others increased again. Obviously, some of the great emperors of the Heavenly Court had awakened from their deep slumber. Some of them had returned from the River of Time. At this moment, there were a total of 30 great emperors here. They worked together and entered Xianxia City. However, some of the palaces and pavilions in Xianxia City were still sealed. They needed to be opened before they could enter. More importantly, they found a pagoda in Xianxia City. A pagoda with a mysterious yellow aura. The Demon Emperor instantly exclaimed, "This is the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda." Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others were also surprised. They didn't expect this legendary pagoda to be in Xianxia City. The Demon Emperor took the lead and rushed over. Demonic aura filled the sky, wanting to subdue the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. However, the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda shook. The mysterious yellow aura on it fell and blocked everything. The Demon Emperor was forced back. He snorted coldly, "You're really powerful." Lord Alcohol shook his head and said, "Don't attack. You can't take it away. If you didn't die back then and cultivate it until now, you might be able to take it away. However, you've missed too much time." The Demon Emperor glared at Lord Alcohol and said, "You old ghost, weren't you seriously injured and almost died? If I can't take it away, you can't take it away either." Indeed. Lord Alcohol, Lin Zhan, and the others also couldn't take the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda away. The Empress said, "That's fine. Anyway, Xianxia City has already been taken down by us. Next, we have plenty of time to take the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda." Yes. Everyone nodded. They continued to crack the other palaces and pavilions. However, two silhouettes appeared in the Songland. Two silhouettes with extremely terrifying chi. They were Essence Immortal and Turtle Hermit. The two of them flew like lightning. The virtual immortal's eyes shot out an extremely cold light that pierced through all directions. Soon, he locked onto a position. "Over there, let's go. It should be Xianxia City." "Speed up," the two of them burst out again, tearing the endless void apart. Soon, they arrived outside Xianxia City. The virtual immortal slashed out with his sword, and the dragon-slaying sword fell mercilessly. Boom! Xianxia City began to shake violently. In the city, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others' expressions changed. "Oh no, someone is attacking Xianxia City. Who is it?" They all stretched out their souls. When they saw the two figures outside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Two land immortals. Was Higan crazy? Were they planning to bring forward the final battle? One must know that although Earth immortals were terrifying, they were all injured in the battle back then. Furthermore, their injuries were quite severe. Very few of them would be able to recover to their peak. Under normal circumstances, land immortals would rest and recuperate. They were either cultivating in seclusion or hiding somewhere. He didn't expect that Earth immortals would appear, and there were two of them. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Zhan waved his hand and led everyone forward. Even if they were Earth immortals, they weren't afraid. Soon, they arrived at the city wall. Looking at the two figures outside, he said coldly, "Go back. We have already opened Xianxia City." A bunch of ants without a single Earth immortal. How dare they be impudent in front of me? Essence Immortal snorted coldly. Turtle Hermit sneered. He stretched out his big claws, covering the sky and earth as he flew through the air. This palm was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it arrived above everyone's heads. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. No matter how strong they were still a little weak when facing an Earth Immortal. But so what? Lin Zhan roared. He waved his hand, and a flag appeared in his hand. The green flag danced, and some light appeared in Xianxia City, forming a shield to block the attack. With a clang, the shield blocked the other party's big claws. The endless void shattered. Lin Zhan shouted coldly, I can mobilize the power of Xianxia City. So what if you are an Earth Immortal? This was the source of Lin Zhan's confidence. Once an ancient city in the heavenly land was opened, they would take the lead and control this ancient city. It was equivalent to a solid fortress. Even an Earth Immortal would not be able to take it down easily. This was also the reason why they had to act quickly. There were not many ancient cities like this. Moreover, not only in the heavenly land, but also in the netherworld. Therefore, after 3 years, Bayan and the people of the Supreme Palace would probably go crazy. Because in these 3 years, they did not know how many cities they could conquer. Damn it. Turtle Hermit gritted his teeth. The Essence Immortal said, Xianxia City is not like other ancient cities. From the power just now, you only opened the city gate. You did not completely occupy this ancient city. So, we still have a chance. Let's attack together. After the Essence Immortal finished speaking, the two of them instantly attacked. The dragon-slaying sword fell from the sky. On the other side, Turtle Hermit rushed over quickly. He used his huge turtle shell to hit the city gate, causing it to shake violently. Countless laws of light swept out. The expressions of the people in the city changed drastically. Damn it. Everyone, activate the devouring sword. A black vortex appeared in Lord Alcohol's eyes. A black longsword appeared in front of him. It was pitch black as if it could devour everything. The terrifying devouring aura caused the surrounding clouds to change. Everyone nodded and injected their power into the devouring sword. Then, Lord Alcohol controlled the devouring sword and slashed down. Boom. Turtle Hermit was sent flying and continued to roll. The Essence Immortal also stopped. An extremely strange light burst out from his eyes. Devouring sword. That's right. Lord Alcohol said, Devouring sword, one of the 5 swords in the world. What's your relationship with the Empress? The Essence Immortal asked coldly. The Empress was the sky-devouring Great Emperor, the creator of the sky-devouring jar. She was a great emperor with earth-shattering strength. Lord Alcohol said coldly, The Empress is my senior sister. I see. You are the Liquor Sword Immortal. Although you have the devouring sword, so what, it's not complete. A portion of it is in the Empress' hands. It's not complete, but it's enough to deal with you. An extremely cold light burst out from Lord Alcohol's eyes. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole. The devouring sword in his hand was even more terrifying. With a slash of the sword, even the sky was swallowed. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. Boom, boom, however, in this pitch-black darkness, 2 thunderous sounds rang out. 2 bolts of lightning cut through the darkness. They tore 2 large cracks in the darkness. Light reappeared. Then, the Essence Immortal and Turtle Hermit walked out. Lightning surrounded their bodies as they sneered. This is? The Liquor Sword Immortal's expression changed. The Demon Emperor also exclaimed, The power of heavenly punishment. That's right. This time, Lord Grand Supreme specially gave us the power of the heavenly punishment sword. So, you are dead meat. Looking at the 2 sword shadows in the other party's hands, Lin Zhan and Lord Alcohol's expressions turned ugly. The situation was not good. Lin Zhan took a deep breath and said, Everyone, get ready. I'm afraid there will be a bitter battle. Everyone nodded. They had all experienced great battles and were not afraid of death. Kill. After taking out the power of the heavenly punishment sword, the virtual immortal and Master Rashi also roared and used their full strength. They rushed over and instantly tore apart the light shield that Lin Zhan had set up. They came to the city wall. Then, the dragon-slaying sword slashed out. Attack, Lin Jian roared and punched. Boom. Boom, boom. His fist was extremely terrifying. However, he only had 2 divine fires, and the other party was a true land immortal. Although his fist burst forth with boundless power, it was still split apart. Lin Jian retreated. On the other side, Master Rashi also attacked. With a sweep of his claws, half of the Empress's body split open. However, the Empress's strength was also very strong. Moreover, she had a human body and a snake tail. Countless snake spirits grew out of her broken body. Lord Alcohol hurriedly waved the devouring sword and swallowed the power of the land immortal. However, there were 2 people on the other side. When Master Rashi was blocked, the virtual immortal moved again. His sword pierced towards the demon emperor. This was a fatal blow. The sword pierced through the demon emperor. No, everyone cried out in surprise. Demon blood dripped from the sky, forming countless black holes. Go to hell, Ant. The virtual immortal's expression was cold. However, the demon emperor raised his head. He smiled. The virtual immortal snorted. Idiot, you're about to die, and you're still smiling? The dragon-slaying sword in his hand became even more terrifying. Destroyed for me. The demon emperor's body and mind split open. But in the next moment, the virtual immortal's expression changed. He didn't tear the demon emperor apart, but the other party did it on his own accord. An earth-shattering power erupted and swept out in all directions. Did this guy destroy himself? Lai Tian Emperor exclaimed. The others were all stunned. They had just attacked, and one of their people died. The virtual immortal walked back from the cracks in the sky. He didn't look too good. There was a lot of demon blood entangling his body, wanting to enter his body. Get lost. 3 streaks of immortal chi erupted from his body and began to erase the devil blood. That damned thing actually dared to put me in such a difficult position. Unforgivable. Not only will he die, all of you will die. The killing intent in the virtual immortal's eyes grew even more intense. However, at this moment, a sigh came from between heaven and earth. Is it useless? As expected of a land immortal. The power of self-destruction was actually unable to cause you much harm. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Was this the voice of the demon emperor? That's not right. Isn't that guy dead? How could he still be alive? The virtual immortal's face darkened. Stop playing tricks. Get out here. The dragon-slaying sword exploded forth, tearing apart heaven and earth. However, in the sky, the boundless demonic chi once again condensed and transformed into the figure of the demon emperor. No way, he was really still alive. The skyrending martial monarch and the others were dumbfounded. This guy's moves were too terrifying. How was this possible? The virtual immortal didn't quite believe it either. The demon monarch stood in the 9 heavens and said in a clear voice, I am a demon, immortal and indestructible. Immortal and indestructible, demon. The great emperors on the side of the divine realm were all shocked. This demon emperor was really too strange. The other party wasn't from the divine realm. He was just working together with them. However, the other party's absolute divine ability was truly terrifying. The virtual immortal snorted coldly. What a joke. It's easy to live forever, but difficult to not die. Who can be immortal and indestructible? You. Stupid thing. After saying that, he rushed out again. The dragon-slaying sword transformed into countless killing intent that danced in all directions. This sword energy was too terrifying. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the endless sky was trembling. Not long after, the dragon-slaying sword slashed open MOD again. However, the demon emperor still used the same method, self-destruction. With a boom, a terrifying aura hit the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword shook violently. The virtual immortal's face darkened. He was hit by this power again. Although this power was destructive, it didn't cause much harm to a land immortal like him. However, he was still in a sorry state. Because after this attack, many black demonic patterns appeared on his body again, trying to drill into his body. He could only activate his immortal energy to destroy them again. I won't die. I won't die. The demon emperor's voice sounded again. The demonic elements in all directions gathered and reformed his true body. How was this possible? The Iron Blood Great Emperor was also dumbfounded. What kind of divine ability did this guy cultivate? I don't believe that he won't die if I use the power of the heavenly punishment sword to kill him. Master Roshi gritted his teeth. Indeed, he had been using the power of the dragon-slaying sword. There was no other way. The power of the heavenly punishment sword was precious, and they didn't want to waste it too much. It was just killing a great emperor. Was there a need to use the power of the heavenly punishment sword? This power was used to break through Xianxia city. However, the other party was so strange. It seemed that they could only use the heavenly punishment sword. The heavenly punishment sword in Master Roshi's hand slashed out, but it was blocked by the reincarnation sword. A boundless black hole appeared. I won't let you use this power. Lord Alcohol's voice was cold. Damn it. Master Roshi gritted his teeth. However, at this moment, the virtual immortal moved again. He also had a heavenly punishment sword in his hand. Go to hell. This time, he didn't use the dragon-slaying sword. Instead, he directly used the heavenly punishment sword. A dazzling light emitted tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The power of destruction shattered the universe. Not good, retreat quickly. In the surroundings, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others spat out large mouthfuls of blood as they frantically retreated. This was the power of the 5 swords in the world. When used by an Earth immortal, it could really destroy everything. Even the Demon Emperor furrowed his brows. Although he was known to be immortal and indestructible, he didn't dare to take the power of the heavenly punishment head-on. Thus, he also began to sway in an attempt to dodge the attack. It's useless. Are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. The heavenly punishment sword slashed down mercilessly. However, at this moment, Lin Zhan made his move. He had a large green flag in his hand. It carried the power of Xianxia city and blocked the heavenly punishment sword. Lin Zhan shouted coldly, "Do you think I don't exist? Heaven battling divine body. Erupt!" The divine fire on his body pulsed. His physique was extremely powerful. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. He held the flag with both hands and waved it crazily. The power of Xianxia city formed a vortex to resist the power of the heavenly punishment. There was an intense collision and a terrifying explosion. Xianxia city was indeed an ancient and mysterious city in the celestial heavens. Although it was only a portion of its power, it still blocked the heavenly punishment sword. Stupid, let's see how long you can wait. The virtual immortal shouted angrily. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. The heavenly punishment sword in his hand fell mercilessly. The second strike, the third strike. Lin Zhan's blood boiled. He gritted his teeth and held on. However, cracks still appeared on his arm. There was no other way. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was already heaven-defying for him to be able to mobilize the power of Xianxia city to block the attack. After another strike, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. You can't hold on anymore, right? The virtual immortal laughed sinisterly. The virtual immortal's cold voice sounded, making one's scalp tingle. However, Lin Zhan was not afraid of an earth immortal. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He roared at the sky, "With my battle blood, I will dye the world red." The battle blood dripping from his body turned into countless blood-colored fists that rushed forward crazily. Boom! Boom! These fists all landed on the virtual immortal. The virtual immortal's robe fluttered, blocking these fists. It's useless, little ant. Lin Zhan's battle blood boiled, and he roared again. As he controlled the large cyan flag, he also unleashed his exceptional divine ability. This time, blood-red flames appeared on those blood-red fists and continued to burn. The power of each fist increased exponentially. With my battle blood, I will dye the world red, boom. Boom, this time, the virtual immortal was stunned. He realized that the robe on his body seemed to have dimmed. This guy could actually use his strength to such an extent. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was an earth immortal. In his eyes, unless someone of the same level as him was an earth immortal. Otherwise, anyone below the level of an earth immortal was like an ant that he could easily kill. Even if you borrowed external power, so what? You were still no match for him. However, the battle intent of the man in front of him was too strong. It was a will that would rather die than submit. It could actually shake his body. Suddenly, the virtual immortal was stunned. An image appeared in his mind. That image was the battle back then. It was incomparably tragic. There was the arch who punched in all directions. His battle intent was surging. He actually challenged an Earth immortal alone. The result of that battle was obvious. The great emperor fell, killed by a single slash of a blade. I remember now. You are the arch back then. You are called the battled arch. You were killed by the saber immortal, right? I didn't expect you to survive and come back to life, however, so what? You will die soon. If the saber immortal could kill you back then, I, the virtual immortal, can too. The virtual immortal roared. He was going to use his strength. Immortal chi erupted from his body, and a powerful force swept through everything. Lin Zhan was forced back, and he spat out even more blood. However, he roared, I want to fight an immortal. At this moment, he did not care about his life and death and executed his peerless divine ability. It was useless. The virtual immortal said in disdain, the gap between us is too big. However, at this moment, a black world appeared above his head and enveloped him. At the same time, the demon emperor's voice sounded. Divine ability, descent of the demonic earth. The devil emperor had actually charged over as well. He said coldly, I can also fight immortals. Die, you ant. The virtual immortal was completely enraged. He felt challenged. Normally, when he was on the other side, the great emperors would kneel and kowtow to him. Now, he actually dared to make a move against him. Unforgivable. Immortal chi erupted from his body, and the might of the dragon-slaying sword condensed. One sword slaying a dragon, one sword slaying a god, one sword slaying the world. A terrifying power filled the air. Demon land, 10,000 mountains. The devil emperor roared, and countless overlapping black mountains appeared in his devil earth. Let's go too. Behind him, the great land of iron and blood, the skyrending martial monarch, and the others followed suit. So what if the gap was huge? So what if the other party is a land immortal? They were not afraid of anything. As such, the martial monarchs immediately charged forward and attacked wildly. On the other side, Master Rashi was also locked in a fierce battle. He had gone crazy. He couldn't believe that he couldn't kill a bunch of ants. The heavenly punishment sword was blocked by the devouring sword. Originally, he didn't care. After all, he was a land immortal. However, the person who used the devouring sword was also terrifying. He shouldn't be an ordinary great emperor. Lord Alcohol smiled. I have a name called the Wine Sword Immortal. Feel my sword technique. After saying that, he slapped his storage ring, and a huge red gourd appeared. After he opened it, countless wine gushed out. Lord Alcohol drank in large mouthfuls. Then, he threw his head back and laughed. Riding the wind on his sword, he traveled freely between heaven and earth. As Lord Alcohol's voice fell, the surrounding void changed. Countless sword energies inexplicably rushed out. It was unknown where they came from, but their target was Master Rashi. The terrifying sword energies were so high that they were like abyssal beasts that wanted to devour Master Rashi. Scram, Master Rashi roared. His claws danced, tearing all the black sword energies apart. Then, he roared, Turtle Immortal Fist. He punched out. This was a peerless immortal technique with boundless power. It directly charged towards Lord Alcohol. Lord Alcohol's figure fluttered. He quickly retreated and dodged. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. A sword that could split mountains and rivers, and swallow the sun and moon. The Wine Sword Immortal sword energies danced. This was his famous technique, the sword manipulation art. Once, a sword could destroy the world and swallow the sky. Its terrifying power was unimaginable. The black sword energy danced in the air, and they actually enveloped Master Rashi's fist. It seemed to want to swallow it. Not only that, but Master Rashi's other arm and legs were also wrapped by the black sword energies. Master Rashi roared. You? You want to swallow me? Scram. His body trembled, and a tyrannical power flew out, tearing the black sword energies apart. However, the sword manipulation art was endless. Endless sword energies flew out from Lord Alcohol's body. At this moment, the Empress also came. She took out her jade rui. The jade rui was beautifully carved, and there were mysterious patterns of the great Tao on it. The Empress held the jade rui in her left hand and formed a seal with her right hand. She said coldly, "Rui, Rui, follow my heart." The patterns of the great Tao on the jade rui suddenly bloomed. A mysterious aura flew out and surged forward. This aura was too strange. It actually made Master Roshi's hair stand on end. What is this? Could it be a piece of jade that fell out of the immeasurable land? This is the immeasurable jade. You actually have this thing, and you even forged it into a weapon. Master Roshi was going crazy. What kind of people are they? Although they are only great emperors and are inferior to us, why are the treasures in their hands so heaven-defying? Even earth immortals might not have such immeasurable jade. Crazy. At this moment, Master Roshi was really going crazy. The divine realm was really difficult to deal with. No wonder he couldn't destroy it no matter how hard he tried. Boom. Boom, boom. The power of the jade rui hit Master Roshi, causing his body to stiffen. He originally wanted to shrink his body into the turtle shell, but now, his movements became so slow. The combination of the jade rui and the devouring sword made Master Roshi roar angrily, "You have angered me." Immortal technique, earthquake. His huge body leaped high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. With a boom, the entire void was instantly torn apart by him, forming a black hole. Not only that, a mysterious shock wave condensed and formed on his body, sweeping toward the surroundings. "Not good, retreat quickly." Wine Sword Immortal exclaimed when he saw this scene. He struck out the devouring sword technique and cut off the surroundings. The black vortex began to devour the power of the earthquake. However, many vortexes were directly shattered. "Haha, it's useless. Wine Sword Immortal, I see that your realm has dropped a lot. What do you have to fight me?" Master Roshi laughed heartily. Relying on his earth-shaking power, he rushed over. He would kill Wine Sword Immortal first, and then the Jade Rui. Master Roshi executed an immortal technique, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Its power was extremely terrifying as it charged towards the Wine Sword Immortal. At this critical moment, the sky suddenly split open. Countless golden lights scattered from the clouds as if a golden body had appeared. This sudden change in the world shocked everyone. Master Roshi's expression changed. "Not good. It's that damn monkey's aura." Sure enough, two flames fell from the sky. These were the fiery eyes of truth, and they charged towards Master Roshi. Although the two flames were small, they formed a monstrous fire as soon as they landed, sweeping in all directions. Master Roshi's figure flashed as he hid in his turtle shell, rolling in the sea of fire. He retreated to the side, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn monkey. You've gone too far, you're haunting me, aren't you? Great, you're finally here." When Lord Alcohol saw this scene, he also laughed. On the other side, the virtual immortal's expression changed drastically. "It's this fighting god again." He wanted to help, but Master Roshi said, "Don't bother. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? I want to see if he still has the ability from back then." Master Roshi was also furious. Last time in the Netherworld, he was scared away by the other party. Now that he met the fighting god again in the heavens, he wouldn't run away again. He wanted to fight him. Immortal technique, Blue Tide Birth. Beside Master Roshi, an endless sea suddenly appeared and swept towards the sky. It wanted to extinguish the flames. Lin Zhan was shocked. He seemed to have seen this technique before, but its power couldn't be compared to this. Could it be that this was a technique created by Master Roshi? It's too terrifying. He felt that if the great emperor was enveloped by the sea, he would be instantly extinguished. Facing such a terrifying blue tide birth, the fighting god didn't use flames. He said coldly, "Heaven and earth, heed my command. Call the wind and summon the rain." As soon as his voice fell, a violent storm raged between heaven and earth. Terrifying rain fell from the sky as if it could penetrate everything. The battle between the immortal technique and the divine ability was extremely terrifying. The call to wind and summon the rain blocked the blue tide birth. This wasn't the end. The fighting god's body landed. At the same time, he shouted coldly again, "Celestial body." His body continued to grow in size until he stood tall as if he had turned into a deity. A terrifying power swept across the sky. The blue sea tide was suppressed by this law phenomenon, and Master Rashi was also suppressed. He looked up at the sky and roared, "Block it for me." His physique also changed. The turtle shell on his body shone with a mysterious light. It had the strongest defense. He hid inside the turtle shell. He used all his strength to resist the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The surrounding martial monarchs were forced to retreat. In the face of this attack, they were all trembling in fear. If such a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth were to fall, it was likely that no one would be able to escape. On the other side, the virtual immortal stopped attacking. Instead, he stared straight ahead. I wonder if Master Rashi can withstand it? Just as he was thinking about this, a scream suddenly came from the turtle shell. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the huge tortoise shell dimmed. "Save me," Master Rashi screamed. The virtual immortal's expression changed as he slashed his saber at the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The two of them worked together and Master Rashi managed to escape. After coming out, Master Rashi's face was pale and extremely miserable. His eyes were once again filled with fear. Damn it, this damn monkey's cultivation has deepened again. Don't be afraid, we still have the sword shadow of the heavenly punishment sword. The virtual immortal said. That's right, Master Rashi also snorted coldly. In the next moment, the two of them displayed two sword shadows that carried boundless lightning. Damn monkey, do you dare to resist the power of the heavenly punishment sword? It's just the sword shadow of the heavenly punishment sword. It's not the real heavenly punishment sword. Why wouldn't I dare? The fighting god put away the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He floated in the void, and a primordial power suddenly erupted from his body. The grand grade heavenly god technique. When this voice was heard, the entire sky continent started to shake violently. Even Xianxia city was shaking slightly. The surrounding martial monarchs felt their hair stand on end. Even the expressions of Master Rashi and the virtual immortal changed. Damn it. This guy actually cultivated a divine technique. Impossible. The grand grade heavenly god technique was an extremely terrifying technique in the legends. It was terrifying to the extreme. Once mastered, it would be earth-shattering. However, no one had mastered it. Firstly, it was too difficult, so difficult that it was unimaginable. In the past million years, there had only been a handful of people with cultivation talent. Secondly, after mastering it, one would also be struck by lightning. It was very difficult to survive. Therefore, this kind of thing only appeared in legends. How could anyone master it? Unexpectedly, the fighting god could actually use the grand grade heavenly god technique. It's fake. It must be fake. Master Rashi roared. The virtual immortal also shouted angrily. Who cares if it's real or fake? Even if it's a divine technique, it will be destroyed by the heavenly punishment sword. The entire heavenly land is controlled by our Supreme Lord. After saying that, the sword shadows in their hands flew out and condensed into two dark clouds in the sky. The power of the heavenly punishment sword continued to spread. Everyone around felt their hair stand on end. This power was really too terrifying. The power to destroy the world, Lord Alcohol also said, I'll block it with the devouring sword. After saying that, black sword energy bloomed between heaven and earth, spreading out like thick ink. However, the fighting god said, no need. It's just a sword shadow. I can deal with it. After saying that, an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. Then, he finally stretched out a palm. One had to know that the fighting god had been sitting cross-legged from the beginning until now. The other party seemed to be cultivating, so he only used the fiery golden eyes. The other party's palms and limbs had never moved at all. But now, facing the heavenly punishment sword shadow, he finally stretched out his palm. His palm didn't have any light, and it was like a stone statue. There were still some moss and small cracks in the stone. But it was such a palm that made the earth immortals tremble in fear. Grand grade heavenly god technique, palm facing the sky, the stone palm slapped towards the sky. Compared to the thunder, it seemed so small. But the power above was not weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Palm facing the sky. Was this the true strength of the fighting god? The Iron Blood Great Emperor exclaimed. The Demon Emperor's expression was also extremely solemn. Even he was envious of this kind of strength. The Empress also said, "He's too powerful. I feel that he has completely surpassed the virtual immortal and Master Rashi." At this moment, all the great emperors were shocked. This palm seemed to have enveloped the entire sky. The entire heavenly land was surging like a storm. Outside the heavenly land, the deity land, the universe, and the people of other families and sects seemed to have sensed it. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. What happened? Why were they so uneasy? Someone was using a peerless divine ability. Some great emperors were even trembling in fear. They looked into the distance. What kind of peerless powerhouse was this? He was so strong that they couldn't imagine it. In the heavenly land, a palm facing the sky collided with the heavenly punishment that filled the sky. The power of the heavenly punishment erupted, destroying heaven and earth. This was the law of heaven and earth. The heavenly punishment sword belonged to the heavenly god of Nirvana. The other party was known as the controller of heaven and earth. Everything had to be operated under his will. But now, the fighting god was about to break the heavenly punishment. Under everyone's attention, the two collided. Earth-shattering destructive power erupted. He actually blocked it? The virtual immortal was dumbfounded. Master Rashi also couldn't believe it. He blocked the power of two heavenly punishments with one palm facing the sky. It was too unbelievable. Had the other party's divine art reached such a level? The stone-like hand blotted out the sky and blocked all the lightning in the sky. The fighting god's gaze fell, and his fiery golden eyes bloomed. He stared at Master Rashi and the virtual immortal. The two of them felt their hair stand on end. Master Rashi gritted his teeth and asked, "Damn it, what realm have you reached? You don't need to know. You just need to know that you shouldn't have come here." The fighting god stretched out his other hand. It turned into a fist and fiercely blasted over with the power of the divine art. Not good, the virtual immortal hurriedly dodged. Master Rashi also roared angrily and hid in his turtle shell. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His turtle shell became dim. A crack actually appeared on it, scaring him so much that he quickly screamed and fled. The virtual immortal gritted his teeth. He couldn't let them feel so good. Although they wanted to leave, they had to let the other party feel despair. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. A sword shadow in the sky instantly split open. The destructive power completely erupted and enveloped Upper Azure City. After that, the second heavenly punishment sword shadow also split open. Not good, the expressions of Lin Zhan, Demon Emperor, and the others changed drastically. This power was definitely enough to threaten their lives. Humph, the fighting god's face darkened. He raised his palm and slapped at the virtual immortal. The virtual immortal was hit and spat out blood. Cracks appeared on his body. Damn it, the two land immortals quickly fled. When Lord Alcohol saw this scene, he hurriedly used the devouring sword. A pitch-black longsword appeared, forming a monstrous vortex that enveloped heaven and earth. It was the power to resist the heavenly punishment. At the same time, he said, "Everyone, give me your power." Everyone injected their power into the devouring sword. The devouring sword kept rolling. Even the fighting god injected his power into it. Only then did he swallow all the lightning. Looking at the slowly disappearing vortex in the sky, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions weren't very good. If the fighting god didn't come this time, they would really be in danger. Looks like I have to break through and become an earth immortal. The Fiend Emperor's face was solemn. Lin Zhan's eyes were also shining. Both of them were super great emperors and had hopes of breaking through to become earth immortals. Lord Alcohol also said, "I have to return to my peak." When he was at his peak, he was an earth immortal. However, the great battle back then caused him to be severely injured. He had yet to fully recover. "After we're done here, let's go to the 9 underworlds." The Nine Netherland was opened, and there were many treasures inside. After discussing for a while, everyone nodded in agreement. But before that, they had to completely conquer Xianxia city. At the same time, he had to take the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This time, the war god personally took action. He said, "Let me do it." Lin Xian had already found the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the mysterious yellow pagoda. With Taiji as his foundation, he would soon attain his Tao. Really? Lin Zhan was elated. However, Lord Alcohol frowned. Was he really going to take the path of immortality? It was too dangerous. This kid is even more ruthless than me. The demon emperor also coldly snorted. Even he didn't dare to take the path of immortality. The war god said, although it's extremely dangerous, it's still worth a try. If he could really be the first to attain his Tao in the universe, he could go to the land of destiny. Perhaps, he could really defy the heavens and change his fate. Everyone fell silent. Although that was the case, they were very clear about the dangers involved. Even a guy like the demon emperor didn't dare to try. One could imagine how dangerous it was. The Wine Sword Immortal said, "There has to be another Earth Immortal. Whether it's my recovery or someone else's breakthrough, we have to hurry. When the time comes, we can protect Lin Xian." That's right. Lin Zhan nodded. The Heavenly King would definitely not allow Xian to succeed. At that time, they would probably attack crazily. Everyone felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. Next, the war god personally took action. He took the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. The mysterious yellow chi danced in the air. However, the war god was extremely powerful. He was an extremely terrifying existence among the earth immortals. Not long after, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda spun in the air, shrank, and flew into his palm. Great, he succeeded. The Wine Sword Immortal, the Empress, and the others were overjoyed. However, during this process, something unexpected happened. 2 rays of light flew out from the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and flew into the distance. One of the rays of light was a palace. In the palace, there was a huge phantom. It spread its wings and flew into the sky. In an instant, it tore through the void and flew into the distance. What was that? Many people were stunned. They wanted to make a move, but that light was too fast. The war god glanced at it and said, "It's actually the Heavenly Phoenix clan. They are actually in the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda." Could it be that they were trapped inside back then? The demon emperor looked to the other side and said, "The other one is the earth leviathan, right?" He ran so fast. "Forget it, I don't have time to care about them." They continued to attack. Next, these people continued to attack. The battle in the heavenly land came to an end. Master Rashi and the virtual immortal returned with injuries. This shocked the people of the Heavenly King. Had the divine realm become so terrifying? Even the Grand Supreme frowned. However, when Master Rashi and the virtual immortal explained the matter, the Grand Supreme frowned. Did they pick that monkey from back then? Sure enough, he has some ability. He actually cultivated the divine technique. But from what you said, he shouldn't have fully cultivated it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like a statue. Forget it, you two go and rest. There are still 3 years before you can go to the netherworld. During this period, I will give you a chance to go to the treasure land. What you can get there will depend on your luck. Thank you, Grand Supreme. The virtual immortal and the virtual immortal were extremely excited. Although they didn't complete the mission, it wasn't that they were too weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Especially the appearance of the war god, they didn't expect it. Moreover, now was the time to use people. The Grand Supreme would let them make up for their mistakes. The place where the Heavenly King was located was the Eternal Land. It was also one of the Jiutian City. Therefore, it was also extremely mysterious. There were some places that even they weren't qualified to enter. For example, this treasure land was a mysterious place in the Eternal Land. It was a place where treasures were hidden. Not many people went in, but it was said that there were countless treasures inside. The Saber Immortal had gone in before. It was said that he had obtained the celestial technique, so he was extremely powerful. This time, if the two of them went in, they might be able to obtain the celestial technique. How could they not be excited? The two of them thanked the Grand Supreme repeatedly. They swore that they would definitely not fail the next mission. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also set off for the netherworld. At the same time, there was another figure with them. It was the Flame Immortal. The Flame Immortal was also going this time. He was going to kill the Demon Immortal. Moreover, he wasn't from the divine realm. Therefore, he could only enter the netherworld with the help of Lin Xian and the others. The 9 underworlds emitted a cold aura. There were countless people around, but they couldn't enter. However, on this day, countless rays of light flashed past. There were countless chariots and spirit boats. They came rolling in. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. What a terrifying aura. Which family or sect did they belong to? An old man snorted. It didn't matter which family or sect they were from. They could only look at this place and couldn't enter. Yes, it was said that the great emperor families were blocked and the powerhouses from the deity ground couldn't enter. As they were discussing, these spirit boats and chariots pierced through the 9 heavens and entered the 9 underworlds. Those old men's eyes almost popped out. Countless people were shocked. Heavens, they went in, damn it, why? Could it be that the seal was broken? Let's rush in too. These people rushed over quickly, but the power of the ocean steadying divine needle knocked them back. Many people vomited blood. Why? Why could they enter? Look at the flag on the chariot, they are from the Divine Union. Divine Union. Lin Wudy, no wonder he could enter. Which one is Lin Wudy? He is my idol. Countless people exclaimed. Lin Wudy's name was like the sun in the sky, spreading throughout the 9 heavens. Many people were even saying that he was about to become a great emperor. These chariots belonged to the Divine Union. After entering, the Crimson Dragon and the others looked around. What a terrifying cold aura. But I like it. Black Mountain, North Demon, and the others were also happy. Lin Xian said to these people, split into several teams. Each team must be accompanied by a great emperor. The 9 underworlds wasn't simple. It was much more terrifying than the universe outside. Lin Xian knew that there were even Earth Immortals here. So even if they entered, they couldn't be careless. Fortunately, some great emperors in the heavenly court had recovered. With the great emperors accompanying them, it was fine as long as they didn't go to particularly dangerous places. Anyway, these people could improve their strength here. Kid, what about you? Toad asked. Lin Xian said, I have to deal with a guy. I'll meet up with you guys then. After speaking, he looked at the Flame Immortal. Senior, I have a plan. He began to transmit his voice. After that, Lin Xian left alone and flew towards the Creation Immortal Pond again. There was no one left in this place. The celestial pond had been split in half. The immortal pagoda inside was also taken out. When Lin Xian came back again, he created some commotion in order to lure the demon immortals over. You don't say, the demon immortal really did come. Last time, when the demonic immortals saw a few land immortals, they were so scared that they ran away. But after a while, he decided to come back and take a look. When he returned, he found that the immortal pagoda was gone. This made him almost vomit blood from anger. The Fortune Immortal Pond was also destroyed. Damn it, that pagoda was so mystical, it was an immortal item. That damned brat, he gritted his teeth at the thought of Lin Xian. But today, he actually saw Lin Xian again. It was this brat. He actually dared to come back. However, the demonic immortal didn't attack immediately. After all, there were a few Earth Immortals around this kid last time. After secretly observing for a while, he found that Lin Xian came alone this time. The demonic immortal laughed sinisterly and rushed out. A huge aura enveloped heaven and earth. This was the power of a land immortal. It was enough to make anyone tremble. Lin Xian's body stiffened. He took out the great dragon sword soul to block. He also held the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand as if he was facing a great enemy. It's you. Lin Xian pretended to be surprised. You're still here, the demonic immortal snorted. Brat, you didn't expect it, right? The most dangerous place is the safest place. You actually dared to bring other land immortals and take away the immortal artifact. Let's see how I'll kill you today. The demonic immortal snorted and released an extremely terrifying killing intent. The surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian said as he retreated. Last time, I took away the immortal pagoda. This time, I came to find the Emperor bone. Did you bring it with you? You mean that bone? That's right, I did bring it with me. What can you do to me? A mere quasi-emperor like you dares to behave atrociously in front of me. I see that you have a lot of treasures on you. I'll capture you and torture you first to relieve the hatred in my heart. After saying that, his palm instantly stretched out. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he was just an ant in front of him. He couldn't withstand a single blow at all. Sure enough, with this palm strike, countless voids turned into black holes. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian didn't retreat. Instead, he sneered. This guy is an idiot. Just wait for death. At this moment, a flame flew out from the 9 heavens and ruthlessly struck the palm. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the demonic immortal's palm directly split open. Countless demonic blood danced in the air. Lin Xian quickly dodged with the heaven-swallowing jar on his head. This demonic blood could easily pierce through a great emperor. Ah, the demonic immortal screamed. Who dares to sneak attack me? Could it be that this kid called for reinforcements? Hiding in the dark, he turned around and fled as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, flames that filled the sky descended from the sky. A figure stood in the boundless sea of flames. This figure was like a fire god. His might was unstoppable. I am the flame immortal of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. You actually dared to suppress the bone of the emperor. Your crime is unforgivable, you deserve death. A cold voice sounded, causing one's soul to tremble. The demonic immortal was dumbfounded. Could it be that the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were here for that bone? His expression became ugly. Damn it, it's this kid. This kid deliberately tricked him just now. He made him say the whereabouts of the bone. Lin Xian smiled. That's right, this was a senior of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Didn't you look down on the Yuhua immortal dynasty? How dare you suppress the bone of the emperor? Just wait for death. With that said, he retreated to the side to watch the show. The demonic immortal's expression was ugly, but he quickly said, Fellow Daoist, this is a misunderstanding. I can return the emperor bone to you. With that said, he waved his hand and endless demonic energy condensed into a cage. There was a bone inside. With a push of his hand, he directly returned the bone to the flame immortal. Lin Xian was stunned after seeing this. This was possible? This was too cowardly. The flame immortal waved his hand and split open the cage. He held the emperor bone with both hands with a respectful expression. Welcome, immortal emperor. With that said, he carefully took out a treasure box and put it away. Fellow Daoist, the emperor bone has been returned. The grudge between us has been settled. I'm going to attack next, I hope you won't stop me. The demonic immortal stared at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. In his opinion, the matter between him and the Yuhua immortal dynasty was already over. However, the flame immortal snorted coldly. Over, you were disrespectful to the emperor bone previously. It's already a capital offense, how can I let you off, what? The demonic immortal was stunned. He originally thought that he would return it. The grudge between the two sides was settled. But he was too naive. Was the Yuhua immortal dynasty so easy to talk to? The answer was no. The flame immortal wanted to continue attacking. He took a step forward and immortal fire appeared in the 9 heavens. All kinds of terrifying immortal light surged. A biting cold aura charged forward. You've gone too far. Do you think I'm a pushover? The demonic immortal on the other side was also angry. Originally, he wanted to forget about the enmity with a smile. However, the other party didn't appreciate it. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a demon blade and slashed it fiercely. This slash was as terrifying as a mountain. The flame immortal sneered, child's play. With a push of his hands, a sea of fire enveloped the demon blade, turning all the blade light into nothingness. Then, the two rushed forward and fought. The battle between the two earth immortals was too terrifying. The whole place was completely shattered. Lin Xian hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he cast out the heaven-devouring mansion and enveloped the creation immortal pool. However, it only covered half of it. The other half was turned into ashes under the attack of the two earth immortals. Lin Xian hid in the sword world, dodged the attack, and then quickly left. It was too terrifying. With his current strength, he still couldn't compete with the earth immortals. He was afraid that he couldn't even watch the battle. However, he believed that with the strength of the flame immortal, he would definitely not let the demonic immortal have a good time. He didn't need to care about this place at all, so he left. With a flash, Lin Xian flew into the distance. The two earth immortals fought fiercely. Soon, they fought from the ground to the sky. Terrifying power and all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena swept out. At this moment, those people in the 9 serenities were all stunned. The opening of the 9 serenities had already made countless people panic and despair. However, gradually, they also adapted to the sunlight outside. Just as they were rejoicing, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It really frightened them. What kind of people were they? Were they fighting? The patriarch of the Xia family, Xianxia, and Zhu Long also trembled. The two of them had 2 strands of immortal qi and were super great emperors. But at this moment, in front of this power, they seemed incomparably small. Then it could only be a battle between earth immortals. One of the powers was the power of the demonic immortal. They could feel it very clearly. Previously, they were almost caught by the demonic immortal. How could they forget? However, they had no impression of the other power. This power was resplendent and bright, like the divine fire of the 9 heavens, sweeping through the world. This was a power that did not belong to the 9 underworlds. In other words, an expert from the outside world had arrived. I wonder what the situation is like in this section. After this, how many experts would come? They felt immense pressure. The people of the divine realm also felt it. They were fighting a power that surpassed everything. How was older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others were worried. Not long after, they saw Lin Xian return. Kid, are 2 earth immortals fighting? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Let's go. Lin Xian and his group left. Then, the members of the Divine Union set off in different directions of the 9 underworlds. Lin Xian warned them that there were countless experts here, so they had to be careful. Everyone nodded. Kid, where are we going? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, just look around. To be honest, his thoughts were not on the 9th serenity. Although this place was magical, he had another, more important thing to do. That was to prove his Tao. Previously, the battle god had told him that the aura of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda had appeared in the azure. He wondered if he had obtained it now. If he did, he should be able to prove his Tao. Kid, the treasure is right in front of you, yet you're still absent-minded. Let's go. After some discussion, the dark red dragon and the toad immediately decided on a direction and flew off. Xueqi and Baisusu left together. Beside Lin Xian were Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu. At this moment, they were heading to an ancient city. The Crimson Dragon and the others had studied it before. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there were some ancient cities that were abnormally terrifying. In particular, Xiaojiao had said that the ancient cities of the 9 underworlds could not be built. They could only be passed down from ancient times. Therefore, every ancient city was extremely terrifying. This time, the ancient city they were heading to was called Yuyun City. Looking at the enormous city floating in midair, the crowd gasped in admiration. What a mysterious city. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there are some treasures. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. You two really don't know how to lead the way. In every ancient city, there are powerful families as friends, and the treasures are divided up by them. You still want to search for treasures? Are you stupid? When Xia Xingchen heard this, she also laughed. You guys can't do it. Let's find Butian. I think he should know some good places. Right, Brother Lin, and Little White. Find Little White. That little guy is reliable, but these two are not. What? We're not reliable. The toad's face darkened. The Crimson Dragon also said, Little girl, what do you know, and you? He glared at Lin Xian and said, I think you've become stupid from cultivating. Of course, we know that there are countless powerful families in this ancient city. Think about it, we've only been here for a few days, not even a month. How many years have they lived here? Thousands or tens of thousands of years. Compared to finding treasures, they know better than us. Perhaps these families and sects know where many treasures are hidden. Moreover, even if they don't know, their families and sects have developed for so long. There must be some treasures. How good would it be if we just went and snatched it? I'll go. Lin Xian covered his face. He had overestimated these two guys. It turned out that these two guys were targeting these families and sections. Even Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others were speechless. I'm not going. It's too embarrassing. That's right, they didn't provoke you. The two beauties shook their heads. Xianxia naturally wouldn't go. Then let's go. The toad, the crimson dragon, gritted his teeth and said, lend me the heaven-swallowing jar. Oh right, lend me little white too. Let's go. A group of people entered Yuyun City. Lin Xian and the others strolled around the city. As for the three guys, they ran away like a wisp of smoke. Little White, what do you think of this family? I feel that their palace is very imposing. There should be a lot of treasures, right? Little White took out the treasure bowl, felt it for a while, and said, yes, let's do it. The three of them turned into streams of light and rushed in. It had to be said that the earth scripture that the Crimson Dragon cultivated was very magical. Recently, his strength had increased greatly. The formation he had set up actually tore through the defenses of these families and quietly slipped in. Then, they began to collect treasures. The treasury was almost emptied, but the other party still didn't know. However, on the second day, they still found out. Because the toad was too greedy, it insisted on taking away a pearl. There were originally 2 pearls. At this moment, one was cultivating in the hands of the great emperor, while the other was placed in the treasury. When they took away one, the one in the great emperor's hands immediately shook. The great emperor's expression changed. Not good, someone went to the family treasury. Where did this thief come from? Go to hell. The great emperor's anger shook the 9 heavens. He quickly rushed over. The Crimson Dragon and the others' expressions also changed. Not good, run. The 3 of them immediately ran away. After the great emperor opened the treasury, he took a look and fainted. Their family's treasury had been emptied, leaving only a few scattered items. Damn it, men, he immediately mobilized the family's experts and rushed out crazily. For a moment, Yuyun City was also shocked. Someone exclaimed, this is the Yun family, who dares to anger them? Why do I see that even the great emperor of the Yun family has come out? Their faces seem to be terrifyingly dark. All sorts of discussions could be heard. Little White, let's go to another family. After tasting the sweetness, the toad immediately changed families. A few days later, that family's great emperor also came out, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Just like that, countless news came from Yuyun City, have you heard? A few mysterious thieves came to our Yuyun City. They are known as the Thief Saint. They emptied the Yun family's treasury. Not only that, I heard that the other families' treasuries were also emptied. Moreover, these people were very arrogant. Not only did they empty everything, they even left a name behind, calling themselves the Thief Saint Trio. What kind of god are you talking about? Could it be that a ruthless character from the 9 Nether Realm had come? Some people said, who knows? Now that the 9 Nether Realm has opened, perhaps some people from the outside world have come. All sorts of discussions could be heard. When Lin Xian and the others heard this, they were also speechless. These 3 fellows really did take action. At this moment, a young man dressed in black walked over from the opposite side. This young man was incomparably handsome, but his face was somewhat pale, as if he had not seen the sun for a long time. Fairy, please wait. He looked at Morong Qingqing, his eyes shining. Fairy, it is fate that we can meet. I wonder if Fairy can have a drink with me. The black-clothed youth's eyes lit up. When Xianxia saw this scene, she also smiled. Big brother Lin, someone is trying to steal your people. Lin Xian's face darkened. This guy, is he courting death? Morong Qingqing looked at the other party and shook her head slightly. Sorry, I don't know you. Please go away. Fairy, the first time unfamiliar, the second time familiar. Soon, you will get to know me. Right, let me introduce myself. My name is Blazing Heaven. Morong Qingqing directly ignored him. Blazing Heaven was not angry. He could feel that Morong Qingqing had a mysterious bloodline. She wasn't the only one. The two people beside her were the same. Today, he had struck it rich. After absorbing the blood of these people, his strength would probably become even stronger. Little girl, there's still you. Blazing Heaven also stared at Xianxia. He could also sense that this little girl had an extraordinary bloodline. Get out of here before I get angry. Xiaojiu said coldly. The other party even dared to have designs on his granddaughter. Was he tired of living? Old man, it seems that you still don't understand what kind of existence you are facing. Alright, I'll show you my true form. After saying that, the black robe on his body shattered, and his body continued to grow. Instead, it was replaced by a ferocious beast with a gaping mouth, as if it could devour the heavens and earth. A terrifying aura filled the air. When the other people on the street saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Heavens, what kind of demonic beast is this? What a terrifying message. Run, he was Tao Tai. Ha 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 ha, that's right, I am Tao Tai. Blazing Heaven was very happy. He liked to admire the terrified and desperate expressions of these people. The Tao Tai clan loved to eat, and these fellows were its food. The people on the street ran into the distance, their faces full of fear. Why is Tao Tai here? Damn it, this guy is too scary. It's over. Those people in front are definitely going to die. Yes, it's a pity that they're so young. The people around shook their heads and sighed. However, Lin Xian and the others were incomparably calm. They looked up at the sky. Yan Ruyu said, what an ugly monster. Morong Qingqing also shook her head. Tao Tai? The legendary beast of heaven and earth. I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile, as if mocking the other party for being reckless. The reactions of these people made Blazing Heaven extremely strange. What was going on? After seeing him, shouldn't these people be terrified, trembling, and kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy? Then, they would be swallowed by him in despair. But why were these people looking at him with disdain? There was also a person with a disdainful look on his face. Was it being looked down upon by others? Stupid ants, it seems that you don't know what Tao Tai represents. Then I'll swallow you first. He turned his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. In an instant, it lunged at Lin Xian and opened its bloody mouth, enveloping him within. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. Even a quasi-emperor would be swallowed in an instant. Was that kid stupid? Why didn't he escape? Could it be that he knew that he was going to die, so he gave up resisting? Those people in the distance all exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian standing there in a daze. Tao Tai also snorted coldly. I thought he was powerful, but it turns out that he's a fool. Smack, right at this moment, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and slapped forward, landing a slap on the other party's face. The crisp sound of the slap was heard. Then, Tao Tai's huge body suddenly froze in the air. In the next moment, it turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian shook his head and said coldly, to be honest, I really don't want to do anything to you. Because recently, I've been waiting for news from other places. But you really don't know what's good for you. Since you delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. The faint voice, together with the bloody mist that filled the sky, surrounded the surroundings. The people on the street in the distance were dumbfounded. What was going on? Where was the terrifying Tao Tai? Was it dead? How was that possible? That kid killed a Tao Tai with one slap. No way, I've heard that Blazing Heaven swallowed 5 quasi-emperors in 3 days. His strength was extremely terrifying. No one below the Great Emperor was his match. This kid didn't have the aura of a Great Emperor. How could he kill the other party with one slap? Who the hell is he? Countless shocked voices were heard. There were also people who said, it's over. I heard that Blazing Heaven didn't come by himself. Instead, he followed a Great Emperor here. This great emperor was now a guest in the city lord's mansion in Union City. If that great emperor knew about the situation, these people would probably suffer a fate worse than death. They would be gnawed into bones. No, not even bone dregs would be left. After all, Tao Tai was something that liked to eat everything. Union City, city lord's mansion. Sure enough, there was a middle-aged man there as a guest. He was also wearing a black robe. Beside him, there was food, all kinds of corpses of demonic beasts. Some were as huge as mountains. However, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and instantly ate such a huge demonic beast. The beautiful woman serving at the side was so scared that her body trembled. This was a monster. The city lord of Union City was also a middle-aged man. His body was huge, and he was wearing battle armor. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Mount Li, you are too polite. You actually came to personally deliver the invitation. I hope you can forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Don't worry, in 2 days, I will definitely bring out the most exquisite food. I will definitely satisfy you." After Mount Li heard this, he nodded. He swallowed another huge demonic beast. However, at this time, his expression changed. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up, a hint of killing intent appearing in his eyes. Not good, his nephew had fallen. Who dares to kill the genius of my Tao Tai clan? Courting death. Mount Li roared into the sky, his voice terrifying. The Lord of Union City was also stunned. What was going on? Could it be the other party's nephew, that blazing heaven? The other party was a genius. Moreover, he was arrogant and domineering. No one dared to provoke him. In the past 3 days, he had already eaten 5 quasi-emperors. He knew all of this. However, he was afraid of the Tao Tai clan, so he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't expect that someone would be so reckless as to kill blazing heaven. And it was in Union City. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was able to become the city lord thanks to the Tao Tai clan. Although he was a great emperor, with his own strength, he probably couldn't sit in the position of city lord. After all, he only had 1 strand of immortal energy. However, he still did it. That was because he had the Tao Tai clan behind him. Every year, he needed to hunt many beasts and give them to the Tao Tai clan. It could be said that he was a servant of the Tao Tai clan. Therefore, he was really stunned now. Just as he was in a daze, Mount Li had already torn open the void and flew into the distance. At the same time, a cold killing intent came. Who dares to attack my nephew? Die. The people on the street were originally discussing animatedly. However, when they sensed this scene, they all started to tremble in fear. In the next moment, the sky of the entire street turned dark. A big mouth seemed to swallow the universe. Run away quickly. Those people fled one after another. Some people didn't even have time to escape and were directly bitten off, turning into a bloody mist. Some people were even swallowed into his stomach. Tao Tai's anger was extremely terrifying. Not good. Xianxia was so scared that his face turned pale. Xia Jiuyo also said, "There's actually an emperor-level Tao Tai." With that, he slapped out with his palm, as if opening the 9 underworlds door. The terrifying black aura blocked it. In the sky, the figure of Mount Li appeared. He had already turned into a ferocious beast. Looking down, "It was you who killed my nephew? Are you talking about that reckless guy just now?" "That's right. I did it," Lin Xian said indifferently. Those people in the distance all went crazy. They were lucky enough to escape this calamity. At this moment, they had already fled to an extremely far place. However, he still heard Lin Xian's voice. This guy actually admitted it just like that. Did he want to die? Did he know how formidable the Tao Tai clan was? Did he admit it? Very well, then you'll wish you were dead. Mount Li angrily roared and charged down. He wanted to swallow the other party alive. His strength was much stronger than blazing heavens. After all, he was a true great emperor. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "You want to swallow me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." After saying that, he threw out a punch. There was a loud bang, and heaven and earth rumbled. Lin Xian's fist was like the sun, shooting straight into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, it had struck Mount Li's face. With a scream, Mount Li retreated. His face was covered in blood, and his teeth were all broken. A sea of blood danced in the sky. Everyone was horrified. What did this young man do? He had injured the arch with a single punch. "You're courting death," Mountly crazily roared. He was actually injured. This was unforgivable. However, at this moment, a sword light shone from below. The immortal slaying sword turned into a shocking divine dragon and slashed at him. With a puff, he was cut in half. Mountly had completely gone crazy. This time, he was not angry, but terrified. The other party could easily break his body and make him feel death. This was obviously a super strong person who was not someone he could provoke. Although the other party looked so young, he might be an old monster who had lived for countless years. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. Boom. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the divine fire seed jumped. 9 suns rotated and pressed down from the sky. They directly enveloped the injured Tao Tai. With a miserable cry, Mountly fell from the sky. He fell in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's body with one foot and said indifferently, "You wanted to eat me just now?" "No, I don't dare," Mountly said with difficulty. When he opened his mouth was full of blood. The ground under his feet rumbled. The arch blood contained endless power. However, it could not hurt the young man in front of him. There was a loud boom. At this moment, the void broke open, and another figure arrived. Everyone looked up, and those people in the distance were terrified. This was the city lord. The city lord had come. Who was it? "How dare you behave so atrociously in my place?" The city lord of Yuyun City's cold voice sounded. At the same time, he looked down. He was prepared to put on an act. After all, this was Yuyun City. Since the Tao Tai had made a move, he had to come out and protect it. Of course, that was all. He did not dare to make a move against the Tao Tai. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Originally, in his opinion, Mountly had already passed through the other party. He only needed to say a few words that did not hurt or itch, and it would be over. But how could the situation be like this? Mountly was beaten like a dead dog, lying on the ground. Heavens, what was the meaning of this? It was just an instant. One had to know that although he was a step behind Mountly, he had also followed closely behind. How fast was his speed? However, in the blink of an eye, Mountly was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Who was the one who attacked? A super great emperor? Thinking of this, the city lord of Yuyun was dumbfounded. Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the other party. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, you're here to help him?" No. No. It took a lot of effort for the city lord of Yuyun to say these 2 words. "If not, then scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you together with him." Although Lin Xian's voice was not loud, when it fell into the city lord's ears, it was as if 5 bolts of lightning had struck him. "Alright, I'll scram now." The city lord of Yuyun City came quickly and ran even faster. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. The Tao Tai at his feet wanted to ask for help, but it was too late. Lin Xian kicked him unconscious. Then, he grabbed his huge body and walked into the distance. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw the scene. This was the Tao Tai. It was originally a vicious beast, and it was even at the Great Emperor level. In the eyes of these people, the Great Emperor was a high and mighty existence that needed to be worshipped. But at this moment, the Tao Tai was being dragged like a dead dog into the distance. What was this guy trying to do? Everyone was discussing. Xianxia also said, "Big brother Lin, what are you doing with this guy? He was so ugly." Lin Xian said, "Usually, it's the Tao Tai who eats others. No one has ever eaten the Tao Tai. Today, I'll let you have a taste." Hearing this, the people in the distance were stunned. Eating the Tao Tai, this was something they didn't even dare to dream about. However, what happened next really happened. Lin Xian and the others didn't leave at all. They sat down on the side of the street. Lin Xian released the divine flame and enveloped the Tao Ye's body. The Tao Tai screamed, "Brat, our Tao Tai clan is not something you can provoke. Let me go quickly, or you're dead. Threatening me, if you beg for mercy, you still have a chance to live." If you threaten me, you can just wait for death. Lin Xian used Rinnegan to collect the other party's soul. How could Mountly resist? He was already seriously injured, and was not a match for Rinnegan. So very quickly, his soul was collected. Lin Xian obtained useful information. Then, he attacked and killed the other party. Lin Xian and the others began to roast Tao Tai and eat heartily. The people of Yuyun City were dumbfounded. Aren't these people too arrogant? He actually ate the Tao Tai. They thought that Lin Xian was just joking, but they didn't expect him to really do it. It smelled so good. In the void, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Little White smelled the fragrance and began to search. When they saw that it was Lin Xian and the others, they quickly rushed over. Kid, what are you eating? You didn't even call me. The Toad jumped over and said, Damn, golden barbecue, give me a piece. Xiao Joyo was worried and said, The Tao Tai clan seems to be very powerful here. Countless family powerhouses have submitted to them. Let's finish eating and leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be overwhelming powerhouses chasing after us. The Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others also felt guilty. Yes, let's leave here and play in another city. In the past few days, they had gone to many families and sects and emptied their treasure vaults. Now, the great emperors of several families were looking for them all over the world. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was about to say something, but at this moment, a hurried voice came from the void. Then, a black sword shadow fell from the sky. It was so fast that no one expected it. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian also stood up abruptly. But at this moment, the heaven-swallowing jar floated and caught the black sword shadow. Don't be afraid, it's Lord Alcohol's devouring sword. Lin Xian felt a familiar aura and was also stunned. Lord Jiu, aren't they in the heavenly land? Could it be that they're here? Lin Xian quickly probed the sword energy and found that it carried a message. It turned out that Lord Jiu, Lin Zhan, and the others were still in the heavenly land. However, it was almost over. They would soon rush to the 9 underworlds. He asked Lin Xian to help collect some information first. For example, where were the natural treasures? Where was the mysterious place? At that time, Lin Zhan and the others could go there directly. The message also said that Lin Zhan wanted to break through and become a land immortal. As for Lord Alcohol, if he wanted to return to his peak, he would need a lot of resources. After hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He stood up and said, Don't eat anymore. We still have important things to do. Lin Xian relayed the news. When the others heard this, they were also surprised. Is he going to break through and become a land immortal? It wouldn't be as easy as becoming an arch, right? In fact, it was even more difficult because it required too many resources. Why don't we visit a few more clans? The Crimson Dragon said, empty their treasury. Lin Xian shook his head. Not enough, far from enough. That's right, when I was collecting the Taoya's soul, I found out that their clan was going to hold a gathering soon. It seemed that many clans wanted to bring offerings with them. There are many treasures and experts there. Let's go and take a look. That's great. The Crimson Dragon was also excited. The group headed towards the Tao Tai clan. On the other side, the city lord of Yuyun was also hurriedly preparing. This time, he had put in a lot of effort. Because not only did he have to offer offerings, he also had to go and ask for forgiveness. Mountly had died in Yuyun City, so he couldn't give the Tao Tai clan an explanation. Therefore, he had to hurry and ask for forgiveness. The Tao Tai clan had a gathering every year. Of course, this was just a nice name. To put it bluntly, it was an offering. This was because the Tao Tai clan was very powerful. Moreover, the Tao Tai clan liked to eat and needed endless food. Every time they paid tribute, the surrounding clans, sects, and experts would send treasures. They were attached to the Tao Tai clan. It was the same this year. The Tao Tai clan had already sent many people. All kinds of war chariots and spirit boats filled the sky. The city lord of Nether Cloud City had also come. This time, he had brought twice as many things as he usually did. He had no choice. He was here to ask for forgiveness. When he arrived in front of the Tao Tai clan, he stopped and hesitated. He was wondering if he should escape now. In any case, it shouldn't be a problem to hide in the Nine Nether. If it really didn't work, he would leave the Nine Nether and go to the universe. Just as he was thinking, another war chariot came from afar. There was a group of people standing on it. When the city lord of Yuyun saw this, he almost fainted from fright. Wasn't this that guy? Why was he here? He had killed Mount Li, so how could he dare to come to the Taotai clan? That's right, what he saw was Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others had come to the Taotai clan this time to pave the way for Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others. The Taotai clan liked to eat. This eating was not only for demonic beasts, humans, and martial artists. They also liked to eat heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, the Taotai clan should know very well where the treasures were. It should be in front of them. Lin Quan and the others slowly descended. When they arrived at the mountain gate, they were stopped by someone. Do you have an invitation? The Taotai disciple guarding the mountain gate was stunned. Which clan was this? I've never seen it before. No invitation. Lin Xian shook his head. Then I'm sorry, you can't enter. The Taotai disciple's face was full of curiosity. There were many people who wanted to give them gifts. Which one were you? Hurry up and *CK off. The man shouted coldly. Otherwise, I'll swallow you. He bared his fangs. The other people also came and went. These people wanted to hug their thighs. What ability did they have? If they weren't from a famous sect, they wouldn't be able to enter. Lin Xian's face darkened. For a moment, he wanted to kill his way in. However, at this moment, he was stunned because he sensed someone. He turned his head to look. City Lord Yuyun, right? Come here. The others also turned their heads to look. Fellow Taoist Yuyun, you came early enough today. The people from these clans and sects all bowed. After all, the other party was a city lord. Moreover, he was a great emperor. They didn't dare to be negligent. Even the eyes of the two Taotai disciples guarding the mountain gate lit up. City Lord Yuyun. They also went up to greet him. City Lord Yuyun sighed. Well, it seems like there's no chance to escape. He could only brace himself and walk up. When he arrived at Lin Xian's side, Lin Xian said, "We know each other." Oh, really? The disciple guarding the mountain gate was stunned this time. That man also looked at Emperor Yuyun. City Lord Yuyun's expression was ugly. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with Lin Xian. However, at this time, a voice sounded in his mind. You'd better take me in. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with a sword. Do you know what happened to Mount Li? Do you understand? Emperor Yuyun hurriedly nodded. He could only say, that's right. This young master is an honored guest of our Yuyun city. Then let's go in. Only then did the disciple guarding the mountain let them go. The group walked in. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Who were these young people? They were actually honored guests of Yuyun city. It seemed that Emperor Yuyun was very afraid of him. The man guarding the mountain gate also snorted coldly. What kind of luck did he have? He actually had a great emperor as his backer. Lin Xian naturally heard these words as well. Especially this man guarding the mountain. He even dared to tell him to scram before, even a great emperor didn't dare to be rude to him, let alone a small mountain guard disciple. Whoosh. When Lin Xian's figure disappeared into the distance, he opened his Rinnegan. The 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped the other party's soul. The disciple guarding the mountain in front was still checking the invitation. Suddenly, the mountain guard's body swayed and he fell down with a plop. His soul was destroyed. What was going on? Why did he fall? The people who came to pay tribute were discussing as they investigated one after another. In the next moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead. It was unknown who shouted, but these people quickly distanced themselves from each other, and an empty space appeared in front of them. They were dumbfounded and their hair stood on end. This was a member of the Taotai clan. To think that he was killed by someone without a sound. Who was it? What a terrifying method. No, that's not right. How bold. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to behave atrociously here, right? Where did this ruthless person come from? What happened here immediately alarmed the Taotai clan. After the Taotai clan heard this, their faces darkened. Was someone challenging them? Killing one of their guarding disciples was a slap to their face. Go investigate. Immediately, a great emperor-level powerhouse snorted. The people of the Taotai clan began to investigate from all directions. Lin Xian sneered. This was just to teach the other party a lesson. He was not someone to be trifled with. Beside him, Great Emperor Yuyun was dumbfounded. Could it be that it was this kid who did it? Crazy, this kid was really crazy. Lin Xian glanced at the Lord of Yuyun City and warned, you'd better not move, and don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can leave here alive. Don't doubt my methods. The great emperor who died in my hands is more than one. I understand. The Lord of Yuyun City's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to resist. What would happen next? He could not imagine. Lin Xian said, tell me, is there an Earth Immortal level in the Taotai clan? The Tranquil Cloud Great Emperor introduced. After Lin Xian heard this, he also narrowed his eyes. There were Earth Immortals, but they had long disappeared. They were even more miserable than the Xiao family. The Xiao family's Earth Immortal was injured and was still cultivating in seclusion. However, the Taotai clan's Earth Immortal left the Nine Netherland millions of years ago and went to the universe, never to return. It was very likely that he had fallen outside. Without an Earth Immortal, it would be easy. Even if there were two Immortal Qi experts, Lin Xian and the others would not have a problem leaving. The Taotai clan searched frantically, but they couldn't find the enemy. Their expressions were unfriendly. At the same time, they strengthened their defenses. It seemed that someone was planning to attack them here. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. The other party didn't know that he was the one who did it. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded, it's you? You're a member of the Xia family's branch. Get over here. A furious roar rang out, shocking everyone. They all turned their heads to look. Isn't this the fifth elder of the Xia clan? Why was he angry? Who provoked him? The Xia family was an extremely terrifying existence. They were not weaker than the Taotai clan. In fact, they were even stronger. After all, the Xia family still had a land immortal. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. Xia Jiuyo's face darkened. Oh no, I've been discovered. He did not see anyone from the Xia family around earlier, so he did not hide his aura. He guessed that the Xia family had discovered his bloodline. Lin Xian said, you don't have to hide anymore. Since the Night Serenity has opened, the people from the God Realm will be here soon. There was no need to hide. After a while, when our strength increases, we will directly take over the Xia family and let you be the patriarch. Hearing this, Xia Jiuyo was relieved. Since Lin Xian had said so, there was naturally no need to hide. Xia Jiuyo glanced at the fifth elder and said coldly, you don't have the right to give me orders. What did you say? The fifth elder of the Xia family was furious. He walked over and stared at Xia Jiuyo. His eyes burst out with a biting cold light. It was indeed the aura of the Xia family, and it was incomparably powerful. Are you from the outside world? The others all cried out in alarm. They all turned their gazes. Who was this person? Someone from the outside? Were they from the outside universe? Heavens, that's what they looked like. Were all these people from the outside world? Hey, that's not right. Why was the Lord of Yuyun City walking with them? Countless voices of justice could be heard. The Lord of Yuyun City's eyelids twitched. What? These were people from the outside universe. No wonder they were so arrogant. So they weren't from the Nine Netherland. However, he found that what was even worse was that he had an inextricable relationship with these people. He quickly shook his head. It's none of my business. However, no matter how he explained, no one believed him anymore. The Lord of Yuyun City was crying. The fifth elder of the Xia family in front of him was incomparably arrogant. Seeing that your bloodline is extraordinary, I'll forgive you once. Now, obediently follow me home. The fifth elder's voice carried an unquestionable tone. If you want to order me around, let's see if you have the ability. Xia Jiuyo walked out, releasing the power of the Nine Nether. A tyrannical force swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked. Even the fifth elder's expression changed. Your bloodline, could it be that you are? He was truly stunned. The other party's bloodline power had surpassed his. One had to know that his cultivation was stronger than the other party's. However, his bloodline couldn't compare to the other party's. There was only one explanation. The other party was the legendary physique of their family. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? Had the nine nether body appeared again? This was great. He had to bring this person back. Whether it was the development of their family or the recovery of their ancestor, it was of great use. Come back with me. The fifth elder stretched out his palm. His palm formed a black cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The void let out a shattering sound. It couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, it enveloped Xianxia. The surrounding people exclaimed, "Did he make a move?" Xianxia sneered and punched out. With a boom, the clouds that filled the sky were scattered. The fifth elder roared, "You're courting death." He attacked crazily, and the two of them actually fought. The surrounding people were surprised. Who is this person? He's too strong. He can actually contend with the fifth elder. Why do I feel that his aura is even more terrifying than the fifth elder's? He was also a member of the Xia family, but he had never heard of it. Outside the universe, were there also members of the Xia family? All sorts of discussions could be heard. It was yet another earth-shattering blow. Xia Jiuyo had forced Elder Xia to retreat. One of Elder Xia's arms was broken, and he spat out blood. He was dumbfounded. He was actually no match for the other party. It was too unbelievable. You're just SOSO. Xia Jiuyo said coldly, "You don't have the right to order me around." The surrounding people were surprised. This person is so strong. He actually defeated the fifth elder. It's really surprising. However, the Xia family wouldn't let it go. The Xia family was a family even more terrifying than the Taotai clan. It had two strands of immortal energy, a super great emperor. Sure enough, the fifth elder also gritted his teeth. Very good, it's really the legendary divine body. It's really powerful, but do you think you can always be arrogant? It's too ridiculous. This time, a grand elder also came. Let's see how you're going to die. Ancestor Wild Sand, please make a move. The fifth elder's voice spread out and flew into the distance. The surrounding people were shocked. What? A grand elder was a super great emperor. If he made a move, the other party would definitely die. Everyone was stunned. Even those people from the Taotai clan sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia was the supreme elder of the Xia clan, a terrifying ancestor. No one could stop him. This guy was dead for sure. Everyone looked at Xia Jiuyo, Lin Xian, and the others, shaking their heads and sighing. Even the Yuyun city lord's eyes flickered. Should he run away? He couldn't afford to offend another super great emperor. However, Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyo, and the others had strange expressions. Xianxia, if it was another super great emperor, they might be worried. But now, they weren't worried at all. This guy didn't dare to attack them at all. Last time, Xianxia was suppressed by the moon god and the Guanghan immortal at the ninth peak. Instead, they left a seal in his body. In other words, Xianxia had become the slave of Lin Xian and the others. Who was it? Who dared to go against the Xia clan? A cold voice sounded, shocking everyone. Even the great emperors present felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help it. Cultivating one more strand of immortal qi meant that their strength would be doubled. The opponent's strength was much stronger than a great emperor with only one strand of immortal qi. Even if several great emperors joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. More importantly, a super great emperor had the strength to kill a great emperor. Losing a battle with a great emperor of the same level might not necessarily lead to death. But it was different when fighting against a super great emperor. It could be said that there was a slim chance of survival. Once they fought, there was a high chance of dying. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to offend a super great emperor. Now, such a super great emperor was here. How could Xia Jiuyo and the others resist? The fifth elder was also overjoyed. He shouted, Ancestor Xianxia, we found the divine body of our clan. Please help us. This is very important to our clan. This is a great contribution. A tall figure appeared in the sky. He was surrounded by 2 strands of immortal chi. Everyone bowed. Greetings, senior. The 5th elder laughed. You're dead. Wait for your death. Let me see who it is. Who dares to go against the Xia clan? Xia Xianxia stood in the sky like a god above the 9 heavens. However, when his gaze landed on Xia Jiuyo, his face turned ugly. When he saw Lin Xian, he shuddered. It's you guys? How is this possible? He had gone crazy. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Xia Xianxia, how dare you? Get your ass over here. What was going on? To think that an insignificant quasi-emperor dared to tell a super-martial emperor to scram over. Was the other party crazy? Is there something wrong with his brain? Everyone felt that Lin Xian would suffer a fate worse than death. The 5th elder roared, do you want to die? He was going crazy. When had the Xia family ever been humiliated? However, the next scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. That was because Xia Xianxia, who was high up in the sky, had instantly descended. He bowed deeply to Lin Xian, greetings, young master. Boom, everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe it. A super-martial emperor bowed to a young man. What was going on? Was he dreaming, or was it an illusion? Everyone felt that it was very unreal. Was this old ancestor joking with them? How could he tease them like this? The Lord of Yuyuan City and the other great emperor's minds were also blank. They didn't understand what was going on. The 5th elder was even crazier. He shouted, old ancestor, why are you bowing to him? He's just a kid, not even a great emperor. I can kill him with one slap. Shut up, do you want to die? Xia Xianxia turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. The kid in front of him was indeed a quasi-emperor, but so what? The other party could summon 3 earth immortals. Each of them could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. More importantly, there was a seal planted by an earth immortal in his body. It was a seal even more terrifying than a demon immortal. Did he dare to resist? Lin Xian sneered, Xia Xianxia, it seems that your family's 5th elder still doesn't understand the situation. Tell him, what are you to me? A hint of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The power of reincarnation was activated. Xia Xianxia went crazy. He felt that the seal in his body was jumping. This was going to take his life. Compared to his life, what was face? Therefore, under countless dumbfounded gazes, he slowly knelt on the ground and said loudly, I'm Lin Gongzi's dog. Clang, 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 everyone was petrified. The weapons in the hands of those great emperors also fell to the ground. What? A dog, a super great emperor was kneeling on the ground like a dog. Everyone went crazy. The 5th elder jumped to his feet. Ancestor, are you under an illusion? Damn kid, how dare you trick my old ancestor? I'll fight you to the death. The 5th elder rushed toward Lin Xian. However, halfway there, Xia Xianxia grabbed the 5th elder's neck with a slap. He pressed him to the ground. With a boom, the 5th elder fell to the ground and became dizzy. How dare you disrespect the young master? Do you believe that I'll kill you? As soon as he exerted force, many cracks appeared on the 5th elder's body. The 5th elder was so scared that he trembled in fear. Xia Xianxia continued to kneel on the ground and said respectfully, my family members are not sensible. Please forgive us, young master. Get up. This is the only time. Don't do it again. Lin Xian said indifferently. Thank you, young master. Xia Xianxia stood up and let go of his big hand. The 5th elder next to him also let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he came back from the gates of hell. He had no doubt that if Lin Xian wanted to kill him, Xia Xianxia would immediately kill him. But why? Why would their old ancestor be so afraid of a quasi-emperor? The others were even more crazy. Even the people of the Taotai clan were dumbfounded. How big was this young man's background? Lin Xian said, you came at the right time. Come with me to see the Taotai clan leader. Lin Xian was still thinking about how to deal with the Taotai clan. Now that Xia Xianxia was here, things were easy to handle. With such a super great emperor, Lin Xian was ready to get straight to the point. In fact, Lin Xian didn't need to go. The Taotai clan leader was already here. After all, Xianxia knelt down. It was impossible for him not to know such a big thing. He was also confused. What happened? Young master, how should I address you? The Taotai clan leader was an old man. At this moment, he had transformed into his human form. However, his body also carried a ferocious power. You can call me Lin Wudi. Lin Xian said indifferently. So it's Lin Gongzi. The Taotai clan leader hurriedly said with a smile, Lin Gongzi, please. Lin Xian said, no need. I called you here for one thing. Take out all the treasure maps you know. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that the Taotai clan liked to eat heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They explored the 9 underworlds all year round. The Taotai clan knew many places where treasures were hidden. However, these were all extremely precious information. How could the Taotai clan take them out? Sure enough, the people of the Taotai clan were also angry. The Taotai clan leader's face sank. I don't know what you rely on. However, don't go too far. Take back what you said just now. I still treat you as an honored guest. Lin Xian also shook his head, ignorant, I will say it for the last time. Now, I am asking you to say it. If you are stubborn, then you will have to kneel on the ground and offer it with both hands. Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you come to my family and behave atrociously? The Taotai clan leader took a step forward, and the fierce aura on his body completely erupted. He was also a super great emperor, and a super great emperor who had swallowed countless powerhouses and treasures. How terrifying. The surrounding people felt this aura, and their faces changed greatly. Lin Xian sneered. The power of the swallowing heaven jar appeared on his body to resist. He said, Xianxia, do you know what to do? Xianxia walked out and shouted coldly, how dare you be disrespectful to the young master? The Taotai clan leader also snorted, you want to be a dog, no one cares. However, this is the territory of my Taotai clan, and no one is allowed to behave atrociously. Men, with a roar, the great emperors of the Taotai clan all walked out. The 9 great emperors stood in the void, and their terrifying power spread in all directions. Everyone was terrified and their hair stood on end, as expected of the Taotai clan, their foundation was really deep. The Lord of Yuyan City was almost scared to tears. The 5th elder also had an ugly expression. This was not their Xia family. Here, even the old ancestor would not be able to gain any advantage. Lin Gongzi, can you resist such a lineup? The Taotai clan leader sneered. Lin Xian shook his head, you are really ignorant. What did you say? The people of the Taotai clan were all angry, this kid was too reckless. Clan leader, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just directly suppress him. That's right, I want to see how he can resist. Lin Xian sneered, why don't you think about it? Why is a super great emperor like Xianxia crawling under my feet? Because the power behind me is not something you can afford to offend. After the Taotai clan leader heard this, his face sank. He waved his hand to stop the others. He said coldly, who are you? I am the leader of the Divine Union, and at the same time, I am also from the Divine Realm. Divine Union? The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of it, but they had indeed heard of it in the Divine Realm. Especially the Taotai clan leader, his pupils shrank. That force from 1,000,000 years ago? The other party was actually still alive. Humph. So what if he was from the deity realm? Millions of years have passed. Who knows if you have declined or not, the Taotai patriarch snorted coldly. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Xianxia, tell him. Xianxia walked out and said, on the day the 9 serenities opened, Lin Gongzi summoned 3 land immortals. Earth immortal, and there were 3 of them, everyone was stunned when they heard this. The people of the Taotai clan were also dumbfounded. Impossible, an elder roared crazily. Impossible? Xianxia snorted coldly and said, you're the one who's ignorant. Every earth immortal is far more powerful than you and me. They are the real high and mighty gods. When Xianxia said those words, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Back then, that Earth Immortal had almost killed him with a single slash. If the other party hadn't intended to let him live, he would have died. He was probably already in the Yellow Springs. The fifth elder of the Xia family also understood why the old master of the Xia family was willing to be a dog. It turned out that there was actually an Earth Immortal behind the other party, and not just one, but three of them at once. Even when the Xia family was at their peak, they were no match for them. When he thought of this, his body started to tremble. He actually wanted to fight with such a person. He really didn't know what was good for him. The people of the Taotai clan were also put in a difficult position. Although they didn't believe it, Xianxia's attitude was still there. Therefore, they could only look at the Taotai clan leader. The Taotai patriarch's face was also cold and gloomy. If I hand it over, what benefits will I get? Taotai clan leader, how are you going to split the loot? A 30-70 split should be fine, right? However, Lin Xian's answer surprised him. I will protect your family from destruction. What? That's all? The Taotai clan leader was stunned. Not even 10% of the treasure was given to him. Lin Xian snorted, you talk too much. An extremely cold sword chi rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. What kind of sword chi was this? At the same time, a cold voice was also heard. Have you forgotten from 1 million years ago? What did you get back then? How many sects were turned into ashes? Even the Earth Immortals were seriously injured and dying. What else do you want? In such a battle, protecting your family from being destroyed is already a great favor. Also, do you really think that you can get those treasures with the treasure map in your hand? If those treasures were so easy to get, your Taotai clan would have gotten them long ago. There was no need to wait until now. The reason why you didn't go is because you don't have the strength. If I don't take this thing, someone else will take it in the future. At that time, it won't be so easy to talk to. They will send an Earth Immortal to destroy your Taotai clan with one palm. Then, they will capture your souls and torture them. Do you think you want to live a life worse than death? Or do you want your family to continue? The people of the Taotai clan were stunned. They hadn't thought about this problem. Although the Nine Netherland was opened, they hadn't seen many powerhouses after all. They still didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. However, the Taotai clan leader was shocked. He had heard some of the things that happened millions of years ago. That battle was really a battle of destruction. The last question. He said, young master, are you using the great dragon sword? That's right. Lin Xian said in a clear voice, it is the great dragon sword. The Taotai clan leader quickly bowed. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. We are willing to hand over the treasure map with both hands. The other party even had the great dragon sword. It wasn't strange that there was an Earth Immortal behind him. The others were also shocked. Back then, the great dragon sword that swept across the Nine Netherland. It actually appeared in the hands of this kid. They were filled with infinite fear. Next, Lin Xian and the others were invited in. Not only did they hand over the treasure map, they also took out countless heavenly and earthly treasures. Young master, everyone, please enjoy. Not only Lin Xian, but Xia Jiuyo, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also treated as distinguished guests. The Taotai clan carefully served him. This caused those who came to offer offerings to be stunned. A few days passed like this. The geniuses of the Taotai clan were dissatisfied. Clan leader, what if that kid is a swindler? That's right. Will the Earth Immortal he mentioned really come? The Taotai clan leader said coldly, do you think a swindler can make a super great emperor kneel on the ground and be willing to be a dog? The geniuses stopped talking. Not to mention the great emperor, they wouldn't do such a thing. However, the super great emperor of the Xia family did it. They waited patiently. Just like that, half a month passed. On this day, in the land of heaven, Upper Qingqing, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others smiled. Great, we've finally taken it down. Next, we're going to the Nine Netherland. These people were extremely excited. There were many good things in the Nine Netherland. Even the fighting god nodded. Great, I'll go there too. I remember that something fell in the Nine Netherland back then. The group prepared to go. These people from high heavens were preparing to head to Nine Nether. However, the demon emperor said, "You guys can go. I plan to stay in Xianxia City. Aren't you going?" This surprised the sky-splitting great emperor and the others. "I'm cooperating with you guys because I want to enter Xianxia City. Now that Xianxia City has just opened, I want to stay here." "Is that okay?" Lin Zhan and the others nodded and said, "No problem. You can stay here." Xianxia City also had a lot of resources and power, and it was different from Nine Nether. However, the Divine Realm had a 3-year deadline. Within 3 years, they wouldn't have the Nirvana Realm as their opponent in Nine Nether. It could be said that it was much easier. Therefore, they couldn't waste these 3 years. Just like that, the Demon Emperor stayed in Xianxia City while Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others headed to Nine Nether. Nine Nether. Taotai Clan. Half a month had passed, but the land god that Lin Xian and the others mentioned hadn't arrived yet. This made many people puzzled. Could this kid be a swindler? That's right. The Taotai clan ate and drank heartily every day. If the other party was a swindler, it would be a big joke. Even the elders of the Taotai clan were discussing. Even the clan leader was frowning. He was very confident before, but now he was doubtful. Could it be that he was really tricked by the other party and the Xia family? Just as they were feeling puzzled, a group of people arrived at Nine Nether. This group of people was very powerful. After they arrived, it was as if gods had descended. Lord Alcohol took out the devouring sword and sensed the aura of Lin Xian and the others. He said, "Over there." Their group headed over and arrived at the Taotai clan. The Taotai clan was getting impatient. They were about to fall out with them, but at this moment, countless terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on them. It caused the Taotai clan's mountain gate to crack. Countless people prostrated on the ground. Heavens, what is this? It's too scary. Is someone attacking us? The Taotai clan leader's expression changed drastically. He felt his hair stand on end. He could sense that many of them were not weaker than him. Some were even stronger than him. There was also one that he couldn't resist. That power could instantly pierce through him. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed. "They're here." The group of people walked out. "Father." Lord Alcohol, heavens, is this the brat's backer? He was really too powerful. The people of the Taotai clan were stupefied. The others were also dumbfounded. It turned out that this kid wasn't a swindler. What he said was true. The other party really has an earth immortal as his backer. When they saw the battle god, they hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, senior." This was a god, a legendary existence in their hearts. The Taotai clan also felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not turn hostile. Otherwise, these people who came would probably kill them with a slap. The Taotai clan hurriedly invited these people in. When the two sides met, Lin Xian and the others were very happy. "By the way, father, these are the treasure maps I collected." It was a place where treasures were hidden in the 9 underworlds. There should be a lot of power there. "Alright, let's go now. We can't waste 3 years." At this time, Lin Xian looked at the god of war and said, "Senior, did you get the black-yellow pagoda?" The god of war said, "Don't worry, I got it, but you still have to wait for 3 years. In these 3 years, we have to improve our strength as much as possible because when you break through, the other side will definitely not let it go. We have to protect you." "Okay, I know." Although these 3 years were very long, to these martial artists, it was just a blink of an eye. Lin Xian also knew that these 3 years were not easy to come by. Moreover, his breakthrough this time was too significant, so he had to be fully prepared. "Xianer, don't follow us to search for treasures in these 3 years. Adjust your condition to your peak." Lin Zhan walked over and gave Lin Xian a flag. The flag was small and exquisite, and it carried a mysterious power. This is the flag of Xianxia City in the Land of Heaven. With it, you can enter Xianxia City. You can spend the next 3 years there. Also, keep an eye on the Demon Emperor. Go to Xianxia City? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He looked at Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu and said, "Then you have to be careful. See you in 3 years." The god of war watched Lin Xian leave with his fiery eyes of truth. This was to prevent others from sneaking an attack. Let's go too. Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others also took a deep breath. They were also going to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. They left with these treasure maps. Next, in the Land of Nine Serenities, a shocking battle broke out in some forbidden lands. Countless people were shocked. Heavens, the experts from the outside world had really come, it was so terrifying outside. What level of battle was this? A super great emperor, and an extremely terrifying one at that. They could feel the aura of the battle across endless space. It made them tremble in fear. They even sensed the power of the Earth Immortals. After sending Lin Xian away, the god of war also made his move. He also had something to obtain here. The people of the Land of Nine Serenities were terrified. The people of the Xia family were also scared. When Xia Qianyu learned that Xia Guangsha knelt down in front of Lin Xian, he went crazy with anger. The dignified ancestor of the Xia family actually knelt down in front of a young man, unforgivable, he was going to take people to kill Lin Xian. But halfway there, he heard that the Earth Immortal behind Lin Xian had arrived. He was so scared that he was dumbfounded. Impossible, this kid could actually find an Earth Immortal? Next, super battles broke out all over the Land of Nine Serenities. There was even an aura that made him feel terrified and desperate. Xia Qianyu was so scared that he hurriedly returned to his family to hide. Heavens, the Earth Immortals from the outside world had really come in. Was the war from 1,000,000 years ago going to reappear in the world? Not only the Xia family, but the families and sects of the Land of Nine Serenities were also shocked. Not long after they discovered that these people from the outside world had broken into a forbidden land. There was a colorful light dancing inside, illuminating half of the sky. At this moment, everyone in the Land of Nine Serenities seemed to have seen it. A strange treasure had appeared, however, not long after, this light disappeared. Obviously, it had been taken away by someone. Damn it, these people's eyes were all red. Even those super great emperors were no exception. If they obtained such a treasure, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Perhaps they could use this to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. It couldn't be like this anymore. The people from the outside world were too arrogant. Did they really think that there was no one in the Land of Nine Serenities? Finally, on this day, a cold voice came from the Land of Nine Serenities. This place was called Thundercloud Mountain. It was filled with thunder all year round, and the power of destruction was everywhere. It made this place a land of death. Not to mention ordinary warriors, even great emperors didn't dare to come here. Because there was a slim chance of survival. It was said that back then, there was a great emperor who didn't know what was good for him and wanted to come here to search for treasures. Then, the great emperor's blood dyed the sky red. That great emperor never appeared again. From then on, everyone was afraid of this place. Even the super great emperors didn't dare to come and explore. But unexpectedly, today, a voice came from Thundercloud Mountain. In the Thundercloud Mountain, there was a crazy roar that startled many people. At the same time, there was a sect that was rushing over. The leader of the sect was also a great emperor. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, ancestor." These people were all from the Lei sect and they were extremely excited. In the records of their sect, their founder was resting in the Thundercloud Mountain. However, this matter was only recorded in the records and no one had seen it with their own eyes. In their opinion, it was just a legend that couldn't be true. However, on this day, there was a roar in the Thundercloud Mountain. It was their ancestor. The sect master of the Lei sect immediately recalled an ancient legend. Thus, he hurriedly brought his men over. In the endless sea of lightning, an old man walked out. This old man was short and small. However, the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He was like the god of thunder that made people look up to him. "Which generation leader of the Lei sect are you?" The god of thunder stared at the front and asked in a deep voice. The leader said, "Ancestor, I'm the 7th generation." The 7th generation. The god of thunder frowned. This number was beyond his expectation. In his opinion, it was probably only the 3rd generation. Now it seemed that the Lei sect's situation wasn't too good. Even the leader of the Lei sect had changed 7 generations, let alone the rest. However, it didn't matter. Now that he was out, he could lead the Lei sect to glory again. "Now, I'll give you a good fortune." The god of thunder waved his hand and an endless sea of lightning gathered behind him, forming a thunder armor that covered the leader of the Lei sect. The leader of the Lei sect was shocked. However, the god of thunder said, "Don't move. I'll help you break through." The leader was stunned and then became ecstatic. He quickly sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, quickly absorbing the power of the thunder armor. After an incense stick's time, he roared into the sky and endless thunderbolts fell. However, the god of thunder clenched his fist. "Get lost." With a roar, the lightning tribulation that filled the sky disappeared. This shocked countless people. This was the means of an earth immortal. It was terrifying, even a great emperor would have to face the lightning tribulation when breaking through. But now, the god of thunder actually made the lightning disappear with a roar. This was the god of thunder. "I broke through, I broke through. Ha 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 ha, thank you, old ancestor." The sect master laughed heartily. Originally, he was just a great emperor with a divine flame. But now, he had two divine fires. He had become a super great emperor. Originally, he thought that this process would take at least 5,000 years, if not 8,000 years. If one was unlucky, it might even take 10,000 years. But now, he had done it in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He knelt on the ground. At this moment, he was incomparably emotional. The old ancestor came out, his methods heaven-defying. The Lei sect was going to rise and sweep across the 9 underworlds. What were those people outside? After the old ancestor came, those people would definitely die. Go and gather the power of the 9th serenity. Thunder God's voice rang out. It was time to take back some treasures. They couldn't be given to the people in the universe. Yes. Sect Master Lei hurriedly took action. Now that he had become a super martial emperor and had the old ancestor to back him up, he was extremely confident. Soon, he hurriedly sent out invitations to the nearby sects and clans, inviting them to gather. Those clans were very puzzled. However, the Lei sect used to be a big sect, so they all went. When they heard Sect Master Lei's words, they were all stunned. What? They want to join forces to fight against the people in the universe, and they want the Lei sect to be the leader? Are you kidding me? Immediately, some people were not convinced. Is the Lei sect very powerful? The Xianxia sect is not convinced. The person who spoke was the sect master of the Xianxia sect. He was also a great emperor. And he said, "Sect Master Lei, I'm afraid you've forgotten. 200 years ago, the two of us fought once. That time, you lost. It's only been 200 years, and you don't take me seriously anymore?" The sect master of the Xianxia sect snorted coldly, and immortal chi erupted from his body. The surrounding people were shocked. Were the two great emperors going to fight? Sect Master Lei waved his sleeve and laughed. "Xianxia sect, I'll give you a piece of advice. You'd better not fight with me. I'm no longer someone you can challenge, so you'd better join forces with me. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably." "Humph, stupid. I think you've been scared silly by the people in the universe. How dare you scold me?" The sect master of the Xianxia sect waved his hand and slapped out. He was going to teach the other party a good lesson. A gloomy wind roared. When the sect master of the Xianxia sect slapped out with his palm, a strong wind blew, and the souls of the people hit seemed to be about to be extinguished. Countless people were horrified. The sect master of the Xianxia sect used a unique technique as soon as he came up. They wondered how the sect master of the Lei sect would resist it. After all, what happened 200 years ago was still fresh in their minds. In that battle, Sect Master Lei lost miserably. It took him decades to recover from his injuries. Now, he was probably still no match for the Sect Master. Humph. Sect Master Lei sat on the throne. Facing such a blow, he opened his mouth and spat out a thunderbolt. This thunderbolt carried an extremely terrifying aura. It flew forward like a thunderbolt fire. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The gloomy wind that filled the sky was instantly pierced through. Not only that, the thunderbolt fire rushed to the sect master of the Xianxia sect and enveloped him. In the next moment, the sect master of the Xianxia sect screamed. Ah! His body continued to crack and disintegrate. His soul was also in an incomparably miserable state. Your power. You broke through. A horrified voice was heard. The others were also dumbfounded. In their opinion, this would be a great battle. The two sides should have exchanged 300 blows. And the end result would be the sect master of the Lei sect being defeated. However, they found that the outcome of the matter was not like that at all. The sect master of the Lei sect seriously injured the sect master of the Xianxia sect with one move. Are you convinced? The sect master of the Lei sect said coldly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. I am willing to respect the Lei sect. The sect master of the Xianxia sect kept screaming. This power was not something he could resist at all because it was the power of two divine fires, a super great emperor. Damn it, I haven't seen him for 200 years, and he has become a super great emperor? This time I will spare your life. If it weren't for the fact that I need help, I would have destroyed your soul just because of what you said just now. The sect master of the Lei sect waved his hand and put away the thunderbolt fire that filled the sky. The sect master of the Xianxia sect landed on the ground and half knelt on the ground. His body was broken, and his soul was also severely injured. Even now, his body was still trembling. The others were even more dumbfounded. Soon, someone exclaimed, "This is the power of two divine fires, a super great emperor. Did you break through?" The other families and sects were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. An elder exclaimed, "That can't be right. I just saw him last month, and he was still an ordinary great emperor. Why did he break through this month? I didn't see any powerful heavenly tribulation." These people were too confused. They were near the Lei sect. If the sect master of the Lei sect was breaking through, there must be a world-destroying heavenly tribulation. They would have sensed it. The sect master of the Lei sect was extremely proud. After breaking through, his strength had increased greatly. In his opinion, those powerful enemies in the past were no match for him at all. He could turn them into ashes with a flick of his finger. This kind of absolute power was really awesome. Defeating his former powerful opponent with one move, Lei sect leader was very happy. However, he didn't forget his business. He said, "The reason why I became powerful is that our Lei sect's ancestor has awakened. He directly raised me to the realm of Supreme Great Emperor." What? The surrounding families and sects were all stunned when they heard this. The ancestor of the Lei sect, that was something from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Was he still alive? Of course. Lei sect leader said proudly, "Not only is he alive, but our ancestor is also an earth immortal. Soon, he will appear. He asked me to consolidate my strength and then we will go find the heaven and earth treasures together. Do you know that there are many treasures in the 9 serenities? These treasures can't be obtained by people from the outside universe." When the others heard this, their eyes turned red. Indeed, they couldn't defeat the strong people from the outside universe. However, if there was an ancestor, then it would be different. With an earth immortal leading them, they would be fearless. "Okay, we are willing to follow Senior Thunder God." "That's right, count me in." The surrounding people all responded. When the Lei sect leader saw this scene, the corners of his mouth raised. Very good. These people were all under the Lei sect. In the future, their Lei sect would be even more powerful. In fact, not only the Thunder God, but also some Earth immortals had awakened. After all, the 9 serenities was one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was very terrifying and mysterious. However, the war 3 million years ago was so fierce that many strong people were injured. For example, the one from the Xia family hadn't woken up yet. However, another Earth immortal had awakened. This was a barren mountain with many stones around it. Moreover, many stone pillars were formed, standing on the ground. Few people came to this place. Because these stone pillars were an extremely terrifying array. Once one entered, one would lose his or her way. Even a great emperor couldn't get out. Therefore, over time, no one dared to come here. However, on this day, in this mysterious array, a shrill wind appeared and tore open the void. Then, a figure walked out. This figure had a pair of wings and a bird's head. It was extremely terrifying. After he came out, he roared to the sky. "I'm awake." "That's great. It's not too late. It's just that there's still a little bit left, but this place can't trap me anymore. The figure let out a cold laugh. Then, with a wave of his hand, a sword appeared in the void. This sword released an extremely cold light. With a point of his finger, Sword Chi shot straight into the clouds, piercing through the sky. The scene here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When the families and sects in the distance saw this, they also exclaimed, "There are treasures over there. Let's go and have a look." They all flew over. Among them, there were a few great emperors. However, when they saw the stone forest, they frowned. There was a mysterious formation in this place. Don't go there so easily. It was said that a martial monarch had lost his way here and never came out. An old man frowned. However, there was also a young great emperor. He said, "What are you afraid of? Look down." There was indeed a treasured sword in the stone forest. It was a jade-green artifact sword. Its icy aura made the martial monarch's hair stand on end. How could they miss out on such a treasure? Therefore, some people mustered up their courage and rushed down. After the young great emperor landed, he was overjoyed. He said, "There's no danger." When the others saw this, they all rushed over. "That's great, this sword is mine." These people began to fight over it. A few great emperors also made their moves. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes in the stone forest staring at them coldly. There weren't enough people. Thinking of this, the mysterious man waved his hand again. Another weapon flew out. This was a long spear. It was blood red as if it was made of precious jade. It also had an extremely terrifying aura. The great emperor's eyes turned even redder. "Treasure, there's another treasure." This blood-red spear's aura also pierced through heaven and earth. It attracted even more experts in the distance. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of experts had already arrived. It couldn't be helped. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't attract so many people. However, when the ninth underworld opened, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others began to collect the treasures. It was really exciting for the people of the ninth underworld. Moreover, there was the battle between the Flame Immortal and the Demon Immortal, as well as the Moon God and the Moon Immortal. Everyone had gone crazy. They knew that if they didn't take action, the treasures of the ninth underworld would be snatched away by the people of the universe. It was possible that they would not get any of it. Therefore, some people began to take action. Although they weren't a match for the Earth Immortals, they could bypass these people and go to other places. Therefore, when the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared in the stone forest, many people rushed over. A great battle broke out. 6 great emperors were fighting for 2 weapons. The others also began to search the stone forest to see if there were any other treasures. Seeing this scene, the figure hidden in the forest smiled. "That's enough." There were enough people. Boom. In the next moment, the wings on his back spread out. An endless storm rushed out of the stone forest and directly enveloped the entire forest. A sinister aura appeared. Not good. The people around felt their hair stand on end. Some people's bodies instantly cracked and turned into blood mist after being enveloped by this aura. "Damn it, there's danger here. Run." It's a peerless formation. "Run," the people around all fled. But how could they escape? The figure inside was a peerless powerhouse. The 6 great emperors who were fighting for the weapons also knew that the situation was not good when they saw this scene. They turned around and ran. Boom. But it was still too late. A metallic light flashed past and instantly pierced through the young great emperor. The great emperor's body was penetrated, and his internal organs were shattered. He was nailed in the void. His face was full of horror. What kind of power was this? Could it be a super great emperor? The other old man also turned around and ran. The immortal chi on his body was burning. But it was useless. Another beam of metallic light streaked across, and both of his legs were severed. He fell into a pool of blood and screamed miserably. Next, the 6 great emperors were injured one after another. Their bodies were all penetrated. At the same time, they also saw that it was a feather that pierced through them. A feather that flickered with metallic light. Oh heavens, a single feather had pierced through their bodies. How terrifying was this person? They were afraid that he had surpassed a super great emperor. Could it be that he was an immortal-like figure? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. Senior, please spare our lives. The 6 great emperors hurriedly begged for mercy. The others knelt on the ground. Countless powerhouses trembled in fear. At the same time, a cold voice came from the stone forest in front. Don't worry, I, Immortal Shen, won't kill you. But I need your blood. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Master Shen, this was an immortal, too terrible. Immortal, please spare our lives. We have offended this place. Please let us go. The great emperors were terrified. The others also kowtowed. However, Master Shen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of countless powerhouses around him suddenly split open. After a few screams, the great emperors also turned into a bloody mist. Their souls trembled and they were terrified. Were they going to die? They were very unwilling. If they had known this would happen, why did they come here to search for treasures? But the next moment, they were stunned because they found that they were not dead. Their souls were still there. As for their bodies, they turned into the energy of the blood sea and flew forward. In the stone forest ahead, there was a mysterious aura surrounding it, bringing with it an oppressive force. The sea of blood formed by the bodies of these powerhouses all merged into the stone forest. This stone forest was made up of stone pillars, each of which was engraved with a mysterious great Tao. At this moment, after being shrouded in the blood, they kept shaking, and a shattering sound came from them. Boom, the stone pillars cracked one after another, and finally, the stone forest completely disappeared. Then, a figure rushed out of the ruins. This figure carried an extremely terrifying immortal aura and turned into a shocking rainbow. Soon, the whole sky was shrouded, and a shattering sound was heard. Countless black holes were formed. Everyone's souls trembled, and they were dumbfounded. They were stunned. Did this immortal come out? After Master Shen came out, he laughed loudly. Thanks to you little ants, don't worry, I won't kill you. Follow me, I will make you stronger. Even if you only have souls, you will be far stronger than before. Master Shen waved his hand, and the surrounding souls trembled with excitement. Follow an earth immortal? We are willing, they roared crazily. Even the 6 great emperors were ecstatic. So what if they only had souls? If they were appreciated by an earth immortal, it would not be a problem for them to reconstruct their true bodies. Master Shen subdued the souls of these people and continued to set off. Along the way, many families and sects surrendered one after another. Then, they flew toward a forbidden land. Obviously, the people of the netherworld also wanted to snatch the treasures. On the other side, the god of thunder also set off. Very soon, they encountered the Divine Realms people, and an astonishing great battle erupted. Master Shen met Lin Zhan and the others. He said coldly. The people of the Divine Realm were nothing more than this. They only had 2 divine flames, and they dared to be arrogant in front of him. Scram, the treasures in this place are not something you can take. Master Shen was followed by countless experts, including many great emperors. When they saw this scene, they all laughed. So these were the people of the universe. He was very strong, but that was all there was to it. Compared to the land immortals, they were nothing. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. He stared at Master Shen, then shook his head and said, "What am I talking about? So it was just a demonic beast. Judging by your appearance, your vitality isn't at its peak. You must have just woken up not too long ago. Why didn't you find a place to recover for a few hundred years before coming out? Now that you've come out, who do you think you can beat? Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, please leave." Lin Zhan said loudly. Although he was only a super great emperor, he actually dared to look down on land immortals. This shocked countless people. This guy must be out of his mind. Was he thinking of dying? That's right. Who did he think he was? Where did he get the courage to say such words? Look, he will end up very miserably. Master Shen, please make a move and spread the name of the 9 underworlds, the surrounding people shouted one after another. Master Shen's face also darkened. It seems that I've been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one knows my strength anymore. Alright, I'll start with you today. I want to let the world see the true power of the 9 underworlds. After saying that, he roared angrily, and the wings on his back slashed over. It shattered heaven and earth, transformed into a peerless divine sword, and slashed over fiercely. Alright, I'll see what kind of abilities you, a land immortal, have. Lin Zhan also shouted loudly. He stomped his feet, transformed into a peerless god of war, and rushed over. In the next moment, his fist landed on the sword Qi. Boom. An earth-shattering sound of destruction rang out between heaven and earth. With the two of them as the center, a world-destroying storm was formed. Retreat quickly. The experts behind Master Shen retreated one after another. Their faces were full of astonishment. That guy actually took the initiative to rush over. Is he courting death? Humph, no matter how strong he is, he can't block an immortal's attack. Wait for him. After this attack, he will definitely die. The morning fog in front of them filled the air, and 2 figures appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. He's still alive. How could it be him? He blocked the attack of an immortal, he's just a super great emperor. Didn't they say that everyone below the immortal realm is an ant? How did he block it? These people were all stunned. Indeed, no matter how powerful a super great emperor is, he won't be a match for an immortal. But the person in front of them seemed to have broken this common sense. You're just SOSO. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. Master Shen's expression was incomparably ugly. What's going on with this great emperor? Why is his strength so terrifying? You're courting death. His other wing flew over again. It was like an immortal sword, flickering with incomparable brilliance. Come at me. Lin Zhan laughed loudly. Heaven battling divine fist. His fists danced non-stop, creating countless gusts of wind. Like raging waves hitting the shore, it fiercely blasted over. One had to know that although he was a super great emperor, his combat strength was really too terrifying. With his battle blood boiling, he dared to fight against an immortal. There was another point, and that was, Master Shen had indeed just woken up. His strength was not at its peak state, and it was much weaker than the previous Essence Immortal. Lin Zhan even dared to fight against an Essence Immortal, let alone Master Shen. The two of them kept colliding. Sparks flew, and clanging sounds rang out. The surrounding void boiled, and countless large cracks were torn open. Damn it. Origin Source Flying Sword, Master Shen opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. It was white like the Milky Way, and its killing intent was monstrous. This was his peerless immortal technique. This immortal energy had been nurtured in his body for countless years. At this moment, it was truly terrifying. Boom, this sword energy was so fast that it slashed Lin Zhan's body. Lin Zhan's body was pierced through, his bones cracked, and his flesh and blood were mashed. He retreated and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Great, he hit him. That guy was injured. The great emperor in the distance exclaimed. As expected of Master Shen. However, Master Shen's expression was incomparably ugly. His immortal technique only injured the other party. Shouldn't the other party die 100 times? Lin Zhan glanced at the wound. He snorted coldly, and his battle blood boiled. It actually started to heal the wound. At the same time, his body seemed to become bigger. His blood seemed to be boiling, turning into countless blood-colored fists. He looked forward and said. Only a little bit of the strength of a land immortal. I hope you won't disappoint me. This guy must be crazy. He's actually still laughing. He's injured. Moreover, his injuries will definitely get worse and worse. In the end, he will definitely die. The great emperors in the distance looked at this scene and discussed animatedly. However, Lin Zhan didn't think so. This time, he came to the 9 underworlds to seek a breakthrough. He wanted to break through and become a land immortal. So, why would he be afraid of a land immortal? Moreover, Master Shen had just woken up. His strength was not at its peak at all. Therefore, fighting with him was the best opportunity to train him. Lin Zhan activated his battle soul. I want to fight an immortal, he quickly rushed out. The more he fought, the braver he became. His fist was enough to destroy everything. When it hit Master Shen's wings, it made a sonorous sound. Master Shen's body was swaying from the impact. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that even if he stood there motionless and let the great emperors hit him, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, the other party's fist could threaten him. How terrifying was this power? The other party didn't seem to be an ordinary great emperor. Go to hell. Master Shun was also enraged. His palm was like a meteor, carrying with it a whimpering immortal aura. With a slap, Lin Zhan's body swayed and he coughed out blood again. This attack made Lin Zhan feel that half of his body was numb. The cracks on his body were like spider webs. However, he didn't retreat. This injury was nothing. He was someone who had lived a lifetime. He could even come back to life after he died back then, let alone now. Battle intent surged. Heaven battling divine fist, Lin Zhan roared angrily. Battle intent erupted from his body. On his fist, the divine fire jumped, and the light immediately became resplendent. It was as if countless suns were shining in all directions. Heaven battling divine fist, 24 levels of heaven. Lin Zhan shouted angrily again. Behind him, layers upon layers of phantoms actually emerged, carrying an incomparably mysterious aura. Kill. With a roar, Lin Zhan rushed over with the 24 levels of heaven. On the other side, Master Shun was also angry. He was embarrassed that he couldn't take down a great emperor after so long. You have already angered me. Go to hell. He rose into the air, spreading his wings and soaring into the air like a white crane spreading its wings. He used himself as a sword, turning into exceptional killing intent as he rushed over. The attack was simply too terrifying. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth crumbled, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The emperors in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Even if all of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't be able to block this attack, right? Earth immortals were truly terrifying. Ascending the 9 heavens. Lin Zhan's figure swayed and he arrived at the 9 heavens. The power of his fist immediately became stronger. It was like a boundless mountain as it violently punched out. The collision between the two shook the heavens. However, Master Shun was, after all, too powerful. He used his body as an immortal sword and slashed out, hitting Lin Zhan's fist. Lin Zhan's fist was badly mangled. It's useless. You're no match for me at all. Right now, I'm not at my peak either. Otherwise, I would be able to kill you with a single breath of immortal chi. Master Shun roared furiously. He was less than half a meter away from Lin Zhan. However, although Lin Zhan's fist was broken, he was still fearless. He looked up to the sky and roared, 12th heaven. His figure swayed, and he ascended the 3rd heaven as if he was climbing the stairs to heaven. The 24 heavens behind him became more and more mysterious. He stood in the middle of the 24 heavens, and his fist once again landed fiercely. With a loud bang, Master Shun was forced to retreat. Although his body didn't split open, he was still injured. However, the surging chi and blood caused his face to turn pale in an instant. Can you imagine that a small ant could shake an elephant? That was impossible. However, it happened right in front of him. Die. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. Master Shun spread his wings and soared. Countless white cranes flew over. This was enough to cut any emperor into pieces. When he was at his peak, he could kill an emperor with a single breath of immortal chi. He was also extremely powerful when fighting against those of the same level. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Every feather of his seemed to be more terrifying than an extreme weapon. This time, the other party should be dead. However, Lin Zhan looked down on the world. His broken fist healed again. He was still fearless in the face of being cut into pieces. 15 heavens, he ascended the 3rd heaven again, and the aura on his body became even stronger. His fists continued to land on Lu Xian. Every strike collided with the other party's feathers, creating an overwhelming force. Lin Zhan blocked some of them. However, the tens of thousands of feathers were too powerful. They were like countless extreme weapons attacking him. Although he was extremely brave, there were still some places on his body that were pierced by the feathers. For example, his shoulders, arms, knees, and other places were all pierced. His flesh was badly mutilated. Fresh blood dyed his body red. He was like a man made of blood. 20 heavens, Lin Zhan shouted loudly, and his figure rose again. Then, he let out a voice that was like that of a god. He tore apart the thousands of cuts with a single punch. It was as if two worlds had collided together. The vast sky shattered, and the endless earth cracked open. It was as if it could destroy everything. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all sent flying. Lin Zhan, who was standing on the 20th heavens, seemed to be extremely powerful. Although he was injured, he was still able to compete with an immortal. Not only that, with the power of 20 heavens, Lin Zhan actually sent Master Shen flying with a single punch. Master Shen flew out and crashed into the mountain below. He let out a crazy roar. Damn it, go to hell. The two fought fiercely. At the start, Lin Zhan was suppressed. Gradually, he became evenly matched with Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was injured, but the more he fought, the braver he became. There were no cracks on Master Shen's body, but his face was getting paler and paler. If this continued, the situation would not be good. Damn it, was it really because he had just woken up and had not recovered to his peak? Otherwise, how could he not even be able to kill a great emperor? Master Shen was stunned. He even prepared to leave. He rose into the air and said, "When I recover a little, I will come back and kill you with a breath of immortal qi." You want to leave? No way. You will become my testing stone. However, Lin Zhan rushed out. He faced the attack head-on. Because he felt that Master Shen was the best opponent. The other party was an Earth Immortal, but his strength was the weakest among the Earth Immortals. After all, the other party was not at the peak. Where could he find such an opponent? I will use you to help me break through. Lin Zhan's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. The people in the distance were all stunned. What did they see? A great emperor was actually chasing after an Earth Immortal. What a joke. Even in their dreams, they did not dare to imagine such a scene. Master Shen was even more furious. You are courting death. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? He turned around and slapped Lin Zhan's body. Lin Zhan's body caved in. Obviously, he was seriously injured. However, he laughed loudly. His battle blood was boiling, he still did not care. His fists danced, and he stood on the 20th heavens and attacked fiercely. I, Lin Zhan, lived for battle and died for battle. How could I be afraid of battle? Lin Zhan was injured, but the more he fought, the braver he became. He and Master Shen were fighting. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, they had no intention of stopping at all. He wondered how long this battle would last. Countless powerhouses in the Netherworld were alarmed. They all watched the battle. A super great emperor from the universe could compete with an Earth Immortal. It was too heaven-defying. On the other side, Thunder God also heard the news. Immediately, he snorted coldly. What a piece of trash. What was this Master Shen doing? After such a long time, he couldn't even take down a super great emperor. What a fool. If I met someone from the universe, I would destroy him in one move. Let's explore the forbidden land of life. Thunder God waved his hand and led the people of the Thunder sect to set off quickly. At this moment, not only the Thunder sect, but countless powerful families and sects also followed. They were willing to follow an Earth Immortal. And it seemed that this Thunder God was even more terrifying than Master Shen. This time, the place they were exploring was the Dark Land. Legend had it that there was a divine fruit of the underworld here. It contained the power of God. After hearing this, the eyes of those great emperors turned red. Thunder God also snorted coldly. I must get this thing. He also hadn't recovered to his peak. This divine fruit could speed up his cultivation and help him return to his peak. So this time, he must find it. The Dark Land was gloomy and terrifying. It was surrounded by the aura of death, which made people's hair stand on end. The hearts of those great emperors were also beating wildly. However, the Thunder God in front of them was extremely terrifying. The lightning on his body split open the void, and he strode in. Follow him quickly. Thunder Sect Master waved his hand, and everyone followed them into the Dark Land. Buzz, they walked for a long time. At this time, a divine light suddenly appeared in front of them, illuminating the world. God, what kind of light is this? Could it be the legendary divine fruit? I smell a strong fragrance. These great emperors were all excited. Thunder God in front of them shook his hands. He directly tore the void apart and followed the divine light. Follow quickly. Even if we can't get the divine fruit, if we can smell a few more breaths of the fragrance, it can improve our strength. These people were overjoyed. Not long after, they arrived in front of him. On the black ground, there was a tree. On this tree, there were 3 sparkling and translucent fruits that resembled pearls. However, there were black patterns on it, as if a black dragon was circling around it. The mysterious fragrance came from those 3 fruits. Divine fruit, there really were divine fruits. Sect Master Lei roared out madly. The eyes of the other great emperors were red as well. However, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. They all looked at the Thunder God. Thunder God closed his eyes and looked at the 3 divine fruits in front of him. He didn't move either because he could feel that there was something else around him. With a wave of his hand, a lightning blade appeared. He swept through the army, cleaving the void in half. A cracking sound could be heard as the void was torn apart by him. Then, an even bigger divine tree appeared. There were at least a few hundred fruits on it. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people all went crazy. So many divine fruits? No, it wasn't a divine fruit, but it was still better than ordinary spirit fruits. Ancestor, can I help? The sect leader of the Lei sect said excitedly. The Thunder God narrowed his eyes and said, go ahead. I've said it before. If you follow me, your strength will definitely increase. Thank you, Ancestor. Sect Master Lei roared and rushed over. The other great emperors couldn't wait any longer. They all left one after another. Ha 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 ha, I got it. Sect Master Tian looked up to the sky and laughed. Sect Master Lei even waved his hand and grabbed the 5 mysterious fruits into his hand. These people were all fighting over them madly. The Thunder God turned his head and looked forward. Those 3 divine fruits were his target. Just as everyone was crazily fighting for the fruits, they didn't know that the trunk of the giant divine tree had changed. There was a beehive on the trunk. At this moment, bees flew out of it and charged forward. The sect master Tian shouted coldly, get out of my way. How could he care about a mere bee? He was a great emperor. However, something unexpected happened. The bees pierced through the sect master Tian's palm. Then, they flew to the spot between his eyebrows and stabbed him. The sect master Tian screamed. He covered his forehead and roared crazily, damn bees, you're courting death. He wanted to attack again, but suddenly, his body trembled. His eyes widened, and he fell from the sky. What happened? The people around him were stunned. Sect Master Lei gasped. He's dead. The experts of the Dark Sky sect roared, no, Sect Master, how did you die? Damn it, who did it? Who dares to plot against our sect? Buzz, buzz, buzz. No one answered. Only bees flew out of the sky. There were more and more of them. Get out of my way. Some people still didn't understand why they attacked the bees. But then, another great emperor fell. There was a crack between his eyebrows, but other parts of his body were intact. Is he dead? Everyone's hair stood on end. They were terrified. Sect Master Lei roared, it's the bees. There's something wrong with them, quickly. Then, he raised his hand and made a move. A lightning-like palm covered the sky and the earth, enveloping some of the bees. The bees were knocked back. However, the bees didn't die at all. After being knocked back, they flapped their wings and attacked again. That's impossible. Sect Master Lei was a super great emperor. His palm could kill ordinary great emperors. Why aren't the bees dead? Are these bees all great emperors? Thinking of that, they were extremely terrified. There were at least a few hundred bees, if not 1,000. Retreat. God of Thunder also turned his head. How could he not notice such a big thing? He stared at the bees, and his face turned unsightly. The next moment, he said, hurry up and leave. These are God-slaying bees. What? The others were stunned when they heard that. Who is it? Who dares to use this name? How arrogant are these bees? Could it be that these bees could even kill deities? Thinking of that, their scalps went numb with fear. Retreat, retreat quickly. These people fled frantically. But it was already too late. The god-slaying bees rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Immediately, all kinds of screams rang out. Those powerhouses fell one after another. Those below the great emperor level couldn't resist at all. When the god-slaying bees approached, their bodies cracked open. The great emperors were also extremely terrified. That was because they discovered that even if it were them, they would undoubtedly die after being stabbed. Thus, a large number of corpses fell from the sky. These people only had their glabella cracked open. The other parts of their bodies were intact. Therefore, there wasn't much blood in the sky. However, this scene was extremely strange. On the Thunder sect's side, many powerhouses were also affected. Even the sect master was terrified. He was a super great emperor, so he took the bee's palm head-on. His palm was pierced, and he felt that half of his body was numb. However, he wasn't dead yet. He turned to God of Thunder and shouted, "Ancestor, please save me. Senior, please help. Yes, Ancestor, only you can save us." At this moment, everyone was shouting. They were asking God of Thunder for help. The God of Thunder didn't care about their cries for help. He attacked the 3 divine fruits at lightning speed. Because he was also in trouble. These god-slaying bees could not only kill great emperors, but also threaten Earth immortals. He wouldn't be afraid of 1 or 2 of them, or even hundreds of them. But now, there were not only hundreds of them, but hundreds of them. There were almost 1,000 of them. If these god-slaying bees attacked him together, he would have to escape even if he didn't die. So, while these great emperors attracted the attention of the bees, he had to quickly collect the 3 divine fruits and leave this place. Damn it. These forbidden lands were truly terrifying. There were actually bees that could kill deities here. No one would believe it if they told others. The God of Thunder's huge palm covered the sky and smashed forward. However, the 3 divine fruits released a mysterious power that connected into a light screen and blocked the attack. Damn it. The God of Thunder roared and punched out, shattering heaven and earth. Even a few nearby god-slaying bees were hit by him. A single god-slaying bee was no match for an earth immortal. So at this moment, a bee was shattered, and its body split open and turned into a bloody mist. That's great. The ancestor was indeed powerful. When the others saw this scene, they exclaimed, "If the ancestor makes a move, he will definitely be able to kill these god-slaying bees. Let's hold on a little longer." They had just rekindled hope, but it soon turned into despair. These bees, after a few of their companions died, went completely crazy. Their eyes were red, and they attacked from all directions. Each bee was the size of a fist, and they were abnormally old. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years they had existed. It was even possible that they had grown together with the sacred tree. So at this moment, after the bees covered the sky and earth, those who were still alive couldn't resist at all. Originally, a large number of them had died, and only a dozen or so experts were left. But now, these dozen or so experts were dying one after another. In the end, only 2 of them were left. One of them was the Thundergate Master. He was a super great emperor, and he wanted to ask for help. However, it was useless. He was surrounded by a swarm of bees. When the swarm of bees left, the leader of the Lay sect fell to the ground. He was dead. Even in death, he couldn't accept it. He had already become a super great emperor. Why did he die? A bunch of trash, can't they even delay for such a short period of time? Thunder God roared. He hadn't even shattered the light barrier yet. These people died. If that was the case, the god-slaying bees would most likely attack him. As expected, the countless god-slaying bees merged together, as if they were one with the heavens, and charged toward the Thunder God. These god-slaying bees all had extremely strong bee venom that could easily destroy everything. Seeing so many god-slaying bees, Thunder God sucked in a breath of cold air. Thunderclap ninth heaven. With a roar, he split open the sky with both hands. Immediately, boundless divine lightning flew out. The 2 of them clashed, and an earth-shattering power swept out in all directions. At this moment, the people from the 9 serenities were all stupefied. That was because they discovered that a rain of blood was falling from the sky again. This must be the scene of 10 martial monarchs falling. Heavens, it was as if a huge crack had been torn in the world. Countless people were terrified. What's going on? 10 great emperors had fallen. Who was it? Did the land immortals outside make a move? Look at that place. The divine lightning there is vast and boundless. It has the power to destroy the world. It was a battle between land immortals. Who was he fighting with? Countless people were terrified. Their scalps went numb. I wonder if the land immortals of the 9 serenities can resist it. They could only pray in their hearts. There were still some land immortals in the 9 serenities. For example, the fleeing demon immortal, the pursuing flame immortal, the moon god, and the others. They were also exploring the 9 serenities. The 9 serenities was extremely mysterious. There was more than one forbidden area. Some places were very dangerous. The land immortals were very careful. At this moment, they sensed the power in the distance and turned their heads to look. What was there? It was so terrifying. On the other side, Lord Alcohol and the others also sensed it. Let's go over and take a look. The people from the god realm rushed over. When they arrived nearby, they were shocked. The Iron Blood Great Emperor said, "There are so many bees, little bees. They can actually contend with the land immortals." The Empress said, "These are god-slaying bees, right? Legend has it that even the land immortals can kill them." No way? The other powerhouses of the god realm also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so terrifying. Lord Alcohol's eyes burst out with a piercing light. There was definitely an extremely terrifying treasure in this place. He looked at the Empress and said, "It's too dangerous here. Take people and search other places. I'll go and see if there's a chance to take the divine fruits away. Then be careful." The Empress said. The others also asked, "Do you need our help?" Lord Alcohol said, "No, it's too dangerous. Because even I'm not very confident. However, I have to take this risk. With these 3 divine fruits, my recovery speed will be greatly increased. Maybe I can return to the land immortal realm as soon as possible." Then, the Empress, the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and the others left. Lord Alcohol stayed behind. His eyes bloomed with a piercing light. Indeed, he used to be a land immortal. However, the previous battle had caused him to be seriously injured, and his realm had dropped. He was lucky that he didn't die. Over the years, he had gradually recovered. Although he hadn't recovered to the land immortal realm yet, he was very close. However, it was already very close. Moreover, he still possessed half of the devouring sword. Therefore, his combat strength wasn't weaker than his opponents. Moreover, this thunder god had just come out and wasn't at his peak. He could definitely fight him. In the next moment, he flew forward, and the aura on his body erupted. When the thunder god, who was fighting with the god-slaying bees, sensed this aura, his expression changed. He felt an extremely terrifying existence approaching. Who was it? He turned his head and saw Lord Alcohol. He shouted coldly, "Get lost. You want to benefit from it? Impossible." He felt that Lord Alcohol's aura was inferior to his. Lord Alcohol smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. You can't resist the god-slaying bees. Leave. I can deal with it. Give me these 3 divine fruits, and I'll let you leave safely." "You're courting death." The thunder god sneered. "You're not even a land immortal. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" After saying that, he punched out. This punch was majestic and seemed to be able to tear apart the 9 heavens. It carried a supreme power. Lord Alcohol's figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then, his expression became serious. "I gave you a choice to live, but you didn't choose it. Don't blame me." He took a step forward, and the black sword aura on his body erupted. At this moment, he also became extremely sharp. He was trying to be polite before resorting to force. He disdained sneak attacks. Therefore, he came out in advance to release his aura and let the other party discover him. Then, he would give the other party a chance to escape. However, if the other party didn't leave, then don't blame him. Lord Alcohol waved his hand and slashed down with his sword. The black sword aura seemed to be able to devour everything. Lord Alcohol's sword went straight for Thunder God. Thunder God was originally disdainful. However, when he sensed the sword, his expression turned incomparably ugly. How is this possible? How can your sword technique be so powerful? Damn it, I was too careless. He was sent flying by the sword. The sword technique was so fast that he couldn't dodge it in time. However, he quickly rushed over with a roar. He condensed a lightning tribulation gate. From inside, endless lightning power flew toward Lord Alcohol. At the same time, Lord Alcohol's body emitted light, forming a black hole that swallowed all the power. Damn it, what is this thing? Can Lord Alcohol's sword technique devour everything? Thunder God was dumbfounded. I don't believe it, Thunder God roared and punched the air, erupting with the power of a land immortal. Terrifying lightning bolts whizzed towards Lord Alcohol. He didn't hold back at all in this attack. Lord Alcohol's expression was extremely solemn. His body swayed, and he kept retreating. At the same time, an extremely terrifying black hole vortex appeared beside him. It devoured the power of the lightning. Finally, he retreated far away. Thunder God snorted. I told you, you're no match for me. Just as he said that, the smile on his face vanished. He realized that Lord Alcohol had retreated far away. Although Lord Alcohol had retreated far away, he wasn't injured. Was he swallowed again? He really deserved to die. At this moment, countless god-slaying bees rushed over again. Get lost. Thunder God was furious. He punched in all directions to resist the god-slaying bees. And at that moment, Lord Alcohol attacked, slashing at the 3 divine fruits with his sword. A black vortex appeared above the divine fruits as if it was going to devour everything. It was useless. Thunder God sneered. Even he couldn't break the light barrier formed by the divine fruits, let alone the other party. However, he was stunned again in the next moment. This was because he realized that Lord Alcohol had produced a black vortex and devoured the 3 divine fruits. That's impossible. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Why does it feel more magical than a land immortal? The corners of Lord Alcohol's mouth curled up into a smile. Although there was only half of the devouring sword, it was still one of the 5 swords in the world. Its power was extremely terrifying. He swallowed the 3 divine fruits with his full strength. Then, he turned around and left. Where is he going? Thor chased after him. The god-slaying bees quickly rushed over. Their target was Thor. This made Thor so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, he was the one who snatched the divine fruit. However, it was useless. The Thunder God had killed many god-slaying bees before, so the god-slaying bees had targeted him. Damn it, there was no other way. Thunder God was enraged. If he didn't finish them off, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up to Lord Alcohol. In the next moment, he roared, Thunder God Bell. With a roar, a small bell flew out from the space between his eyebrows, growing larger in the air. Boundless lightning filled the sky and enveloped all the god-slaying bees. Clang, with an earth-shattering sound, the Thunder God Bell suppressed all the god-slaying bees. The god-slaying bees continued to attack the Thunder God Bell. A thunderous sound erupted. Thunder God didn't have time to refine and collect it. He turned around and charged at Lord Alcohol. He couldn't escape. He struck out with his palm, and a peerless divine ability danced in the air. However, Lord Alcohol appeared and disappeared unpredictably, constantly using his devouring vortex to block the attacks. The battle between the two was equally earth-shattering. Another divine battle broke out. The people of the Netherworld were shocked. They couldn't imagine how many Earth Immortals had appeared. In the next month, the battle didn't end at all. The battle between Lin Zhan and Immortal Shen continued. 3 months later, the battle between Lord Alcohol and the Thunder God was still ongoing. However, the difference was that Lin Zhan became braver as he fought. Lord Alcohol also swallowed a divine fruit, and the power in his body erupted. This battle lasted for a year. Everyone was dumbfounded. Because in the past year, they could feel the surging power and the destructive aura at any time. There was still no winner after a year? Damn it, you are a lunatic. Immortal Shen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had wasted a year for nothing. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. Lin Zhan roared, "Where are you going?" He chased after him. On the other side, Lord Alcohol swallowed 3 divine fruits in a year. His strength erupted, and he completely entered the Earth Immortal realm. After his strength recovered, how could the Thunder God be a match for him? He was sent flying by 2 divine weapons. One of his arms was chopped off and swallowed by a black vortex. His expression became incomparably ugly. In the past year, the other party's strength had increased too quickly. Damn it, it was all because of those 3 divine fruits. If he managed to get his hands on it, he might be able to kill the other party with ease. However, he didn't have the chance now. Just you wait. With a roar, he could only turn around and escape. Humph, you are no match for me. Lord Alcohol shook his head. He didn't chase after him. Instead, he consolidated his realm. He wanted to completely refine the power of the 3 divine fruits. These 3 divine fruits had existed for tens of thousands of years. The power they contained was too surging. Lord Alcohol went into seclusion for another 2 months. In these 2 months, Lin Zhan also injured Immortal Shen. Although Immortal Shen was a Earth Immortal, his blood and chi couldn't support him for such a long time. Lin Zhan's fists were too terrifying. His opponent was about to go crazy. In the end, Lin Zhan also roared at the sky. He absorbed the power of heaven and earth. He began to break through. Lord Alcohol's realm dropped. After recovering, there was no lightning tribulation. However, Lin Zhan was different. Whether it was the previous battled arch or this time, he didn't become a Earth Immortal. Therefore, at this moment, he was advancing toward a Earth Immortal, causing an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. After Immortal Shen saw it, he instantly ran away. If he was affected by this lightning tribulation, he would definitely die. Lin Zhan transcended the tribulation. The place he was at had completely turned into a land of death. No one dared to approach. The people of the 9th Underworld were also extremely terrified. Some super great emperors were extremely envious. This was a divine tribulation. Once he succeeded, he would become a Earth Immortal. Whether it was his lifespan or strength, he would surpass the great emperors and reach a new realm. However, it was useless for them to be envious. Every Earth Immortal had a great opportunity. Either they were as ruthless as Lin Zhan, who directly fought against a Earth Immortal with the cultivation of a super great emperor. Moreover, they didn't have the courage to fight to the death. Therefore, they could only watch enviously. Lin Zhan transcended the divine tribulation for a year. A year later, he walked out of the lightning tribulation. At this moment, he had 3 divine flames on his body. He succeeded. Lin Zhan roared towards the sky. It wasn't easy. One had to know that this time, it wasn't just a life and death battle. Previously, they had taken down the ancient city of the heavens. They had obtained a lot of resources inside. Therefore, they had a chance to break through. Next, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others met up. The Fighting God, Moon God, and Guanghan Immortal had also arrived. They were about to start attacking the ancient city. Some of the ancient cities in the 9th Underworld had been passed down from ancient times. Of course, not all of them had people entering. Some ancient cities were very terrifying. So far, no one dared to enter. This time, they were going to attack such cities. They split into 2 teams. One team was led by the Fighting God. The other team was led by Lord Alcohol and Lin Zhan. The 2 teams attacked the 2 ancient cities in the depths of the 9th Underworld. They had to take down these 2 ancient cities within a year. Previously, they had already spent 2 years to break through and transcend the tribulation. They only had 1 year left. This was because after this year, the people from the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Palace would enter. At that time, the battle would be even more terrifying. When they fought for the supreme treasures, it would be much more tragic. Lin Zhan and the Fighting God would attack on their side. On the other side, Lin Xian had already returned to the heavens. When he arrived at Xianxia city, he was also incomparably shocked. This ancient city was too mysterious. It definitely had a mysterious power. Cultivating here was far better than cultivating in the outside world. No wonder the demon emperor was unwilling to leave. At the same time, he also knew why the people of the Nirvana realm were so terrifying. The place where the Nirvana realm was located was the Eternal Land. There must be such an ancient city. The people of the Nirvana realm had been cultivating there since millions of years ago. How could they not be powerful? It was already very heaven-defying for the God realm to be able to fight with the Nirvana realm until now. Lin Xian entered Xianxia city and began to cultivate silently. He found a hall and sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. On the other side, there was another figure in the heavenly land. It was the demon emperor. At this moment, the demon emperor opened his eyes and glanced into the distance. Is this little guy here too? The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, he ignored him and slowly closed his eyes. He had his own path to walk. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. A year's time was really too short for these cultivators. In the blink of an eye. Therefore, when the third year came, all the worlds in the universe were excited. The eyes of those from the Nirvana realm burst with a piercing cold light. They were ready to attack. This time, they were going to kill their way to the ninth underworld. Moreover, they planned to join forces with the Supreme Palace to fight against the deity realm. After all, they were 3 years late. If the deity realm took down a city, the situation wouldn't be good. The Supreme Palace also agreed to join forces to chase the deity realm away first. In addition, the great emperor families in the universe were also preparing to enter. They didn't expect to capture a city. However, legend had it that there were endless treasures there. They also wanted to explore and couldn't give up. In the heavenly land, the demon emperor still didn't move. He stood under an ancient city wall. With his hands behind his back, no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Lin Xian was still cultivating silently. He wanted to wait for his father and Lord Alcohol to return. Some great emperors from the Nirvana realm had already started to take action. On this day, 2 figures walked out from a treasure land on the Nirvana realm. They were Master Rashi and the virtual immortal who had entered the treasure land 3 years ago. At this moment, the 2 of them were travel-worn. Their armor was broken and their bodies were injured. However, they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other and said, "Did you get the immortal art?" Master Rashi said, "I got a little." "What about you?" The virtual immortal said, "It's only 1.5 moves, but it's enough. This time I want revenge. Those guys from the deity realm will definitely die." "I saw the saber immortal inside," Master Rashi said. The virtual immortal also nodded, "I also felt his aura." "Is he still in the treasure land? He must have obtained more celestial arts, right?" A hint of envy appeared in their eyes. The celestial arts that they had obtained were only the tip of the iceberg. However, they were already excited. "I wonder how terrifying the saber immortal's immortal art is." "Forget it, let's not talk about these things for now. Let's go and report to Taisheng first." Then, they charged toward the 9th underworld. The 2 of them rose into the air and headed toward the Taisheng's palace. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Even though the 2 of them were earthly immortals, they were still extremely respectful to the Grand Supreme. Because Taisheng was unfathomable. The Grand Supreme nodded slightly. "It seems that all of you have gained something. I didn't open the door to the treasure land for you in vain. Right, there's one more thing. It's about time to push out our geniuses and let them verify their Tao in the universe." Hearing those words, the expressions of the virtual immortal and Master Rashi turned grave. They asked, "Taisheng, is there a suitable candidate? I know that in the deity realm, there's a kid who claims to be invincible. He did have some ability." Naturally, they were talking about Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. Although they didn't take him seriously, Lin Xian was very powerful among those of the same level. In fact, some great emperors weren't his match. This time, the other party wanted to verify his Tao. They had to bring out someone who could match him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to block the other party's sword. "Don't worry, this time, the people we sent out are absolutely reliable. Go and prepare." Master Rashi and the virtual immortal left. They were also puzzled. "Who is it?" Not long after they went out, they saw a figure. It was a young man with delicate features. He wore a long robe and stood there. In his eyes, there was a biting cold saber intent that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. Behind him, there were two great emperors. They stood there and bowed slightly. With two great emperors as his followers, this young man's extravagance could be said to have reached the peak. "Greetings, Uncle Masters." The long-robed young man in front of them smiled and said when he saw the virtual immortal and Master Rashi. The virtual immortal and Master Rashi were surprised. They knew this person. He was indeed a genius of the Nirvana realm. Moreover, he could be said to be a top genius. His name was Dao Chen. He was the son of the Saber Immortal. Needless to say, his talent and bloodline were definitely top-notch. Moreover, his saber technique was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he could already kill great emperors when he was just a quasi-Earth emperor. "Junior nephew Dao Chen, if you want to verify your Dao, there will be no mistakes." Master Rashi and the virtual immortal laughed. "Of course. I don't think there's anyone in this universe who can compete with me, right? I'm not afraid of anyone in the same generation." His voice was filled with infinite confidence. He indeed had the right to be so arrogant. Because regardless of family background, bloodline, talent, or cultivation technique, he was extremely powerful. If it weren't for the fact that the Nirvana realm needed the first person in the universe to verify their Tao, he would have broken through and become a great emperor long ago. He stayed here to be the first person to verify his Tao after the deity ground. There's no time to lose. Let's get ready. These people began to move. Some of them went to Joyo, while the others prepared to protect the Tao. Two ancient cities in Joyo had already been opened at this moment. Lin Zhan, the Dozhan god of war, and the others stood on the city walls with gratified smiles. They had already seized the opportunity to take down the two cities. Let's go. It's time for Xianxia to verify his Tao. They left one after another. Joyo had come to an end for now. Now, Lin Xian had verified his Tao, which was the most important thing. This was because after Lin Xian verified his Tao, he would have a chance to go to the land of destiny. That was a place that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. They were going to change a person's fate. Only Lin Xian had a chance to enter that place. These people set off and returned to the heavenly land. At the same time, the people in Joyo didn't feel relieved. In the past year, the people of the God realm didn't make a move on those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But a year later, more people came. In the sky, countless black shadows descended like dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere made the people in Joyo feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Some families and powerhouses sighed. They knew that a great battle was about to come. Although the people of the God realm were powerful, they only went to the forbidden lands of life. They couldn't enter those places in the first place. Only the Earth Immortals would be angry. The others would only be envious. However, it was different this time. There were too many people who came this time. There were quasi-emperors below the great emperor, peerless geniuses, and some great emperors. The treasures that these people wanted to snatch were all needed by Joyo. Therefore, the battle would probably be even more intense than before. Sure enough, in the universe, a great battle broke out on the first day that the powerhouses entered. Those people in Joyo roared angrily. In the next few days, battles broke out from time to time. There were young geniuses who challenged everyone. There were top great emperors who swept through everything. The people in Joyo weren't to be trifled with. For example, the Joyo Beast clan was very angry. They sent out a few powerhouses to sweep through everything. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sects in the universe were destroyed. The Xiao family also made a move. Even the Taotai clan had been targeted by others. However, it was fortunate that the Taotai clan had previously offered up many treasure maps. Hence, the people from the deity domain would also protect them. This made the people of the Taotai clan endlessly grateful. Now, they finally knew how important Lin Xian's promise was. Without the help of the people of the deity plane, the Taotai clan would probably be annihilated in no time. Not only the Taotai clan, but the people of the deity plane also sent out a message. Anyone who joined the deity plane would be protected. Countless families and sects yearned for it. The deity plane had many earth immortals, so they all headed over to join. The people of the Permitha realm also sent out an order. Those who submitted to them could live, but those who joined the Divine Union region would definitely die. The same was true for the Supreme Palace. They started to recruit people crazily. Even some ancient existences in the Nine Serenities ground had revived. All kinds of forces were fighting in this world. At the same time, there was another message in the universe. Someone was preparing to prove their Tao. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Proving one's Tao in the universe was something that hadn't happened in many years. Although there were many great emperors and even earth immortals, they didn't prove their Tao in the universe. The familiar great emperors in the universe were Heavenly Emperor Yi and the Void Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix Great Land, the Qilin Great Emperor, and so on. These were all great emperors who had proven their Tao in the universe. After these great emperors, who could become the new Tao verifier in the universe, the Permitha realm had sent out 7 peerless geniuses, all of whom had a chance to prove their Tao. For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. It was unbelievable. Was the Permitha realm that powerful? The Supreme Palace had also sent out 3 geniuses. In addition, there were some ancient families and geniuses who felt that this was an opportunity. For a moment, more than a dozen boundary emperors had a chance to prove their Tao. These people would rise and there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle between the heavens and the earth. The people of the high heavens, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others had returned. In Upper Azure City, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Great, are they finally back? Lin Xian asked about the situation in the Nine Serenities ground and found that the situation was surprisingly good. They had already taken down 2 ancient cities. Does that mean I can affirm my Tao under the starry sky? Lin Xian asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. Lin Zhan nodded. The time has come. You can verify your Tao. However, Xian, are you sure you want to walk the path of a celestial? If you were to simply walk the divine Tao or the immortal Tao, your Tao affirmation would be absolutely foolproof. However, if you want to walk the path of immortals, even if you have the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, you won't be able to walk the path of immortals. Then, your chances of success won't be too high. In fact, it won't even be 50%. You have to think carefully. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes shone with determination. He said, Father, I've made up my mind. I want to walk the path of immortals. He had prepared for so long just so that he could walk this path. Otherwise, he would have long proven his Tao and become a martial monarch. Okay. Then go, we'll protect you. All you need to do is defeat your competitors. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard that. Are there many people who want to affirm their Tao? For the past 3 years, he had been cultivating in Upper Qingqing and didn't know what was going on outside. Lord Alcohol came over and said, that's right. The Nirvana realm has sent out 7 quasi-emperors. The Supreme Hall has 3. In addition, there are other families and sects in the universe. There are 5 in total. In other words, there were a total of 15 people who wanted to compete with Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that even if the Nirvana realm stopped him, they would only send out 1 or 2. He didn't expect that they would send out 7. But so what, he didn't care even if there were 70 of them. After adjusting his state, Lin Xian set off. He left the heavenly land and headed for the universe. While Lin Xian was flying, a great battle had already broken out. 2 battles. One battle was between the Nirvana realm and an ancient family in the universe. The 2 powerhouses who were about to affirm their Tao were fighting. In the end, the powerhouse of the clan of the ancients died on the spot. This shocked countless people. Did a genius who was about to affirm his Tao die just as the battle began? It was too unbelievable. The other battle was between the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall. Both sides had suffered losses. It seemed that the situation was more tragic than expected. Who was it? Who would succeed in the end? Someone said, I remember that there's another genius. It's Lin Wudi. Yes, it's him. Hasn't he appeared yet? I think he should have. He won't miss this battle. Sure enough, the people on planet Tibetan were also talking about it. In their memory, Lin Wudi had always been an invincible existence. He could kill a great emperor even if he wasn't a great emperor. Now, he had finally reached the step of affirming his Tao. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Xue Qi, and the others were also nervous. Would Lin Xian appear? Because they hadn't seen Lin Xian in the past 3 years. However, on this day, Lin Xian finally appeared. Lin Xian appeared in the starry sky of the universe. The first sentence he said was, "I want to affirm my Tao. Those who are not convinced can fight me." As soon as these words came out, the world was in an uproar. Everyone in the universe was stunned. It seemed that a top-level battle was about to break out. That was for sure. How could the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Hall let it go? Now, they also knew that the Nirvana realm was a supreme existence. There was more than one Earth immortal. The 7 geniuses they had pushed out were absolutely terrifying. Although the Supreme Hall was a little weak, they couldn't be underestimated. Humph, boasting shamelessly. I'll kill you. The person closest to the buried Emperor Star was a top genius from the Nirvana realm. He was called Xue Lang. He said, "Lin Wudi, I will personally twist your head off." After saying this, he charged towards the buried Emperor Star. When the people on the buried Emperor Star heard this news, they also became nervous. Could Lin Xian withstand it? At the same time, the eyes of everyone in the universe also looked over. They wouldn't miss any Tao affirmation battle. Boom! On this day, a huge projection suddenly appeared outside the buried Emperor Star, blocking the sun. The buried Emperor Star was covered by dark clouds. On the planet, countless people looked up at the sky. What a terrifying aura. What was that? Was a peerless powerhouse attacking? Those remote antiquity families and peerless great sects were also facing a great enemy. Some great emperor families took out extreme weapons to defend themselves. The might of extreme weapons swept in all directions. Obviously, this kind of defense would only be used in an extremely urgent situation. Everyone was horrified. Who on earth was it? Could it be that other great emperors had come to attack? It couldn't be, right? Shouldn't these great emperors go to the netherworld? Why would they have the time to come to the buried Emperor Star? That was indeed the case. Now, as long as they had the strength and courage, they would go to the netherworld to look for opportunities. Generally, great emperors rarely went to other planets. The people of the Gu family used their void divine ability to investigate. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed to be a demonic beast. It was a werewolf. The scene they saw appeared in front of them using a formation. After the people on the buried Emperor Star saw it, they exclaimed in shock. It was a 3-meter-tall werewolf. It had a wolf head and looked extremely ferocious. This werewolf's entire body was snow white, but his eyes were incomparably red, carrying a monstrous blood aura. Anyone who looked at him would feel their scalp go numb. The people of the Wind Clan said, "This can't be the legendary blood wolf who is about to prove his Tao, right?" "That's right, it should be him." The people of the Phoenix Clan also frowned. It seemed that he didn't have any immortal chi on him, so he wasn't a great emperor. Then he was a quasi-emperor. No wonder he came out to prove his Tao. What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here for Lin Xian? Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Blood Wolf in the sky said coldly, "Lin Wudi, where are you? Come out and die." At this moment, he was like an immortal, looking down. His cold voice sounded in the hidden Emperor Star, spreading to everyone's ears. Everyone's soul shook. At this moment, whether it was a powerful sage or a weak martial artist, they all looked up at the sky. Lin Wudi's name was like thunder in the ears of the hidden Emperor Star. He was the top genius of the hidden Emperor Star, the person with the most hope of proving his Tao. Now, someone had come to find Lin Wudi. The other party's blood aura was really too strong, as if it could envelop the entire world. In the ancient city of the Holy Plains, the people of the sect also took a deep breath. The savage wilderness ancestor, fantasy world ancestor, and the others exclaimed, "He's here." The people of the Divine Union were the same. They were all nervous. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Is the first opponent finally here? Good. Let me see what these geniuses of the Paramitha Heavenly King are capable of. After saying that, he got up and walked into the distance. Lin Wudi, if you don't come out, I'll start to destroy the families and sects below. Blood Wolf in the Sky couldn't wait any longer. His eyes released a biting cold killing intent, and then, he slapped down with his claws. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers below shattered and turned into ashes. Not good. The people of the Yi clan roared and used an extreme Dao attack to block this attack. Don't go too far. The great emperor families also frowned. Too arrogant. Blood Wolf snorted. Extreme Dao weapon, however, it can be compared to the Permitha, who has immortal chi. You don't want to die, right? If you dare to meddle in my affairs again, I'll turn your clan into ashes. After hearing this, the Yi family members frowned. How arrogant. Just when they were about to say something, another figure appeared in the sky. This was a young man with delicate features and a tall and straight figure. It was Lin Wudi. The Yi family members cried out in alarm. Everyone in the Hidden Emperor Star looked up at the sky. They shouted, Lin Wudi is out. Great! Lin Wudi, teach that despicable guy a lesson. That's right, it's just a demonic beast. What's there to be arrogant about? You actually dare to come to our Hidden Emperor Star and behave atrociously. Countless people were furious. If it weren't for the Yi clan, the previous attack would have been enough to annihilate thousands of clans. Are you Lin Wudi? Shui Lang looked down at the young man in front of him with a disdainful smile. I thought you were a coward who didn't dare to come out. If you had come out any later, I would have exterminated half of the clans in the Hidden Emperor Star. At that time I will destroy the Hidden Emperor Star. Shui Lang's arrogant voice made everyone angry. However, they were also in despair. Perhaps only a top-notch expert with an extreme weapon would be able to contend against him. In fact, they might not even be able to kill him. Shui Lang's chi and blood were too terrifying. Just a projection of him was enough to make countless experts in the Hidden Emperor Star tremble. Only a true great emperor would be able to contend against him. Lin Xian looked at Shui Lang, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. You were the one who attacked just now, right? Which claw did you use? Cut it down, Lin Xian's voice also resounded in all directions. Countless people were extremely excited. Look, this is a peerless expert. Everyone was terrified. The moment Lin Xian came up, he denounced the other party. He was standing up for them. How could the people of the Hidden Emperor Star not be excited? Boy, you're courting death. Shui Lang was completely furious. One of his claws covered the sky and the earth, and he clawed forward. The aura on this claw was powerful, surpassing all quasi-emperors. Even a great emperor would be shocked by this. Sure enough, the people of the remote antiquity families and the imperial clans below all changed their expressions. How could the otherworld heavenly king cultivate such a terrifying expert? Was the gap between them really so big? Lin Xian sneered, you don't know your own strength. He raised his palm and waved it forward. With a puff, the void was split in half, and Shui Lang's claw was also cut off. Blood spurted out, and the broken claw fell from the sky. Boom, the void shattered, and a deep pit appeared below. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Shui Lang was so terrifying that if Lin Xian wanted to fight him, it would be a shocking battle. They were all ready to enjoy the battle between the top experts. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would cut off Shui Lang's claw with a light slash. The gap in strength was a little big. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Had Lin Wudi reached an unfathomable level? That was great. Ah, Snow Wolf let out a blood-curdling scream as his face turned extremely ugly. He was shocked. How can you have such terrifying power? This was impossible. He was really scared out of his wits. To be honest, he had never taken any quasi-emperor seriously. In his opinion, although he was not a great emperor yet, however, his only opponent was the great emperor. Apart from the few geniuses of the otherworld heavenly king, no one else could defeat him. As for the famous Lin Wudi in the starry sky, in his opinion, he was just the king of a group of ants. No matter how strong he was just an ant. How could he compete with a true dragon? However, the result of the matter was beyond his expectations. Damn it, I was careless just now. Go to hell now. Shui Lang roared, and the entire hidden emperor star echoed with the terrible howl of a wolf. Countless people's souls were about to crack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You? He waved his fist. At this moment, his divine body was like a sun war god, and every punch was like the arrival of the sun. After one punch, one of Shui Lang's arms was broken. Another punch broke one of Shui Lang's legs. After 3 punches, Shui Lang's body was penetrated, and blood stained the sky. Ah, an incomparably miserable voice sounded. In the bloody mist that filled the sky, Shui Lang's soul screamed. How was this possible? This power was really too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist it. He wanted to escape. However, the 4th punch came, penetrating the bloody mist and directly hitting his soul. No, before he could say anything, his soul was smashed into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. Was he dead? Below, on the hidden emperor star, countless people looked at this scene in shock. Such a terrifying Shui Lang, who had the hope of proving his Tao, was killed by Lin Xian. His body and soul were destroyed. Strong. He was really too strong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. At the same time, the people watching the battle in the dark were also in an uproar. Lin Wuti had killed a genius of the otherworld heavenly king. This news spread throughout the universe like a storm. Everyone was shocked. This was the second powerhouse to die since the Battle of Tao Validation began. Lin Xian's battle had shocked everyone. To be honest, in the past few years, Lin Xian had either been in the heavenly land or the abysmal underworld. He was either in seclusion or cultivating. He rarely appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Therefore, although his reputation was still there, fewer and fewer people had seen him fight. As a result, the new rising generation of the younger generation had doubts about his strength. Did Lin Xian really have invincible power? Was he really as powerful as the legends said? They didn't quite believe it. Especially later, 7 experts from the Nirvana realm came out and swept through everything, which made them even more terrified. In their opinion, Lin Xian couldn't resist them. However, this battle made everyone know that Lin Xian really did have invincible power. In the starry sky, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the blood mist that filled the sky condensed again, turning into the body of Shui Lang. Then, Lin Xian threw out a chain of laws and hung it in the starry sky. At the same time, Lin Xian used his sword as a pen and engraved a biting cold handwriting. Those who offend the Emperor's star will be killed. When the pen fell, the killing intent was shocking. Everyone in the universe felt it. They were shocked. Not only did he kill Shui Lang, but he also hung Shui Lang's body in the starry sky for countless people to see. This was a slap to the Nirvana realm's face. As expected, the news spread. The other geniuses of the Nirvana realm went on an expedition to the universe. When they heard this, they frowned. What an arrogant Lin Wuti. I'll kill him. What? Shui Lang is dead? That's impossible. His strength isn't much weaker than ours. The few Tao Vindicators frowned. On the other side, there was a handsome man. He was Dao Chen. Hearing this, he shook his head slightly. Shui Lang is too weak. Lin Wuti is a little interesting. If he can sweep through everything, he will be my ultimate opponent. But now, he's not qualified for me to make a move. Among these 7 people, Dao Chen was also one of the Tao Vindicators. Moreover, he was the most important one. The other 6 were probably to confuse the enemy. Dao Chen was the strongest one. And up until now, he still didn't think he had a match. He didn't make a move, but someone else did. The second one to attack was a woman from the otherworld heavenly palace. Her name was Dai Qingguo. This woman was dressed in colorful clothes and was very beautiful. Moreover, she was able to charm the world. As a Tao verifier, she immediately attracted a lot of attention after coming out. For a moment, those young geniuses and outstanding experts were all bewitched by her. They all prostrated themselves before her pomegranate skirt. In fact, there was another person in the universe who wanted to prove his Tao. However, after seeing Dai Qingguo, his soul also fell for her. Now, he had become Dai Qingguo's follower. Young people flocked to him like ducks. However, the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. This woman's soul energy was simply too powerful. If he were to get too close to her, his soul would probably sink into oblivion forever, never to return. In the end, they would only become living zombies, walking corpses. Lin Wudi, be my follower. On this day, Dai Qinggu uttered. Wherever she passed, countless people's eyes became dazed as their souls were controlled. Go and bring back Xue Lang's corpse. Whoever does it well will be rewarded. Hearing this, the eyes of the thousands of followers behind her turned red. They all moved out. Soon, these people arrived in the starry sky near the hidden Emperor star. They began to attack, bombarding the chains of law. They quickly left with Xue Lang's corpse. When the people of the hidden Emperor star saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Was someone attacking? Xue Lang's corpse was taken away by someone. Were the people from the otherworld heavenly palace here? They were facing a great enemy. However, when they saw the scene in the starry sky, they were all stunned. It wasn't the people from the otherworld heavenly palace, but some young people from all over the universe. These young people were also quite strong. However, compared to the Dao verifiers, they were still a lot weaker. Moreover, these people's eyes were red and they looked like they had gone crazy. The souls of these people were being controlled. What was going on? Who was so generous? Many people frowned. When the people of the Divine Union saw this scene, they were also worried. Should they snatch it back? Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No need. Didn't the otherworld heavenly palace send 7 geniuses? When the time comes, I'll kill these 7 geniuses and hang their corpses in the starry sky. That would be a spectacular sight. When the people of the Divine Union heard this, they felt dizzy. Just thinking about it made them excited. This way, the otherworld heavenly palace would probably go crazy. In the next few days, everyone was discussing. However, on this night, a voice was transmitted to the hidden Emperor star, ringing in everyone's ears. It was this terrifying power again. Everyone was shocked. The previous roar of Xue Lang had made everyone's souls tremble. This time, it was a woman's voice. It was incomparably pleasant and charming. After hearing this, everyone felt their blood boil, as if their souls were about to be hooked away. It was indeed powerful. The older generation people could still resist. However, the younger generation people felt as if their bodies were about to split open. Their souls were about to leave their bodies and fly into the distance, to the side of the owner of this voice. In an instant, countless clans and sects were terrified. They wanted to stop it, but they realized that they couldn't stop these souls from leaving. Humph. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His voice echoed throughout the hidden Emperor star. Instantly, his voice was like a thunderous sword, slicing through the void and destroying the void. It completely destroyed the charming voice. When the souls returned to their bodies, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it! What had happened? Their backs were drenched in sweat. Their souls seemed to have disappeared. This was too scary. Who was this person? Across the endless starry sky, a single sentence had nearly destroyed their souls. Little brat, why aren't you thanking Lin Gongzi? Just now, it was young Master Lin Wudi who had attacked. Otherwise, your soul would have been destroyed. What? It was Lin Gongzi? His strength had already reached such a level, a single voice from the other party could affect the entire world. He was indeed strong. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi. At this moment, countless youths on the hidden Emperor star bowed in the direction of the Divine Union. As for Lin Xian, he had already left the Divine Union and was walking in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't worry. I'll kill the charming thing. Let's go and watch the battle." Some of the more powerful ones soared into the sky. As for the youths, they begged, "Master, please take me with you." "Yes, grandfather. I'll definitely train hard next month. This time, can you take me to have a look?" "Okay, that's right, Lin Wudi is a genius from our hidden Emperor star. He's going to prove his Dao. This is a rare sight in 10,000 years. Can you bear to let me miss it? I'm afraid of you. Come with me. Stay away from me. Don't wander around in the starry sky." These old men also sighed. Next, they brought their disciples and grand disciples, or members of their families, and soared into the sky. They wanted to cross the starry sky and observe. As for those without strength, they didn't need to be afraid. The Gu family had specially opened a spatial passage and projected it onto the hidden Emperor star. Everyone could see it. At this moment, the starry sky was boiling. Everyone followed Lin Xian to watch the battle. After Dai Qinggu got the news, she chuckled. She looked at the thousands of followers behind her and said with a smile, "Who will kill him for me? Me. I'll go, let me do it." The people around her scrambled to be the first. However, Dai Qinggu had her eyes on one person. After all, Lin Xian had the title of invincible and was very powerful. The others were no match for him at all. Moreover, this was a battle of doctrine attainment. It had to be other doctrine attainment cultivators. Fortunately, this time, there was another doctrine attainment cultivator among her followers. He was a disciple of a clan of the ancients. This person was called Xianxia, and he was very powerful. Moreover, he was very lucky. He had received the inheritance of 2 great emperors. Dai Qinggu was very relieved to have him fight. Before long, Lin Xian arrived. He was like a god of war, standing in all directions. "People of the Nirvana realm, do you dare to fight with me?" Lin Xian's voice sounded like thunder. The followers on the opposite side all shouted coldly, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you compete with the fairy? That's right, get out of here, or we'll kill you." These people roared crazily. At this moment, Dai Qinggu was a supreme goddess in front of them. Lin Xian frowned and snorted coldly, "A bunch of trash." His voice carried an invincible power, which made these people bleed from their 7 orifices. "Your opponent is me." Xianxia walked over, and an extremely cold light burst out of his eyes. "You?" Lin Xian frowned, "This person is very powerful." He was the top existence among the quasi-emperors. Why was he also bewitched? Behind him, the people of the Phoenix clan who were watching the battle also said, "Lin Gongzi, be careful. This person is not ordinary." His name was Xianxia, and he was also one of the doctrine attainment cultivators this time. It was said that he had received the inheritance of 2 great emperors, and his strength was very terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. "Oh, really? But so what?" Lin Xian wasn't even afraid of 2 great emperors, let alone the inheritances of great emperors. "Since you're a Dao Vindicator, you're qualified to fight me." Lin Xian walked out, his aura exploding continuously. The others were all nervous. What kind of terrifying strength would the 2 successors of great emperors have? Boom, Xianxia also walked out. In the next moment, a monstrous bloody aura erupted from his body. Everyone felt as if they had gone mad. It was as if hell had descended upon them. Xianxia actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. How many experts had he killed? Countless people were shocked. The expressions of those from the monarch clan also changed. No, this was the inheritance of a great emperor. Only the inheritance of a martial monarch could produce such a terrifying murderous aura. He wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Now, the Golden Age had begun, and the great emperors from 1,000,000 years ago had appeared. There were even some that were millions of years old. These martial monarchs had existed for many eras. Which 2 martial monarchs had he obtained? No one knew either. However, Lin Xian didn't care. "Make your move. You only have 1 chance." Lin Xian said indifferently. "You're courting death." Xianxia was also angry. A blood-colored long saber appeared in his hand. The saber slashed down, turning into a shocking saber shadow that swept across heaven and earth. The momentum of this saber was too powerful. No one below the great emperor could block it. Lin Xian took a step forward. 9 Suns Divine Fist. A golden fist illuminated the surroundings and hit the long saber. With a clang, the 2 collided. The saber light flickered, the long saber swayed, and chi and blood swept in all directions. Lin Xian said, "It's useless. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me too much." Lin Xian's 9 Suns divine body had already reached the major success stage, so this saber couldn't hurt him at all. Shadowless sword. At this moment, Xianxia attacked again. There was no light on his body. However, Lin Xian seemed to have been hit by the sword chi, and his 9 Suns divine body shook. What happened? The spectators were stunned. Where did the attack come from? Even Lin Xian's face changed. What a powerful sword qi. However, he didn't see it. Behind him, Dai Qinggu raised the corners of her mouth when she saw the scene. Shadowless sword. Zhuangyu appeared. This sword qi was without a trace and couldn't be captured at all. Lin Wudi, how are you going to block it? Shadowless sword was also the inheritance of the great emperor, and it was an extremely terrifying and strange inheritance. People below the great emperor couldn't capture this sword technique at all. Sure enough, next, thunderous sounds kept coming from Lin Xian's body, and his qi and blood were rolling. Zhuangyu said, "See? You're no match for me. Next, I'm going to use my killing move." Was Lin Wudi being restrained? The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light. A swordsman? Then you deserve to be taken seriously. After that, he let out a long roar, opened his Rinnegan, and turned into a reincarnation sword shadow. It whizzed past. Everyone saw that a sword light flashed out of Lin Xian's right eye and stabbed forward. Ah! With a scream, Zhuangyu's figure stopped in midair. The powerful murderous aura on his body slowly disappeared. Then, with a plop, he fell in the starry sky. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Those experts looked forward and gasped. Zhuangyu's soul had been destroyed. No way, he killed Zhuangyu with one glance. God, Lin Wudi, what did you just do? Everyone went crazy. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Dai Qinggu's followers were trembling. Dai Qinggu also frowned tightly. The power of reincarnation? Damn it, this guy. She gritted her teeth. How dare you kill him? On the other side, a group of masters rushed out. They were murderous and stared at Lin Xian. They were the people of the Zhuang family. Zhuangyu was their top genius and had hope of proving his Dao. But they didn't expect that this time, not only did he fail to prove his Dao, but he was also killed. They couldn't bear it. Damn kid. An extremely terrifying light erupted from those masters, and terrifying laws swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Stupid thing, the battle of proving one's Dao is the most important battle. Life and death are not involved. If you don't even have this awareness, then what are you trying to prove your Dao? As long as it's a battle of proving one's Dao, no matter who the enemy is? I'll do my best. It's normal for him to be killed. If I'm killed in the battle of proving one's Dao, no one will say anything. Does the Zhuang family still want to fight?" Lin Xian pointed his sword forward, and his voice was sonorous. The other people were also spiritedly discussing the matter. Some young geniuses were frightened. They thought that there was only one winner in the battle of proving one's Dao. If they lost, they could still become quasi-emperors. But how could it be so simple? There was no life and death in the battle of proving one's Dao. Once they stepped on the path of proving one's Dao, life and death no longer belonged to them. If they failed, they might die. The battle of proving one's Dao is so cruel. A young genius sighed. The others were also frightened. Is this the path of becoming a great emperor? Many great emperors had appeared in this golden era, making everyone think that great emperors were no longer so precious. But now it seemed that this was not the case at all. What they saw was the appearance of great emperors from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. This was not the great emperors of an era at all. This was the gathering of great emperors of countless eras. It was too difficult for a great emperor to appear in an era. Now, their era had yet to produce a great emperor. Lin Xian and the others were about to take this path. And this path had just begun, and it was already so terrifying. There were already 3 top quasi-emperors who had fallen. If these 3 quasi-emperors didn't die, they would still be super powerhouses even if they didn't become great emperors. But now, their hearts and souls were all destroyed. The people of the Zhuang family also fell silent. Although they were unwilling, the old master of the Zhuang family came out. He shouted coldly, "Aren't you ashamed? Come back." The people of the Zhuang family had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave. In a fair battle, there was nothing they could say if they were inferior. "It's your turn." Lin Xian turned his gaze and stared at Di Qinggu. Was he going to continue fighting? Didn't he need to rest? Countless people were surprised. After all, Lin Xian had just finished a fight. However, some people said, I don't think so. After all, Lin Wudi only glanced at his opponent. Everyone was speechless. A Dao validation expert was killed with a glare. That was too terrifying. Would Dai Qinggu be able to withstand it? Some people were puzzled. Others said, not necessarily. Zhuangyu was so strong, but he was still bewitched by Dai Qinggu. Dai Qinggu's methods were very strange. Dai Qinggu also stood up lazily. Her figure was graceful, and her every move was full of charm. She attracted the attention of countless people. She said, that trash Zhuangyu is really trash. I originally thought that he would be able to take 100 or 200 moves. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you with a glance. What a trash. Hearing this, some people from the Zhuang family went crazy. Their top geniuses were actually called trash. Damn it. However, they didn't dare to do anything because of Dai Qinggu's identity. They could only go crazy with anger. You don't have to talk about him. In my eyes, you are also trash. You don't even dare to fight me head-on. You don't have the qualifications to prove your Dao. Also, that Shui Lang was extremely arrogant, but his strength was only so. Do the Otherworld Heavenly King only have such geniuses? You are really disappointing. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You'll pay the price for your eloquence. The smile on Dai Qinggu's face became even more charming. Those who were familiar with her would know that she was really angry. The more charming her smile was, the more terrifying her soul bewitchment technique was. Sure enough, some of the older generation experts' souls shook. They quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look again. The young disciples beside them were in a daze. It was as if their souls had been taken away. Your soul bewitchment technique is useless against me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like the roar of a true dragon, resounding through the 9 heavens. The people of the Divine Union had also come. They were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they snorted coldly. You want to bewitch the Union leader with this little ability? Ridiculous. This woman was too stupid. The people on the Hidden Emperor Star are also very excited. Lin Gongzi, please make a move. Lin Gongzi had defeated her in an instant. Dai Qinggu's followers shouted coldly, who is Lin Wudi? Do you have the ability to call yourself invincible? That's right, the fairies were the strongest. Fairy, I love you, fairy, let us go, kill him, tear him to pieces. The eyes of these followers were red. They were incomparably crazy. Dai Qinggu's smile became even wider. She looked forward and gently exhaled a fragrant breath. This aura turned into countless butterflies that flew forward and danced gracefully. It was a very beautiful sight. This is a secret soul technique. Don't look at it. The older generation disciples quickly covered the eyes of the younger geniuses. If they were to be glanced at, they would probably never be able to find their souls. It's useless to me. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he spat out a sword chi, killing all of the butterflies. He said in a clear voice, I have the great dragon sword, which is invincible. Don't try to confuse me. Do you have any other abilities? If not, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. Humph, Dai Qinggu snorted coldly. She waved her hand and a long whip appeared in her hand. She swung it fiercely. At the same time, she flicked her finger and a drop of black blood flew out. This drop of blood carried an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shattering the entire starry sky. At the same time, Dai Qinggu's eyes became even more blurred as she kept tearing Lin Xian's soul. Her first attack was a fatal blow. One had to admit that this woman was really too terrifying. Good timing. Lin Xian nodded, this is what a Dao affirmation should look like. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he quickly rushed over. He didn't dodge at all. With the strength of his physique, he directly tore the starry sky into pieces. Then, he threw a punch. This punch was like the punch of a god, splitting the world apart. Boom, the 9 suns' divine fist was extremely terrifying. A greater success divine body could compete with a great emperor. At this moment, Lin Xian went all out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Dai Qinggu kept dodging. Her figure was incomparably graceful. There were thousands of butterflies around her, and she could instantly teleport to each of them. These butterflies could not only confuse souls, but when they split open, they would also be a destructive force. The hearts of everyone in the universe pounded wildly. This woman was too terrifying. Perhaps just these butterflies alone could instantly turn the people of a world into puppets. Another shocking confrontation ensued. Dai Qinggu retreated, and a few cracks appeared on her body. Her body was almost torn to pieces. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and dripped into the starry sky, dyeing the starlight under her feet red. Damn it, how dare you hurt the fairy? I'll fight it out with you. Damn it. When the followers saw this scene, their eyes turned red and they rushed over crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and thousands of people were sent flying. Lin Wudi, you've completely angered me. The smile on Dai Qingwu's face disappeared, replaced by a touch of coldness. A pair of butterfly wings appeared on her back, and dreamy laws surrounded her. At the same time, countless lines appeared in her eyes. Buzz, then, everyone's souls shook. In a trance, they saw a huge butterfly figure fly out from the top of Dai Qingwu's head and attack Lin Xian. Was this an out-of-body experience? She wanted to kill Lin Xian with the power of her soul. Everyone was dumbfounded. The divine fire on Lin Xian's body flickered, but he didn't use the power of the divine body. Instead, he said loudly, "You've always been proud of your soul. Do you really think that your soul is invincible? Let me show you what it means to be invincible." Lin Xian opened his rinnegan, and 6 worlds formed between heaven and earth. Reincarnation. With a low shout, the 6 worlds quickly enveloped and swallowed Dai Qingwu's soul. Dai Qingwu let out a miserable cry, "No, get out of my way." Her wings danced, her jade-like hands flapped, and the power of her soul was incomparably vast. However, she seemed insignificant in front of the 6 worlds. In the end, her body was torn apart, and she fell into the 6 worlds and disappeared. Boom, Dai Qingwu's soul was killed, and her body fell. Was another one dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. How long had it been? Another Dao verifier had fallen, and it was an even more powerful Nirvana realm genius. When Dai Qingwu died, the thousands of followers under her control also held their heads and screamed, "Ah, my soul." Their souls were also turned into ashes, and they went to the Yellow Springs with Dai Qingwu. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Some of the younger disciples were so scared that their bodies trembled. If they were controlled before, wouldn't it mean that they were dead now? I'm not dead yet, however, at this moment, a resentful voice sounded. As long as I control the souls of people, I can instantly absorb the power of their souls, and I can still fight. Dai Qingwu's voice came from the 6 worlds again. Everyone was shocked. This woman was so terrifying. She was enveloped by the 6 worlds, and she was still alive. Even Lin Xian was surprised. She forcefully seized the soul power of others to strengthen herself. She was indeed strong. In the 6 worlds, Dai Qingwu had absorbed the soul power of her followers, and her body became incomparably huge. She had come back from the 6 worlds again. Lin Wudi, you're the one who's dead. She rushed over quickly. Lin Xian shook his head and sneered, "Stupid." Reincarnation sword. At a glance, the phantom of the reincarnation sword descended and split Dai Qingwu's soul. This time, Dai Qingwu was completely gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. The starry sky was silent. After a while, they realized that Dai Qingwu's soul could no longer come back. They broke out in cold sweat. Is she really dead? The second genius of the Nirvana realm had died in the hands of Lin Xian. Including Zhuangyu, there were 3 doctrine vindicators. Lin Xian was too strong. Continue. Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't think it was enough. What was the Nirvana realm doing? Although these people were strong, how could they not know his strength? He had fought with the Nirvana realm emperor many times. Those people should know his strength. Why did they send these people? Were they here to die? In Lin Xian's eyes, these people were merely stepping stones that would allow him to gradually increase his aura. In the end, he would become truly invincible. With doubts, Lin Xian continued on his way to find the next doctrine vindicator. The news of this battle also spread. 2 doctrine vindicators had died in the hands of Lin Xian, which caused an uproar. He was too strong. No one could defeat him. From the looks of it, the Dao vindication this time would definitely be Lin Xian. He was really invincible. Everyone had the same thought. However, on this day, there was a piece of news that stunned everyone again. In fact, there were even quite a few people who changed their minds. Dao Chen, the doctrine vindicator of the Nirvana realm, killed a great emperor in 3 strikes in the world of ice and snow. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. He killed a great emperor in 3 strikes. What kind of strength was this? And this person was also a doctrine vindicator. He was a doctrine vindicator of the Nirvana realm. Heavens, how terrifying was this person's strength! Countless people were terrified. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill a great emperor in 3 strikes. Was this the real expert of the Nirvana realm? Countless people fell silent. The people of the clan of the ancients and the great sects also frowned. They were discussing. The Nirvana realm had sent out 7 people. Most of them were fake, and only a few were real. This Dao Chen was probably the most important person of all. That's right. He killed a great emperor in 3 strikes. They didn't even dare to dream of it. What was a great emperor? That was the strongest expert of an era. But now, he had been easily killed by a boundary emperor. It really broke their common sense. When the news spread to the hidden emperor star, countless people went into an uproar. This was the real Higan, the real trump card. Perhaps, this was Lin Xian's greatest enemy. The members of the Divine Union also had solemn expressions. Even Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light when he heard this. Dao Chen, that was interesting. He knew it. The otherworld heavenly king was so terrifying. How could it not have any top-notch geniuses? Wasn't it happening now? Older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also worried. Even Lin Xian wouldn't be able to kill a great emperor with 3 strikes, right? Lin Xian said, if it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But now, it might not be. In the past 3 years, he had refined the divine flame and the immortal chi seeds to the peak. His strength had become even stronger than before. If he went all out, he was confident that he could kill a great emperor in 3 moves. He was even confident that he could kill his enemy in 1 move. Of course, that would be his strongest move. Such a move could only be used once in a short period of time. However, if others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and scared silly. The news wasn't over yet. The Supreme Hall also reported a shocking battle record. Xianxia had killed a great emperor on the White Bone Star. When the news came out, the crowd went into an uproar again. Another genius who had killed a great emperor had appeared. Moreover, he was also one of the Dao verifiers. Although the Supreme Hall had only sent out 3 people, one of them was Xianxia. He actually had the strength to kill a great emperor. It was incredible. Between him and Dao Chen, who was stronger, could Lin Wudi defeat such an expert? There was a lot of discussion in the various realms. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian would win without a doubt. However, the situation had become confusing again. Not only that, but a few more people suddenly appeared. These people weren't originally part of the Dao verifiers team. However, in the past few days, they had suddenly appeared. One of them was Yi Wudao. After he came out, he defeated everyone. In the end, he met another Dao verifier from the other side. That person was called Lei. His Dao of lightning was extremely terrifying. He fought with Yi Wudao, but in the end, he was defeated by Yi Wudao. Countless people were shocked. Yi Wudao also had such heaven-defying strength. This wasn't the end. Another person appeared. It was a woman. She defeated another Dao verifier from a clan of the ancients. Later, everyone learned that this woman's name was Zhong Linxiu. These 2 people were familiar with the martial artists on the Hidden Emperor Star. Even Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. He was also very familiar with these 2 people. He didn't expect that these 2 people had finally reached this step. After hearing this news, the Qilin clan and the Kuanping clan fell silent. The Qilin son gritted his teeth. I also want to prove my Dao. The Kuanping son was also prepared to give it a try, although they knew that their chances weren't high. However, as princes, they wouldn't back down. The Gu clan. Gu Santong was still cultivating. He was wearing the void battle robe and cultivating the void ancient star. At this moment, he had also reached an unfathomable level. When he heard that Lin Xian and the others had proven their Dao, he was also envious. Then he said, "Ancestor, I'm afraid I won't be able to prove my Dao this time. However, believe me, I will definitely become a great emperor in the future. Santong, cultivate well. Don't be impatient." The surrounding elders of the Gu clan all spoke up. They knew that Gu Santong had suffered a lot before and had fallen behind a lot. When he returned to his clan, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now that he had grown to this extent, they were already surprised. It seemed that although Gu Santong wasn't the first Dao verifier, it shouldn't be a problem for him to prove his Dao in the future. Indeed, now that the ninth underworld had opened, many people could go there to prove their Dao. However, the first Dao verifier in the starry sky had a special meaning. That was why Higan was so crazy. The people of the various worlds continued to pay attention. 10 days later, they received new news. Yi Wudao had met another Dao verifier from a clan of the ancients. After a day of battle, he left in victory. Half a month later, Zhong Lingxiu encountered someone from the Supreme Palace. The two of them fought to a draw. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Ordinary Dao verifiers were no match for him at all. It would be a waste of time for him to make a move. His targets were two people. One was Dao Chen of Higan. The other was Gu Xianxia of the Supreme Palace. Both of them had the strength to kill a great emperor. They were his true opponents. "Dao Chen, Gu Xianxia, do you dare to fight? I'll wait for you." Lin Xian's voice spread throughout the universe. "I'll fight you." Immediately, some people were unconvinced. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "The other challengers had better come together. Don't waste my time." When the challengers heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. "Damn it, are you looking down on us? Come over when you have the strength." Lin Xian used the Nine Suns' divine fire to form an artificial sun that floated in the sky. As soon as the sun appeared, endless light swept in all directions. Many people's bodies melted when they got close. "Damn it, why do I feel like it's more terrifying than a real sun? How powerful is he?" Those challengers couldn't even cross the sun, let alone challenge Lin Xian. However, before Lin Xian could wait for these two people, a great battle broke out in the starry sky. It was the battle between Yi Wudao and Dao Chen. This battle erupted. It was extremely unexpected, no one expecting this. Dao Chen was an existence that could kill a great emperor. How could Yi Wudao encounter him? Let's go and take a look. This will definitely be a peerless battle. Yi Wudao was the Yi family's saint physique. Furthermore, his saint physique was comparable to a great emperor. The Yi family had produced a great emperor. It was said that the great emperor of the Yi family was extremely extraordinary and was called Celestial Emperor Yi. Although he hadn't appeared, no one dared to look down on the Celestial Emperor scripture left behind by Celestial Emperor Yi. There was also the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, which was absolutely terrifying. It was unknown how far Celestial Emperor Yi had cultivated. However, no one had seen this battle. By the time they found out, the battle had already ended. What was the result? Countless people asked. The people of the Hidden Emperor Star were also nervous. The Yi family's people were even more solemn. Each of them had an incomparably cold expression. When Lin Xian heard the news, his heart thumped. It can't be, right? He had a bad premonition. He hurriedly rushed out and found the Yi family's patriarch. "How was Wu Dao?" The patriarch shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know." Lin Xian was also stunned. "You didn't send a Dao protector? That shouldn't be. Even if you didn't have a Dao protector, you should have seen the battle, right?" However, the Yi family's people shook their heads. "No, we didn't see it. In fact, this battle was because Wu Dao had suddenly changed his mind." Lin Xian frowned. In other words, it was hard to say whether Leaf Dao Denier would survive this battle. He hurriedly ordered the Divine Union's people to look for him. The others were also discussing. What was the battle situation? Was Yi Wudao defeated or dead? 2 days later, Yi Wudao returned. He was covered in blood and had 3 wounds on his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after they saw it. These 3 wounds had even broken the bones of the man. Yi Wudao had relied on his last bit of willpower to stay together. Otherwise, his body would have been torn apart. Wudao. The Yi family's elders hurriedly rushed over and took out all kinds of spirit pills and treasures. But Leaf Dao Denier said, "Don't move. Don't come near me." The eyes of the Yi family members were red. The elders were crying. "Wudao, why do you have to risk your life like this?" Leaf Dao Denier chuckled. "That's how martial artists should be. Zhan Tian. Do Di. Shatter everything and press forward with indomitable will. Martial artists of our generation, why should we fear a battle? It's just that my skills weren't as good as his and I lost." Lin Xian also walked over. He took a deep breath and took out a few storage rings. He said, "There are some treasures inside. Hurry up and recover. Don't hurt your foundation." Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm not dead yet. The only reason I haven't recovered yet is so you can watch." Lin Xian was stunned. "Me?" The others were also stunned. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Look carefully at these 3 sword marks." His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Previously, killing a great emperor with 3 slashes was my limit. Let's see what we can see from these sabers. It would be best to study his flaws. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He was extremely moved. Leaf Dao Denier's saber marks had been left for him to see. He clenched his fists. "I'll avenge you. I'll kill Dao Chen with my own hands." Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He didn't waste any more time. He had to quickly study these 3 saber marks thoroughly. The Rinnegan in his eyes erupted. Lin Xian looked at them for a day before closing his eyes. The Yi family powerhouses hurriedly took Leaf Dao Denier back for treatment. The people of the Divine Union didn't dare disturb him. A few days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. "What terrifying saber technique," he said. "How does it compare to your sword technique?" Morong Qingqing and the others asked. In their opinion, it shouldn't be as good as Lin Xian's sword technique. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't compared it. But from the saber marks, it's actually not inferior to my sword technique." This was something that left him incomparably astonished. One had to know that Lin Xian's sword technique was terrifying. Furthermore, he had the Great Dragon Sword, which had an indestructible power. However, this saber technique was actually on par with his sword technique. This was really surprising. What exactly was Dao Chen's background? At the same time, the news of Leaf Dao Denier's defeat spread. The entire world was in an uproar. Had he been defeated? They were extremely shocked. Some people said, "It's expected. Dao Chen is too terrifying." Others said, "Leaf Dao Denier has been defeated, but he's still alive. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than a great emperor?" Indeed, Dao Chen had previously killed a great emperor with 3 saber strikes. Now, it was said that Leaf Dao Denier had survived 3 saber strikes. Leaf Dao Denier's future was limitless. Although he couldn't become a great emperor this time, there was still hope for him in the future. The Yi family's heaven and earth scripture was indeed magical. Many people exclaimed. At the same time, the people of the Permitha sect frowned. Someone asked, "Dao Chen, did you hold back? Why didn't you kill that kid?" "Yes, that kid is so close to the Divine Union. He's our enemy." Dao Chen shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to kill him, but he's really strong. He cultivates the heaven and earth scripture. Moreover, he's cultivated it to a very high level." The heaven and earth scripture, the people of the Permitha sect frowned. The Yi family's celestial emperor. Thinking of this person made them grit their teeth. This person had also been their enemy in the past. Moreover, the Yi family's celestial emperor was extremely powerful. He had cultivated 3 divine fires and was an earth immortal. In the battle back then, he was incomparably strong. However, it was said that he had mysteriously disappeared. Even now, a great emperor from millions of years ago had been resurrected. However, the Yi family's celestial emperor hadn't appeared. This was really surprising. Did he really die, or did he leave and go somewhere else to cultivate in silence? They didn't know. However, Dao Chen said, according to my father, there's a possibility. The Yi family's celestial emperor had found the legendary 10th land. He had gone in and hadn't come out yet. Therefore, they had to be on guard against him. The 10th land, the people of the Permethos sect were surprised. Even their Permethos sect didn't have any clues. This celestial emperor Yi was really lucky. Dao Chen shook his head. There's no need to talk about this anymore. Even if he cultivates the heaven and earth scripture, he's not my match. He's already lost to me. He's no longer a threat. I'm paying attention to two people. One is Xianxia. This guy is the disciple of the death god. He must have some trump cards in his hands. He's worth me taking seriously. The other person is that Lin Wudi. I'll personally behead him. I'll bring his head back to the Permethos sect. Until now, Dao Chen was still as calm as ever. In his opinion, these two people could give him a little pressure. But that was it. They wouldn't be his match. He was the son of the Saber Immortal. The trump cards in his hands were definitely not what these people could imagine. As for Lin Xian's divine body and the power of the Great Dragon Sword, so what? Back then, wasn't the Great Dragon Sword broken by someone? Back then, their Permethos sex experts could do it. This time, he could do it again. He wanted to personally shatter the Great Dragon Sword spirit. In the universe, news of battles between Dao verifiers broke out from time to time. Almost every few days, there would be news of a great battle. The result was either defeat or death. Up until now, almost half of the Dao verifiers had died in battle. The probability of this kind of death was really too high. One had to know that each of these Dao verifiers was an incredible genius. In other eras, they might have been able to successfully verify their Dao. Even if these people went to the 9 underworlds, they would have a high chance of becoming great emperors. However, these people had all chosen to verify their Dao in the universe to prove themselves. However, the price they had to pay was very high. Once they were defeated, they would either be seriously injured or killed. Furthermore, there was news that Zhong Lingxiu had encountered the utmost exalted Hall's Dark Crow. The two fought for 10 days. Dark Crow was seriously injured and unconscious. Zhong Lingxiu was also seriously injured. Did she win? Legend had it that Zhong Lingxiu had a Xiantian constitution. She was born with the great Dao. She was indeed strong. I remember that Dark Crow was very terrifying. He had once defeated 2 Dao verifiers. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Zhong Lingxiu? I heard new news that Zhong Lingxiu was being hunted down by the Supreme Hall. The Supreme Hall was actually so despicable. Did they really think that there was no one behind Zhong Lingxiu? However, when they found out that the person being hunted down was another Dao verifier, Wan Muying, they were all stunned. They were all stunned. Being hunted down by a Dao verifier? The Supreme Hall was really despicable. What was this? Were they bullying the Hidden Emperor Star? When the news reached the Hidden Emperor Star, the people there were also gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Courting death. Those who had reached the Dao verifier were all existences that could sweep through all of their peers. Every one of them was incomparably arrogant and disdained to attack someone who was seriously injured. Previously, Zhong Lingxiu had fought a fair battle with others. If she won, she would have won. If they wanted to challenge her again, they would have to wait until Zhong Lingxiu recovered. However, someone was actually trying to kill her while she was seriously injured. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate this. Furthermore, Zhong Lingxiu was his friend. He immediately rushed out. The people of the Divine Union quickly captured the news and sent it to Lin Xian. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiu was covered in blood. Many of her bones were broken. Her internal organs were severely injured, almost to the point of damaging her foundation. Despicable. She shouted coldly. The person chasing after her was a cold man dressed in black. No matter what you say, the winner takes all. You will soon die, but I will be able to continue on the path of cultivation. I have to say, your born Taoism aptitude is really powerful. You actually managed to injure Anya to the brink of death. Don't worry, after killing you, I'll dig out your heart and see how magical the Xiantian heart is. It should be able to help me break through and become the Arch. Wan Muing revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, no one will come to save you because no one knows that we are here. Indeed, the people of the myriad worlds were incomparably furious. The hidden Emperor Star roared, "The Supreme Hall is despicable." Several Supremes walked out from the Supreme Hall and said, "Strength decides everything. We didn't send any Supreme Martial Artists to kill her. She's just a Dao verifier. If she couldn't beat him, it meant that she wasn't as good as him. Damn it." The people of the hidden Emperor Star were so angry that they vomited blood. These people were really shameless. The people of the Supreme Hall sneered. According to the information they had obtained, this born Taoism aptitude was also related to the people of the deity realm. Once she grew and broke through and became the Arch, she would be a great threat to them. They had to take advantage of this time to kill her before she became the Arch. In the vast universe, in a certain star world, an extremely terrifying killing intent appeared on Wan Muing's body. Then, he raised his palm, and a terrifying law spread out in his palm. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Damn it, am I going to die here? I really don't want to die like this. However, if the other party dared to underestimate her, he would probably regret it. As someone with a born Taoism aptitude, her desperate attack couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, an extremely terrifying hole appeared on her body. Her heart was beating fiercely. The surrounding power of the great Tao crazily poured in, and an extremely terrifying phantom appeared on her body. That violent power was not concealed at all. You want to die together? I won't give you a chance. Wan Muing slapped out, wanting to stop the other party. Boom, at the same time, the sky broke open, and a golden palm pressed down, hitting his arm. He directly broke one of his arms. Wan Muing screamed and flew out. On the other side, Xianxia was also stunned. She realized that the Xiantian power in her body was also suppressed by a palm. At the same time, a voice rang out beside her. Don't do anything stupid. I'm here, and you're safe. It was his voice. Xianxia was stunned. The power of the great Tao in her body disappeared, and she was completely relieved. Has the other party found me? Who is it? How dare you ruin my plan? Wan Muing gritted his teeth and roared. He looked up and saw a man burning with the fire of the sun standing there. The other party was like the sun war god, extremely dazzling. Nine Yang divine body, you're that Lin Wudi? That's right. Lin Xian snorted. Are you ready to die? You're really arrogant. Do you know who I am? How dare you say such things to me? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't need to know who you are. I don't need to know a despicable person. At the same time, the people of the God Realm Alliance also came. Morong Qingqing and Xueqi quickly took Xianxia away. They retreated into the distance. In front, Lin Xian and Wan Muing were confronting each other. The killing intent on their bodies was constantly erupting. Wan Muing snorted. You ruined my plan. Go to hell. He slapped out a palm, directly toward Lin Xian. With a loud bang, the sky and earth shook. A terrifying black hole appeared where Lin Xian was. It was incomparably deep. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked out safe and sound. Damn, what a strong physique. Wan Muing furrowed his brows tightly. Thousand Shadows technique. He shouted, and his body shook. In an instant, thousands of shadows appeared in the heavenly palace. Each of them was incomparably real. These shadows attacked together, mixed with the power of tens of thousands of pounds, fiercely attacking. Go to hell. As soon as he attacked, Wan Muing used his ultimate technique. He could defeat several experts of the same level with this ultimate technique. He even felt that with this technique, he could fight against the great emperors. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to tear apart the opponent's physique. As expected, Jiuyang's body was violently impacted. Tens of thousands of figures slammed into it, causing the flames on it to dim slightly. Lin Xian's blood boiled. This is not good. This person's bloodline is very strange. Xianxia, who was behind him, said. However, Xueqi smiled. Don't worry. My husband's strength is far superior to his. There was no suspense in this battle. Boom, as soon as Xueqi finished speaking, Lin Xian took a step forward. Then, a sword aura appeared from his hand. A sword that split the sky. The biting cold sword light slashed out like a giant dragon. The void was torn apart, and the whole world was split in half. What kind of sword technique is this? Wan Muing was dumbfounded. Seeing Lin Xian's sword, Wan Muing was dumbfounded. In his opinion, he should be able to restrain his opponent by using the 10,000 Shadows technique. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. This sword strike caused his hair to stand on end. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it be performed by a quasi-emperor? Even a martial monarch might not be able to execute such a powerful battle tactic. Could this be his opponent's true strength? Thinking of this, Wan Muing was terrified. I haven't lost yet. I can't be afraid. He roared, phantom technique. There were thousands of shadows. His opponent might not know which one was the real one. Thinking of this, his real body hid in a corner while the other clones attacked quickly. Boom, Lin Xian's sword chi fell, making a rumbling sound. The sword split heaven and earth, and the endless starry sky was destroyed. Not only that, but a large number of clones were shattered, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. The 10,000 Shadows technique was broken. The spectators were shocked. Damn it, what a terrifying sword technique. In the corner, Wan Muing also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit. Although it was not fatal, his face was extremely ugly. The 10,000 Shadows technique was his ultimate technique. Now that it was broken, how could he fight next? He was afraid that he was in trouble. Is this all you've got? After Lin Xian's sword, he glanced at Wan Muing in the corner and sneered. With this little strength, you still want to chase after me? Are you tired of living? Take out your true ultimate technique. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell with this sword. As Lin Xian spoke, the sword chi in his hand appeared again. This sword had an indestructible power. It seemed to have turned into an azure dragon that danced between heaven and earth. Then, a dragon roar sounded and slashed forward. Boom, the sword chi was weak, and cracks had already appeared on Wan Muing's body. One could imagine how terrifying this sword was. Damn it, Wan Muing also roared. Shadow control technique. His palms kept forming seals, and the shadows on his body burst out. At the same time, Lin Xian's shadow seemed to shake. Great, kill them for me. Lin Xian's shadow stood up and rushed towards Lin Xian's arm. This was the shadow control technique, which allowed one to control the shadows of others. This sudden change, if it were any powerhouse, would be frightened and flustered. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. One of his hands pushed backward to block the shadow's attack, while the other hand swung down mercilessly with sword chi. Boom, sword chi danced in the air, and killing intent filled the sky. After a single sword strike, a blood-curdling scream rang out as Wan Muing was cleaved in half. He had actually dodged it. When Zhong Lingxiu saw this scene, she was incomparably shocked. She had personally experienced the terror of the 10,000 Muing. But who would have thought that the other party would lose so miserably? Wan Muing was indeed miserable. This sword slashed open his body and his soul. The fact that he didn't die immediately was enough to show how powerful his talent was. Even so, he was still trembling incomparably. He discovered that his body, which had been split open, was unable to heal. Was this the power of the great dragon sword? Damn it, just you wait. Wan Muing did not dare to fight anymore and flew into the distance. In this exchange, he was not a match. However, the Supreme Palace would not let this matter rest. They still had Xianxia, who was the true Dao verifier that the Supreme Palace had pushed out. Go back and ask Xianxia to kill the other party. You can't escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since the other party dared to chase after Zhong Lingxiu, he had no intention of letting him go back alive. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Wan Muing fled. He turned into billions of shadows and flew in all directions. As long as one of them escaped, he would be able to live. Let's see how you can stop me. It's a small trick. It's easy to destroy you. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and invisible sword chi spread out in all directions with him as the center. Cosmos sword formation. Heaven and earth were all swords. There was not much else in the universe, but starlight was the most abundant. These starlight turned into starlight swords one after another, slashing in all directions. Billions of shadows were all destroyed. How could? Wan Muing's final despairing voice rang out. Then, his figure disappeared in the air. He was dead. Another Dao verifier had fallen, easily killed by Lin Xian. So powerful. Xianxia was also very surprised. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "How strong are you now?" Lin Xian said, "I haven't tried. I don't know the limit. However, I will definitely succeed in this Dao verifier. I have this confidence." Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "Next," he said, "Qingqing, take them back and recover from your injuries. I will continue on my journey." He was not going to wait any longer. He wanted to take the initiative. News of this battle spread. Countless people were in an uproar. Another Dao verifier had fallen. It was too shocking. The Supreme Palace originally had 3 Dao verifiers. Now that Anya had been defeated by Xianxia, he no longer had a chance. Wan Muing was also killed. Only Xianxia was left. Some people said that the Supreme Palace was probably done for. Not necessarily. Xianxia was very terrifying. He alone could catch up with countless Dao verifiers. However, how could he compare to Lin Xian? How could he compare to Dao Chen? All kinds of discussions were heard. On the other side, a man in white smiled. His name was Guhan. He was also one of the Dao verifiers. At this moment, when he heard the news of Wan Muing's death, he said, "Go, let our people take action. Just say that the Supreme Palace will definitely lose. Xianxia is no match for them at all." He also praised Lin Wudi. The people on the other side frowned when they heard this. Wasn't this boosting their morale? Guhan sneered, "What do you know? Xianxia was the disciple of the Grim Reaper. He had many trump cards in his hands. If he fought with Dao Chen in advance, the outcome would be hard to say. Even if Dao Chen won, he would probably be injured and consume a lot of energy. At that time, if Lin Wudi attacked, Dao Chen would probably be in trouble. So, they had to let Lin Wudi fight Xianxia first. No matter who won or lost, it would not affect Dao Chen at all. "Do we need to tell young Master Dao Chen?" someone asked. Guhan snorted, "No, he will prove his Dao, and I will do mine. At that time, if Xianxia and Lin Xian are both injured, he won't bother to do it. I will take this peach. Go, do it beautifully. Don't disappoint me." "Yes." His subordinates quickly took action. Then, Guhan waved his hand again. Another man walked over. "Let the martial demon and Xing'er take action and defeat the other Dao verifiers. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry come." "Understood." The middle-aged man opposite him nodded. He knew that they were going to clear the place. The final battle would probably come soon. After the other party left, Guhan narrowed his eyes. Although the other side wanted Dao Chen to be the first to prove his Dao in the starry sky. But that didn't mean that he didn't have a chance to make a contribution. If he could cut off Lin Wudi's head, that would be a great contribution. Maybe he would even have a chance to obtain the immortal art. At that time, he would go to the abyss to prove his Dao and become a great emperor. Then, he would cultivate the immortal art. Let's see who is my opponent. 2 pieces of news spread through the starry sky. The first piece of news was that the Supreme Temple had no one left. They would lose without a doubt. They would probably be wiped out. The other piece of news was that Lin Wudi was too strong. He suppressed the Supreme Temple so much that they couldn't raise their heads. They might even live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. These 2 pieces of news were actually targeted at the Supreme Temple. This news spread throughout the myriad worlds, and countless people were discussing it. This news viciously belittled the Supreme Hall, and even Xianxia, to the point of being completely useless. One had to know that he was an existence that could kill a great emperor. However, he was extremely despised. Instead, Lin Xian was praised like a flower. Could it be that Lin Wudi was so powerful? Lin Wudi was above Xianxia? That was unlikely. Were the two of them going to fight? Countless people were excited. On the other side, Dao Chen also received the news. After Dao Chen heard this, he sneered, Guhan's boring tricks, no wonder he's not strong enough, he's actually scheming. The old man behind him was a great emperor, but he stood beside Dao Chen like a servant. He was speechless after hearing it. Guhan was weak, he wasn't weak. The other party had a great chance of proving his Dao. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a great emperor in the future. Moreover, the other party liked to scheme and would never let himself fall into danger. The great emperor was worried. He said, will Guhan pick the peach? Don't worry, it's fine. Impossible. Dao Chen shook his head slightly. No matter how crafty he is, he's nothing in the face of absolute power. Don't worry about him. Since he's done it, let's wait and see. When the time comes, you can go and watch the battle between Lin Wudi and Xianxia. The winner will be my final opponent. Dao Chen closed his eyes again. Since this Dao affirmation, he had only made a move twice. The first time, he killed a great emperor. The other time, he defeated Yi Wu Dao. Next, he would defeat the strongest enemy and succeed in proving his Dao. He didn't want to waste too much time. The great emperor nodded. Okay. In his opinion, his young master's righteous path was absolutely foolproof. Whether it was Lin Wudi or Xianxia, they were no match for him. Xianxia was furious when he heard the news. The raven said, they're going too far. Was this news released by the Divine Union? If they want to die, I'll go and destroy them. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. I also want to see what this Lin Wudi is capable of. Xianxia was a man wearing black armor. His face was pale, as if he had not seen the sun for many years. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. 3 days later, I will fight him in the Red Lotus Star Ocean. The Dark Crow sent out the news. All the worlds in the universe were shocked. Countless people headed to the Red Lotus Star Ocean. The Red Lotus Star Ocean was one of the star regions in the starry sky of the universe. The sea here was red, and was made up of countless stars. If one were to look at it from far away, it would look like a blooming red lotus. During these 3 days, countless experts activated their teleportation arrays. They would definitely not miss out on this battle. Was the battle about to begin? After the Hidden Emperor Stars people learned of this, they were also extremely excited. Let's go and take a look. The Great Emperor clans and the Remote Antiquity clans also took action. The people of the Divine Union also headed over. Even Yi Wu Dao, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others went. Gu Santong, who had been cultivating in seclusion, also came out and followed the Gu clan leader. There was no other way. This battle was too important. Lin Xian's 2 strongest enemies were Dao Chen and Xianxia. If they won this battle, then the final battle would begin. Let's go too. The Kuanping clan's Kuanping Zi stood up. The surrounding elders said, Your Highness, your injuries won't last. The Kuanping Zi said, I won't die. I can't miss this battle. I think the Qilin Zi must be thinking the same. The two of them had also participated in the Battle of Dao Verification. However, a few days ago, they had met an expert from the Permitha called the Martial Demon. He was extremely powerful and had easily defeated the two of them. Fortunately, they had followed their guardians when they had gone to the Battle of Dao Verification, so they had been able to return alive. Otherwise, the 2 emperors would have died long ago. 3 days passed very quickly. The Red Lotus Star Ocean was already crowded with people. However, the universe was extremely vast, so it didn't seem crowded at all. This time, in addition to the people from the various worlds, those from the deity land had also come. Some people from the Hadal Serenity had also come. Of course, not many people from the Hadal Serenity had come. It couldn't be helped. The Hadal Serenity was now a battlefield. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Those who could come here were those who felt that there was no hope of competing for the treasures. Instead of being killed in the Hadal Serenity, they might as well come and watch the show. Xianxia had arrived early. He stood in the Red Lotus Star Ocean, exuding an extremely terrifying murderous intent. Everyone was terrified. Even the great emperors were shocked. This young man was too incredible. The people from the Supreme Hall had also come. The Nether Venerable and the others stood there. Buzz, at this moment, they looked up at the sky. Were the people from the Permitha here? They saw an old man in the void riding an auspicious cloud. The immortal chi on his body flickered incomparably. "Greetings, fellow Taoists," the old man said with a smile. It turned out to be Great Emperor Bailey. The people from the Supreme Hall also greeted him. The Nether Venerable said coldly, "Those rumors were spread by the Permitha, right? What, are you planning to kill with a borrowed knife?" Dao Chen also had times when he was afraid. Great Emperor Bailey laughed. This matter had nothing to do with young Master Dao Chen. You should worry about Gue Xianxia first. Lin Wudi was not simple. He was the successor of the Great Dragon. So what? The people from the Supreme Hall snorted coldly. Xianxia is the disciple of the Spectre God. His trump cards are not weaker than his. Besides, the Great Dragon sword had already been broken back then. It was just a sword soul, and it was not at its peak. Obviously, the Supreme Hall was very confident. Great Emperor Bailey did not say anything. He stood there with his hands behind his back, silently watching the battle. More and more people came around. The people from the Hidden Emperor planet had also come. The people from the Divine Union had also come. However, they did not see Lin Xian's figure. Countless people were discussing. The crow sneered. "Where is Lin Wudi? The time has come. Does he not dare to come? Such trash dares to prove his Tao?" The powerhouses from the Supreme Hall sneered. Everyone was in an uproar. The people from the Divine Union frowned. Yi Wudao said, "Don't worry. Don't you know Brother Lin's strength? How could he be afraid?" Indeed, those who were familiar with Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. His Tao was to press forward courageously. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resounded between heaven and earth. Then, a figure that looked like a sun god walked over from afar. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the crowd. Lin Xian looked at the crow and snorted again. His voice was like thunder. The crow looked as if he had been struck by lightning. "You." His expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was terrified. The people who had mocked him were directly torn into a bloody mist by this power. End of chapter 61:24. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.